to be making it form up into a hill, like on this penny here.
Oh, but it's not a hill.
Well, what is that? What is that? Why did you bring up? They're always bringing up like penny example stuff. Oh, but it's not a hill. Well, hey, listen, you're the one who thinks that water curves, not me. So call it whatever you want. But yeah, gravity. They'll bring up gravity. Oh, but that's just gravity does that. Gravity makes the water flat. Wait, why is it making it flat though? It's supposed to be forming up into a hump. So, and it doesn't do that. So, what do you need gravity for? So,
and then they like to mix, gravity and magnetism, and then they claim a core, this core inside this ball earth, and but even bladesmiths, when they hit the iron, there's some temperature, they just don't have any more magnetism. So sometimes they talk about molten core, but where is that magnetism? It's not. Where is the experiments to prove
they're
that?
all simulations. They're all simulations. Yeah. That's what I've come to realize, and I've got 5 different screenshots talking about the core, and they've been doing software updates over the years, so they don't know what the heck's going on. They're just making stuff up. But yeah.
Oh snap! I found a little portable radio that has a solar panel on it that I can plug my phone into and take it. Awesome! It's charging. We'll have to see how well it holds the charge.
Well, if you're there, that's all it needs. Well, yeah, check the chat. I'm posting
long time
for the Globe Core DLC. They've been downloading in people's brains for the last year or so.
Proved the Globe for a long time, unsuccessfully.
These are 3 different claims here. We've got a new hidden world discovered in Earth's inner core. The core isn't a boring blob of iron after all.
Actually, we're talking about tectonic plates. So let me get it. Actually, there's a global book talking about that, but instead, because let me get this. They talk, below the Earth crust. There's this red thing, but there's a book I did post a long time ago, but let me get it. So we have an geophysicist from Brazil, and now he's a flat earth guy.
Nice.
And there's this book, The Solid Earth, this book here. And if you, in this book, what they teach this, at school, in this book is not read. They talk about, the last photo I did, they talk about this, below the crust, Earth crust, being red. But in that book, they call it, I don't know what instruments they did use, but they receive green. So, at the school, they teach this to us. But in this geophysics, book, they talk about actually it's green.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
So this guy is from the University of São Paulo, one of the biggest and he's a geophysicist. And
okay.
I saw a long time ago, someone, a student of his, he did this question to him: is the Earth flat? And he said, he said one thing important. He said it is important that people question things, because in these days people cannot even question about it. You go to school and you just eat what they teach. The teachers communicate to us. But you cannot question this authority. What they know and everything. But it was important at that time that he did talk about that. And then he said, "I don't know, but I'm gonna to analyze." So he has the knowledge. Formulas and equations, so he has the knowledge, and then he went to analyze everything, and he did found that actually is flat, and so he did wake up.
So there's Earth underneath Earth.
No, I was talking. In this book, they talk. They teach this. This representation below the Earth crust being red. This lava, etc. But in that book, it's a recent book. They talk. It's green. So what they teach us in the school actually, it's different from what they know, what they found. And he did said, I have the video, but it's in Portuguese. But you can use, the CC and translate.
You have to get Miggy in here.
And let me see the video. He's talking in this video talking about tectonic plates. I will get the link, but it did said the Earth crust is hard. It's not. How you say? It's hard, strong, not weak.
Right.
Oh, what's up, Mimas? I stepped away for a moment here. Let's get this
not much.
started.
I have
in the building.
Have this it is in English. The citation. Talking about this guy. What the.
Is that in English or?
That link is in English, so it's more easy to you. Okay.
Would that be officer?
I will get the. Okay.
Say what, CB? Say what, CB?
I was just joking.
So the video is this one. Okay, and it's in Portuguese, but if you go at YouTube settings and at this CC, and then you put captations, and then you go to translate automatically into English, and you get it in English what he's talking about.
So this guy looks like he does research for like corporations that are looking for places to put oil rigs. Because he's doing the offshore-onshore earthquake research, which is usually what people get hired for. But I mean, it's legitimate research. It's like they have to know for real.
Yeah. How you call it in English? Seismographic and
seismology.
Okay. Yes, that's the thing. And it has instruments. But it is in Portuguese. But there was a student. And talking about flat Earth, and he said, let me record. He said, it is important that people ask, have the opportunity to question about things, because at school, But he did said that, and he did said, I'm gonna to find out about that if the Earth is flat or not. And this guy has a huge knowledge, and he did found there's no curvature and so on. He did found no.
Okay, Miguel, you speak Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you are Portuguese, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way that you could do the closed captioning on it?
The closed caption. Or maybe I'm gonna get the translation and write it. in this video and I send to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Because I am really interested in that. I'm really interested in this video. In fact, I'm going to give it a like, and I'm on my main account, not on a Flat Earth account. So I do want to watch it. I don't speak any Portuguese at all whatsoever.
So it talks Earth Dynamic. I'm translating what in the title of this video. Part 2, tectonic. How you say it? Tectonic plates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but at this moment is already flat Earth.
Wow, even in Portuguese, they're saying plaques of tectonic plaques instead of
placas tectónicas. It's in English is the otherwise tectonic plates.
Yeah, but there's just still no resemblance of any curve there. Yeah,
is a plaque curve. I'm pretty sure a plaque is typically a square, flat block.
Yep.
Right. That's because when we talk about plates, they're not talking about dinner plates. They're talking about plates like plates of steel or plates of iron or plates of stone. These are like blocks is what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They're stupid kids. They're not kids. They're like 30.
You are cutting a little.
Dinner plates aren't flat. And it's like, that's not the plate they're talking about. They're talking about a dinner plate.
It's so weird how it's happening. Mimas, for some reason, we can hear what you're saying, but it's like going kind of robot-y and fast and
some bikes.
Slow. It's weird.
Is it get closer to because I'm having some strange internet spiking tonight.
Yeah, bro, you got to get closer to the Starlink or tweet Elon or something.
Yeah, for real. I have tuna. Here, you can use them.
Okay.
Whoa, that's some strange stuff from Mimas' side there. That was the strangest robot-y.
Okay.
So it's just the internet here.
Okay.
Because a friend of mine down the road asked me if my internet was acting up. I said, yeah, because I was checking my network and it's just getting spike, dip, spike, dip, spike, dip.
Them damn satellites.
Probably no coincidences or seeming coincidences because of that.
I think kind of the southeast is having a little issue right now.
Oh, weather related.
It happens.
I think the elites are getting tired of us, so they started to do little manipulations with our technology. So are they manipulating with our technology, possibly by IP address, individuals?
Don't say that around me, miss.
I don't think so.
So, yeah, of course, they say so in copies, right?
I'm going to say.
Oh, shoot, they got him. Oh, damn, we're sorry.
I'm gonna say, you know what? That might actually, I might change my stance. All right, I'm with Sonny on this one. They're after Mimas now.
See that? How is that possible? Shit. Coincidence.
Hey, do I look like a Glober? I'm faced with evidence. I got to go with the evidence. All right. Sorry.
Oh my God! What kind of world is this? Ah!
I'm just waiting for AI to say something witty. I heard him take a sip of his tea. I'm sure it's coming, but Yeah, we'll set it up for you. Don't worry. But I was gonna ask Miguel, like, where do you keep all this stuff classified? Where do you organize all your? Because you have a lot of links. Do you have a lot of resources? Do you have your own server, or do you have like a file that you keep everything stored in?
No, I have a hard drive. I did buy it for to have this space, but I have a lot of links and I have to download because YouTube is censorship. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I have the the link, the text that was at YouTube and the video saved. Sometimes I did post the link and then it's not available, but I get it. I have it. They did censorship. There was 3 videos analyzing the astronauts. When the Apollo 11, when they these guys that read facial expressions, and they say this guy is lying. I have the videos. I'm gonna get, but now it's not available there. the censorship. Let me get it. So I did post this, but yeah, I have to do more. At first, I did wake up and I had a few things, but then there was people doing questions, and then I had not organized, or I was not organized, my things, and then I started to organize. So now it's more easy to search it or get it. 11, analyzing the astronauts. So 3 parts. So this is, I'm gonna post the original link, so it's not available.
How do you hear me now?
The same.
Better.
Okay, everybody sounded like robots to me all of a sudden.
You got them, boys.
Yeah, this is a little weird.
How about me with the ghetto, like the ghetto phone from like 5 years ago, and mine's still fine?
Sounds fine to me now. Everybody sounds fine.
Oh, well, I think. Try again. Go again.
Everybody sounds fine now.
Oh, it was good
Just
for
a little bit.
it clipped off at the end.
Am I still breaking up? Because I've got like full signal. I'm coming in fine. I don't know what's going on.
We can hear you now.
That's weird.
Hey, you know what? Now it's fine. Mimas, it became fine when you said it was fine. Then it became so. They got some high technology at work here. I'm telling you, folks.
No gangs talking stuff.
They call me conspiratorial, but they can fade out your voice at the very end, make robots so nobody gets the real true point and waste 5 minutes and then lost the freaking trail.
Yeah, but
very easily done.
Yeah, but they want us to talk about flat Earth. They released it.
They did. Why?
Because they don't have a choice. They're not in control.
They're not in control. And the technology got to the point we started looking ourselves. We said the geometry don't match, bro. Like, what do you need to science about that? Like the guy earlier. Like, what are you going to science about measuring your table?
You ever hear the expression that they're trying to force God's hand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So the idea that release everything and just see where everything lands.
That's wild.
So they're not trying to interfere with us. I mean, we get, as conspiracy theories go, we get preferential treatment because we may be censored, but we're actually at the top of the list of people who are not banned. We cannot get banned for any flat Earth stuff.
That's really weird. Right there. That one little piece, that little emerald.
But it's shadow banned, though, isn't it?
What it is it's censored because not even really censored, right? Because censor is where you actually remove it.
Yeah.
So what we do is we get demoted, but we never get censored or banned. You know who gets censored and banned? People who talk about the thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The thing that happened for 2 years, and people who talk about types of interference. Those people get actually banned.
What do you mean interference?
Well, I think I'm starting to realize why. Sorry, do you want to answer that?
What do I mean interference? Like with it runs with erection.
Maybe not operating at full strength. You'll have to forgive. This is operator error on my part.
Well, anyway.
Well, let me say this real quick. With Flat Earth, there's like an approved narrative, a government-sponsored, sort of approved, the Flat Earth Society type stuff. So that's why you search up Flat Earth and there's a bunch of, pretty well-known big channels that are talking about it and, putting their little debunk on it and stuff like that. So there's an approved message with the Flat Earth.
It's part of a planned kind of paradigm shift where the foundations are already laid. Not necessarily to believe in a flat Earth, but to believe in an incoherent model, or a model that is able to, like, simulation, or we're living in a dream or something like that. Right?
Yeah.
What it is it's allowing enough out to where maybe they can control some kind of narrative. Now, I don't think they'll be able to control that narrative, and not because we do anything about it, but because they just can't do it.
Yeah, well, they clearly haven't been able to. Yeah, did you want to get in there somewhere? But yeah, I mean, clearly they haven't been able to control the narrative since we've kind of locked down the reins, at least here.
Right.
Yeah. So. But yeah, I think that's why maybe it's not necessarily just completely wiped off the internet, is because they've stepped out front and put an approved message out there for everyone. I mean, there's literally a freaking box. Flat Earth is an archaic disk. So.
Right.
Well, listen. You let the extreme breathe, right? Because nobody en masse is going to go for the extreme. And therefore, they miss the fact that all the non-extreme things are still going along. It's literally the plot of the Matrix movie, right?
Yeah.
If you remember the Matrix movies, Neo was the chosen one, the prophesied one, and all these people were working in the background, freeing people from the Matrix, doing their little shenanigans, right? And Neo finally made it to the architect, right, thinking he was accomplishing something, and the architect was like, dude,
you're part of my plan.
Yeah. You're exactly what I had intended all along, sucker.
Yeah. I'm just saying, doesn't mean we can't work, in a sense, we're working with our natures the same way they work with theirs. And it's okay for us to push for truth and to free people from the Matrix, even though ultimately everything is going to go exactly as it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what we're doing is a sign of it.
Yeah, the architect told Neo, he said to Neo that we tried to make the Matrix perfect, and it failed. Because people need to feel that sense of struggle, and the struggle needs to be expressed every so often. He calls it the anomaly, the expression, right, of the human, whatever is in the human that requires the drama. Right, so they have to let the drama breathe every so often so that society at large feels that dramatic struggle and that catharsis when they come out the other end of the struggle. And that allowance of the catharsis to breathe gives the greater masses the ability to then accept a new paradigm for a length of time. And then it starts to get unruly again, and then they have to do the same cycle over again.
Yeah. It's almost like we can't stop telling that story.
Yeah, that's also what the architect told Neo. He said, listen, bud, this is the 7th time this has happened, bro. I've done this 7 times already, sucker. He's like, Neo's like, oh, I'm going to come here, I'm going to kick everyone's ass. He's like, dude, you're like the 7th dude, bro. It's the same thing with the flat Earth, right? When you think about it. What was the catharsis, 3 generations ago? Was it flat Earth or something else?
Something else. What was the catharsis several hundred years ago? It was people wanting to escape to the New World.
You know what? You know what I think I figured out. And good afternoon, AI. You know the kid from Twilight Zone, I think it is. Don't be mean to Johnny, or something like. Don't be mean to Johnny. He'll send you to the cornfield. Don't be scared. I'm the only one that's scared.
That reminds me of The Catcher in the Rye.
No, I'm the one doing all of it myself. Like it's all internal, my whole entire world, and it seems like it is. It's like unbelievably weird, strange stuff. Like what? Talk about the Matrix. Where the hell am I? And more, more to the point. What the hell am I? What are we? What am I as a being? Like how did this all happen?
Well, that's actually part of what happens at large too. So think about what Meme said earlier, the catharsis from the previous world iteration 300 years ago is they essentially changed the Age of Kings. So that was the end of the Age of Kings, practically, right? Mankind was sick of kings, and they decided we're going to be free, so we're going to go to a new world where we're free of kings. Now fast forward a couple hundred years, and now most people would agree that there's elites that rule everything, same as the kingship, right? And they think they're so free. Think about it this, like, we're so free right now, right? We got all these freedoms. We had the Civil Rights Act in the United States. Then we had universal suffrage and women's suffrage, and they were liberated from the home into the workplace, right? So they're free, right? Free. Think about that, free. Yet women are saying, I want to have kids, but I can't afford it. So I'm free, right? I'm free, but I can't do the things I want to do because I'm actually a prisoner of logistics. I can't make enough money. I can't find a good mate. My prospects are down. But you're free, right?
They don't need
Freedom of the
that.
parakeet. The parakeet got free, and now it's the cat is everywhere chasing it.
Yeah. So I was going to say, free to roam around by yourself, so you're easily picked off.
Indeed, and you could be roaming around by yourself in a crowd of people.
That's deep.
That's true.
That's a great time to be alone.
I've been there before. There's been times when I haven't felt like that. Most of the time I don't feel like that.
Yeah. So I just had another thought along those lines about the freedoms and the restrictions. So we live in the most sexually informatively explicit, saturated culture that probably existed in the history of humankind. Yet you go look at the stats for actual relationships of that nature, and the majority of men, right? Only 1 in 3 men are actually active in that nature. And women are projected to be childless, right? I can't remember the stats exactly, but so we have this idea of, intercourse being almost put on a pedestal of deification, while simultaneously nobody's actually doing it. So how free are you in that sense?
That's one of the funniest things to me because, once you get it enough, it's like, whatever, okay. we live in the age of the Coomer, and everyone has Coom brain. That's all they think about. And I don't know how that's all you can think about.
The Coomer. Look at you using these terms.
Term is older than you think.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Was it just used a different way, or
No, we've been saying Coomer for several years.
Wow.
But I mean, it takes a little while for it to percolate from the chains up.
True.
So it's been in circulation about 3, maybe 4 years.
We got the
famous.
Well, we got the Doomer, right, Timbo? We got the Doomer, the Gloomer, right? The Doomer and Gloomer, kind of the same type of thing. We got the Zoomer, the Generation Z's, those types. We got
the Boomer.
We got the Boomer. Well, it's not exactly a Boomer. So, because Boomer is like our older folk. Then we have the Coomer. And
the Coomer.
I mean,
don't forget the Groomer.
The Groomer.
The Groomer, which is spelled the same. You should see the Groomer face. The Groomer Wojak is the creepiest Wojak there is. Hold on, let me get it.
One of them is my favorite, with like the deep pitted eyes and like the
right.
I'll grab it.
Bros, you trace those generational names back, and you end up at a stop line, which is what? The greatest generation, right? So called. Why are they called the greatest generation? Because they were faced with a epicycle of struggle, and they came through it, right? And they went through the hard time and came out the other end, and then they benefited their societies with that era of prosperity, right? That began and then it keeps going, right? And then it gets a little bit worse because people don't have the struggle to build their character, right? And then every cycle gets a little bit worse and worse until we end up today where everybody's basically hedonistic retards, right? And it's about time for another struggle cycle, don't you think? If you follow the patterns of the cycles.
All right, I'm gonna post an image of my favorite Wojak, but I guess we didn't really answer what the Coomer was. That one's funny. I don't think I've seen that one before.
Yeah, I'll post the Coomer one.
Delete that.
This meme had me absolutely in tears during the last couple years. So funny. But I just love that face. That drawing is so funny to me.
Yeah. Here's the Coomer.
Yeah. Does that help, Timbo? Do you understand what he posted?
The one muscly arm?
Yep. Because he does a lot of cooming. He's a Coomer. Giggity.
Wow, how very responsible behavior during the pandemic.
Here's the Doomer.
The Doomer? Yep, that's the Doomer. That one's actually kind of funny. That's what I look like, Toby says. I hadn't done that. in a good way.
How's everyone's Friday?
Fabulous.
I was supposed to move out today, apartment, but the maintenance guy was like, "You could stay until Monday." I'm like, for real?
Sweet.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't. He hit word for word. He literally said, "Yeah, I don't give a shit." I'm like, "Oh, okay." He's like, he said I was a good tenant. You know, he appreciates it. I'm like, no, I appreciate you letting me stay a couple more days. That's kind of. I didn't even sleep that well last night.
Oh, I have another one. The debunker.
Yeah, the debunker.
Yeah, I'm posted right now.
My Saturday's not gone too bad after being called satanic.
I saw what you guys were.
My nemesis mate, Truther.
These friggin' about the Earth's inner core and stuff. It's so weird. It looks like a jawbreaker. So what is this? It reminds me of one of those toys that, like, when you open it, there's like a smaller thing, and then you open it, and there's a smaller thing, and then you open it, and there's a smaller one. What the heck are those things called? Like those, like, I don't know.
Nesting dolls.
Yeah, that's what they are. Yep. They're trying to make people think the Earth is like that. I'm just like, God.
Dude, they tried to Narcan me once because I was sleeping because I didn't want to drive under the influence of not being able to be awake.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was working late at this project house, and I just work all through the night. I don't care. And I was going to drive home, and then I was like, "Nah, I'm going to take a nap in this parking lot at Cumberland Farms or whatever." Then I woke up, and it's like there's the cops and the EMT girl, and she wanted me to sign this paper, and they're like, "I want to give you Narcan." Well, when's the last time you did this, that, or the other? I'm like, dude, I just took a nap. I ain't signing none of your papers.
That's crazy, dude. It's like you actually have to put a sign up saying "just napping."
It's true, man. Because there's a lot of people that do go into overdoses in the areas. It's like a big. I'm not going to say it's a dealing area, but it is an area that people are of the various types of flavors of sauces. If you know what I'm saying.
It is kind of weird that it seems like you're not allowed to like take a nap in your car as if that's an issue. It's kind of weird. Well, I guess you can, but like, there's always like that weird fear that like some cops are like, "Hey, buddy, you can't sleep in your car, you asshole. You gotta keep moving." It's like, hey, fuck you, bro. I just want to chill. I mean, what do they? Cops do the same thing. They just sit in one spot waiting for someone to go 5 miles over the speed limit. It's just like ridiculous. I'm not a liberal at any means, but I do kind of agree that cops are kind of dickheads, dude.
Yeah, it's like, try this one the next time. So when he says, "Oh, you were going over the speed limit," you'd be like, "Well, how could I be positive if it was a true limit? So clearly the sign's lying, and why would I listen to a liar?"
Yeah.
Well, just be like a Glober and tell the cop, like, "Well, you can't feel speed."
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Be like, "Yeah, we're going so fast, sir, that there's no way you can determine that I was going that fast."
It's relative, sir.
I'm sorry, officer, but I'm sure you clocked me using refraction. I wasn't actually going that fast. The light just bent.
That's actually a little offensive. You say that I can't tell how fast I was going, but they do make you submit a proof that you had your speedometer checked.
Yeah.
So you this isn't legal advice necessarily, but in theory, you could just pay your homebro that works at a garage to write you a note that says, "Yeah, his speedometer was wacky."
Actually, that
could be totally legit. It could be totally legit because when you arrive there, you just you smack it with a hammer, and then the guy sees that it's broke, and he's like, "Yep, speedometer's broke."
Yeah. So technically, it's not even your fault. Yeah. I mean, there's another thing I learned recently is like if your check engine light is on, I mean, that's always like that's a meme in itself. But like sometimes, most of the time, it's actually not bad. It's just your battery needs to be charged. You just have to like drive. Like you just have to let the radiator charge your battery. I would always be meticulous in the car because it's like an antique. So like I would rarely drive it. Like, and then I thought.
I'm sorry, officer. I didn't hit his car. It was Coriolis that made me deviate into it.
Yeah, the gravitational pull led me to
an alternator charge your battery, not the radiator.
Yeah, that's my beat. Thank you for correcting. I don't even know why I said radiator. Alternator. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. What the hell's a radiator? What did I say? Radiator. Anyway. Yeah.
Water.
But yeah.
Cool.
Right. Yeah. So like, I guess the moral of the story is like, drive. Like I thought I was doing my car a service by like driving it rarely, but it's actually kind of bad to do that. So it's just like, take a road trip once in a while. Go out for a drive. Go hiking.
Go touch some grass.
Yeah.
With your car.
With the car, yeah. Exactly. Actually, a weird thing that you could kind of get away with if a cop does pull you over, I've never tested this, but with our current society, I mean, allegedly you could tell the cop that, you identify as so-and-so, you feel so-and-so, and if they attack you or they give you problems, like that's going to go mainstream viral. And it's just like the last thing a cop needs is that on their reputation. I mean, if you identify as something and like you clarify it as like a mental illness, or you could be like, sir, I don't, I genuinely feel threatened right now. It's just like you could just flip the tables on these people. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. So you're a white guy, right? You get pulled over, right? And when they come up to the window, you'd be like, dude, how did you know I identify as black?
Exactly. That'd be wild. I wonder what they even say. What would they say to them? They'd be like, I'm not in the mood for this, sir. Be like, I feel offended. All right, like I'm part of this community. I'm part of this movement. I just, and yeah, it's just crazy. Because like technically, if you can prove, or I mean, technically anyone can have a mental illness, but yeah, they would not look good attacking someone with a mental illness. Yeah. It also helps having a puppy. Like I have a puppy in the car at all times, and so it's like.
What would happen if the racist cop realizes that his car is black?
He went against his own.
What?
What would happen when the racist cop realizes that his shadow was black?
What?
What are you guys talking about?
I have no idea.
Yes, that devolved quickly.
How about you check out my engine light? We forget about the ticket.
Dude, listen. As a doctor, you need to go watch some Dave Chappelle and take 2 cookies and call me in the morning.
Arden, are you a doctor?
Yes.
You're a medical doctor?
A medical? What? Holy moly, dude!
What kind of doctor are you?
PhD.
What kind of stone are you, bro?
I'm not a doctor. I'm the doctor.
Yeah, but what kind of doctor?
The doctor.
Dr. House?
No, the doctor.
What do you do?
No, man. The correct answer is Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, time travel. I got you.
This is how I feel right now.
Well said, my brother.
That's how all good kings go out.
Guys, here's a quick pop quiz. What state in the U.S. has a highway that does not allow cars to drive on it?
That's a weird state. That's a weird state that would do that.
Because it's a state of mind, bro.
It's a highway. Get it? It's a highway. But it doesn't allow cars to drive on it.
Just answered, bro.
Probably California.
All right, so I'll give you three choices: Ohio, Michigan, and Montana.
Montana.
Wrong.
Ohio for sure.
Wrong.
Michigan?
Yes, it's Michigan.
Why would they even do that?
Because they have two separate parts. Like, they only allow biking. Because one part of Michigan is like it's like near Wisconsin, and then there's like Michigan itself.
What do you mean, Michigan towards Wisconsin? Michigan is its own state.
It's its own state, but there's like a part, like it's like a part of Wisconsin as well.
How does that make sense?
I never heard that.
If you go to the maps, right? Like the top of Wisconsin is like Michigan.
So a bike only highway?
It's still in Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a bike highway.
I get the feeling there's a lot of marijuana involved tonight.
I wish. Now,
could be. Hey, AI. Coincidentally, there was a fire alarm. Like, I got home dead beat last night, barely made it from the field, and made it to my bed. And an alarm, fire alarm goes off at like freaking dark 30. Then the elevator now is broken.
What?
Mm-hmm. So you follow the chain of events that I was talking about last night, and now today, like, that's very, very strange that I would come in, they would have a fire alarm, which everybody's supposed to leave, and I'm not fucking doing unless I hear the fire truck with their siren. I'm not leaving my fortress. I don't care. These people are like plantation owners, slave owners here. We're supposed to be the slaves. I'm not participating. They don't like me very much. But that's besides the point. Now the elevator doesn't work, so I can't get in and out like as I would like to do my shopping, to get some food now that I have some money. Can't do that.
Dude, what if we just put a slide to your window?
Fucking might as well just put one in my door. No.
Dude, that would be a great business. So our business is like you live in an apartment building, you just call us up and we just come and we just like straight up bolt a slide to the side of the building so you can just slide down whenever you feel like it.
I think they would rather it just be that way. Because there's apparently a bunch of people around here that think they're controlling other people, and I don't know how that's going for them. But they're making a lot of enemies in some very rough places. That's not advisable.
Can somebody explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Okay. It measures flat. The end.
The water is.
Can someone explain to me how the Earth is a ball?
The Earth is a half circle.
So whatever NASA shows you just gotta throw it out.
Yeah, all I'll say is that for the flat Earth question, we do have flat surfaces, we have horizons, and we have sea level.
This guy just said the Earth is a half circle. Where'd you get this information from?
I'm just guessing it's a half circle.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you got to that guess?
What the hell did you just say?
The Earth is a half circle. Like, you have the bottom part, and then the top part is like the sky.
So like a snow globe? You talking like a snow globe?
You mean a half moon?
Yes, I'm talking like snow globe type shit.
That's called.
Oh wait, so are you referring like the dome theory?
Yes.
So you live in the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, you got some proof?
Channel.
Oh wait, do you believe in the firmament then?
Yes, I believe in the firmament.
Okay, so then you might be onto something. I mean, I wouldn't start off by saying half a ball. That kind of sounds weird, but that's me. How'd you get to that conclusion?
Like half a ball conclusion.
Yeah.
I just thought of it as like the firmaments, like there's Earth, and then there's like stuff above the Earth. So I just said it was a half circle.
So are you like referring ancient scripture, like biblical?
Yeah, kind of in that sense.
So do
have you guys seen like the Hebrew? What do you call it? Like the Hebrew maps, like all the ancient maps. Like you've seen that stuff.
Yeah.
Most of them are like flat Earth, and like
right.
Yeah.
So then you know the sun's closer than it is too far.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm on kind of the same conclusion. Like, the dome kind of like is more of a visual, but at the same time, it would make sense for a contained, pressurized environment. So it would explain why we have gas, water, all that. That is the close. Yeah. So that's I would assume that would be the right track. I mean, scientifically, even speaking, too. For anyone who
how'd you guys get to the sun distance?
How to measure the sun distance?
Yeah, how'd you come to that conclusion that it's closer? Closer than what?
Just empirically, the fact that you can see it and you can feel it.
But closer than what?
Closer than 96 million miles away.
How do you know that?
Well,
because I could put like a 5,000 degree lamp next to me. That could burn me to death, or I could put it somewhat away. Or I could make it really, really, really hot and put it far away, and it'd be somewhat the same. All you have to do is change the parameters and distances. You can get the same feeling.
Or you could.
It's not like you've ever been to the sun and touched it.
Of course not. But the fact that you could see it and then you can feel the rays, empirically, that would just.
I can see the lights in my room too, and they let off some heat.
Right. Well, so let's do it. Let's do an experiment together.
Well, that kind of just furthers the point then, that like you can see it, you can see and feel it.
Let's do an experiment. So you're an ant, okay, and you go out one day, and all of a sudden you start getting fried, and you look up and you see this bright light, and you say to yourself, "Holy moly, that thing is so close to me, it's killing me. I'm dying," and then you die. Right? And then the little kid with the magnifying glass walks away. So the energy came from the sun, which was very far away compared to the ant. But it went through a transition period where it was focused in one spot and then continued on from there.
Yeah. Toy Story vibes, yeah.
The point is, you don't necessarily know where the source is just because you see a light or you feel the energy from it.
I mean, that's the only thing we can base it off of is like just the senses of sight and feel. I can't say touch because obviously you can't touch it, or no, I don't know anyone who has, but yeah. But the magnifying glass amplified it. It shifted the energies, focused, and amplified it. So I don't know if that's like correlates to seeing.
Bro, if we could get these distances because people could feel and see it, then we could literally construct buildings with our eyes.
Yo, do you guys want to know something cool?
I need to know what the sun is. Do we know what the sun is?
Plasma?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I would assume plasma, based off the fact that it can burn.
How about not assuming?
You use your eye. If you use
water can burn.
If you use your eyes, guys, you will see.
Many things in this world can burn, my guy.
I understand. I have to like explain it in finer detail. No, I understand what you're saying.
No, you don't need to go into finer detail. I mean, many people have said plasma. It's just the question is, how do they know it's plasma? How do you confirm it's plasma?
That's
Is
what
this
I mean.
plasma in the vacuum of space, or what?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, how does it burn with no oxygen?
Well, I never agreed that space exists. Outer space exists.
What do you think is out there then?
Well, that's beyond the firmament.
There's
That's
nothing except the heavens.
that's for a. Wait, you don't. So what do you? Wait, you don't think it's the heavens?
No, I think that there's the firmaments, the waters dividing the heavens, and and then above the heavens is God. That's my
Right.
perspective.
Well, that's kind of like the same conclusion that I had. Is that like the whole outer space heliocentric model like just strays away from that? It's the polar opposite. And so like no man has gone past that, and that's what NASA wants you to believe is that man has gone past 200 miles above, past the firmament.
Doesn't the idea of the sun being a plasma come from the heliocentric model?
I don't know. Actually, I don't really recall them saying that. I'm not sure. I just know plasma is considered heat, and
What is plasma?
That's now I sound stupid because I can't even give a definition right off the spot. Now I feel like an ass. No. This is good. This makes me a better understand this better.
Are you aware that there is something known as cold plasma?
Yeah, you can I guess that would be the moon. Yeah. So plasma is one of 4 fundamental states of matter. So there's 4 different types of plasma.
Well,
Just wait. You just went from I don't know what plasma is to the moon is cold plasma.
Yeah.
Woo. Not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I kind of have like a very
tough crowd today.
What's up?
Get no respect. No respect.
That's Mickey, ladies and gentlemen.
How y'all doing?
So I guess it. Wait, hold on. I'm reading a little bit.
Anybody want a cowboy up? Let's see who's in there. Got a few folks. How's everybody doing tonight? What's up, Lo-Fi?
Hey, what's good? What's good? I'm just trying to figure out how to explain myself better so I don't sound like a dipshit.
Well, yeah, don't do foot to mouth style, dude.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna.
Yeah.
The best option is generally just to be intellectually honest and say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. That's why I was asking you those silly. I know they sound like silly questions, but
it's good. It's good.
I'll show you the correct answer to everything right here.
I don't know.
Memes, that's so weird. I was literally about to post that same thing.
Did you guys know that the Simpsons actually support the dome theory, like the firmament dome theory?
Yeah, I saw that episode. I always think about that. Are you talking about the episode where friggin' Santa Claus is up to bat playing baseball and he hits the ceiling and yeah, like what the fuck is that all about? That's kind of weird. The Hunger Games references it as well. The Truman Show references it as well. So many films and shows reference the dome theory. So
come on, you guys, that's a crazy conspiracy theory.
Also,
coincidence.
Also, Bill Nye said that you cannot go past like the firmaments. I think I'd have to find the evidence for that, but that's what I
The
heard.
Earth is a closed system.
He didn't say that. Yeah,
you cannot leave the Earth.
Yeah, no one can leave. Yeah,
he wasn't referring to the dome. That guy.
That's why.
A lot of flat earthers would lean on that, but he didn't say that. Not in that way.
Man, to go to my theory about the waters in the heavens, because I know some of you guys question that. So when you look at it in a religious perspective, if you look at Genesis 1:6, it said that the firmaments divided the waters above from God's handiwork. So that's where I get that kind of sense from.
Right.
So that's why I say like the firmaments and then the waters from the heavens.
No, I agree.
Fine to believe. It's fine to believe that, man. But can you verify it?
No.
I'm not saying you can't believe it, but I'm just saying you can't.
That's
all.
No, dude, you're not allowed to believe it. I'm just kidding.
When you compare like the colors of the sky to like water on Earth, like it's kind of like tinted a little bit different. Like I don't know how to say it, but like the sky is kind of like light blue, and then the waters on Earth is like dark blue.
And the way the stars have like that reflecting look to it, like when you see something underwater, has like that. I can't explain what does that look like? A reflective imagery.
You can also get.
Now, are you guys testing?
So why do stars look like they're being affected by waves then? That could be another thing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I agree with you completely on that. That's what I'm saying.
We had a guy in here. Sorry, Mamus.
It's all
right. We had a guy in here that was actually took us through focusing in on stars. So all these things you see. Hang on, mate. Hang on, buddy.
Oh, my bad.
All these things you see that you see the stars looking like waves and things like that is just the camera out of focus. So
no, you can see that. Oh wait, actually, you might be right. Yeah, because I think the evidence that I've seen was through cameras. So no, you're probably right on that. Yeah, from the naked eye. That's actually
naked eye.
Yeah,
that's just a twinkle. It's
a twinkle,
going
right?
Through air. It's light going through air. I would say. I don't know, but that seems to be the best answer. Light going through air makes it twinkle.
So then, how come NASA was originally like the original purpose of NASA was to explore the oceans? So why did they go from exploring the oceans to exploring space?
Right. That's a good point.
Was NASA started to explore the oceans?
Yes, the Earth's ocean is barely explored. It's only like 2%, something like that.
No, it's not what I asked. I just asked are you sure NASA was started to explore the ocean?
Yes, NASA was originally like started to explore the ocean. Like they were like aquanauts based.
Can you show me something? Have you got any evidence of that we can have a look at?
Hold up, give me a second.
It's interesting. I never heard it before, but if anyone can clarify that.
Well, yeah, and on science.nasa.gov, NASA has been in the oceans from space for more than 20 years. NASA launched CSAT, the first ocean. I can't say this word. Oceanographic satellite on 1970. It's one of these first. I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1978 is when NASA claimed to stop exploring the oceans.
When did they start?
When did they start? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
When was NASA formed? Was it 1940? It was just after the Second World War, correct?
In the midst of it, yeah.
That was after it.
No, it was like 1958. 1958. Like I just looked on the website.
57. Yeah. So yeah, you guys are in the right ballpark.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm almost certain that NASA knows something, and they don't want us to know.
Every single government agency knows something, and they're not telling us. We know that for sure.
Like they know something, and that something
exactly. They have to know something.
It's not just a normal something; it's a something. It's like oh shit, this is actually like an important something. If the people found out this something, then perhaps these people would be a little more wiser and better.
You hear me at all?
And the thing is, like Buzz Aldrin also said in one of his interviews that he was like an aquanaut.
Okay, so NASA formally opened in 1958. Yeah, October 1st. Easy date to remember. October 1st, 1958. And then they stopped the ocean one in what? The 70 something. What'd you say?
But what does any of this prove about anything?
So that's a great question. So the correlation is like the connections of when they started doing things and stopped doing things, and we're trying to figure out why start and stop when they. The reasons for why they stopped and did is what results in the conclusions of why.
Those could be many. Have they ever given a reason why they stopped?
Why would they stop?
No. Have they ever given a reason?
I don't know. That's a good.
Or in the end, is it all just going to be conjecture? That's all it can be. I could care less about anybody's motivations or the whys to why they do anything. That's why we only concentrate on facts here. That's what we can prove logically or scientifically.
Well, the why could lead you to the facts. It's just, I mean, it's like a step of like figuring out like why are they doing certain things could lead you to the reasons. The reasons can give you the answers. And if you connect the dots, if you will, just like Operation Fishbowl, like in 1961.
It's like this. Think about it like this. You're never going to know that there was a why until first you understand that there was an issue in the first place. And you find that is by looking at the facts first.
Well, I mean, the sheer fact that they stopped is a reason in itself. Like, why would someone just stop eating or stop doing or stop seeing or whatever? Like, why would they stop? I mean, they haven't, because like, I mean, we can also kind of, ask the question like, why would they stop exploring Earth, but now they're exploring space? I mean, that's an honest question. I mean, that's a genuinely ethical question. Like, why avoid research on the very Earth that we live on and dedicate that time to explore outside of it, supposedly? And so, just that question can arise a lot of weird answers that we should figure out.
I would say the easy reason is that they don't have the resources to explore the entire Earth. They just don't.
Perhaps, but then why would people believe that we could go to space then? Because that space would be...
Because they want to believe.
Right.
Like, the elite are not responsible for everyone believing this. We are. You and I.
Right.
All of us.
I agree completely, yeah.
So this was a collective human endeavor, not just of the people who created the Copernican system, but the people who adopted it. The people who adopted it are us. We adopted it hundreds of years ago. And the reason we did that is because it's what we wanted to believe, and now it's the modern cultural religion.
Yeah, and that's a statement. It's true. It's not the government's fault; it's the people's fault. If the people could just kind of like step back and ask some questions, some decent, honest questions about what's being told and why they believe what they believe.
What if it's the people's fate that they were designed to be like that?
If they were designed to be like that?
Yeah, what if that's necessary?
Why would that be necessary?
What if that's a necessary human? What if it? Let me ask you first. What if it is a necessary human function?
You're lagging like crazy.
Yeah, you're robot. You're
How bad am I? How about now?
That's better. I thought it was me.
Is it better? Okay. So what if one of the purposes of life is to live without the truth?
Oh, actually, Ming, do you want to leave and rejoin, mate? I would do that.
Yeah, I'll try it again.
Yeah, you sound like Jedi.
Wait, fuck off.
Well, his question was, what if
How do I get permission to like send pictures, man?
Oh, he dipped out. Well, what his question was what if the truth to discover the truth or not to have a truth? Or no, was it to not have the truth or not to discover the truth? Like we're not supposed to know the truth, and that's the truth. But how would you conclude that? I guess I would ask him that if he was here.
So I sent like a YouTube link in the, what do you call it? In the live stream voice chat thing, voice text. It's basically like Buzz Aldrin literally confessing that he never went to the moon.
Yeah, multiple times already. We were that the other night. Like,
so that could also go with the what do you call it? Like the firmament thing I was saying.
Guys, how about now?
It's still robotic. Sounds like you're like a robo.
All right, hold on, just a few minutes.
Does this mic work? Well, then, that mic.
Oh, I guess an honest conclusion would be to believe why we believe what we believe is to not believe what we're told, because we would conclude that what we're told is a lie based off the fact that we're not exactly as free as we'd like to be. So that would be a good answer for why do we believe the opposite of what NASA says.
Yeah, I wish I had permission to send pictures, but I was gonna send some pictures. But
check your DMs. I'll post them for you for now.
All right. All right. First, let me send you this one.
Or you could also base it off of what is for your best interest, and then how do you clarify? Well, what's at your best interest is when you feel at your best, and how do you clarify that? When you want the whole world to be at its best, and how do you clarify that? When you love thy neighbor, and so I suppose could base it off the fact of that, of like, are we inspired to love one another, which would make I mean, essentially that's a party. Everyone's doing well, everyone's happy, everyone loves each other. It's a party. It's a good time. People aren't fighting, people aren't stealing, people aren't lying, people aren't cheating. People are self-sufficient. They're happy with one another, they're happy with themselves. It's a party. It's a party. Now, what do we have in our current society? We have a lot of greed. We have a lot of anger. We have a lot of malice, deception from all these things. So I would just conclude everything based off the fact of what is making people happy.
All right.
Well, it's even worse, bro. Oh my God.
Is it even worse?
Yeah. I mean, for me, at least.
Anybody else? Can I get it like a consensus?
Got a little bit better there, but it was starting off.
Now you're okay.
So,
all right there.
So I'm just going to sit here and talk for just a minute so that maybe I can just pontificate about the realities of life, the nature of the consciousness. How am I sounding?
No, I mean, it's going slow and then speeding up and then cutting out. And...
That's weird. Okay, well, I'm getting like weird. Yeah, I'm getting weird internet spikes tonight, so. Always. Why is it going to be a Friday night?
Boo.
So, guys, so did you see the picture that Creation Bear sent?
Oh, wait, where'd you post it?
It's in the live stream voice text. Like if you scroll up.
Oh, okay.
For you.
Okay, yes, please, thank you. My gut is telling me that the Bible's most likely true, and I'm not even religious or anything like that, but there's something about it that just seems there's so much anti-Bible in this society in our world.
So, do you guys see the picture in the voice text?
The sun's reflection?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So when you look at this, it's basically like an experiment. So one picture is flat, like the ground is flat, right? And then the other one is curved. And then when you looked at the curved surface image, the sun is like the light is not going off. It's like it's not reflecting.
Right.
But then when you look at the flat surface image, you can see the sun reflecting.
Yeah.
Then when you look in the real life picture, you can clearly see that the sun reflects. So that could be another reason why the flat Earth surface theory is true, because you don't see anything like reflecting when you do a curved Earth surface.
Well, and honestly, the opening thing I always ask is is just like we have flat surfaces everywhere. I mean, that's how we have stationary objects. Like if we didn't have any flat surfaces, it'd be kind of crazy. And so, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think you're onto something. I mean, I guess we should. I mean, to really get down to the nitty gritty of like the biblical speculation of the Earth, I would say like we have to dance with the Bible's true, and if the Bible's true, then what does that mean? And then people will be like, well, why should we come to that conclusion, right? Why should we believe the Bible is true? I would say, well, based off the fact that everything is so anti-Bible, everything is trying to invert the Bible, like it's completely backwards. For example, the heliocentric model is completely opposite of what the Bible says. Like everything is opposite of it. The Bible says that we're stationary, that the earth can't be moved. Heliocentric model says we're spinning and shooting 5,000 miles an hour. Like, so there's that. And then, yeah.
So does the Polaris star move? Does it move?
I don't believe so. And
if the Bible says it doesn't move, and then you see that it doesn't move, then that can be another connection as well.
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
And like when you look at like, for an example, rainbows, like it's not really. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Reflective curve. Yep. Only thing that curves is the reflection. So yeah. That I've always thought about that too. I'm like, why the fuck does the rainbow have that curve? Like, that doesn't. It's so weird. And so, the Lucky Charm.
Clearly, that's due to Earth curvature, sir.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the only that's the only thing they got. That's the only ammo for the curve that people have, and that's based off of a reflection of something that could be reflected off the top of the firmament.
Obviously, if it was flat, then the rainbows would also be flat, which proves why it's not flat, sir. So, checkmate.
Well, I would say that the rainbow is reflective off the top of the firmament, which is a dome, which is, I guess you could say the dome is curved. The Earth itself is not. That's exactly what I would say. That's exactly what I would say. The rainbow is reflective off the top of the firmament, and the firmament is a dome shape, which is a curved shape. Because you would never see the reflection of, actually, I don't even know what else to say after that. I should just end it at that. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. Yeah, out of all honesty, it's probably biblical. That the truth is most likely biblical. I mean, the Bible's the most sold book of all time. It's the most popular of all time. Or should I say created book as well? Like sold, created, discussed book of all time. The oldest book of all time. I mean, I guess I wouldn't. I guess I wouldn't disregard it. I think it'd be very wise to maybe study it. And that's something that I'm kind of interested in. Is like, why isn't it more like if the whole science religion thing focused on the Bible a little bit more, and they went out of their way to debunk it, that'd be one thing. But it seems like they avoid it or they discredit it or attack it instead of like proving why it's wrong. With the amount of suffering we deal with on a daily basis, it's very safe to conclude that not much has us at best interest. And so what would be at best interest? Probably the Bible. Probably the Bible.
Are you kidding me? Just look at the last few years. Clearly, your best interest is being considered,
It's said, they say that, but then we look at our society, we look at how we feel on a day-to-day. Our basic needs are not free. It's a human right, and like they put a number on it. The government doesn't want you to be self-sufficient. That's such a red flag. On God, that's a red flag. Like like the average human, if they were dropped off in the middle of nowhere, they would freak out. They would not know what seeds to plant, what herbs to eat, what berries to eat, how to forage, how to build. That would have been
fine.
What's up?
I'll be fine.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's honestly what we should be learning, like building that confidence of self-sufficiency, of like filtering water. Imagine putting that on a resume. Why should we hire you? Well, because I could outlast you in the middle of nowhere, sir.
You know what? Now I can tell why you've got a podcast.
I appreciate that. I'm trying. Trying. I can't work 9 to 5, dude. It's just it's too abusive on my soul. But yeah, I mean, honestly though, like I genuinely want everyone to be popping because then it's a party. But if there's like a if there's multiple sad fellows in the corner and I'm dancing, having fun, it's like, oh shit, well fuck me. Like it's weird for me to feel happy if someone else is sad, even if it's not my fault.
Keep dancing on my own.
Did you guys see the video Creation Bear sent?
What video?
Yeah.
Watch the rocket hit. I've seen this before.
I've seen it too. Yeah. Yep.
So the way you see the rocket go up, it's not how they show it on like TV though. Like you don't usually see that.
Right.
So that could be another like theory why.
Yeah,
an angel.
Firmament is there.
I will say that
real launches.
Like the real launches, they just show like the rocket going straight up and not hitting anything. But then when you look at this, it shows like the rocket like reflecting something.
Shows like a freaking ripple, you know?
They have to go around the globe, bro. They don't just go straight up. They have to get some, little momentum, go around.
So
the globe.
how come when NASA takes off from Florida, they go on like a curved flight pattern, right?
Always,
but nobody in Africa sees it. Nobody there sees
good telescopes there,
and then they just give false accusations that the space station or whatever was there.
That's not fair. They don't have the proper telescopes.
All right, man. But they always land in the same place.
Where's that? Have you seen them land there?
Look in the picture that I sent. Look in the picture, like Caffeine Bear sent a picture in the.
Did you take the picture yourself?
Kangaroos are wild, bro.
That's me, man.
Dude, they're so fucking weird, but they're so cool. Like, what the fuck? Dude, like, I think a kangaroo could fuck up a human. I really do. I think the average would get floored.
My reply to Jedi.
Yeah, dude. Like, honestly, I think a kangaroo is kind of scary sometimes. Like, dude, if you were walking and a kangaroo came up to you, it'd be fucking scary. You'd have to like kick it. You would. Thing would fucking.
Yeah, it's almost like living here. It's almost like living here where I live. So, I finally made it out of the voodoo building.
We're hunting rabbits.
And it's so weird. I was coming down the stairs.
Sonny, I'm just glad that you're alive, bro.
Is he still
everywhere? So
the bloody kangaroos, mate.
I'm in the hallway. Let me finish. I'm in the hallway. I meet my neighbor in the stairway, and just so happens this guy that I'm talking about is coming up the stairs as I'm walking down right then. This guy's
talking
manager
about
is right there.
The guy that you were saying is could be an agent. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, no, I think he has ties to Haiti, like some kind of voodoo shit, and I've heard talk around the street too about it.
Oh no, I was just kind of kidding.
Yeah, but Sonny, this isn't basically the thing for the live stream.
I don't advise.
No, it's not. Okay, I'm sorry. Perhaps not. I'll shut up.
All right, man. If you ever want to chat, just ping me and we can go in a different channel.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind chatting with you about this at some point, Sonny. It's not against you.
Yeah, same with you, Sonny. I was thinking about you the other day. I was like, wait, is he okay? I'm still fascinated with these kangaroos though. Like, how the fuck does a kangaroo get that big?
Okay, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Before we go back to kangaroos, just one question. I really wanted to ask you guys. Like, I'm at the place where I need a drink. So what? Like a one drink or something? Not a bar.
Drink water.
Or what would you recommend? Should I buy a?
Coconut water.
Coconut better.
Water. No, I'm talking alcohol. I need some pain relief. So what would you recommend? One
I'd recommend
drink.
I'd recommend not doing that.
Not drinking at all.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up the hill instead, and I'm just gonna get some fresh air for an hour or so. I need some fresh air. It feels great out.
I'd get some nice coconut water. Get some good fruit, a banana and stuff. And do that, man.
I don't even eat vegetables. I eat like pure carnivore, like beef later. I'm a purist. I just ate a raw egg. I eat raw eggs. Like I can eat like 6 or 10 of those a day.
I'd recommend not having a hard drink when you're feeling a bit sore. So.
Yeah, I'm a little bit run down already, so that would make me worse.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it, man.
I don't want to feel worse, so I just had some orange juice. I'm walking up the hill in beautiful San Diego. It's like a different world today. I only have like.
Can you get some good food inside you?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that reminds me. Let me see here. I actually have money. I got paid.
Go and get some good food.
I'm gonna go back down the hill. I'm gonna go down the hill and get a big Mexican dish.
Do it. Treat yourself.
So I changed my direction. I'm going downhill. Yeah, I need some calories, big time. Haven't been able to cook.
Where do you guys think oil comes from?
The ground.
Where what ground?
Do you guys think it comes from fossils?
It comes out of the ground. Natural processes just make it ooze out of the ground by itself. whatever it is, we don't have any clue.
How do people say that oil came from fossils, right? If when scientists like test it and they find no DNA from it, there's no animal DNA.
Right.
And they didn't start saying that until Rockefeller started saying that, which is like the leader of all this.
Oil.
Rockefellers. Fuck the Rockefellers. They're evil.
There's no way that oil comes from fossils, bro. There's no way.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is empirical.
Yeah, exactly. So,
You can't burn bones to
I just wanted to say that you understand, and I think we all understand by now, that when they say that oil fields are empty, they go back 20 years later and the pumps start pumping out oil again. That would mean that there was new fossils put into the area, right? Obviously, that's not the case. Oil isn't fossils.
Okay. How do I sound? How do I sound now?
You did it, dude. You fixed it.
Oh, well, I don't know what I did. All right. I guess it just needed to get a kick in the pants.
Yeah, it's
now
just
it's good. Now it's good. And I'm mobile. 38% left. So I don't know. I'm not that thrilled about walking back up to the 8th floor with whatever I get. So I think I'm just going to buy the food and take my walk and eat it out here somewhere in the fresh air.
I'm reading why kangaroos are so buff right now.
It's because they keep getting into fights with Australians.
So what did I miss? What did I miss, Jedi?
No, not much, mate. A bit of kangaroo down to not much.
Look on the kangaroo subject. So on the kangaroo subject, you see how you notice how their feet are really long, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they have really long feet, right? So look at the bottom of their feet.
Yeah, they have
completely flat.
Dude, a kangaroo is literally a human, bro. Like they are literally fucking terrifying. Like they would literally.
I might be flat smacking these people at the Mexican food place.
Dude, I feel like a kangaroo order a damn gorilla, dude. I mean, I think that'd be one.
They'll run away from you. To start with, so. They'll run away.
Hey, Sonny, it sounds like you're at the racing strip.
No, well, it's a city, so there's a lot of noise here. Yeah.
One might say a drag show, but
no, not
what
exactly.
kind of drag show?
A drag car show.
I'm walking down the bike path. I'm trying to figure out where I can get some food, and I don't have my bicycle. I'll have to change directions again. I don't want to sit in a pub. And I don't really know Subway. No, maybe I could get Subway.
Dude, Sonny, I've been there before. If you're like home, like if you're in a difficult situation, if you go to the pub, just act confident, sit down, ask for a glass of water, like you own the place, and then ask the.
I know.
And then ask the strawberry, like ask for fruit. Be like,
no, I'm not.
And it's all free.
I'm not. I don't want a $15 hamburger right now, and then I will probably drink if I did that. So,
what was it that the last thing that I got before I left to go fix my mic? What were we talking about?
Does this mic work?
I think the last thing I remember what I was talking about was rockets going away.
Oh yeah,
last thing I remember, but
rockets going away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was it? I wasn't about to start in on my why would they lie, or why would like the purpose of existence or something?
Oh yeah, I think you said something about like the point of the truth is that there's no truth or something.
Yeah. Did y'all ever hash that out at all?
No.
Not really.
I left it for you.
Okay. So I was going to ask you, what if one of the purposes of life is to live without the truth?
Always seeking.
Yeah, because if let's say you're born and you know everything, are you going to grow?
Boring.
Right.
Damn, that is a good point, dude. Yo,
Never thought of that.
That's kind of wild.
Once you have, like, think of like GTA, bro. If you have beaten the game, I basically, for me, I beat the game, have all the money and everything. I log in, I'm just bored.
Yeah, well, you know what I do? Like when I log in, I just go around either helping people or griefing people because I'm bored.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. The game fresh. Think of, dude, when the game first came out, we were waiting in line.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like,
I remember
it's a totally different experience versus when you've completed it.
Yeah. So lo-fi. I guess my question is like, what if the only way that you ever grow as an individual is to live under a deception?
That makes sense.
Right. Now, you talk about coming from a biblical point of view. Who sent the deception to earth?
God himself.
Okay. You just answered the why.
Wow.
See, that's the thing. A lot of people have this all or nothing about the elite. I don't think the elite have control. They're as much in the dark as everybody else.
Well, if they did have control, they wouldn't have the need for propaganda. So you're definitely right on that. Yeah. Wow. Oh, wowzers. That kind of makes me feel a little bit better, to be honest. Like, who needs the fucking answers? Just try to seek it at least, but don't need it.
Yeah,
you don't need to seek it.
You know,
right?
It makes me feel like I know fuck all.
Yeah. The journey is more important than the destination. I know that sounds trite, but it's true.
This is profound as fuck, dude. This is actually really amazing to hear.
Yeah, I just wish I wish it could be a 1980s level of deception though, because this 2020-21 version's a little bit too much for me.
No, it should all be a total white pill for you. This should all just uplift you and make you as happy as can be.
Yeah, but just don't make me wear a mask, and then that would be nice. Don't make me do that.
Put your face down.
The elite didn't make you wear it. The elite didn't make you wear it. It was your fellow citizens who made you wear it.
Right.
They're the guilty. The elite aren't guilty of anything. It's your fellow citizen that's guilty.
It's true.
What was so frustrating about it? We never thought that our fellow citizens, like, we didn't think they were that bad. I mean, we thought they were kind of sheep, but we didn't realize the level of
sheep wouldn't have worn
sheepishness. Yeah, sheepishness. Yeah.
Hold on. Sheep wouldn't have worn a mask. Cattle would. Sheep are rebellious. They don't listen. They don't do what they're told. If you've ever raised sheep, I don't know where we got this term from, sheep. Sheep are the most rebellious farm animal there is.
I think it's sheep because they're asleep, right? Like, you count sheep when you're asleep. I think, but you're right. I like where you're going.
Yeah, but it was.
What you want to call these people? What you want to call these people?
Yeah.
What you want to call these people is cattle. That's what they are.
Played.
They're cattle. So here's the thing: is let's put yourself in the position of someone who's born into the reins of power. You didn't have ambition for power. You were just born into it, and you look down at this mass of writhing morons. And that's the public. That's the masses. What do you do? Suddenly you're just born into this environment where they slap it in your hand and say, well, now you're responsible for them.
Don't let them in the club.
10 generations ago, we were able to, we rose to this position, and now it's your turn. You have no idea how to operate this system, and it's filled with nothing but a bunch of morons. Keep the machine running. What do you do? What do you do?
You make them your slave.
Well, we would hope that some divine character would come along that would want to free the masses and enlighten them, you know?
Well, what if that divine character has programmed it into us to fulfill everything that needs to happen?
I'm thinking of my little brother video game analogy. You asked me what I would do. I would do exactly what I did to my little brother
when I was young trying to play video games, and he was just old enough to like want to play, but I could trick him into thinking that he was playing. So, games are single player. He would come up, he want to play the game. I'm like, shit, I'm deep in this solo player game right now. Here, why don't you sit in front of me? Here, I'll plug this controller in. Here, you play for a little bit. So he's clicking and clacking on the game controller, but I'm sitting behind him, really plugged in, actually playing.
That's right.
So that's what I would do.
Which so give them kind of like an illusion that they have control, kind of.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he thought he was playing, bro. He 100% thought he was clicking and clacking, driving, racing, or whatever the game was, Call of Duty. But I was the one really playing, fully in control.
Let me tell y'all a story. So there was this giant cruise ship, right? Completely automated. And all these people were born on this cruise ship for generation after generation, right? And everything was automated on this ship. Now, at some point, a group got together and said, let's build a fake bridge, fake command post. We'll create our own security team. And we'll just pretend we know where this thing's going, what it's doing.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
So it's just hands in the air.
Everything, every bit of power that exists is illusory. They can't change the direction of the river any more than you can. They're as much a fish in the river as you are.
I love that analogy, man.
You only have control over your personal fate. That's the only thing in your control. But you don't have control over the destiny of mankind, which is the river.
So you think they know they're bullshitting, or you think that they are actually think that they're controlling everything, or they know that they're trying to make everybody like they're...
They are exactly like you and me. They are exactly like us. But they operate with stakes that are much, much, much higher. And so they operate with a different mindset, but they are just like us. And I think you would find that if you suddenly had 30 million, that you were suddenly responsible for 30 million people, right? And trillions of dollars, you would become necessarily Machiavellian, and you would necessarily become pragmatic. Because what are you going to do? Let 30 million morons tell you how to run things?
Hell no.
Because let's be honest, the vast majority of people are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot run their lives. Now, I come from the position that personally, in my own life, how I live is I'm an anarchist. However, that's a personal choice, and I can self-govern. But 95% of people can't. 95% of people are immoral, stupid, thoughtless, and need to be told what to do, what to think, and they need to be told what's right and what's wrong.
They want to be told that too.
Yeah, they want to.
Listen to the people
be
here. They
very
want
odd.
Daddy, appeal to the experts. They want that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not going to change the world because the world is programmed to rise and to fall in its own time.
But then why is there certain people like you and I and the people here, like why are there certain people that question things so deeply? And then there's like a majority, like just a huge, like 80%, it feels like, that are just batshit fucking insane. I mean, honestly, like government told you to like chop your limbs off. Like honestly, people would do it. They would. I would not. I would.
Yeah, a lot of them would.
I would never.
But you know, if tomorrow the scientists in their white coats went out on television, told everyone the Earth was flat, but they had a good reason for saying it. They had a good reason for everything. Everyone would believe them. Everyone would believe them.
So, do you even think that those people are? Okay, this sounds like weird to ask, but are they even? Are they 100% even human?
Yes, they're 100% human. They're as human as you, and they have the same divine spark. The only difference is that some souls wake up, but waking up has nothing to do with information that you are given. That's an internal thing that eventually happens with every soul.
Yeah. So how can you know something that you don't know?
You can't.
You can't.
Yeah,
So that's where it starts for a lot of people, and it's also where everyone finishes, right? So if you know something that you know, then you just follow that path. And I mean that's where the Globers are. It's like, I know the Earth is a globe, and they start with Earth as a globe, and then they end with Earth as a globe. And when we come with this challenge, they're just like, well, I won't take anything else into consideration because I know the Earth is a globe.
And it's because they're not awake. See, the waking up comes first. Waking up is completely internal. No one has ever shown a fact or a piece of logic or some profound truth that ever wakes them up. Waking up is something that something in the soul changes. Right. There's some kind of reflection, there's some kind of introspection, and maybe it's a natural change, maybe it's a timed release. I have no idea, but something in the soul wakes up. Then all of a sudden, that person does one of two things. Either they connect all the dots from all the information they've ever had and are like, holy shit, everything's completely the opposite of the way I thought it. Or they suddenly become open to information they previously wouldn't have listened to.
You make a good point there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but none of us have ever woken anybody up. Ever. People are awake, and when they hear the information, they become aware of being awake.
But Mimas, what scares me is that they proved in 2021 that they can just shut this whole thing down if they choose. Like, if there comes a day where they decide we're done with it, we're just shutting these people down, and it's like, what's that movie, The Hunger Games? Us, elite people will still move around like normal, but the rest of the people, we're done with them. And I thought that was what was happening, but I mean, I guess now we're.
But I mean, let's say
right.
they shut everything down, like it's just material things, and your life doesn't exist in this meat bag.
Yeah, but I think
it doesn't put people back to sleep either.
Klaus
wakes more up.
And like you turn off all the power, like just shut down completely. Like everything we done.
What if what the elite are trying to do is trying to make all the souls that are awake aware? What if that's the goal? Have y'all ever thought that maybe the elite are awake and they're trying to wake people up?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever thought about that?
Totally.
I have thought about that, yeah.
I thought about
why
that.
do the elite tell us not to trust the things?
Can we analyze that a bit?
Yes.
Let's not skip over it. Like that's pretty full on. So, so are you saying that they slowly leak information to who's awake and who's not?
Yes.
And they troll. They troll. Look at the headlines, bro. Just read the articles. I started a channel in this server called News and Article Clippings. Let me link it. You guys can just go cruise around.
Oh, I didn't even know it was there.
Well, I kind of sneakily put it on there.
Yet another channel I am unaware of. There we go.
You can delete it. It's just
no, I ain't gonna delete it. No.
But yeah, no, look, basically what I'm saying is they troll as well. If you look at the headlines, there's marbles on the moon. Somebody's mystery rocket crashed into the moon. So, yeah, I think they do a little bit of trolling as well. For the people who
Uranus I remember one which was like, Uranus ejected a bunch of gas and NASA figured out it smells like farts.
Yeah, like
yeah, sure.
See, they're not
definitely those ones, but there's also the controlling of the information. So we've spoken about this a lot over the last week. I've been involved in a few conversations about it. And when they have the controlled release, it's because they want to control the revolution.
Right.
Yeah, they want to see what people are going to do with the information, but they're the ones that are controlling the information, right? So
right.
They just want to control the rebellion.
So what Machiavelli told the prince to do, he said, look, here's what you do. You find a ruler, all right? You put that ruler in this new country that you've conquered. You take that horrible ruler and you put him in charge of those people for 4 years. And then what you do is you go in and you remove him, execute him, and undo his mess, and they will worship you. They will love you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's they have weapons of mass distraction in the meantime,
Yeah, you're right.
never be
our job is not to change the system, it's to be aware of the system. That's where real freedom is. Because you'll never be free. I mean, as long as you're physical and you exist in the material world, you're never going to be totally free, are you?
Yeah, you're right. Freedom is not in the physical. You're bound by limitations here. Massive limitations.
Especially under governments.
Absolutely, government, yeah. So are you saying the government is good or bad or just in the middle?
It's just, a government is just a thing that exists. It's like fire. It can be used for good or ill.
Yeah.
Right? So governments are conceptual. They only exist.
You can be an arsonist. And some people celebrate your arsonism, those are psychopaths. But you can use the fire of government and utilize it in a way that can benefit you and the population. I mean,
I would use the analogy. It's like a gun. A gun can be used for good purposes or for bad purposes.
Right. But the gun itself is just a thing that sits there until it's utilized.
It's a tool.
No, guys, guns kill people.
My gun got up. My gun got up, Your Honor, and it shot those people.
It wasn't me, Your Honor.
It wasn't me.
My knife.
The gun did it.
My knife just happened to stab into somebody's. It's just like it's my knife. I mean, even though my fingerprints were on it, it just happened to be like stabbed into somebody's heart.
All I'm saying, Lo-Fi, is I try not to judge the elites because they're operating from a perspective I don't have.
But they also could easily let people be free because the world is definitely self-sufficient.
Could they?
There's nothing easy about this.
Hold on, Helio. What would happen if you just gave, I don't know, 80% of Americans freedom? Total freedom.
Fuck it up.
Well, that's
chaos, stupidity. They wouldn't know what to do.
Well, I guess the better question is, what's the end goal then?
Their end goal, they don't have. That's the big conspiracy, is that there is no plan. There is no plan.
There's no plan.
There's
just to stay in power.
To stay in power, yes, that's it.
Can I put you on situation? 1932. And now the same question, what will happen, What they will do, And only 1932, let's say that it's 7 years later, it will start the Second World War, And maybe you will be the person, imagine one person who was, I don't know, in normal life, in USA, and thinking, man, no, there will not be a war, that's not, what they will do, whoever, And then you have a war, and then not small war, you have war everywhere.
Yeah. Well,
that is what's happening. That is what's happening, And then you have life after the war,
It's just like, okay, it's a weird analogy, but it's like
you cannot control that.
Like ants work together, right? So ants work together very well, and they're very insignificant compared to humans in the intellectual aspect, I guess you could argue. But the point is why can't humans just build together and just not fuck shit up?
Because it's not in our. Yeah,
there you go. It's not in our nature.
It's not in our nature.
My stick is bigger than your stick.
We are tribal. We are petty. We are full of malice. Now we're full of a lot of good things too, but we are both. We have a dual aspect of an angel and a devil, and every single one of us is capable of as much good and as much evil as is possible on this earth. And so, like in ants, they don't have that concept. They operate on a hive instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why 1,000 ants will crawl up your leg, but they'll bite you simultaneously.
Well, I mean, they do cooperate in that sense, right? Like if humans cooperate,
it's not really cooperation. The ants do not have their own mind. They literally operate from a signal that tells them what to do.
Yep.
I mean that is like when people were talking about like insects don't really have a consciousness. Yeah,
Like if you've ever been part of like a military operation or a military building project, where you're talking about the most confusing, disorganized, rambunctious, dumb projects you can imagine that make no sense.
That's amazing. I love that. That's great to hear.
And this is military I'm talking about. Then you go to a private corporation where everybody has something to gain through greed, and all of a sudden it goes smooth. Right? So you have this. So for humans, like greed is a benefit. It is actually a benefit to how we function. Like we are built, like we are this way. We are not these great good things. We can do beautiful things, but it's our dual nature that makes us human.
Did you watch Full Metal?
Full Metal Jacket?
No, Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist? I have watched Full Metal Alchemist. I do like that.
Well, think of the character, the one homunculus, the one of the sins that went the farthest or did the best. Greed. Just hearing you say that, it's not that bad. He's the one character that actually kind of helped out and did good things.
Right.
It's a sin for a reason, though. When you were saying by nature, I don't think it's the nature to kill each other.
Wait a minute! Literally, look at nature. Nature kills itself. Like nature is killing other things. I mean,
that's the thing. Well, actually, that is a good. Well, I suppose
dog eat dog, baby.
Dog dog.
Wait, nature as in like Mother Nature, like nature as in like animals.
I'm talking about nature. Whether you're operating from a pantheist or deist or theist position, the nature of man is violent.
Okay, if someone comes to kill your family, are you going to kill them?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
He said, well, yeah.
So you're built to kill.
Or if you have a community, if someone attacks your tribe, are you going to defend and kill the people that are attacking you?
Yes.
Of course you are.
Right. So like it's like you can commit the sin if it's preventing a sin. So
right. So killing can be both a moral and immoral act.
What about if you, sorry,
go ahead, Chris.
Name, I didn't mean, but it was, what if you steal a loaf of bread, but your child is hungry? Now, the theft of the loaf of bread is kind of, you shouldn't do that, but you have a moral implication to feed your hungry child. There's
I guess
always
it was a good moral thing, but it still is wrong, if that makes sense.
But where does that moral instinct of wrong come from?
Have you ever heard of a scenario where they use children to spy on other things? And it's just like,
you don't get an answer, Jedi.
It's just
not allowed.
Well, the answer is not.
I want to hear this answer.
It's never pure. Really, anyway, so it's just like,
what about this? What about this?
Utilize little kids as spies sometimes.
What about somebody doing something evil because they believe it's good?
Right. For the ultimate good from their perspective.
Right. I'm really interested in this loaf of bread answer. Because I can't in my own head give a yes or a no. Is it okay?
Yes.
To steal for someone, I mean, yeah. Ultimately, I can't deny that I wouldn't do it if it was like that.
I'd do it.
Do you know what's funny?
Is it morally okay? Yes.
Do you know what's funny, Timbo? I want to tell you something about the law in the United States. If you steal for someone that is hungry, like a child, that is covered under laws we have for foraging.
Really?
Yes. Because even we went over this. We went over this like dilemma. Like, let's say there's a natural disaster, right? And you're hungry. It's no longer stealing. Now it's foraging.
So
and we have laws that protect us.
But can I say only one moral thing is that you don't need to steal. Somehow you need to ask, I'm hungry. Can I get bread, please? And of course, now it depends of of the guy who will say, "Go to work, fuck yourself," or of course,
Right.
give you a back.
Right,
Well,
right.
sure, but like in a war scenario, I mean, some people will send children out to detract, or distract, from like in certain areas, and they're like, "Oh, let's send some kids out there to."
Let me read what Karma says. She says it's human nature to work together and help each other when a disaster or tragedy strikes. See, that's true too. Because if you go look at the tsunami in Japan, people silent, working together, and there was no looting.
But then you've got
nothing.
the horrible ones where people loot.
Right.
Like
I said, it's the duality of man.
Yeah.
Well, the whole like stealing bread for children. The whole topic of children is like a child is the closest thing to innocence and purity that we have, and so see that like we were born in a society where there's no imposing of will. There's no imposing of.
Did you spend a lot of time on the playground by any chance? Kids are rotten little shits. Kids are rotten little shits.
I never really had people. I would say that. I would say it's not the children; it's the parents. It's not.
I mean, you're partially right too.
That's not true.
Kids are blunt. Kids are blunt. They don't care how other children feel. They're going to operate the way they want to operate, and they don't care about anything else.
And that's where we learned all our most important lessons.
Especially if they understand that their parents have power, they'll just or maybe it's in their nature. I don't even know.
Well, see,
some kids are bullies. It's just like
what happens?
Bullies or something.
What happens is when you put a bunch of kids together, what they all learn through all their iniquity, and they're hurting each other, and they're chasing each other, and they're picking on each other, is they all collectively learn boundaries.
Yeah.
And that's where that learning process of sociality comes from.
Right, and sometimes they survive, and sometimes they don't.
Do you think there's a natural hierarchy fight within, say, these children in the playground?
Sure, it depends on who their parents are.
There usually is a hierarchy on children. Yeah.
Wait.
Sorry, very quickly, I just want to address Helio because he keeps saying it depends who the parents are. I've got 2 kids, and mate, I didn't want them playing with any violent implements when they were younger. Chasing each other around the house with guns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you couldn't stop them, even if they weren't watching the TV with things like that on it. You couldn't stop the natural kind of tomfoolery and mucking around and pushing and punching. You can't stop that. It's natural within.
I remember I was trying to teach my kid how to catch a football, and maybe it was accidental or on purpose. I threw him a football and it hit him in the face. It's like, see, you gotta learn how to catch that motherfucker. And he cried, and I was just like, no. Hey, but next time, he put his hands up and caught this some bitch.
Good job, Helio.
How was that making your point? Something to what Jedi said as well. Like, my parents are the most gentle and loving people that I've ever met in my life, and me and my brother still fought every week, every day in the schoolyard. So. It was
that was influenced from something else.
Well, that was we moved around schools, so we had to actually stick up for ourselves and learn to stick up for ourselves so that we wouldn't get picked on. So that was
a simple example.
That was all part of it.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
So it doesn't in necessity doesn't come from the parents. It comes from a necessity.
Because a lot of times,
from a necessity to survive.
Yeah, when you're in school and you're away from your parents, you kind of develop your own culture. When you're in, getting to know other people, and your parents don't know what the relationship you have with other people. When you're
think about that hierarchy question. Sorry,
think about school. You had the preps, you had the jocks, you had the punks, you had the artist, you had the band. You had all these different groups, and that is not being enforced. People are like, that's the state trying to create. No, that is natural. That is natural.
That's culture. Yeah. It's culture.
It is cultural.
No, it depended on the parents.
No, it's not dependent on the parents. They sent you there, and they don't have to fuck with you for at least 8 to 12 hours a day. They don't have to fuck with you at all. You have to develop that relationship. That's all on you.
I would say parents
telling you.
Parents, like the kid that becomes a bully, a lot of times that's the parents. A lot of times there's trouble at home. The problem children in school who cause a lot of ruckus, that's definitely the parents.
It can be dependent on how much they think about what parents might think about them.
Children are family ambassadors, and what they do is they carry their own family's culture with them into schools, right? And onto playgrounds and wherever it is they're associating with other children. And as little ambassadors of their family, they all clash and they all learn boundaries, and they learn that way what's viable from their family culture and what isn't.
Yeah, I believe that's true as well. Yeah, I came from a culture of Social Security income. That was me growing up.
But that's the thing. The culture, it's not natural. The culture is what. If anything that influences you is not natural. It's like going to the grocery store. Like they put the candy on the bottom. They know the kid's parent. I mean, the kid's parent.
I would contend to you, everything is natural.
Ooh, good argument. No, I mean, like, well, then I'll say this. Anything that's influential is not natural.
Well, see, that's the thing.
That's not true.
If we're programmed, let's say that in his infinite wisdom, the Creator programmed us to destroy ourselves every once in a while, then it is absolutely natural.
Perhaps that might be true. Yeah, I guess that's. I guess the more you dive into it, the more it just loops around. It just loops back.
How many dead civilizations do we dig up, walk on in the desert, and find in the jungle?
Who knows?
All of them?
All of them. Yeah, all of them. Because that's what we do. Every once in a while, we just wipe ourselves out. And it's not the elite wiping us out. The elite get wiped out along with us.
So we all get fucked.
Well,
no, we all benefit from the cultural experience. Come on, man! Haven't you figured this out yet?
At the end of this epoch, at the end of this epoch that we're going through, those of us that go through it will carry the cultural experience and final cultural revelation through into the next epoch.
I said that. I mean that in a kind of a weird positive way. Like everyone, like there's a saying like at the end of the chess game, all the pieces go back in the same.
You ultimately lose if.
But what if the elite are the ones that are killing the civilizations?
But the elite aren't the ones killing civilization. They're in the same boat. They have no power over that. The elite are just like us. They are not cut from different cloth. Like
really, built to each other.
My ex-wife and my children are all related to royalty. They're all direct descendants of royalty. So, like, you know, I just can't believe that they're a different kind of human.
Oh, okay. So we know your type now. You like reptilians, huh?
Yes, I love the reptilians. I told you, I gravitate to dangerous women.
Ones with teeth and tongues.
Yes. So all I'm saying is that the elite don't have the power. If you believe that the elite have the power over life and death, essentially what you've done is you've placed them into that place where God goes. You filled in the blank, and now that's your deity. Because if you infer that much power to either a system or a group of people or just say the elite, what you've done essentially is you've said that's the God of this system.
I have some thoughts on that because that reminds me of how I felt about the Mandela. It's like you're giving way too much credit to something. Oh, this thing's shifting reality. It's like, I don't know. that's my message, is that it's just giving too much credit to something that may not deserve it. These elites, maybe they don't deserve all the credit.
I can agree. Yeah. I mean,
you're putting them in a boat of they know how to do everything without making mistakes. So I think it's crazy.
Right, and we all make mistakes. So, well, are the elites loyal to each other? That's what I asked earlier. It's like, are they loyal?
They're as loyal as we are to each other. But like I said, their stakes are higher. So, like, let's say, you ever seen that movie, The Untouchables, where all the gangsters are all sitting around this big round table? Like all the crime lords are sitting around this one table, and he's walking around the table talking about, sometimes there's this one guy, and he's going up there to swing, and it's his time to be at bat. But when you're in the field, you're part of a team, and then he beats the guy to death with the bat.
Wow.
Right? So every once in a while, someone at the table gets whacked.
But Mimas, what do you think of the Ring of Power scenario in Lord of the Rings? Could there come a time when technology reaches a level where a guy like a Klaus Schwab can have his finger on a button and everybody's on a grid, and he can sort of, and whoever's got that finger on that button can control the whole
and
grid,
I'll tell you why.
Digital.
If you dig into what they call the Great Reset, they are talking about the most amount of freedom that you will ever experience in your entire life, where there are no governments, no taxes, no property.
Yeah.
Wow. Think about it from the perspective of the elites saying, look, we got to get rid of the entire debt system and monetary system. Because if you get rid of debt and money, what have you essentially gotten rid of? You've gotten rid of property, and you've gotten rid of governments, haven't you?
No, because that's exactly what they want to do. They want to.
How are you going to pay? How are you going to pay the enforcers?
With the CBD currency, they're going to.
How are you going to? No. Right. You get rid of debt. You get rid of currency. How do you pay the enforcers? If you're paying the enforcers in a make-believe currency, you're not paying the enforcers, are you? You don't have enforcers. And the enforcers are likely in the same boat as everybody else, completely destitute and broken and have nowhere to go.
I never thought about that, because that's like Rick and Morty.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, in Rick and Morty, when the currency went to zero, they all killed each other, like instantly. Like, who's paying me to protect you?
Right. Right. If you take away, like people worry, like, oh man, they could just turn everything into Bitcoin. Oh wow, I'm really scared about that.
Wait a second. Wait, hold on. I'll rebuttal with this though. Like, then the true value would be the value itself. Like, I'll trade my coconuts for your fish.
Yeah.
So maybe it would go back to genuine value, not monetary value.
And that is what, when you read into the reset, that is what it is. And there was this big conspiracy that's been going around since I think the 1960s. I forget what the bill is, but it's essentially a bill that gets rid of all debt and all income taxes, and and just is basically like this huge reset. It's a bill that only partially passed in the U.S., but they've kept it on the books so that it can be voted on one day. Right? If you read it, and then you go look at the Great Reset, you're like, wow, these are really similar.
Right. I really hope, honestly, that's what it is, because that would be refreshing, like a blank canvas. But like, what if it is just another trip to more control? Because that CBDC shit just gives me eerie vibes, dude.
No, that's the thing, is there's no reason to be afraid, because it's just a ride anyway. You're only here to experience this, and this is the part you need to experience.
No, hear me out though, because they can track everything you do. There's a limit to how much you can spend. They can shut off your spending. They can turn on your spending. Like, it's more control over this people. It's complete control over the people.
So
it's common.
I don't believe any of that, for one, because I'll tell you this: the most intelligence in the United States got him this, knocking on the wrong door.
Well, no, think about what happened in Canada when all the truckers are like, yo, stop these mandates, and then they turned off truckers' bank accounts, dude. They couldn't do shit.
But Are they doing that? Are they doing that for that reason, or are they doing that for another reason? Maybe they're doing that to force everybody's hand to wake up.
Well, then why? And I would argue, why the hell wouldn't they just say that?
Because you can't tell somebody something; you have to force them. You can lead a horse to water, right?
Right.
You can't make him drink.
So you're saying you're saying it's ironically a good thing?
Yes, all of this is not even ironically. This is a good thing. All of these things that happen, what it's waking people up, isn't it? Or people who were on the cusp of being awake, it's making them aware and they're waking up, right?
So Justin Trudeau purposely did talk about flat Earth because he wants people to look into it.
Why would he mention it?
That's what I'm saying. Why did he? Because everyone.
Why did Barack Obama why does anybody mention it?
That's not right. Like if it okay, because no, I had two theories. Either it's controlled opposition or it's the conspiracy of the conspiracy.
There is
like they want.
Yeah. What if I told you there is no controlled opposition? And it's just everybody working towards the same ends, some knowingly and some unknowingly.
That's pretty deep. Yeah.
How would you conclude that?
Because nobody has control over the system itself. The system is moving, and nobody in the system has control. Like, let's say you're just here's the thing. None of us are the protagonist in this video game. We are all NPCs, all of us.
No way. I refuse to believe.
Every single one of us. Because look, like I'll give you an example. Like Jesus, that would have been the protagonist who came into the game, right?
Fair enough.
We're in the game. We were born in the game, created of the game, right?
Hence the simulation. Okay, I hear you.
Well, I'm just using this as an analogy. I'm not saying it's a simulation. Just this is the analogy, right?
In a sense.
So, in this sense, we are all the NPCs. None of us have control over the program. None of us have control over the game itself.
So Miggy was talking about this the other morning and saying there is no free will, yeah? Realistically, there's no free will, that everything is determined down to every little bit. Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
I would say, Miggy and I definitely agree that there is a destiny that cannot be changed. I would say that we are like fish in the river where we can control our own fates, our personal fates, and make our own decisions, but we cannot change the destiny.
All those decisions lead towards the same end. Yeah?
They're all going to the same place.
I'm a bit on that spectrum. I've kind of likened it to the analogy of you being in the passenger seat in a vehicle. You have control over, say, the music.
Or you can be screaming.
How much you can recline.
That's a good analogy.
And so on, but you are not driving.
That.
Yeah.
So is it biblical, Aurelius? Because what about the Bible?
Any question like that, you're going to have to answer for yourself.
Well, it sure seems so. The Revelations is predicted over 100 prophecies and counting.
Well, especially that's the thing. You're going to have to determine that for yourself. I won't push anyone towards anything.
Well, it's not even me determining that. It's just true. It is happening. With all of the sinful behavior, all the chaos within society.
I know this. Every single culture talks about a beginning and an end.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one. Outside of religions, I'm going right to like mythologies and everything. There's a beginning and an end.
And we're going to experience it together.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the end is just you dying and realizing, oh, wow, nothing actually really mattered that was going on. It was myself. It was something in me that I had to discover through all this mess. And everything outside actually had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
all these mandates, all these left and right, all these things that were going on, all this crazy stuff that was going on, that's not what mattered. It's how I became me.
Confucius once said, "A wise man is hard on himself, and a fool is hard on others."
Ooh, that's
good. It's true. I've heard that.
Yeah,
that sounds like something right out of Stoicism too.
But don't be too hard on yourself, because then you'll always be miserable.
Right. Yeah, take that quote with not a grain of salt, but maybe a grain of sugar. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Wow, I never thought about it this way because I had a weird feeling that like perhaps everything is happening accordingly, whether it's biblically, spiritually, ethically, logically. It does have this strange sense of fate and destiny. Like we can do our best to set our alarms, but we're going to be pulled regardless. Like I just can't help surrendering.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you found out in a week it was the end of everything, right?
Yeah.
What would anything you have ever done even matter? Like let's say you got a bill passed.
Right.
Well, everything's ending.
Well, it could be a loop, right? Could it be a circle of?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not necessarily about getting the bill passed. It's about you introspecting, waking up, and becoming the best version of you possible.
Mm-hmm. But it can't be nothing. Right? Is it for nothing? Is what you're saying, or is
it's not for nothing? It's not for nothing because you would never spiritually mature if you didn't go through all that. None of us would.
That's correct. Right. That's exactly right. But then the spirit,
that's the purpose of it.
But the spirit is internal.
Well,
infinite.
It's something. It's something. I would say the body is like the router, and the spirit is the Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Wi-Fi signal never really dies.
No,
and that's what makes it, or does it?
No, it doesn't. There's no death.
That's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. So it's infinite. It's kind of like if you died, the goggles come off and they ask you, how was it? And then you live again and then you die, the goggles come off. They ask
you're asking questions I can't answer yet. But I'll let you know because time doesn't exist outside of this realm.
Right. Wowzers. Now, this is the type of conversations I've been longing for.
Well, all I try and do is I try and dispel people's fear about the elite. And even because a lot of times even their idea of the motives of the elite is derived from a fear mechanism rather than let me remove myself from the situation and let me try and get a different perspective. If I were an elite and I was trying to wake up as many people as possible for some event, how would I do it? Would I go on TV and make an announcement? No, they just won't believe me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just tell people something, they didn't really arrive at it on their own, did they?
No.
If I wanted to wake everybody up, I would make things so difficult and ridiculous and say the most insane, ridiculous things. I would be the villain they needed.
Wowzers.
To wake up.
But then again, are you really a villain?
Well,
that's so funny.
It's the hero you need, right? It's the Batman thing. Right.
The Dark Knight.
I just watched an episode of a show last night where
where are the drugs?
The character, his name was Gentle Villain or something like that. Gentle something. His idea was instead of being like a traditional villain, he just wanted to do things gently, just to have a message. That's actually really funny that you brought that up.
Yeah, the bad can be used for good in the end.
I bet.
Yeah,
were you guys hearing me, but then I wasn't hearing you?
Something that was initially bad can turn out to be a good thing. Just like there's stories that in the scripture that think it's the same thing.
Yeah, somebody DM'd me something fucking crazy, but I just want to share with you guys. Somebody was like, you're always referencing scripture and all this. I'm like, yeah. They're like, well, what if the Bible is written by the damn government? I'm like,
what?
I don't know.
Hold on, a loft line. Why would you say that? The Bible was
no somebody.
Hold on.
Elio, he didn't say that. Someone who DM'd him.
No, actually, I would kind of agree with you, but anyway, I was going to make a big dot.
He didn't say it though. Someone DM'd him and said that.
All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's not necessarily Yeah, I hear you, Timbo. Yeah, I noticed I wasn't being heard, or maybe I was being heard, but I couldn't hear you. So it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, this idea of like, well, the Bible was written by the government. Of course it was.
What?
Yes, not this government, not this government, not this government. The government that God portended. You know what I mean?
You're reaching.
Portended a word?
Yeah, sort of. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Helio. You're talking about a divine government.
Yes.
Okay.
That's different.
All right. Well, then, I mean, most people won't. But thank you, Meme.
Well, by the way, there is a myth. There is a myth I do want to dispel: is that Constantine did not put the Bible together. That never happened.
That's what I was going to say. Like the book of Barnabas he decided to leave out, but then he decided which books would stay in. That happened. That happened during Constantine's time.
Well, that's a recent theory, but all through history, we always understood that what happened was these particular books is what everyone just accepted, and then the church came along and said, "Okay, we'll officiate that those are the books," because it had culturally been put together by peoples of Western Europe mostly, and that was what they were accepting as already canon, and all the church did was officiate that.
Yeah, I'm going to send a link about portended. I'm going to send a link to the definition of portended. So go ahead,
I do have I have one thing that I would like to share with everybody that I feel really good about. I got everything done before nightfall. I may have like went a minute or two over, but I'm trying to like keep the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
Hey, nobody be scared to say anything. I mean, if anybody should be scared of, speak your fucking mind. I mean, that's what we're here for.
If you want to keep the Sabbath, knock yourself out. Like that's awesome.
I'm just taking it all in. There's a lot.
How many of you thought that we were finished 2021? Like how many of, because if you listen, like I was listening to Jeff Berwick a lot during that time, the Dollar Vigilante, and now he's going to try to back away from it, of course, but definitely everything that was coming on his podcast, and a lot of people were following him, was that was it. They were never going to let us out of a lockdown. They were never. It was only going to go forward. The plans were only going to go forward from that point, and that was the end. So how many do you know what I told?
Do you know what I told my? I'll tell you what I told my friend group. I said this is going to last from 18 to 24 months. Guess how long it lasted?
About 18 to 24.
What gave you that inclination? Because I was kind of with you on that, Trace. Trace, I'm with you. I was like, dude, this is it.
And you know why? Do you know why? It's because I knew that was the time, because part of this was not done because of any other reason other than the entire world economy collapsed. And that was the cover for it. And if you read any of the papers going back 20, 30 years, you'll find that they say there's an 18-month buffer when they can restock all the shelves everywhere. And that's how long they would have to, quote unquote, control a narrative in order to keep panic from breaking out.
I tell you what, if you lived here, you would have thought, hey, it's all over. It's done. End of it. If you're in Australia.
And I'll tell you what,
I heard.
just disappeared. It just disappeared, didn't it?
It's gone. No one needs
to disappeared.
Everyone's forgotten that we were locked up, and everyone's gone back to work. Everyone's gone back to their daily lives, and no one even mentions it anymore.
I tried to tell so many people, look, it's going to end. It's 18 to 24 months. It's going to end. 24 months, clockwork.
Well, you could also argue that it was kind of honest. It was kind of like obvious that it was kind of bullshit from the beginning.
Yeah, but it didn't have anything to do with that. It was all about the world economic collapse that happened.
Every flat earther believed it was bullshit. That's one of the coolest things about flat earthers, is that no flat earther bought into the bullshit, which is really amazing because I'm also a libertarian, and you had libertarians buying into the bullshit, but you didn't have any flat earthers buying into the bullshit. So I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Every single conservative. I live in a very red area and everybody owns a gun. I live in Georgia. All right. Nobody believed it here. Nobody in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Texas. Nobody believed it.
Right.
There's not a single person.
Let me ask you something. Is mask like something we shouldn't say?
Yeah, just don't say the actual word of anything.
No, I mean, but mask.
Just say like,
can we say mask? It's just like I noticed. The masked
say diaper. Just say diaper.
Diaper was happening like a couple of years before. I was like, I knew that shit when it started happening in China. The diaper was going to happen here, and then it was going to be a shit show.
They've been
like 2 years before. I was like, dude, it was just like diaper face.
But the Asian countries have always worn masks. When they're not feeling well, they put on a mask.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. They show all these pictures in China now, and it's like, well, that looks like the China I knew 20 years ago when they were all still wearing them.
Because they were even
what's
before.
What's it going to do, though? I mean, what is it?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
it's an affectation.
They do it out of respect for everyone else. So they say, okay, I don't want to pass on. I'm not feeling the best, so I don't want to pass it on. I know it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. But, 10 years before that, we have a high population of Asians here, Chinese, Japanese, Indonesians.
Really?
They all wear masks, diapers before. They go into the city, they go public transport, they all wore them.
Yeah. And see, what's funny is you look at Bill Maher said something I said, 2 years ago, that it's a talisman. It's a talisman.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's like a mystic fetish, a thing you wear for protection from the spirits, right? It's a talisman. Right. It's not doing anything. You just feel safe with it, right? And
like a blankie.
Yeah, and I'll tell you
this. It's like a blanket, like the
security blanket.
You just wear it as a security blanket, and you just put your thumb in your mouth and wear your fucking blanket.
We got it.
All right, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and move on from the subject, though.
We can
stay in the realm. No. We can stay in the realm. We can stay in the realm of like fear and like and like motivations and stuff if y'all want, though.
There you go. Platter, put the exclamation point on the end of the point, right there in the live stream voice tape.
Right.
Well, I just wish I had someone to talk to like Aurelius at the during that, because I feel like it. I could have been making certain moves in my life and moving forward, but because I didn't have much hope for the world at that time, I was just moving day to day, So
yeah, never believe that the world is going to continue. Have as long as you believe.
Like I said, all of this is the predication of something great.
Yeah. Even if it looks bad, it actually makes it. It makes it
always darkest before the dawn.
I was going to say, Trace, don't beat yourself up, because I actually resonate with a lot of what you're saying right now. But, dude, we were all in the dark. You know what I mean? We were all figuring this out, especially at the very beginning. So,
well, it's gaslighting, dude. Like, people would make you feel shameful, and like I said no to jobs. There's sign on. It's just like I was actually literally homeless. I chose to be homeless because I genuinely had a very weird feeling. Like submissive to it. I was like, there's something genuinely wrong with this.
I know.
Like it, like my senses knew right off the bat, and you all knew it too. Like there wasn't even a shred like, is this honest? Like we knew right away.
I didn't change my life. I didn't change my life at all. I never.
Me neither.
Well, I kind of.
I kept. It was a little bit slower for work, but what I did was organised myself into smaller jobs and worked by myself in someone's house doing a renovation, and went out every day without a diaper, walked around the shops without one, and just went about my daily life. Told everyone to get fucked.
Yeah,
and just kept on walking around smiling.
Timbo, after you're done, we're gonna check on somebody in here. We're gonna try a seance with the thinker.
Try a seance with the. Let's do a flat Earth seance right now. Right?
So, the thinker, you're verified. You got control of your mic if you want to open it up. Got any questions?
Are you there, the thinker? We're trying to communicate with you, my friend.
Give us a sign.
It's a new person?
Yes.
Okay. Please move it to the letters that you would wish to speak to us.
Are we speaking to the thinker?
Hold on, I got fucking. Who are you guys talking to? I'm a thinker in here.
Very bottom of the panel. Very bottom of the panel.
I see it. Might be. All right.
Under one of my favourite people, Witchy Van Dyke. What a great name.
It's someone. He's just changed his name. It was.
Is that the traditionalist?
Yeah, traditionalist. Yeah.
How dare you?
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
It really is, and I just want to add on real quick. There is something that you were saying that makes sense about the whole like forcing us into adversity, because the whole rejecting jobs that mandated it did force me to create my own work.
There you go.
So like I don't think I ever would have been forced into it if I didn't really think deeply about. Yeah, you're right. I mean, wow, I can't really argue that. I mean, there's both. Yeah.
Me too, man. I downsized the business and have less overheads with less work, and it's perfect. Less stress.
We didn't lose friends. We just found out who they were. It's just like people tell me to go fuck myself, and I'm terrible, and these are people I've known for a very long time, and so it just kind of cleaned up our lives, kind of sharpened our blade, if you will. And so, yeah, I've never thought of it that way. I mean, that's a whole nother book. That's insane. I mean,
without adversity, what are you?
That's true. You can't be a diamond without getting fucked up.
I had a clean out as well. Like I ended up selling a lot of shit that I just kept having around and that I'd never used, and I just got rid of everything.
Minimalism
is really, really good.
It's true. I like to say clutter, like clutter to clarity.
Go ahead, Trace.
Yeah, I lost though. I lost best friends. I lost family. There was one time even where I'm divorced from my son's mom, and he was staying with me, and they wanted me to take him to go get tested because his family was getting tested or something like that, And I didn't do it. I said no. I mean, as long as he's under my roof, I'm not.
They wouldn't let you hang out with your family unless you're like got the shit shoved up your nose.
They to me that he had to go that I had to take him to go get tested and something, because it was supposedly going around in the family or something like that. Anyway, I refused. I said if he's under your roof, that's fine. You can take him to do whatever, but if he's under my roof, I'm not.
So
I just want to throw this out there.
There's many similar examples where I lost friends and lost family. That's just one example.
I just want to throw this out there. There's absolutely nothing wrong with lying in a situation like that.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
A religious exemption, right? It's just like,
well, not just that.
I have a religious exemption.
Like if I were in that situation, I'd just lie. Oh yeah, I got him tested. He's fine.
Yeah. I fucking totally agree with you on that one, meme. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
There's nothing immoral about lying if you're trying to protect yourself or someone you love.
Yeah. No, I agree completely. No, can we make that a statement? It's like
it is a statement. Okay, so let's say you're a Bible guy, right? Abraham lied, David lied, God sent a deceiving spirit to Saul.
Yep.
There's lies in the Bible that are morally justified.
Yeah, because God told you don't do it. If it
Rahab lied,
family, you're freaking you're progeny.
The reason I didn't do that though was because I wanted to make a point. The reason I didn't do that was because I wanted to make a point. I wanted to point out to them that that this is where I stand
you
on
already
this.
knew that it was bullshit.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of times we make points, and it's not because we're trying to. It's ego driven, and I don't mean ego as in like someone's an egomaniac. I mean, it's our minds, it's our souls. Like we want that for our own satisfaction. I'm going to make a point to this asshole, right?
For what you believe.
It's like getting cut off in traffic and then speeding up to catch up with the guy to give him the bird, right? But then what happens? Helio, you're hot micing. But then what happens when you speed up to get next to him? You accidentally rear end the other car. So it's not always worth it to fight every battle.
That's true.
That's very true. Like, choose your battles wisely, you know.
See, I was thinking about it, and I follow all of the commandments except for keeping the Sabbath, and I thought that's not hard to do, so I want to start doing it.
Yeah, exactly. The 10 Commandments are just really not that hard to follow. I mean, everyone kind of agrees, like, don't lie, steal, cheat. Well, the lying part, like you said, I do agree. Sometimes you have to make your own justice. You do. You have to create this because we live in an injustice society. It's very unjustified.
I like that phrase you said, create your own justice. That's
right.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah. Like Aurelius kind of inspired that though, because it's like it's not immoral to lie if it's to protect someone you love. And I wholeheartely agree with that. How beautiful and even
that's trying to get in there, Flatsy?
No. No, I didn't. Thank you though.
Oh, I thought you were trying to jump in.
Actually, I do want to point out though that lying is not in the 10 Commandments.
That's very true. And I know the points that you're telling. Like, Abraham had to lie and say that he was Sarai's brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they lied about who he was with too.
Sorry, what's the commandment about thou shalt not bear false witness?
Bear false witness. It says that you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. So, like, let's say you want to commit like some sort of fraud, or you're trying to get some kind of selfish gain, and so you falsely testify that you saw your neighbor doing something, or you falsely testify because you're trying to get something out of it. That this is literally not the same as just lying.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
It is a lie. It's not technically wrong.
Well, think about this. Like, what if his neighbor had a fat wife and he was like, "Nah, your wife looks great." That's a lie.
Oh my God.
I mean, we shield people from the truth all the time, not because we're bad, but because we're trying to be good.
It's just like, so technically, if he said she did look good, then he just broke that commandment, right?
Right. If he said, "No, your wife looks great,"
then you got to go to the other commandment: "Thou shalt not sleep with thy neighbor's wife."
Wait. So it's more so you're lying on the behalf of somebody else, not yourself.
Right. Like, let's say you went to court or you accused your brother of something falsely, right? Like my neighbor stole my cows. When you know your neighbor didn't steal your cows, that's false witness. Like, I saw my neighbor worshiping Baal. Like, let's say you want your neighbor's land, and so you say, "I saw my neighbor and he was sacrificing kids."
Right. So this can also relate to lying to gain. Then
yes.
So that can cover all of it. Lying to make a gain.
Yeah, critical inception. Just filming at the post office. Yeah.
If you're lying about yourself, then is that breaking the commandment?
Look, that's a conscience matter.
So then essentially it is not immoral.
What I'm saying is first of all, these commandments you're not under any of these commandments. Christ did away with the commandments. Okay. Literally in Hebrews, he said he abolished them. Right? So everything from that point on was your conscience. Do you have a good conscience? Because your conscience is what excuses or accuses you.
So what you're saying is, no,
Yeah.
So
what you're saying?
So your conscience is heaven or hell?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
If you feel it's not right,
hold on a minute. Now,
it's probably
Jesus, listen, I heard you say that Jesus said in the book of Hebrews that the laws were disavowed and then
abolished. The word was abolished.
Disavowed or abolished because of the sacrifice on the cross. Now, the book of Hebrews, whoever wrote it, are you familiar with the controversy there?
There's no controversy to me. There's only controversy to
me and you probably agree that Paul wrote that book.
Yes, Paul wrote Hebrews.
All right, cool. Now, when people, now I'm going back to
I love all of Paul's letters. Those are
right. All right. So, yeah, I mean, in conjunction with everything that went on with Paul's letters in the New Testament. Now, it was never, whatever the established. So Paul said, I don't think it was he said that, necessarily.
The word used was actually abolished, and what he did is he compared it to the slave woman and the free woman. How the free woman is not a slave, but the slave woman wishes to enslave the free woman.
And
that's what he said when he was talking about the law.
And that was Paul.
Now the law, right? And when he said under the law that was used was the royal law. Now the only law that is the royal law is the law that he said was laid down at the creation of the world, which was love God and love your neighbor. That's the whole of the law. That's the actual law. When you hear the post-Hebrew Bible, which is the New Testament, when you hear the law talked about, they are talking about the royal law of love. And that is the law that existed, as they describe it, that was laid down at creation. Now, the Mosaic Law and the Ten Commandments were not laid down at creation. The law that was laid down at creation was love God, love your neighbor.
Yeah,
but neighbor means
I think that was established in the book of Matthew as well, in Matthew chapter 5.
Neighbor means every other human.
Yes, neighbor because the only humans that would have existed right there. So that's actually what it's talking about.
Yeah, technically we're all neighbors. We're just distance apart.
Yes, Platter, you're Australians.
We're all Australians. So then these moral laws are come from treating everyone if you love them. Yeah. So that would be where your moral. That would be the laws you live under now. So don't do anything that would hurt someone you love. They're the laws we live under.
If everybody lived under the law, love your neighbor, regardless of if you know them.
Everything would be fine.
Everything would be perfect. Clearly, we can't even keep that law, which is why Paul said no one would be alive.
That's right.
No one would be alive. You can't even keep that one law. And I expect you to keep all these others? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's why I love the book of Hebrews compared to the fifth chapter of Matthew. They were friends, and they both followed Jesus through the entire thing, and it's established, bro. I mean, by both scenarios. I mean, it's just there. They said the same thing. And a lot of even Christians are like, oh, he didn't say that. He didn't say.
Well, a lot of modern Christianity is stuck under the old law. They really they're stuck under the old law. They can't figure it out.
Yeah.
But Christ wasn't a Christian.
He didn't have to be, really.
Well, he's Jewish.
He's Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then, okay, so like the commandments were really just two things then. Originally, it was just two things.
Well, those weren't the commandments. That was it was called the royal law of love.
Right. So is that's the original, and that's really the only one that
is the original law, and that is the law that if you're a follower of Christ, that's the law you're under. Is love everybody.
It's
then technically like
discussion of humanity. Like,
yeah.
Well, let's be humans together on Earth. Not freaking some rainbow fucking weirdo individual. It's just like. Seems like God gets rid of my microphone as soon as.
God is good.
Oh wait,
he's on our side.
Live. Oh shit! I see myself.
That God. No, I would very much.
I mean, seriously, over all these years that I've been talking to people on here, it's just like, bro, it's just like religion, wars, governments, and I mean all these different dynamics. Of course, it makes a difference in certain people's lives, and it's their beliefs, but it's.
I am definitely not
to believe it, or
I am definitely not anti-religion at all.
Can you know anything about religion,
Helio, dude,
or the past, or government?
Helio, you're hot micing back.
Of course, your culture is going to make a difference.
What is happening?
That's
what is happening. We're on a trip. We're on a trip.
Physical.
I can't
even. Guys, I can't even right now.
I think the best way when he to help if Helio is not hearing you, just to go Helio, like Emilio.
Did you mute him, CB?
Maybe.
So that's where I grew up.
He's still going.
And,
so, yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say. That's pretty funny.
Wow.
Only Helio has that ability.
I was born in Ohio.
Oh my!
I lived in Arizona for a little bit.
This freaking guy, dude.
This guy, I'm telling you, I don't know what's wrong with him.
I don't know what dimension he's in right now.
He's in the dimension of Evan Williams.
Evan. Yeah.
Do you think truth is something that is real?
Yes. Good luck. Good luck, though. Good luck on seeking it. A truth that you'll take to heart is that you can never know everything. That's a truth.
That is the truth, isn't it?
It's a truth. There's lots of things that are truths.
But is there the truth? Like, is there anything that's the truth?
What's the question?
Yeah.
Good point. I would say
go get the Moody Blues song and listen to it and then figure it out.
Moody Blues? I'll actually put that in my notes so I can listen to it later. Is it called the Moody Blues song?
The Moody Blues made a song called The Question.
Okay.
I don't know if it has anything to do with this. It's just that's the first thing I thought of.
Music's the language we all speak. So
that's way past my generation. I'm 42. That song came out, I think, before I was born. So
yeah,
I think that song came out in like 69 or 67 or something like that. Giggity.
Dude, some of the 50s and 60s music is some of the best music I've ever heard. It's like actual bangers, dude.
So the best music you've ever heard is from the muscle car era, and the music era share the same golden age. And that is 1968 to 1972.
I used to love how they finish songs. Like nowadays we just sort of like fade out
slowly, decrease the volume slowly. But I love how they used to end songs back in the day. It'd be like, da-na-na-na, like, they never do that anymore, dude. I love that. The endings to songs are great. Now it's just like, like it just gets quieter. So.
Oh, you now need a giggity soundbar?
I think so. So.
We'll never. We honestly will never know. I think there's liberation in that.
There is, because then you can let it go.
Yeah.
Think about all the baggage. Think about all the baggage that exists in thinking about the things you can't know, and or worse than that, worrying about the things you can't know.
Right. It's like worrying about stuff you got no control over and trying to control it. That's crazy.
What if the elites do this?
Right. Well, I mean, even the Bible itself, it's just like I'm very hard on myself, and sometimes I think very fucked up thoughts. I'm just like, oh my gosh, am I going to hell? And like that bothers me. I'm just like,
that's a sure way to get yourself there.
Well, yeah,
that's a sure way to get yourself there. Because guess what? Guess who your accuser is? Your conscience.
Hey, I would also check out what the translations of hell is, because it's very eye-opening to check that out.
So it's like, yeah, well, a lot of people have said it's like it's in your head, or it's in your consciousness. It's in your own world, really. Like it's in your own.
Well, hell also means Sheol, which is the grave. Hell also means Tartaru, which is where the fallen are bound. Also, hell is translated from the Gehenna. And I mean, you take your pick. Which hell do you not want to go to?
Right. No. Right. Yeah. This is kind of random, but somebody literally today mentioned the reason why people lived so long in the beginning of the Bible is because they didn't have any. No, never mind. That sounds stupid. But they said they lived longer than us because they didn't have as much stress as we do.
What about the food?
And the food.
And the air.
Sodom and Gomorrah sound stressful or not stressful to you?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
What was that old Mr. Medicare video where he was talking about Sodom and Gomorrah? That was funny.
Well, the more you kind of learn, the more you dig, and the more you experience, the more you just kind of don't even know. It's just when one thing opens, another one closes, another thing closes, another thing opens. It's just quite literally endless. It just never fucking ends. It never ends. It just doesn't. It's the Energizer Bunny on crack steroid. It's never ends.
Don't be too down, man. Like,
right. Yeah.
I think you're you sound like you overthink things a lot.
Let it all go. Let it all go. Let the person you realize that all the experiences that you've had in your life are not you.
Yeah, and you can't change them either. So
yeah,
let it go. Let it go.
For fuck's sake, you bloody kangaroo toucher. Leave it out, will you?
All of us with kids.
There's something about Timbo's profile picture with the jacked kangaroo just being like, "Hey mate, just take it easy."
That one's not even jacked. That's just a normal kangaroo.
I know, dude. Kangaroos are fucking dude. They're fucking crazy, dude. I don't even know. I mean, we could have a whole discussion about that at some point.
So, Lo-Fi, do you know who you are?
Good question.
What does Lo-Fi want? What do you want?
I just want a nice little house with a backyard. Honestly.
Hey, see how easy? That's material. But hey, you answered. A lot of people can't answer. When you get them down to it, they can't answer.
At the end of everything, I would just want peace.
What's the feeling that comes when you think about that house with that yard?
Wait, what's up?
What's the feeling that comes when you think about that house with the yard?
Peace, proud.
Peace and contentment, right?
Is there a wife included? Kids? Wife picket fence?
This sounds weird. I just want to be alone. I know that sounds like kind of.
If you want peace on Earth, you sound like one of the contestants for the beauty contest.
Myself. No, just myself. I know that we have to have complexities, but like, for myself, I just kind of like just want to like just walk around a garden and I used to not be like that. I used to kind of like the whole martial arts.
You can do that. You can do that without owning a garden.
That's true too. Yeah, that's a very fair point.
And it's a better garden because someone else looks after it. Just go and walk around a garden.
So yeah.
What do you mean you used to do martial arts, or what were you going to say about that? You had a martial arts mindset or something?
Yeah, I used to be gung ho with it, like train every day in Muay Thai, train every day in wrestling.
Okay.
And then I'm just exhausted. I don't have that. I do have vitality still. I just tired or something. I mean, something. I just.
Do you think about your diet? Do you take in, for instance, a lot of sugars?
No. I'm super aware of what I consume, and I'm very meticulous with like my workouts and all that stuff. It's just I guess I just want to sleep a lot and just write, just like look at a pond. It sounds weird.
No, it doesn't.
Jedi.
That's what's up.
Doesn't sound weird at all, man.
Australians know all about prison. I love it.
That's not bad. I'm not insulted because I'm an immigrant anyway. So
I'm just trolling you, Tim. I just find it funny.
So, Lo-Fi, if you suddenly let go of everything you've ever loved and you let go of every anxiety you ever had and you were just a blank slate, but you still retained your identity, what would you want?
Wouldn't I be just as good as dead at that point?
No. The Stoics say every man gets two lives. The first life is the life he's born with, and the second life is the life he starts to live when he realizes he only has one.
Well,
so let's say you let go of everything in your life and said, I'm going to start living. What are you going to live for?
Don't worry if it's selfish either, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you say money or a Lamborghini. It doesn't matter. There's no right or wrong. There's no moral or immoral answers to this.
It's just like two the mind. Myself.
First immortality, then the bitches.
I didn't expect any of that.
No, right? Like, what an odd, right? Like, wow. I mean, the two things that popped in my head immediately was just myself, like self-improvement and just being who I am, and then puppies, like dogs, dude. I love dogs. I really do. Like, dogs are wonderful. That's those two things.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what else would. I guess I never really gave that a thought, which makes me realize how important that is for everyone to reflect on. Like, who the fuck? Like, who the fuck?
Do you know what I want? And I can answer this. I can be very specific. I want a 1971 Pantera. I don't care how I get it, because I know in getting that, I'm going to get a bunch of other things that go along with it. But I know that's what I want.
I want a pony.
There you go. Get that pony. Get pony.
Hate the pony.
That certainty is so amazing too. Like, having certainty is a very, it's an incredible feeling. It's a driven feeling, even if it's a fucked up feeling. At times, it keeps you going in a passionate way.
Well, it's funny because you can't be certain about anything. There's nothing that you can be certain about except knowing what you want. So knowing something about yourself, you can be certain about.
And they teach you that it's not good to be selfish either, but you need to be selfish to be good to others as well. So,
what if you think you're really cool, but you're actually a jerk off?
Boss, he's obsessed with. He said something like, "It's selfish to be poor," And I'm like, why is that? I mean, yeah, he's like, it's selfish to be poor. I'm like, why is that? He's like, because you can only take care of yourself.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. Because some people
for him anymore because he was a little nutty, but he definitely had money.
Well, I know a lot of stupid people with money.
You're probably not selfish. So
see, there's a bit of a conundrum with people who have made a lot of money, and there's two types. There's the brilliant people who knew how to make money, and then there's the stupid people who were too dumb to realize they were taking a risk, and the risk paid off.
Well, also the continuing thing with people that end up being successful is failure as well. So
yeah. Oh yeah, failure.
How many times have they failed? I know in my life I've failed a few times, and
just
three goes to get where I'm at.
Yeah, you're a failure until you're a success.
Failure, the greatest teacher is. Yoda said that.
Stress to success.
Did he?
Is that your
the greatest teacher is?
Did he teach you that, Jedi?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. You fuck off.
I'd also like to welcome ASSI to the server. If they want to join the conversation, they're welcome to.
Asi.
Oh, I'm not really new here.
Okay, welcome back.
I remember that name.
Okay. No, that's for pussies. I'm just gonna actually listen. Thank you.
What did I just hear?
I heard that.
Yeah.
Did I just hear what everyone else heard?
Yep.
Yeah, pussy.
That's for pussies or something.
I think I heard that.
Base Bay, perhaps, maybe.
Based Bay. That was from the OF account.
Well, like as the other fellow said, we are certain that it's not a globe. Certain, but then again, when you get too certain about it, it's just like.
Well, you can be certain of that something isn't, right?
Yeah.
But that's not really the same as being certain about the nature of something.
No, that's okay. That's the best. Yeah, that was a great answer. That makes sense.
Right. So most of everything that you'll ever hear about is uncertainty.
Right. The only thing that's certain is uncertainty.
Right, and that's why a lot the academics they speak very certainly. We know this, and that's because who's going to take somebody seriously if they're honest?
People who aren't retarded.
But what are 85% of people?
Retarded.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Uno reverse.
And you know what's funny is brutal honesty is the best sales technique too.
I agree with that.
Vouch for that. Yeah.
I speak with experience with them as well. Yeah, honesty definitely is a good policy in many cases. And we're conditioned to think that's not true because that is true.
Yeah, I mean, you can be a slick talker, you can skirt around issues, but ultimately, if you just put the worst issues on the table, you can diffuse the anxiety about those issues first. And then you can talk about why what you're selling is so good.
Right.
I'll tell you a story. There's been many times where I've gone to do a quote and I've said, you don't need to do the whole bathroom. I can do it this way and that and that and that. And then I send them a quote and then they get back to me and they say, because you were so honest, we want you to do the whole bathroom, rip it out and start again.
Yep, I've gotten that exact same thing. Brutal honesty with people. I'd say, look, I can do half of this like driveway or whatever it is. I tell them why it's probably not a good idea, but I say, but I'm going to send you a quote for half. I'm also going to send you a quote for the full, but I want you to know that we can just do half if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
They always do the whole. They always do the full.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And it's what you do is you hit them with the honesty, and then you tell them why maybe something is extra. It's like you're selling a Porsche. You pat the Porsche and you say, this is the most beautiful piece of shit we have, and it's going to break down on you, and it's not reliable. But it's beautiful, and women love it. And you're going to go home with somebody every night you take this thing out.
Right. I'm just picturing a guy in a tuxedo, and it's just so funny thinking about that. He looks sharp. He looks like a stud. He's like, "Hello, sir. Now this Lambo is a piece of shit, but we like it. Just no, it would sense because that.
I'm picturing that same guy in a tuxedo standing on the side of the freeway waiting for a tow truck.
Yeah. That would be my commercial. He's standing on the side of the road in his tuxedo next to a Lambo that's about to get towed. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. Yeah, it's undrivable. But man, the pussy. There's your commercial right there. Because that's who you're selling it to. You're not selling it to like normal people. I wouldn't buy a Lambo. That's why I want a Pantera, because I'm a man of class.
The allure of the Lamb is it's just so fucking retarded. It's just validation. That's all it is validation.
Oh, no. I mean, a Lambo is beautiful. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful car, and it is worth the money. It is handcrafted.
I heard they drive like shit.
No, they do. Like I said, they're undrivable pieces of garbage, but they are works of art.
Yeah, and they sound good.
And they sound so good.
And they flex, dude. Pull
yes,
up
they
Lambo?
flex.
Shit, that's big.
Yeah.
Just quickly, guys. We got a new person in the server. I can't be bothered to check out if they got any roles, but Harima Biff, meme, if you fancy having a what the bloody word is. But if you fancy having a seance with Harima Biff, maybe we could try that.
Oh, Hiram Abif. I didn't know he was here. Hiram Abif. Can you hear us?
I recall that name, and no, not from history. I'm thinking of
from King
on
Solomon?
the server.
Yeah, he's been here before.
Yeah.
Well, he's got control over his mic. If he wants to, Hiram, if you can hear us, Hiram, speak to us. All right.
Haram!
Yeah.
There is.
Oh yeah, didn't they get put on house arrest today?
Yeah.
Like they got released out of jail?
Yep.
God, I'm glad they don't investigate. Think about that. An accusation and you get arrested during the investigation.
That's
Yikes.
crazy.
That is crazy, man.
Well,
Guilty before proven innocent, bro.
What?
What are you
happened?
guys talking about?
The tape bros.
Oh, again?
Okay, dude, controlled opposition with the tape on God. Like the media is showing you those guys for a reason. Actually, there's so much I could say about it, but we're not allowed to talk about certain topics. But yeah,
but I gotta say this. I don't think they're controlled op. He has actually been around building his brand for 7 years.
Or so they say. As you.
Well,
say,
I mean,
right?
I've been seeing him for years.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah, I remember him as a young kickboxer.
Yeah.
You're talking about THC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're talking about scootered out of the way Tate.
Oh, scootered out.
That's my favorite video.
Mr. Yeeted
scootered out of the way.
It's a
talking about, would you rather have sex with a tranny who looked like prime Megan Fox or a woman who looked like Hulk Hogan?
Probably the woman.
Listen here, brother.
Wait, there was
bend me over, brother.
Are you allowed?
There was a lot of people thinking.
I would say, I think in the end he said, "You're gay for both of them." If you sleep with a woman that looks like Hulk Hogan, you're still gay.
Every lecture. Never mind. It's Ichigai. Yeah, it's. I went down some real rabbit holes, yo. It's freeing though. I'll say that it's free. I'm still strung on the belief that anything that's mainstream is to distract you from the truth, whatever that truth may be.
What if? See, the thing is I've known people who are famous and who have made their way up, right? And it's a struggle, and they have to sacrifice a lot of things in their personal lives.
Yeah. Well,
right?
how? Okay, so $1 million. You and I, all of us, can make $1 million, but $1 billion is bought and sold.
So my mother knows a billionaire because they found oil on his land. It's just a local dude, still drives pickup trucks. He's worth $1 billion.
Isn't truth self-evident? Depends on your perception.
Depends how many beers you've had.
Yeah.
Maybe that might be true.
So think about this. Okay. Think about this too. If you add inflation, billionaire is the new millionaire. So if you were a millionaire in 1948, right? You're a millionaire. Inflation, you'd be a billionaire.
Right.
Billionaire is the new millionaire.
Not in a literal sense.
Yeah, in a very literal sense.
They have a bill or a mill.
No, like if you were worth $1 million, like let's say it's 1930, you're worth $1 million. Today, that's the billionaire.
$1 billion, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard people say just today, like even $100,000 isn't what. That's not the benchmark anymore. You need at least like 250,000 or something like that.
I thought about that too, but at the same time, if you live frugal, if you live humble, you can make that last.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to flex, bro. Lambo.
Yeah.
Oh,
how about 2001? Let's look at 2001 at the beginning of the new.
So think about it like this. Like, let's say
over here, you'd need 5 times that at the moment.
Let's say
7 years later in 2008. See how.
Let's say you come into some money and it's enough to buy a nice Lambo, but nothing else. You buy the Lambo, and that'll get you your foot in the door in all these different little clubs where you can make lots of connections and network yourself. So even then, buying something as a flex can serve a purpose. And that's what people are buying these things for. It's the network, the association.
No, I think it's more for the validation, dude. Like when Andrew Tate was discrediting MGTOW, I was like, yo, this guy's he's kind of fucked up.
But see, here's the thing. I don't think it's validation. I know lots of very rich people who have who love this kind of stuff.
What the fuck is MGTOW?
That's men going their own way. So anyway, the reason that they get very nice things is because they understand that they need to be part of a culture of very nice things.
Yeah, but wouldn't the nice thing being happy?
No.
No.
Because the only people who are consistently always happy are on heroin.
And heroin can be money. You can be sober as fuck and still get high off of money.
That's true. I actually met somebody who became a billionaire because they found KY on his property.
Nice. But anyway.
Talk about greasing the skids. That's terrible.
Yeah, greasing the skids.
I got a book coming out. Helio. I got a book coming out.
But anyway,
all right, I'm looking forward to it.
But anyway, like you don't buy a supercar because you're buying it for the gas mileage, or you're buying it just to flex, or because it's drivable. Because it's not, right? It's 1,000 horsepower. You can't carry anybody in it. The air conditioning always sucks, right?
You can't go over a certain speed.
Yeah.
Where are you going to do that fast in America?
Right. These cars are meant to buy so that when you go out to show off, other people will immediately put you into their group.
Validation.
Well, that's not validation. That's smart thinking if you're trying to network to make more money.
But
they always do say that's that point where they say, put yourself in a group of people where you want to be.
Right.
Yeah, but that can also be
7 streams of income: Amazon, Facebook, marketing, websites. 7 streams.
It can also put you into a very materialistic mindset too. So, you're going to put yourself into a place where you want to be. So, the only thing that you have in common with those people is you want to make as much money as them, or you want to be as self-centered and vain as they are.
Exactly. That's
where I have a problem with it.
Yeah, vain. They probably think the song is about them.
There you go. Was that Mickey?
Yo,
Charlie.
Dropping the contemporary modern hits on us.
Don't you. That's all bullshit, though. Sincerely, the guys with the Lamborghini, that's all bullshit. Because if you do that, you're part of the club. But you also have to spread money around. You got to buy drinks and dinners. It's like if you just have enough money to buy that car, you get a fucking flat tire, dude. It's like $5,000.
Yeah, it's not $5,000. It's not $5,000. It's $20,000.
Exactly.
It's $20,000.
Crazy. That's
They can keep the Lambo,
but
mate.
the reason that you're getting that
could change someone's life, and people just spend it like nothing every day.
I know, but they're employing people too, aren't they?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But here's the thing: is like when I was 10 years old, and I had a poster of a yellow Lamborghini Countach on my wall.
Nice.
Like that wasn't for validation. There's something primal that males love about that kind of stuff.
Well, it's ego.
Yeah, it's the big motor as well.
It's the motor, the speed, the freedom.
I always loved driving V8s and stuff like that. Like it's. It feels so good. But.
It does. V8s will pass anything on the road except for a gas station. Tell you, Helio, I got all kinds of jokes. I'll be here. I do bar mitzvahs. I'll be here all week. Fuck, I met fucking Helio. I don't know. This is Baby Games. What's up, Heels? I met you when I was living in Florida. I've been sniffing glue. Forget about it. Forget about it. I actually met you. I was stoned. I never forget this. I was stoned. And I was on YouTube. Maybe it's YouTube. I forget which one I was watching. And then I found this thing, and I'm like, holy shit, flat Earth. I started thinking about it. I'm like, I was a moon landing, denier, way back when, like early. I'm an old motherfucker, so like early internet stuff. So I remember I have DVDs of Band Media, Faces of Death and stuff. And I found some really cool shit on like Alex Jones. And love him or like him, that Bohemian Grove stuff. I was like, wow. And then, so you start really getting into them, like, son of a bitch. There's a lot of fucking conspiracy theories. And I don't know, I guess the more you smoke or drink or whatever.
Hey, did you find out that they actually let him in to make that footage eventually? Did you find out that they let him in there?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he did.
I want to hear the end of his story.
All right,
that was crazy. Yeah, because I was crazy. I saw David Gergen fucking take a swing at him. Nevertheless, maybe he works for the opposition, but on that side is
either way.
I was all fucked up one night, and I found this flat Earth thing, and I'm like, it was a YouTube broadcast of your Discord. I'm like, these cocksuckers can't hear me. I don't know. I was yelling at the phone, and I realized I spoke. Who did I speak to? Who did I fucking speak to? I got to think who it was. Anyways, I got on the Discord server. And I was like, son of a bitch. And there were some amazing people. I mean, you guys are unbelievable. I mean, Riggs and Indio, early.
It was early stuff. You were talking to me and freaking Jose and all. Yeah, we were all hanging out.
So, but on there, I love the fact. So, look, my brother's a medical doctor, a prison psychiatrist. He works psychiatrist for the prison system in California. And my wife was joking around one day, and she goes, your brother thinks the world is flat. He looks at me like I have fucking 6 heads. And I'm like, wow. And then, I didn't know enough about it at the time. But I'm like, look. And I look at this, and my wife makes jokes, and the kids make jokes and stuff. I'm like, just look at the clouds. Look, it's supposed to be like sundown, quote unquote. And you see the fucking ones way above are lit up, and the bottom ones where you think about it's going over the quote unquote curve, it should be shooting on the bottom ones instead of the top ones. I was trying to show these people this, and now kind of like, look, this was before YouTube started monetizing that cocksuckers started doing that monetizing and started whacking out the the good videos, and then all the shill cocksuckers went on there, and they started like, oh look, the tinfoil hats, the nonsense. And
yeah, I'm sure, baby games. We've been doing some work, since then, and there's a lot of we go through detailed conversations about these same topics all the time.
Oh, no doubt. No, I love you, dude. Arkansas. We were talking about a long time ago, and it kind of changed my life. And I look, I could pick up. I won't talk to you guys for a while, and listen. And sometimes I'm like, wow, these guys from all over the world. And I love the movement. I love the fact that it's like a fraternal organization that's real. And there's a bunch of fucking people come on here like rabbit rousers and start saying things, or the Globe people. Man, I
like you use the word fraternal. It's the only fraternal organization that isn't a fraternity.
Yeah,
that's
no doubt.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember when this guy, I forget who it was, gave some money when the servers went down and stuff. I'm like, these motherfuckers are so amazing. Because they don't have to be on here. You could be you could be rubbing one out, doing whatever the fuck you want online or whatever. But you go on here and you try to.
Yeah, we're partners in the effort. We're partners in the effort. That's the way I see it.
Yes, enlightening people, because like on there, like, look, it may not be a total globe or that fucking moron, oblate spheroid, that imbecile. Fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's in your face, dude. It's in your fucking face, like unbelievably. I mean, it's like beyond me. And so look, the mainstream media has totally fucked this whole world up, and you have no idea what it could be shut down. The internet could be shut down. I mean, with and I don't want to get political.
Sure, and well, to be honest, YouTube and Twitter and everything,
Guys, we just had this conversation.
They've gone before the U.S. government.
No. If only he had been here. If only he had been here
and said, "Hey, what are you going to do to censor these people?" Go ahead, meme.
So, Mr. Baby Games, we had this conversation, and like you weren't here, so no problem. But what if the elite are doing this for our good?
Allowing us to have this open.
No. All the bullshit, all the craziness, all the ridiculous things they say in bills they pass. What if the purpose of that is to wake up a segment of the population?
Wake up
and be awake.
Yeah, so to wake up and demograph them to eliminate them. I mean, look. Okay, so
for us, for the people that are so. I can find it.
Who I was citing earlier was Machiavelli, right? So what he did is he told the prince, if you conquer a nation, have a bad ruler go in there for a few years and oppress the people. And that way, when you come in and remove and execute him, they will worship you.
Maybe, but I mean, for whatever it's worth, look. I've been around since.
It's a long game. You might consider it. It's a long.
Okay. Yes, but for whatever it's worth, look at the fucking craziness that goes on.
Yeah.
I mean, and for whatever it's worth, I don't want to get political on here.
You don't have to because politics is a short game.
So today I've been looking at headlines about how the shooter of the Nashville is a victim, right? She's the real victim, right? She's a victim of society, which caused her to go out and like do this terrible thing. But they're trying to frame her as a victim. What if they're doing that? And the specific reason that they're doing this kind of stuff and saying all these absolutely insane, crazy, ridiculous things is to jog those who are awake into awareness.
Everyone else is the victim of the psyop.
Well,
You're missing the point, Helio.
No, Helio, you're throwing.
I'll shut up.
Thank you. But think about it. Like, let's say you were hired to radicalize 25% of a population into waking up. Would you just tell them the truth? They wouldn't listen to you.
Why were they asleep in the first place? Is an honest question.
Because we're born asleep.
Right.
Hey, come in real quick. I want to play a 38-second clip before I leave for you guys. It's something that happened earlier. I just want you guys to hear this.
Please.
Yeah, it's real quick. All right, here we go. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not, Meggie.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
I got you.
You got me.
I can hear it.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
All right, here it is.
I do. I've seen
pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't expect that.
When did that happen, Miggy?
That happened earlier. I was there. That was awesome.
Oh my God, I balanced an egg on a nail.
I balanced an egg on a nail.
It's amazing. I went down to Ecuador and I pinched a loaf and it came out backwards.
It went in.
Holy shit, baby.
It was so good. We saved the clip, though.
All right, play the fucking video. Play the audio.
He did. That was it.
That was it.
That was the audio from earlier today.
Oh my God,
just a few hours ago.
I'm sorry. I had about 6 fucking shots of Jameson. Son of a.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. Everything that you whatever you said, baby game. Yeah, great. Yeah, we agree with you on some of that bullshit.
I'm about to
This
go shot for
guy
shot.
is saying he balanced an egg on a nail at the equator. Holy shit! And that's a claim.
Yeah, it's a fucking thing. I remember David.
Yeah, Helio, you got it.
I was going to say,
David Letterman.
I didn't hear that shit. I was
dating myself. But David Letterman used to make phone calls, and he called someone in Australia. He's like, "Hey, you flush the toilet?" He's like, "Which way is the toilet going down? The water going down?" It was a counterclockwise, whatever it was. Look, for whatever it's worth, there's a lot.
Whatever it's worth. It turns this way, it turns that way, and then we can show.
Oh God, Helio, you're hot micing.
I'm a builder, and in my house, so we've got 2 different styles of toilets. We've got one that was made in Japan, which is like a cyclonic toilet, and they both spin different directions.
How about the bidet?
No, that's built into the Japanese one.
Yeah, but it shoots water up into your butt.
All right.
The bidet. It's perfect.
The bidet. No, it's not for me anyway.
No, but
All right. Thank you.
Helio, please tell us how his toilet works in Australia. Please tell us.
No.
No, because the guy was trying to say something about his toilets, and Helio was trying to make it better for him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd like call up and fucking say my toilet's fucking flushing backwards. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize the Japanese would figure out a way to spin that fucking thing. However, I really don't give a sometimes I'll take pictures of the loaves and stuff, send it to some friends. I was like, wow, check this thing out. But other than that, I don't really pay attention to which way it's going down.
That's low class. I only send pictures of my balls.
Nice. Nice. So, look, so for what okay, again, now I'm fucking Helio. He made me subconscious.
You are?
No,
I always knew Helio was in the closet.
Hold on. I think that was a good point. I won't interrupt. You guys continue.
As you interrupt.
Yes, you will.
That was a good point, baby games. For your original point, I think it was a good point. Go ahead, guys.
Helio's literally pulling. I'm gonna let you finish.
Thank you. I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted. I'll come to a close real quick. So I want to take another shot. I will say this, but on here, there's a wide variety of people that are just honestly, I wish I fucking went to junior high school with, because I just kind of get a smile. And some people come on here, they're like, "Well, prove me wrong, goddammit," and they've just been indoctrinated, and. I never thought of that. You motherfuckers who said it, like, maybe it's on purpose. Now it's like, I feel like Seinfeld, maybe, in the little voice in my head, it's going to make me think, maybe. But I don't know what ends. But quite honestly.
But if I may, it's not about prove me wrong.
You may not.
Here necessarily. We're introducing people to the conversation so that they can, prove themselves wrong. Because they eventually will.
You grow up, dude. Well, yeah, when you grow up, I mean, it's the indoctrination is insane. Like when you look at, it's always a fucking globe you grew up with, and I mean, every single thing you look at, you can find something that's actually bullshit.
All of it, like
yes,
the Jenga game. Like
hold on. So is it Masonic? We're going up, the Earth. The Earth is
hold on. As far as this room goes, we're talking about level stationary Earth, a flat plane. It's like when people come here, they're asking us about flat Earth, right? So we want them to say, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" Okay, well, and we'll just give them the information right up front. Right?
Sure. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So the distance, the calculation.
No. You don't know. They think they come in with assumptions right off the bat. Right? They don't know why we think the Earth is flat. They're gonna put all kinds of assumptions of why we think the Earth is flat. So we let them talk and tell us why they think we think the Earth is flat, and they're willing to say it all day long, right? It's like, bro, we've been doing this for a long. Tell me why do you think we think the Earth is flat? Throw it at us. Go ahead.
Huh? What? I went to sleep there.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're fucking the cabinets you hung are twisted on the fucking wall.
It's just like, it's so easy. It's just easy. It's just like, why do you think that flat earthers think the Earth is flat? Just let them say it. Let them say it, and then you're like, oh, I didn't say that.
Town of Rolling Stone will be back, and we'll be with you every step of the way. And what did I say? I said Rolling Fork, Rolling Stone.
He was in Rolling Fork, and he called it Rolling Stone.
Yeah, Mr. Baby Games, you ain't been around for a while.
Somebody deafened and muted him.
He's literally the worst at catching hints.
I'm asking honestly.
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering.
What are you asking?
Oh, I was just asking if Helio was drinking.
Shocker.
Is it
Hammer?
Yes, Helio? Yes, of course I am.
Is Helio alive? Then yes.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's taking fucking alcohol enemas. Are you kidding me?
Active beer.
He's like, put it in my mouth, put it in my back hole, and put it in my front hole too.
Shut up. Helio making a fool of himself.
You're not catching the hint, bro.
Maybe I'm making a fool of myself.
Plunge that whiskey up my urethra too.
Nice.
It's got that whiskey bidet. Helio, shut up.
Oh my god,
a whiskey catheter.
Sign me up.
Hey, mainlining whiskey.
So let me ask you a question. There's been a lot that I've heard since I've been back, and I periodically check in. And there's some people, that I heard a lot of new people, obviously, because it's been a while, which just feels great. There's some people that you can tell they're just early on. We used to always have these little Monty Python kind of crusades, running around and like, let's flat smack them, into different channels.
I wouldn't compare Monty Python to. Hold on, I just
the idea.
Compare what I started. We're doing to Monty Python.
Helio, you're too plastered right now.
What I was saying is, overall, when I started listening to where we are now, there's just so much more shit on the internet, with Telegram and TikTok and stuff. And so, when like people like saying,
oh boy,
about He's
It's
NASA.
the end.
You see all
It's the end.
Well, why would they lie about it, right? And when I was saying about the Masonic thing, why would they lie about it? What's the benefit? Who benefits? And then, like, you see all the 666 stuff. What? 23.
They obviously don't want him to talk about it.
4 degrees minus.
They've got him. The Matrix has him, guys. The Matrix is silencing him.
Oh my God! You can't hear me?
Yeah, you got
keep breaking in and out. The Matrix has you, bro.
What the fuck? All right.
Quit! Stop him! Agent Kilborn, stop him before he says it.
Agent Balljoy. Yeah, ultimately, look, I see all these things and I'm like, is it that? Because it's in your fucking face. And people say we're round up, it's 67,000 miles an hour. Ultimately, was it Cavendish and all these things? I've done a lot of experiments. I have heavy duty video equipment, and you can actually zoom in past the curve or the horizon. It's just getting people, especially the young people, they're so fucked up. My kids, I love them, but I hate them. They're like, Dad thinks this and that. It's almost a fucking joke, and I'm like, all right, you're a bunch of fucking morons. It's like it's almost a joke. It's a dismissive joke nowadays because the mainstream media has and what happened in school. I'm like disgusted. I want to fucking projectile vomit that I sent my kid to law school. He's in his 3rd year of law school, and he became a liberal dickbag. I can't stand it. No offense to anyone who's a liberal, whatever politics.
There's no liberals in here, I promise.
Absolutely sick. Yeah, brother, it makes me absolutely sick. So I was laughing before because you guys played Biden. Fucking click. I was the one. It looks like my fellow Jamaicans.
And by the way, we use the term leftoids.
Oh God,
leftoid.
Yeah,
because it's the only description for the crazies. Because there are plenty of liberal people who aren't part of the crazies. We call them the leftoids. The leftoids are that 8% that are very loud, that are like all over the place.
Yeah, Orion would describe himself as a liberal, but not a lefty.
Yeah.
So can I like make a speculation right now?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
It's too early.
It's just a quick one, and it's not about anything crazy. I just feel like I think it's an ironic joke. Like it's supposed to be laughed at because you got ladies over here saying the patriarchy. And then you got them like letting the men be women. So there goes the patriarchy up the ass.
I agree, 100%.
It's super funny.
And then they go, the patriarchy, but they're the ones who, have. I'm not going to say the easy life, but do they want to go out and be bricklayers? Like, do we have to make it 50% women, 50% men to be bricklayers and concreters? Like what is it the equality of outcome or what,
Yeah, I just think it's funny that women want to be like equal with men, but then again they want men to be women.
Here's the best proof. Here's the best litmus test
as well. They want men to fight for their honor too. So what?
The best test.
Do they want to get into the fight? Yeah, go. Sorry.
The best way to philosophically test that is just by this alone. If men could sell their feet pics online, we would be rich. All of us.
Ugly ass feet.
Every single one of us would be rich, and we would never stop making money at it. And there's a fundamental difference. And if anyone says otherwise, they're retarded.
Hey, I'd sell 100 feet pics a day, but mine have been a work
serious. I would just
30 years.
live on a couch taking pictures. Click, 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 click.
Wait, but I would just go. Y'all doing pictures? I'm gonna go to the next level and do
videos,
water.
Man. Feet water. You know those disgusting vibrating boxes your dads used to put their feet in with the water in them.
Yeah, that water's gonna be worth so much money
with the Kanoki foot pads.
Yeah, those Kanoki foot pads.
Thank God somebody server muted me and now we're going to talk about feet pics now.
Well, you weren't muted to say that.
Yes, I did, because I want to get back to something else.
Helio, I DM'd you that one time, and I sent you. You gave me your address. I sent you a fucking fleshlight. Did you ever get it?
He thought it was a hot dog cleaner.
No. If you say that
he thought it was a hot dog cleaner.
Get the fleshlight. I don't use that shit. I don't even know why you would say that. Because I didn't receive that.
You were supposed to get him the male anal torso.
No, it was
Mr. Big Hands, bro. But dude, you're fucking gone now because you said that shit. I didn't get any fucking shit from you, fucking fleshlight. Why would he say that? He sent me a
just joking, dude. Relax.
He was joking. It's okay.
I'll chill. All right.
No, it was a sock. It was a sock pussy. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, anyway, it was side fucking weird shit. No, Anyway, because I guess I was excited because I'm inebriated. Whatever.
It's gonna be okay.
You sent me a fleshlight on the live stream.
No, I was jealous. I would love to get one as a gift.
Helio, what kind of?
I would like to get it. Anyway, I wouldn't like.
Helio, what kind of fleshlight do you want?
I know what it is, but I never had one or used one. But
what kind of fleshlight do you want?
Let's get a love doll.
Are you gonna send me one meme?
No, we're gonna start a GoFundMe. You can get black girl, white girl. I mean, whatever you want.
You can even get your favorite OnlyFans star.
Right.
I'll send one that has fucking it comes with fucking crotchless overalls.
Insufficient with your sexual need.
Let's
get a doll, bro.
I'm gonna send you one with my picture on it for you, and you can't take the picture off.
I don't think I'll be able to get it up if that was the case.
Oh, if it was a love doll?
All right, we're starting to go for
hold on. At this point, let's just go start over. Like, if we can start over.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Heels.
No, I love all you guys, but including everybody. Can we start over? Like,
please, by all means.
Everybody. What's going on in the world today? What is the world? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know the Earth is not spinning?
What is the world?
We can't talk about that.
Got Tony V in the house. Tony V. Sorry, Tony.
Tony.
Sorry about the accent, but
Tony.
Are you there, Tony?
Can you hear us?
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, I'm doing.
Hey, Tony, what you got going over there, Tony? Hey, come on in.
Hey,
oh my god, dude!
All right.
I got my hand down a toilet right now. I'm cleaning. I'm just listening to you guys while I work.
That's exactly. He's an Italian plumber. As Tony, he's an Italian plumber.
That's it. Yeah. Right now, I got an RV, and I just disconnected my friggin' flush valve, and I'm trying to fish it out from the tank, and it's really pissing me off. So, but I'm listening to you guys. Thank you.
You know that flush valve only works on a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, of course it does. But no. Okie doke. Anyways, I got to go back to this. I'm pouring sweat, and I need to work.
Hey, let me tell y'all what happened to me under an RV one time. Okay, so I go under it, and it's clogged up. It's clogged up on the inside. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go pull this release valve. Pull it, nothing comes out. I'm like, shit. So I go over to the plug, and I unscrew the plug. I've got a shield up for the plug. So much pressure is on it. Guess what happens? Knocks the shield down. Guess what's right behind the shield?
Shit.
My face.
Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of crap. Yep.
A week of festering feces.
I thought
in my mouth, in my nose, in my eyes.
Hell no.
I was just thinking.
Did you get pink eye?
Did I get what? Pink eye?
You got brown eye. You got brown eye.
I got brown eye, yeah.
Honestly, I was just thinking because we're probably about the same age. And I was just thinking in my head, I'm a little bit drunk, obviously. And I was just thinking, oh, Blackwater, keep on rolling.
I'm thinking you did it wrong then. Who told you to do that?
It was the last option. It was the last available option.
So you couldn't put a pump or a siphon hose into the tank.
I wanted to take a shit right then. I was like,
go in the bushes.
So shit in the face, and you wanted to shit somewhere else. That sounds bad, man. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, it was a pretty shitty story.
Yeah, it was.
Sounds like experience. Sounds like a shitty situation.
Exactly.
But fortunately, I had a hose already running.
Did you say, "Oh shit"?
We know you got hose running.
I always got hose running. Always got hose run.
Is that why you want that car?
Yeah, that's why I want that car. Yeah, because the hose are really up for a 71 Pantera. They'll look at it and say, "What the hell is that?"
I'm going to say one thing right now.
Is that an exotic car? I can't tell.
I was going to say something right now. That never, ever, 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 ever happens in a Lambo.
No, that's because you're paying for sex in a Lambo.
Way to bring it full circle there.
I can't help myself. I tell you.
Yeah, if you're in a Lambo, you're paying for like a $4,000 escort anyway.
She may shit on you. Depends.
Yeah, she may.
Johnny
The good old Cleveland steamer.
Nice.
Sorry, sir. That's an extra $30.
I don't know. Let me tell you, a lot of you guys are like as old as I am, but I will say, the advancements
in technology. It's determined when you don't tell us how old you are.
I'm 52.
Well, you got 10 years on me.
All right, so let me tell you something.
Me too. Exactly.
I'm just going to say, you young cocksuckers, you're still wet behind the ears. So, overall, I'm just going to say one thing. I obviously I'm very, very quick with the joke. One thing that I'm in technology. I do some amazing things with technology, globally, amazing shit. But I will say, just insane. I've been programming since I was 11, early on. And I've seen the changes and stuff. And the technology, I'm talking about analog. The most amazing things ever invented are fucking ass wipes. The little thing. Oh my god! Everyone's fucking wiping their ass with sandpaper. Those little flushable toilet wipes.
They need to be biodegradable though. Otherwise, they get stuck in the pipes.
I have a bidet. I do. I'm not even joking. I installed a bidet because I'm not an animal.
Nice.
The Matrix has him. The Matrix has him again.
What's changed?
We lost everything. The Matrix took it all away. What'd you say, Mr.
Really?
Baby? Yeah.
Fuck. Overall, I'm just curious. What's the most? What do you hear the most of in here, as far as the people talking about the globe? And what are they?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Oh my god! Really?
Yeah.
Why would they lie is kind of like once it starts setting in that it could be that it is not a globe, then the why would they lie starts coming out.
How about the videos? Thank you. And the videos like. We can't go past low Earth orbit, and all the videos of NASA alone are just insane.
You don't even get that far, do you? You know,
no,
that doesn't even. You don't even get that far.
No, because we keep them very in line here, where if they can't present anything that they can't personally validate, and so they're stuck with measurements on Earth, and they never get off the ground with us. It's always, no, there's no way we can validate that this is a globe. So why would they lie every single time?
And top three rebuttals.
Top 3 rebuttals. My number 1 is eat my ass.
Nice.
The other one is...
2 is
please DM me.
Why would you ask a liar why they lie?
Yeah, another one I would say is, why does anybody lie?
Okay, but I'm saying is, but deep down, intrinsically, with each one of you guys, is it because of control, because of religion? What is the common denominator against
God.
you know?
I believe, yeah, like Drace is right. It doesn't matter, but like just between us, I don't even think it's malicious. I think it's just the modern cultural religion.
Really?
Yeah.
Sincerely?
Sincerely,
because
yes.
Okay, so Big Bang, Darwin, cocksucker, all these motherfuckers are 33 degree Masons, and that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that just validates that it's the modern cultural religion. Like they didn't spread the globe lie. You know who spread the globe lie? We did. It was a population of people ready to believe, who wanted to believe.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I agree with Jamesy on this one.
Wait. And relativity, these cocksuckers. Seriously, and relativity can't be proven. Gravity.
So the people who came up with those theories is 0.00000000001% of everybody, and everybody else said, "Yeah, we want to believe that." That was us. That wasn't them.
Okay, so nothing religious. Werner von Braun, his headstone, nothing.
Oh no! All this stuff is true, of course.
It's all related, though.
It's all related, yeah. But
okay,
who's responsible for it is us, the masses. The masses did this. Just like the masses, I won't say the name of anything. The masses capitulated for 2 years. It wasn't the authorities. It was your neighbor.
Well, that's also like saying it's not Satan's fault.
NASA knows. So NASA knows it's not, and the space station and all that fucking nonsense. Don Pennant, that fucking imbecile. Honestly, he could fuck up a wet dream. That moron.
I don't know whether he knows or not. Though, does he? Like,
there's no way. Listen.
No, because you can make people. You can make people think that they've been into space. There was that TV program in the UK that spent all this money on this simulation for people to go into space, and there was one person that didn't know that it was a simulation, and he thought he was going into space. So they could actually believe that they've been to space.
Yeah, think about how actually stupid Petite is. You could fool an idiot like that, couldn't you?
Well, you get a leak.
I honestly...
The Matrix has him, y'all. They don't want him asking these questions.
What? So why have you seen any stars? He's like, oh yeah, we've seen moons and planets. And they're like, oh yeah, we do this, and like we go back to the moon in a second, but it's a painful process. I mean, come on.
That's the thing.
What if? See, that's the thing. What if these people who are propagating this, who are in that position, who are in that position to know that it's actually flat? What if one of the conditions of being asleep is that no matter what, you're right? What if that's all it is? That no matter what you're told, you're right.
If you believe it.
If you believe it, it's true. That's what truly being asleep is.
Honestly,
no, you have to start again, man.
You have to start all over. We're losing all of it.
What you guys have right now.
We're losing all of it.
I'd love to smoke exactly what you have right now. That's crazy. I never thought of that. And wow, talking like I haven't been on here or even spoke. I probably listened a bunch, but I didn't hear Heels or Jose. But for whatever it's worth, hearing that's another perspective. That's like that's hard for me.
Well, let me ask you this:
these people don't need to be involved for it to be a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
like, how many people need to be in it?
Yeah. Another thing, Mr. Baby, I want you to think about this. Like, let's say 10 generations have gone by, and you're the son of someone in the elite, and they hand you the reins to this big giant machine, right? and you look out at the swirling mass of morons that make up the 500 million people you're responsible for, and all you see are morons, idiots, imbeciles, because that is all you would see if you were in that spot too.
Why are they responsible though in the first place?
Because they don't know why. Like I said, they're born into a position that they had no ambition for. They were just born into it.
Where did that start? Let me ask you this. What are your thank you so much. What is your thoughts on Admiral Byrd and the other Terra, the extra space? Is it, so beyond being flat?
I can't validate any of it, and fair, I mean, it's
fair.
And until like someone I know that I trust can go down there, or I can go down there and validate any of it, I can't. It would just be a belief, and I wouldn't be able to validate it in any way.
All right, so let's just talk geopolitical. How many fucking nations hate each other with wars, but there's an Antarctic treaty?
Do they really?
So, what's that?
That's exactly.
Really?
Yeah. Think about it like this, Mr. Baby Games. You remember The Untouchables, right? The movie.
I do.
All right. You know when he's going around the table talking about
enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm. You know, and then he kills somebody with a baseball bat. Right. Yes. Okay, so they got this big table. They're all cooperating, but on occasion somebody gets whacked. Like all those crime lords, those are the heads of the different, crime organizations. But on occasion they whack each other.
Fucking mind. I hope you cocksuckers aren't a bunch of shills that are making money to convert me back to fucking nonsense. Because
I wish. Money.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah. So, all right. So the belief system in this room collectively is that it's not a globe, right? Fair,
right.
You don't know what it is, and it could or could not be extra land past Middle America, like Admiral Byrd said. Right. Fine. And on that side is, are you Hollow Earth or at all, or Firmament, or no?
Can't verify.
Everyone's different.
All right, so Encyclopedia Britannica 1958. Prior to that, bullshit.
What's a
or
dome? I know they said dome in the article in the Britannica, but was it dome or was I think they referred to mountains back then as domes.
Well, no. It was they reached it, and it basically was at 13,000 feet up. It's where the edge was.
No, but what's the wording of it? What's the wording?
Dome.
Yeah, from memory. Well,
it makes sense. Containment. It does make sense with the
containment. See, here's the thing. I agree with containment. There's got to be a container. We have gas pressure, right? So that's a necessary antecedent.
I have gas pressure right now.
Right. So whatever it is, though, I can't tell you because I can't reach it. I can't go there. And anyone who claims to have gone there, I'm not going to believe.
Right. But we can safely assume that it exists. Just the fact that we have gas pressure.
Right? Well, I don't say it, but containment does exist. Yes.
And lightning. It makes a lot of sense now. Learning more about it, the noise.
Pressure, you need pressure and atmosphere for all of that. Yes, absolutely.
The noise. So I was a radio head for a long time, like CB radios back earlier. I'm gonna fucking heels because you remember. You guys may not remember CB radios, but back then, Citizens Band radio was 27 megahertz or 6 meter. If you guys are ham guys. And way back when, and even now, probably right now, even tonight, you can open wherever you are in the world. You can turn on AM radio, and in between some of the stations that are there, you'll hear skip DX stations that are far away. So that was, I always was told, and everyone thought it was the signals bouncing off the ionosphere, right? So on that side is satellite dishes are fixed points, basically hitting, I believe, a fixed point like a dome or whatever, and everyone else that actually comes back where it's the reflection of the signal that's basically bouncing off, right?
Can I just 1 second? I just want to say,
sure, please.
there's a type of mountain called a dome mountain. It's a rounded back mountain with a cliff face on the front.
That's Stone Mountain in Georgia is one of those.
Yeah. So they're called domes.
But they were talking about 13,000 feet high, where it was an edge. I can pull up the article. I think I have a video of it. But nevertheless,
Media Britannica. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying. This could be a possibility. Like Dome Mountain could be a possibility where they came to a place where they had dome mountains with a face 13,000 feet high.
Fair. I think the opposite, but nevertheless, I will say, what about Operation Fishbowl and exploding nukes, or if they were such a thing as nukes, to break the firmament, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying anyone else is wrong.
Certainly, I would say they probably do know something, right? But I think anything. I always say it like this: imagine we are all born onto this big cruise ship that's automated, totally automated. Nobody's in control of it, right? This ship is completely automated. And someone one day said, let's build a bridge and a command center, and let's just pretend we're in charge. And like we know what's going on. And they did that, and everything the ship did, they said they were responsible for. And everyone just believed them. Generations go by. It gets more slick, more advanced, but they're never actually in control.
But look, man, okay, fair. What about the fucking North Star? What about Orion's Belt? The fucking constellations don't move, and we're spinning around this fucking, around, and we're constantly expanding.
They do move. There's a 26,000 year cycle where they move.
We're moving right. We're supposed to be moving right now.
We're not moving. I don't think we're not. I don't think we're moving, but the sky moves, and it changes every 26,000 years, but it comes back to the start again.
Have you ever seen Anchorman, the movie?
Yeah, Ron Burgundy.
Yes, I don't believe you. I was gonna send that gift. So for whatever, look, there's a lot. There's a lot I'd love to talk about. I'm heading to fucking. I'm heading to fucking Disney tomorrow. I want to kill my entire family.
Oh, you're down here with me, aren't you?
I was in South Florida. I moved to fucking Georgia.
I'm in Georgia. I'm in Savannah.
Nice, fucking the coast, dude.
Yeah,
awesome. I moved up near Lake Lanier, away from South Florida. I love it. It's open carry here.
Great camping up there.
Oh, I just love it.
Carry. Fuck.
Yeah, we've got open carry, man.
Oh my god. I was concealed in Florida. I honestly carry. I don't know. I used to rub one out with my gun, for fuck's sake. I'd never walk around without a gun.
That's a different language here.
Yeah, he's Australian.
We got nothing, mate. We got nothing. We got chains and
Monday Beach, absolutely, dude. I have close friends, Stone Technologies. I know guys out there in Aussie land. But
it's a beautiful place to live, but it's very strict.
Fuck that. Oh yeah, I haven't talked to you all about that. So, two things. What the living fuck happened with the Vax attack? It was crazy, right?
No talk about that. Can't use that word.
Really?
Yeah, we don't want to get our server shut down.
Oh wow, I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right.
Black, I meant. I didn't even realize. I had no idea. Wow.
If you talk about it, you always call it the thing or the thing which must not be named or something like that.
Holy shit!
Or whatever happened in the last couple of years, that always works.
Wow. I'm. Please forgive me, guys. I had no clue this was monitored.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
You know now.
So yeah. So for whatever it's worth, that whole Twilight Zone episode I was watching, it was really crazy. That was an episode of Twilight Zone for sure. So yeah, moving right along.
Isn't it funny that what we've been talking about all day, has come up 3 times today? The same old kind of subjects.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
No, you're all right. I think is it more on the text channel than anything else, or it's everywhere?
Yeah, it was always very, very impugn. I never really thought about people listening and whoever AI listening, whatever. So along those lines, yeah, I guess it's kind of sobering a little bit to think about that. But nevertheless, people when they come on here and you're saying it still blows my mind. You guys are saying, hey, maybe it's not everyone's in on it, or it's just we're born into it, or one side. Because I was just that whole thing with Alex Jones. My God, woo! I see. Look at who owns everything, right? And I'm not even going to say the names now because if you can't say one, I'm not going to say the other.
Hey, just talking code, man. You'll be all right.
Right. Right.
Everyone will know what you mean. Yeah.
Yes. Ratcock owns almost everything, right? So
yeah,
big fund. So on that side is look at the media. The media is nuts because you have the mainstream media, right? Is just insane, and all the at least here.
Everywhere, man. It's the same.
If you hired me to wake everybody up, I would do everything that the media and governments are doing.
What, clown themselves, yeah?
Like I said, it may be that the elites are
distrust.
Yeah. Maybe the elites are like, look, we got to wake up these people so that we can move forward and leave all the detritus behind.
But then why do they mock people, though? It's mockery.
It totally is.
But that mockery, you know what that does? It wakes you up. Doesn't it?
Yeah, like 10% of us.
You know how you're trying to wake somebody up and you get vicious with them to wake them up?
Yeah.
Like you're trying to tell somebody, hey, you screwed up, and they're not listening, and so you get like really like.
I don't really resort to anger. I just say, hey, I'm being honest with you, and I just want you to know that I at least tried, and this is on you now.
But what's the most effective?
I honestly think that be
like let's say you're in a kitchen, like the head chef is going to be yelling and cussing to get everything done, right?
You can't say kitchen. Sorry.
Yeah, what about on a building site too? Think about a building site.
Like let's say
niceties. They don't say, "Hey, pass me my hammer. Can you please pass me my hammer?" Like, hammer.
I mean, I guess I would just. I figured it'd be just easier just to be up front, right? Like you're saying, the honesty is.
You're assuming that everybody's thoughtful, though. Most people aren't thoughtful. They need to be shaken awake.
I guess I can't argue that.
You can't, because you've talked to those people out there. They're not thoughtful. They have to be shaken awake.
Well, the only thing is that I was just willing to be wrong. I was like, well, maybe I'm not correct with what I'm thinking. And then that's all it...
People aren't willing to be wrong, though.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Is that I was just like, well, perhaps I'm not right. Maybe not me personally, but like what I'm being told is not honest. That's
like I said, that's why Flat Earth isn't censored. And that's because there's many prongs of their methodology here. Is there are people who are intuitively going to be awake and they're going to know. And the other people on this bigger, broader mass scale, they're trying to shake out the ones who are awake to separate them from the ones who aren't. And the ones who aren't going to move forward.
At the end of the day, it's just straying us away from the creator, right?
No, you can't. You can never pull a person away from the creator, ever. If you can do that, they were never with him.
Wow. Didn't think of it like that. So I guess that is whatever the last guy said. Yeah, that I don't know what marijuana you're smoking, but please let me know. Yeah, that's wild. Jeez.
For the record, none. I mean, straight arrow my whole life.
Well, let me ask you this: how did you? Oh, sorry.
I just got a quick question. I was just going to say. Don't worry, you go ahead, man.
I know you go, dude. I was just.
No, you go. I forgot my question.
I think I just.
I'm upside down, mate. There's a lot of blood pressure going to my head, so I forgot my question.
I think you already answered it earlier, but like it's just like come to these conclusions. Is it empirical or is it just philosophical?
Philosophical. I mean, we're talking about people, so you can't have anything empirical. The only way you can analyze it is either statistically or philosophically. So the only way you can get an empirical truth is through the scientific method. And since there's no natural phenomena, I couldn't give you an empirical answer. All I can tell you is what I see and the perspective change that I've allowed myself to have. In order to look at it, not from my point of view and not from our point of view, but from the point of view of the actual stakeholders.
Well, if I was them, I would probably keep doing it too, then I guess. But honestly, maybe, I don't know, it's just eerie. Something doesn't seem right, but maybe that's the point.
From their point of view, they're breaking eggs to make the omelet.
Yeah. But isn't it excessive? The movies, the shows, the songs, posters, the lies. I mean,
that was it. I was going to say, you need to stop thinking about how much things cost because money is made up.
Yeah, they just
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. Money doesn't matter.
So when you go, why would they do that? It's so expensive. You go, yeah, but where do they get their money from? They get it for free. It doesn't matter. So money is, when you get money for free, it doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Yeah, you can just
spend it all.
Yeah.
Money for nothing. Free.
Chicks are free. You love quoting Dire Straits.
I totally am.
The last fellow about the peace treaty, I mean, that kind of shows me that it is a one world government. They're all in on it.
Well,
yes.
That's the thing, is it?
They absolutely are. That's why we will never experience a nuclear war. It's just smoke and mirrors.
Well,
it's bullshit.
We can't experience a nuclear war because there's no nukes.
Oh, even more so, yeah.
So I would say the whole idea of a one world government is itself the biggest illusion that there is.
It can't be. They're all in on it. They absolutely are enslaving us.
Nobody's a slave.
Yes, you can't. You're not many things.
You're only a slave in your mind. If your mind belongs to them, you're a slave.
Well, that's perspective, but you and I can't do many things that we should be allowed to do. Simple things.
But I've known people in my life who went for what they wanted, and they got it, and in some cases that was fame, and they got it.
Well, I try to go to Uranus, and I couldn't.
That's right. I'm not Helio. I don't swing that way.
He's gonna go off mute, and all of a sudden, forget about it.
Yeah.
I remember when you got him to admit. Oh, that was funny.
I genuinely, I used to believe, Illuminati, they control everything, there's one world government, all this stuff. Until I changed my perspective, I said, okay, I'm operating from my ego, what I believe, because generations in front of me believed that from that exact same point of view. Now, where did they get that point of view? And they got that point of view from the elites.
You might be right because Flat Earth is slowly becoming popular in a non-negative way, and they're slowly unveiling it. Like they have the Vice episode where they had that pretty girl talk about Flat Earth and stuff. Yeah, so they're slowly opening that door. We were talking about that the other day. Yeah.
Here's a question. Like,
Yeah.
have you ever? I'm sure you've heard of, but have you ever heard of a real flat earther ever going back to the globe?
Never.
A real flat earther.
Nope.
Never. Never.
Nope.
Never.
It was that same thing that Mimas said about, with if you were taken away from God, you were never with Him in the first place. Yeah.
So what about
if you weren't? Sorry.
No, please.
If you were taken away from flat Earth, you were never a flat earther in the first place.
I also do have to mention that I know a lot of y'all know who Eliphas Levi is.
No.
Okay, so he was a 19th century occultist, right? And he was talking about the new age that they would bring, and all this crazy stuff that y'all are seeing. He said that's just a tool. It's a tool to turn mankind against all the insanity.
Must it be this complex though?
Can you go into that a bit more?
Why?
I'd have to go find the exact quote. He said they would unleash the atheist and the nihilist and create a social cataclysm so great.
So you're saying that
they want to bring about the Antichrist
to push people back to God.
The odd thing is, nowhere does he ever say they're trying to bring the Antichrist or anything. And like I said, I don't know his motivations, but
yeah,
these people are not at the helm. They're at a fake helm that doesn't operate the ship.
But I would ask
you can manipulate the wind, but you can't control the currents. So
right. Yeah, you can only navigate the sail, yeah. Well, the thing is like, why doesn't the government just inspire self-sufficiency with every human?
Because the same reason I don't want everyone to be a flat earther. Because the quality of people is very, very low in mass.
But isn't that before? We don't want you on our side.
Yeah, if I were the elite and I'm like, okay, we're going to do a reset and we only want the people who can think for themselves, the people who are rugged, the individualists, the people who can actually survive, that's who we want to come through with us. Why would you teach everybody how to survive?
Wowzers.
Good point.
The people that are like that did get the pineapple up their ass, is that like a telltale sign that they're all going to die? Like soon?
That would be
I couldn't tell you.
Maybe not asking a bit much, isn't it?
Well, the pineapple of the ass is the analogy of the thing we can't speak of. But yeah, like because I had a producer friend say the same thing, where he was just like, they're weeding out the people that can't have critical thinking, and they're only getting people that can genuinely think so fucking deep to the point where like they want us to survive. But then even if that is so, are we going to be still enslaved?
But I'm thinking of Mimas. You're making. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say they don't give us enough tools. I mean, it doesn't feel like. Yeah, I feel like my mindset is. I'm fortunate, but like.
Well, if they give you the tools, you're not self-sufficient.
That's true too. I guess
I think this goes back to what we were talking about maybe 3 hours ago with if you let everyone be fully free, what's going to happen?
Well, not free, but the opportunity to be free. It's like an earned thing, I suppose, where it's like they could be.
See, what's crazy is if you're smart enough and you're ambitious enough and cunning enough, you can be free even in this world.
Yeah, you're still locked to currency, though. At some point.
Yeah, there's a collar on our necks, just slightly. There's a collar and chain.
I've been thinking about this because I'm 20 years, maybe 10 years off buying in the country and going out there, and I started thinking about, okay, sell the place here and move out to the country, and you know how much money we got and things like that. We still need money to survive. Like even though we can set up the place with, you know,
True,
be self-sufficient. Like you still need to purchase things to repair things, and
but I was, but what?
So you're still tied a little bit.
Sorry.
To the system. No, you're all right, man.
Yeah, I just
you know
I'm
what
just
I mean, Memus?
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, that's the monetary value. I'm talking about the actual genuine value, where we're talking about like, well, like this person's good at carpentry, this person's good at building, this person's good at forging, this person's good at, you know, planting or whatever. Like, and these are real values. These are real. Yeah.
Now think about this: the vast majority of those people, would you say they are usually religious and conservative types?
Yes.
I would. Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're the types who naturally mistrust authority and government.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. They're the types who, even though they may be salt of the earth and they might not know everything, but they're aware that something's wrong. Right?
Yeah.
Those are the people you want to bring through. And who do you want to execute themselves? Everybody else.
But hear me out though. I kind of demonically agree with that. But like at the same time, it's like why not on a purpose where like they can all contribute?
They can't.
Why not?
What are they contributing? What are they going to contribute?
What does the leftist in California contribute?
That is a very fair. That's a very fair point.
And in fact, like, let's say the majority of people live in population centers, right? Like New York, Los Angeles, right? And these are sinkholes of degeneracy, depravity, selfishness, indolence, vanity.
I know, I agree. When I went to a food pantry and I was genuinely fucked, like my life was really bad, it was like a bunch of fat people. And I just remember being really mad. But anyway, but what if like those said fat people, those said leftists or whatever, like all these people that are kind of screwed up, it's like, why can't they just plant seeds, or like they could do something, right? Like they don't have to.
They can't.
Where though?
Like they're able to, right? Like I mean, maybe perhaps they're not.
You nailed it. They're able to, but they can't.
Yeah. Well, why
they're able to because they're indolent, they're vain, they're degenerate.
But that was inspired. They weren't born that way.
I don't know. Maybe they were.
Well, no, everyone's born at 0, and then it's just like everything influences.
Well, some vessels were meant for some things, and some vessels were meant for other things. Some vessels were meant to just be smashed onto the floor.
No, you may be right on that. I can't even deny that. Yeah, I guess I'm just hopeful that everyone could contribute, but perhaps I may be wrong.
The only thing you can be hopeful for is you and those who are very close to you.
Yeah,
that's who you got to concentrate on in life.
It's like I like think about dogs, right? And like I think about like a lot of people. There's people that don't like them. I'm just like, well, I think the value is like the companionship, like the sweet loyalty and the genuine love. And like some people think that's retarded. They're like that's not valuable. But I would disagree, right? And so I don't know. I think that's a genuine valuable trait. It gives you like responsibility, it gives you connection. So like. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to think of like, is there such thing as true meaningless? Is there such thing as true worthlessness? Or perhaps there is, and I'm just like trying to figure out how to make everyone useful in this society. Because I honestly, I think those people that are fucked in life, they're unfortunate. But they were in so many senses inspired and influenced. We were all influenced in the beginning, and then for some odd reason we did break free. I don't understand it either. I can't explain it.
Let me ask you something.
Well, it's a love of the truth. You love the truth. No, you were okay being wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't okay at all. Yeah. I don't know what triggers that though. I honestly don't know. Like Jim Rohn says the same thing. He says Some people want it, some people don't understand. Perhaps you're right. Maybe some people don't want it. I think there's some sort of biblical text. I'm not sure, but like it even says like not everyone's going to make it to heaven. Not everybody.
Straight is the gate and narrow is the way, but it says that the Father draws all men unto him. So it says that there's an opportunity for all, but it does say that a lot of people are not interested in that. And then some people reject their creator, and they're not interested in any of this.
Yeah.
So
and you said it yourself, Lo-Fi. They're able.
Right. So it's kind of like a choice, but that's saying God doesn't send you to hell, he only honors your choice.
Right. So think about this. Like I'm just speaking temporally here, which means on the earth. So say New York disappeared, Los Angeles disappeared, Chicago disappeared. Would anybody in the countryside notice?
I don't think so.
Right. So, I mean, you could wipe out a quarter of the U.S. population and it not affect anyone else.
Right. Wow, this is wild. This is where it's at. Because you can't have good without bad, and vice versa. So yeah, I think it's naive of me to even try to like strive for the whole world to be a certain way. Yeah, that absolutely is. Just saying that out loud sounds absurd. But everything has its purpose, but that doesn't mean that it's valuable.
It's a fake. Good one, Flatsy.
Right. Wow, what a time! What a time to be alive! Wow. My God.
Y'all, I'm going to bed because I conned myself into working today because it's now today instead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it's today here as well.
Yep, it's today there as well. I was gonna post something for our Australians in the chat. Let me find it before I leave. Where is it? It's an identification chart. Here you go.
What are they? Spiders?
Spiders.
Spiders. Oh, I posted a picture.
CB crying when he sees the spiders.
What else is it?
When Trinity's
Can you
girl lives
explain
on the
what
other
you
side of the
posted?
earth.
I got a confession. I love spiders.
Yes, so do I.
Well, you're
Have you ever-
Australian.
Spider before?
I've had pet spiders.
Yeah, there is something fascinating when you see them like kind of like eat. It's kind of wild. Like I fed a spider a mosquito one time. It's very sickly fulfilling.
I just fed him crickets and earthworms. Her name was Sheila. She was a big tarantula.
Sheila.
Yep. And I also had,
that's what we call girls.
yeah. That's what Tolkien named the offspring of Ungoliant, Sheila the spider. Who, by the way, was in the form of a spider. So what was Sheila? But all right.
She was a man. She was a man eater.
Good night, Meme.
I thought you were going to say she was a man. Like, oh, we're rewriting Tolkien. Sheila the trans. All right. I'll see y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Hey, Memus.
Night.
Been a pleasure.
As always. Good day.
No worries, mate. And just like that.
No, this is. I've only been here for just a few days, and this is powerful stuff. Like this is good stuff. I mean, that my perspective that's wild.
Have you been a flat earther for a long time, or that's new too?
Well, flat Earth was like two, maybe 3 months for me. Okay. But this being here has only been like a hot couple days. So, but it's been quality couple of days. And the lo-fi server that I'm part of, like the official lo-fi server, it's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's cool, but it's like it's not exactly like I feel like I'm not really leveling up. feel like I'm kind of just like fucking around, and not many people have too much ambition. And so, but you know what's cool is that like I've gotten into a lot of debates and fights with people on there about flat Earth, and a couple people invited me into a group chat. I'm like, "What's up?" They're just like, "Hey, we just want to let you know that I think we think you're onto something." I'm like, about what? They're like, about the flat Earth. I'm like, really? They're like, well, yeah. I'm like, okay. Like, yeah, well, shit. And so, yeah, I think before you know it, it's going to be normal. I just don't know what it's going to be like when it is, because it's slowly starting to become trendy now. Like, it's not
I'm
as
not sure about that, man, because you can weed them out. If they're not real flat earthers, then you can weed them out.
Well, yeah,
They'll
we could
say
send.
all, they'll say all the things, and then they'll say something, and you just go, okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I can at least trigger and like unlock a part of their brain that has that questionable doubt, then I feel like I've succeeded in something. Because like I would wish someone would do the same thing for me. Like nobody even gave me a heads up, yo.
But you did it yourself, man.
That's true. You know, like it was fucking Genesis. I was just like, oh shit. Well, this changes things. And so that's why I'm very thankful for the Bible, because it does support the common sense of our reality, and for the most part.
Mine's got nothing to do. Mine never had anything to do with the religion at all.
And that's admirable. I don't even know, like, coming to that. Well, actually, you could come to that conclusion with just the sheer fact that we have flat surfaces. Yeah, I guess it's
fact. I'm not a religious person in a sense. I believe in a creator, but I'm not a biblical person or a religious person. But I just say the antecedent to a creation is a creator.
Yeah, yeah. I don't really like the word religion.
I came to that after Flat Earth.
It's just weird because like I met one person in real life that like knew it was flat, and like he said that, well, this is it. Like that's the piece. That's like literally the last piece. And then once more people figure it out, then what happens? I'm just like, I don't know. I have no idea. My guess is a revolution. That's honestly what I that sounds insane, but like at the same time,
I don't know if one needs to be had though. Once it's all realized, there's no need for a revolution, because people just stop complying or whatever. Everyone just goes about their daily business, and you know.
Something to remember, though, is the emotional blackmail that the system has on the people who still believe it and who rely on that as their, there's no creator. I can behave however I want. There's a lot of population relying on that, and that's going to hurt.
Well, most of those people rely on the government as well, or say the government makes the decisions that we live by. So
many, yeah, sure.
When they realise that they're not living on a spinning ball, and their lives become very different,
intrinsically different, so much different.
Well, the way I came to it was like, okay, so all right, so we live in a place that seems to be created. Okay, what do you need for that? You need a creator. Okay, so then if that's the case, then am I always being kind of watched and monitored? Maybe I need to change. Maybe I need to change my life. Maybe I should live my life as if I'm being watched and monitored. So I started changing how I lived. This is a long time ago, though. I'm 2015, I think, so around about there.
Creator, maybe.
I don't know what it is. I'm not, I don't preach anything. That's my journey to be had. And
yeah, that's everyone's, eh?
Yeah, it's my own personal journey. You know, I take little snippets and information from people, and you know, just whatever feels right to me intuitionally, and I go with that until I find out some more information, which changes what I think, and then I'm pretty open to that.
I was raised with the Bible, but it always seemed kind of thin and kind of fake. And then I figured out that it was flat, and then it was like, wait, the Bible says this too. Wait, maybe I need to be reading my Bible differently. And
that's how.
That's exactly a lot for me.
Yeah, never did I ever think I'd be watching like a documentary about Jesus. You know, like I never would think that. I couldn't even like. I surprised myself. But ironic, it's wild. I mean, perhaps the Creator is loving, and perhaps that is important for all of us individually to get close to whatever that is.
Perhaps the Creator is something that we can't understand.
And perhaps we never will.
I'm pretty content with that.
Yeah. I think that's, maybe that really is it. Like, I just let it be. Yeah, like, do your best, know your heart. God knows your heart. Let it be.
We spoke about this before, about you being too hard on yourself.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, now I'm...
Do it, man. Try it. Try it for a day.
I am. I'm easing up a little bit. Like, it's feeling...
Even for a day. See how you feel at the end of the day. Just go through that day, not criticizing yourself, and do things intuitionally, and instead of doing things with your brain. Just go, okay, I'm going to go this way. Oh, okay. I'm being dragged this way. And see where it ends up at the end of the day. And you'll go, the fuck? What a weird day, but, you know, it's pretty cool, man. I have fun with it. I do it all the time. I have a lot of fun with it.
You guys have like a nice map. Oh, sorry?
Well, some days I wake up and I go, I'm not going to have any plans today. And I'm just going to do whatever comes to me and follow it and just go with it. And you never understand where those days kind of lead you. You know, like a couple of times it's led me to my parents' house. You know, where I live 15 minutes away from my parents, and you know I don't visit them enough. And then some of these days I've just ended up going, okay, I'm not going to have any plans, and then I end up at their house. You know, just chatting, having a coffee, having a piece of cake that mum just made a cake, or you know, it's just weird. Just simple
really
things like that.
So beautiful too. I mean, time is precious. That time is the real money. Like Rumi said, that ancient philosopher, he said, like, what you're seeking is seeking you. And so perhaps
don't worry about time.
Always on the right path, or rather, even if you're lost on the right path. So you're always going in the right direction, even if it feels like it's not, because ultimately it always led to the right path. Like every time I thought I was on the wrong path, I genuinely thought I was. I was like, fuck this. This is terrible. Ultimately, it was exactly what I needed. It was exactly this, like...
There's people in here that will tell you that your path's already decided for you anyway, so whichever way you pick and choose, you're always going to end up in the same place anyway.
Yeah.
So that means you're always going to end up with the same lessons in life. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand it at the moment.
But you kind of taught me.
I'm trying to understand that everything is out of my control, and I guess that my whole life I've always been a bit of a control freak up until my early 30s. So maybe 12 years ago. So.
Well, think about how amazing it is to just let Jesus take the wheel, if you will, and you're in the passenger seat, and you're just kind of like, just observing, just observe, and just like live, and then see where it goes.
Well, mine didn't come from there. My way of thinking came from kind of philosophers and things like that.
Yeah.
And then this is before Flat Earth. This is, Well, maybe it was around the same time. Yeah, I think it was around the same time.
So back to when you just said flat Earth, it's like what makes it so incredible is like accepting the whole Jenga model just fell apart and everything was a lie. That's a lot of responsibility to be able to handle. And so like we were all able to accept the whole thing was a fucking lie. So that's like a lot for people. But for some reason we're just able to kind of just handle that shit. And so
were you a conspiracy theorist before you came to this? Like, how far down that rabbit hole had you gone before you found this?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I knew that thing that we're not allowed to speak of was BS. I knew 9/11 was bullshit.
Sorry, I forget how new you are to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know there's a code word for it, but yeah. Well, I mean,
you're right. Yeah.
I've always had my speculation. I'm always like, because I worked in entertainment, and I understand that there's the lighting, the scripts, the editing. So I just see
how old you are.
Yeah, early 30s, I'll say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm at that whiskey age where I'm not like completely naive and young, but I'm not like fucking 90 years old and withered away. Like I feel like I'm just perfectly at that right spot where it's like this is.
Were you around with the two towers in New York that accidentally came down?
Yeah, so I believed it at first because I was so young, but then when I got it took me a while to take that one in. That one's a good one to like open the doors to the truth. I had friends try to tell me like, "Come on, dude, like, be honest with yourself."
When did you look into the moon landings?
Gosh, now I'm embarrassed.
Have you looked into the moon landings yet, or?
I'm embarrassed to say this. Year was the because like when you figure out the flat Earth model, that's when you realize that space and the whole moon landing was bullshit.
Ooh, I did moon landings way before flat Earth.
You figured that out?
Oh no, I didn't figure it out by myself, but I watched. But I watched a few things that got me there. But I can't say that I did the research to come to that conclusion. I watched a lot of videos, and there was a few documentaries out around that time. That brought me to that conclusion. Yeah.
Well, the indoctrination is so hard. Like it's like the sprinkle on the ice cream. It's everywhere, and it's like I believed in space, but I didn't believe in the moon landing. But then I was like, but why would they lie about the moon landing if space is real? And I'm like, wait, maybe space isn't real. And I'm like, wait a second. But then the Bible, the first verse is just flip the table. It just completely flipped the table for me. I'm like, wait a second. I'm just going to go with scripture and just forget everything else. This makes more sense for me.
So you're talking about the creation story, yeah?
Yeah. So that's what made more sense to me. Like every verse is just the polar opposite of what NASA says. Absolutely polar opposite. And so I'm just like, well, perhaps this is more true and honest. And then I based it off the fact that, well, it is the Bible, but then also the fact that everything is so anti-Bible, everything is so anti-God, everyone makes fun of it. And so I'm just like...
Well, it's funny because NASA have to swear an oath of government, which has God in it.
Exactly.
It's even stranger.
Exactly.
And I don't know what God they're praying to, but...
Well, Satanism, I'm assuming, inversion. So, I mean, that also correlates to the fact that, like, it is.
No, that's what you say. No, I'm just saying. I'm not claiming that. I'm just questioning what they're praying to. You know.
Well, yeah. Well, it is the opposite of.
Seems to be opposite, doesn't it?
Well, quite literally, yes. We are not spinning. They say we're spinning. We're stationary. They say we're shooting. So, like, yeah, they literally it just appears that they looked at scripture and completely flipped it upside down. And then you see it in all of our favorite shows, all of our favorite movies. Like, there's literal shows called the Seven Deadly Sins, where the 7 deadly sins are the good guys. And like, it's all fucking backwards. Our society is so. It's an anime.
I've never seen that movie. I remember. Oh, okay. I know. I'm too old for that. But I remember watching a movie called The 7 Deadly Sins.
Yeah.
It was.
Well,
I think they changed it. And it was called The 7 Deadly Signs.
Perhaps something like that. Yeah.
I think maybe it was in the 80s or something like that. But
yeah. I mean, just everything that's created is just for entertainment. Just strays us away from the Bible, like, completely. And like, you just see it. You see the results. You see the sinful behavior of many people. The shameful acts of many. And I just think to myself, like,
I just said, like, I think about this. I just said to you, I'm not a Bible person, but I still have the same. I still have the same morals.
Right, yeah. Of course, yeah. But it's just
I'm not anti-Bible. It's just I'm never. It hasn't. It's not one that I've ever got into.
Yeah.
Maybe later in my life I might. You know, who knows? So where do these morals come from?
That's true too. Well, I guess the morals come from the fact of, like, imposing our will on others. So, like, my 3 rules, if I was to give it to a society, I think I told you guys, like, the 3 rules I have is just 1, don't impose your will on others. 2, don't hurt children and animals. 3, be kind to the earth. And so,
where does information come from?
Well, I guess I would just say the fact that if you don't impose your will on others, you leave people be to do their own, and then
something has to be the seed of information. So the seed of morals comes from information. Where did we get information?
That's a good question. I guess from the beginning of people that experienced it. I don't even know. That's a good question. The
creator would be the one to establish the information. It's coded in our DNA, literally.
Yeah, right. That, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that is very...
What are you saying, Flatsy? So it's inbuilt in our DNA, so we inherently know what is right and wrong, yeah?
Yeah, but where does that come from? It can only come from the source of creation. Whatever created everything, or whoever created everything, is the source of information that is coded in us.
Yeah, and also it also makes sense in an ethical way, where, like, if you just fuck everything up, then, like, it lowers your chances of having a tribe. It lowers your chances of having social friends and all this stuff, or, like, a family. And I mean, I guess it just, like, I guess there's no honest reason for another human to impose their will on another human. And the only time there is...
What if it's for good?
Huh?
What if it's for good?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if somebody imposes their will on you, then you impose your will on them. But, like, if they never... But there's no reason for them to impose their will on you. Vice versa. There's no reason for you to impose your will on them.
Unless you're in a place where you need help.
I don't know, perhaps. I mean, the earth is self-sufficient, and I genuinely believe it's made for us. And we can survive on it without hurting each other. We can. And we have. And so...
without hurting each other?
Yeah. Well, yeah. We can. We don't have to. It's not...
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I misheard you. Yeah.
We can.
Yeah.
It's not like I have to hurt person A in order to survive. Like, I just...
No. I understand. Yeah.
Right. And so, Yeah, there's genuinely no reason. And like that, hence the first rule, like don't impose your will, like that. There really isn't. I mean, really, and so yeah, I mean, everything else is it's just crazy, to be honest. It's actually kind of silly. I mean, having a party is not really a phase. I mean, everybody likes it. Everybody likes a get together. Everybody likes a party. Everyone likes having fun. And so perhaps maybe that's what it should have been the whole time. I mean, life is brief at the longest. So, I mean, why not enjoy it for real, because like we're going to die sooner than later. And so it's such a short ride. I mean, fuck, dude, it's so short. And so it's like, why not just have a party all the time, most of the time? But people rather do all this crazy shit. Like, I mean, it's not even ethical. There's not even an honest, logical reason to do all these fucked up things. It's just, I guess you could say, stupid. It just doesn't do anyone good. Even temporary. It doesn't do anything good for anybody. And so kindness seems kind of silly nowadays, but it really is kind of, I think, a winning mentality or mindset for all of human race is just kindness. It's just, I mean, kindness is so rare that like people get emotional when they see it. They're like, "Oh, that was so sweet. Did you see that?" Like it's rare. It's like a legendary Pokemon. Just it doesn't really. We rarely see it now. Like I've had kindness happen to me before, and it's such a magical feeling. It makes me want to light up the world. It makes me want to like give back tenfold. It's such a cool feeling. It's like I don't even have to know the person. They're not even my family, but then they just instantly just became my family in that moment. Like, it's like, oh, wow, I love you. Wow. Like, thank you. I can't believe they just did that. You know?
I think we spoke about this before when we were talking about love thy neighbor. Yeah,
yeah, dude, it's such a wonderful feeling. Dude, like, it seems like
that maybe that's the only rule that needs to be had.
Yeah. It's true. Like, the little
things. It covers all the bases, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does. I think that what Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius.
Put it two together, yeah. But like, yeah, so like, yeah, like what he was saying, yeah, wow, dude, that guy did some homework, man. Because like, yeah, perhaps that destroys all my other rules. Just love each other. As cheesy as that sounds, that would literally solve everything. Everything would be solved if we just loved each other. That like everything would be freaking popping. It'd be a party every day, but it'd be like a meaningful, abundant party. It's just like there'd be freaking tree houses and lights, and there'd be like it'd just be beautiful. It'd be wonderful. It's a shame. It's a shame, really. I mean, the capabilities that we have. It's a shame. Like, people know that I'm like freaking out this apartment because I'm like moving and all this stuff, and like the neighbors have been giving me like these gifts, and it's like so sweet. It's like so, dude. It's like little things too, and it's just like, but it's so meaningful and amazing. It's emotional. It's emotional, and it's just like, but it gives me strength. It's like, oh wow, like I feel noticed. I feel cared for. Like, it's not crazy. It's just so simple and so strong at the same time. And so, gosh, if everyone...
I don't know if it is for you, but when those kinds of things happen for me, it's always when I really need it the most.
Yes.
And I can tell that it is communication from the Creator through other people.
Yeah, dude.
Sometimes they'll even shock me and say, God told me to put this on my heart. And then they do something, and then I'm like, well, I believe you. I believe that happened.
It's like angelic. It really is, yo. Like, I've been so hungry, and then out of the blue, somebody will be like, yo, I'm going to get a sandwich. Do you want one? Like, they're acting like they don't, it's no big deal. I'm like, would I like one? I would love. Are you like... You
will be provided for every day. You don't need to plan so much in advance, because each day has enough evils to worry about, that you will be provided for every day as the days that you're living. Like, you don't need to worry about tomorrow. Just worry about today. And, you will be provided for divinely.
It's true. I never really lacked anything. Like, when I thought I did, I really wasn't. It was actually helping me. And so, if anything,
didn't you say before that you were homeless at one stage?
I was. It was fucked. But yes, it was. Yeah, it was really fucked up. I was homeless in my car, but I wasn't homeless on the street.
Therefore, at some stage, you were lacking.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think I needed it. Because I went from like having a very luxurious life to quite the opposite. I didn't understand the perspectives of being homeless. Like, I knew
at early 30s.
Yeah.
So you went from having a luxurious life at your late 20s to having a homeless life at your early 30s.
Yeah. Talk about a breakthrough. Yeah. And yeah, I would never change it though, ever. I just Yeah.
What did you? So you're saying luxurious life in your late 20s? What did you do to get there?
I took a chance to LA. I had made all the right connections. My work was very easy and super fun. I was taken care of very well just by sheer popularity. It was silly. People hated me for it, to be honest. Like, I had no problems. It was so easy. I had a private driver at one point, and it was like, and I still complained. I was still upset about things. Like, I was still sad about things. Like, I would quite literally be working for a TV show, and I'm eating the greatest food, hanging out with very interesting people, and I'm doing nothing, and I'm getting paid for it. Like, I'm doing nothing. There's not a talent. You just show up. That's it. Just timing. That's it. It's just, and it was so easy and so stupidly awesome. And I quit all of that to go take care of my grandparents, and I took care of them, and I spent a lot of money on them, spent a lot of time on them, and they kind of took the rug under my feet, and I ended up in a very bad situation. And even so, I made it through. I've always made it through. But I always got what I wanted, though. I always said I didn't want to miss them, and I sure don't miss them at all. I don't even have hate. I don't even have hate for them. I just don't want to see them ever again. But I still digress, though. Like, I've received everything I've ever wanted. But the catch is, when you receive it, what do you do when you have it? Like, what do you do when you have that much money? People think they know what they would do. I was retarded when I made a lot of money. I would just not. I didn't have a spreadsheet. I didn't look at my phone. I kept swiping the card. I didn't even think. I just was like, oh, this is the 27 here, 35 here, no big deal. Then before I knew it, I was broke and I was fucked. And it went way over my head. I went crazy. I was like, what the fuck? I was just like, this money is too wonderful. And then it's just like, it just goes over your head. And that's why I always tell people, like, please be faithful when the amounts are small. When they are small, have faith. Like, if you're working on your own thing and you're only making a few dollars, dude, those few dollars can multiply, but don't give up. Like, if you broke your first dollar, be grateful. Celebrate that. If you have if you have 5, be grateful. When you have 10, be grateful. It's just be grateful. Just that. I mean, that alone, I just wasn't really grateful. I tried to be. I thought I was, but not as much as I could have been. You almost have to get silly with it. the first thing you should say to yourself in the morning should be, thank you. You woke up. Like, there you go. Another day. Like, just thank you. Like, the alternative is a mystery. So let's just be grateful for this. The best that we can.
Being grateful is one thing that I've learned is it feels the best to be grateful every day. So that's what I strive to do. And I have no reason not to be grateful for everything I have. I may not have a lot. I may not be rich with money, but I'm rich with what matters. My family, my husband, my whole family, my son. It's great.
And even the bad, be grateful for it, because that ultimately led you to something good.
Yep,
And
that's right. Not a lot of people go out of their way to say that, but I do too. I'm the same way. I'll go out of my way to say that I can love my enemy, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have woken up.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I used to be very mad. Like, I was so fucking angry at my grandparents. And, like, I wanted to seek revenge. Like, I really wanted to do something fucking stupid. And, like, there's a Bible verse that says there's no rest for the wicked. I get it. I get it now. Like, that really helped me. I'm just like, okay, that makes sense. That's not my battle to fight. I get it. And they made it so much easier for me not to worry. I used to have, like, such an emotional attachment to them, but, like, now I don't. Like, I gave up everything. I didn't date. I didn't go out. I didn't change careers. I worked a shitty job to be with them. Like, I sacrificed all my time for them, and then, like, sure enough, it was all shitty and bullshit. But, like, now I got my wish. I genuinely didn't want to miss them. And when I thought about that, I was, like, thinking, like, I don't want them to die. But, like, now I'm like, I've come to peace with that. Like, I'm all right with whatever happens. It's a very freeing feeling. It's less responsibility. It's so wild, though. But, like, I've learned that, like, what's up?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just clearing my throat.
Oh,
I didn't realize my mic was open. I was going to say,
yeah.
Is that why before when you said you picture yourself in a house and this and that, it was by yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. I used to have visions of... I used to have visions...
like that, man.
You feel that way too?
No, so don't let other people ruin what you could have with other people.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair.
Just because someone has hurt you in the past doesn't mean that everyone else in the future will hurt you.
Right.
And if you don't give people the chance that they will not hurt you, then you'll never find people that won't hurt you.
You're right. No, you're absolutely
know what
right.
I mean?
Yeah. No, I do.
This is what people do. They live in the past, yeah, and they never recover from a loved one hurting them, and they don't give other people the chance to get close to them. And what they do is they miss out on relationships and things like that can better their life. And I understand that, man. I get it, but don't let other people control how you feel. Yeah?
Yeah, no, you're definitely right.
No, I'm just a random guy on the internet, man, but like...
No, not at all, man. I think
let it happen, mate.
I think it's the actual wise words of wisdom. Is like, not every door is the same. And
exactly, man.
Just kept fucking closing all of them. I kept them closing, open them.
How many people? What percentage of people in this world do you think are bad people?
Maybe 7%.
So, well, let's round it up to 10. So, out of every 10 people that you meet, one person's bad. Mm-hmm. So, the chances of you cutting off everyone else just because that one person has done something bad to you mean that you're missing out on 9% Sorry, you're missing out on the other 9 people that you could have a actual really nice, meaningful, wholesome relationship with. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. Because when I was homeless, my childhood friend of mine like let me stay with him, and he had no reason to let me stay with him. If anything, he had every reason not to let me stay with him. I mean, I'm just some random kid, no job, no car, broke. I was in a lot of trouble. I needed a friend, and then I tried to explain to him on the phone like what was my situation. He's like, "It's fine, dude, just come over." What? I'm like, "Did you not hear me, bro? I'm fucking homeless, dude." He's like, "Yeah, dude, just come over, man." Like he was saying it like it was no big deal. God damn, I miss that guy. Dude. You're such a good person. Like, and I'm probably gonna see him soon. Ironically,
why are you still not? I was going to say that. Are you still in contact with him? Yeah.
Yeah, well, my plan is to see him soon because now I do have a car, I do have a job, I'm not homeless, like I'm doing better, and so like I want to see him when I'm doing better than when last time he saw me I was fucking homeless. Like,
sorry about that. Maybe you got to do something for those people who had you back when you're in a bad situation. So maybe do something nice too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I was there,
just tell him, fuck, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. When I was down, you were there for me, and let him know.
Yeah, and simply being there for him too is a lot because like him and his girlfriend don't really get to spend time together, and like the one time I was there, because she has kids and like they had no one to babysit when they went out, and so I would babysit them, and they went on their first like date after like so many months. And I'm just like, wait, maybe I actually provided value. I was like, oh my gosh. Like they had like a steak dinner and they went out to a fair and like they had fun. And so I'm just, like that's just another example of like, if you ever feel like you can't provide value, I would disagree and be like, you can't, there's something. And it's just a matter of putting yourself out there just a tad bit. Like you said, just, yeah. What a beautiful feeling to just kind of not give up. Just be open to life being better. It's going to get better. It always gets better. Yeah, you guys, I probably should get to sleep soon too. Fuck, this is addicting. I never spend this much time on Discord, yo. This is good stuff.
I'm starting to finally get to the point where I can like go a little bit without it, but since I've been on here since November, there was a while there where I was just like every day. I'm still kind of on here almost every day, but that's because I love it.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I'm getting a lot out of my system because I haven't really talked to too many people about these things, especially flat Earth. So it's like, yeah.
I understand. Yeah. These people have been here on the server have been just amazing. When I came, like, I mean, I was I had learned about flat Earth like, I don't know, so long before I found the server, and then finding the server, it felt good to talk to people about it.
Yeah, it's such a gem. Like, it's such a gem. Like, I'm on here because I'm part of like a scripture sermon server, and like I don't even want to be there. I mean, I'm very grateful for that server showed me this server because somebody invited me from that server because I'm like, oh, they're Christians. They must understand scripture. I'm like, so you guys believe in the globe model or flat Earth? They're like, oh, fuck, are you a flat earther? I'm like, oh, shit, are you not? Like, what? I'm like, fuck.
Oh, it's crazy.
They're like, oh, fuck this guy. And I'm just like, and then ZK was like, nah, bro, he's right. Like, there's the heliocentric model is fucked. They're like, what? They were baffled. I'm like, you guys don't even read scripture. What is this all about? Like, and then ZK invited me here. I'm just like, oh shit, this is where it's at. Like, not even the sermon server. This is where it's at. This is it. This is where the genuine gems arrive to. Like, if you can handle responsibility, you can handle the server. And that's how it should be. People should handle their responsibility. Such a fucking... Everyone should be proud of themselves.
I feel like the Messiah and like separately Flat Earth are synonymous somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know why I've got this intuitive feeling that they're synonymous together. Like things are going down, it's happening.
I agree. I think it's absolutely. It's different. It's definitely different. And my life has been remarkably getting better ever since I've it's only been here for a few days, and it's like little things in outside of my world has been great.
I would like to go ahead and just clarify that I don't know how they are. It's just I have this intuitive feeling that it is, so I can't just like provide evidence.
Yeah,
I want a citation for that, Flatsy, and a demonstration.
It's a Speculation Sunday, so hush.
The thing, the server teaches me to level up. Like I have to like explain what the fuck I mean. I have to support what I'm saying. I can't just say plasma.
It's certainly not Speculation Sunday, but you have to admit. I mean, for the most part,
No,
you have
it's
to
not.
admit.
It's not.
Check this out.
It is for Timbo.
This is the best place.
I'm in Saturday afternoon, so
This is the best place on Earth to talk about flat Earth, right?
it is Helio, and that is your.
I know that's the only reason I interrupted, guys. I just want to say,
That's my
I
bad.
love all you guys. I appreciate everyone here that participates. It's so awesome.
Yeah, we thank you guys in the background who are working hard to keep all this alive as well. So
yeah,
I think I said it last week. Like when we had those new rules that we had to look over, I was like, mate, if we want to keep this server, I think a lot of us would be lost without it. So
you guys want to see the mantle I built the other day? It's white oak.
Sure do, man.
Yeah. I mean, it took me a couple of days. It for the angles and the corners of this mantle it took me like a half a day to just like mock up a concept, and then I built the mantle.
Was this for yourself or at work?
Yeah, it was at work. Yeah, I built it. I mean, they just drew a picture of it. It's like, do this, and I was like, you son of a bitch. And I was like, so it's like, all right, I'm going to pay you to do it. It's like, you figure it out.
While you're finding that, I think these two are just going to finish off what they were saying.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
And I want to see what you built.
No, yeah. It's on my phone, so I'm trying to transfer it to my computer now so I can upload it.
What?
Oh, I can do it through my phone. Hold on, let me do it.
No worries. Oh, what were you two? I think you two were almost at the end of that.
Well, I'll put it in live stream voice text.
Oh, we were talking about this. We were talking about this place.
Interrupt, but I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying it was actually the best place on Earth to talk about flat Earth. But and also, it's just like I'm kind of proud of this project because when I saw this it's just a piece of paper that says do this, and they have this mock-up of this mantle I'm supposed to build around the fireplace and do it out of white oak. I was like, do we have the material here? And then I had to freaking search around the shop to like kind of always. It's like, and then I had to make a mock-up. I made a mock-up of the corner with the angles and shit. I was like, all right, now I know how to do it. It took me freaking half a day to even figure out how to make this fucking mantle, And so it was, I'm pretty proud of it. Share it in the live stream voice text.
Oh, we're all proud of you too, Leo.
I mean, it took me a while. I mean, it took me like 2 days to get this shit.
Helio, Loki has a crush on.
So Lo-Fi, I just want to. I still, to this day, every day I'm a tradesman. I build houses, and I got a lot of trades in under my belt. Every day I have this Discord on my headphones. I use my headphones as earmuffs, and I listen all day.
That's fucking awesome.
I don't listen to podcasts anymore. I don't listen to anything. I have this on all day.
Well, yeah, it's like a virtual bar of intellectual people. I mean, it's
And you've met Indio as well, yeah?
What's up?
You met Indio as well, haven't you?
Indio? Who?
Yeah, you met him the first day that you were here.
That's right. Yeah.
He's the one with the Kill Bill. What's his name from Kill Bill?
I don't know, but he's like a Japanese with white hair guy.
Yeah, the martial art trainer for what's her name in there? I know it's Uma Thurman. That's her real name, but he trains her. Like, I can't remember his name. Anyways, that's the picture that Indio has for himself. So Indio 007.
All these guys, like all these guys who are moderators and things like that, they're so smart, and like all of them have their niche.
That really took some effort for me, to build that mantle at work. I mean,
give me a look. Oh,
you guys saying
nice miters, mate. They're perfect.
Dude,
those miters are perfect.
Dude, like I said, it took me like a day and a half, or it took me like half a day to even. I mocked it up in an MDF. I had like scrap MDF that I maxed. I mocked it up in a format because I had the white oak, but the white oak was expensive, so I was just like, I'm going to mock up a corner of it before I actually build the mantle, So I mocked up the corners, and then once I had the corners built, I was like, all right, I have the angles, and so then I ripped it all on the table saw and freaking get the angles and shit, and then put it all together, and that's what came out.
Looks heavy, man. Like how high is that?
It's not light. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's solid white oak, all of it.
Is that like 5 foot tall or bigger?
Yeah, it's 62 inches tall. And I can't remember the width. Yeah, but that's a mantle. Pretty proud of it. Took me a while to really. It's like in the front it's 3.5, on the inside is 2.5. So the angle inside is. I think it was.
Oh, you routed all those angles as well,
dude. I cut every bit of that shit on the table saw and that miter saw on the second picture.
So you had.
That's my workshop. That's my workshop where I work.
So you had square blocks, and you actually routed all the angles as well in the.
No, I did that shit on the table saw because I'm good at that shit. I mean, that's my.
Yeah, I know, but. Still,
yeah, I had to see like on that those angle legs, the long angles there. I had to stand to get a 50 degree. It was 50 and 40. It was 50 degrees and 40 degrees to get the 90. And so I had to stand. I had to stand the oak up on top and set the angle and table saw to 40 degrees and. Then run it through to make a 50-degree angle.
And then you've got like maybe like a 1.5 inch trim on the inside of it.
That's 2.5. But but this is weird. I've never built a mantle like this before. Because a lot of times it goes from outside to outside. If there's an angle, it's just,
Yeah, just a 45.
Yeah, but this one had the angles on the inside. So this is the first time I've ever done one like this. So I was like, oh, this is going to be a trip. And so what I did, So what I did is I built the on the front is 3.5 inches, and I put mitered those together, and then I pocket drilled them, at the miter, and you know what a pocket drill is? You just like
Yeah.
Then you just put screws in. You can build the front face frame, and then
that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask if you were using biscuit joiners or no.
Yeah, it wasn't biscuit. It wasn't biscuit, but it was just like pocket screws. So
Well done, Helio.
I put the front frame together there, and then, like I said, I built a mock-up beforehand with some cheap ass MDF. Just one of the corners, a mock-up of it, because I already knew what I had to do. So it took me a while to just kind of get it all kind of set up. So I built a mock-up of some cheap materials first, because I didn't want to cut into the oak before I did anything, because that's the expensive material. So I'm going to use scraps to kind of figure out what I need to do before I actually start all this shit. But yeah, it was kind of fun. It was kind of fun to make all that, because
I think Kim was trying to ask you something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kim.
No, I was saying well done, Helio. You did a great job on that.
Yeah, like the front, it's like you have front is 3.5. The flat on the front, that's 3.5 inches, and on the inside is 2.5 inches, and then you have to go from the corner to the other corner, and so it's not 45. If the inside was 3.5 inches, that would have been 45. It would have been a lot easier, but it wasn't. So I had to freaking do all kinds of. That's why I had to really freaking.
Maybe you should ask James Richards about triangles then.
Well, it was still a triangle, but I'm just saying. But every time I do it, I've done some of these same type of projects for the company I work for, and every time it gets a little easier, but this one was a little weird, especially since sometimes most of the time it's sometimes I've done MDF. And it's just like, MDF's kind of like throwaway material. It's like if you fuck it up, fuck it up. But this was an oak material. It's like I have to make sure that all the material is when I cut it first time, make it work. And thank God it. Well, the mantle went out yesterday. Hopefully the customer is happy with it. We'll see. But I think it looks good. Do you guys think it looks good? I think they'll be.
I'd be happy with it, mate. I'm a carpenter, so
it looks pretty good.
I'd be happy with those joints, 100%.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting? Like when you do the inside angles from there, you could do it one of two ways. You can meet the joints up and do compound miter and put them together, which I thought that wasn't necessary with the inside, with the 2.5 inside. It's like it'd be, and I was like, I don't have to do that since there's, you have the 2.5 inside, it'll cover up. If you're a woodworker, you'll understand. It's like you don't have to put the two joints together and do two different compound miters. So the two sides
on the 2.5 inch bit on the trim on the inside.
On the inside, yeah. So what I did is the angles on the sides went all the way to the top.
Yeah, and then squared the inside.
Yeah, and the inside, so the inside angle it met up with it, with the 2.5. It took me a minute to figure that out because I was like, how am I going to make these angles meet up, And so that's why I went with the MDF and I tested it out.
Because it went from being on an angle to being back to 90 degrees. So
yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, and what ended up happening is that centerpiece and the side piece was like it was a compound angle. It was with the miter saw. It was 36 degrees leaned over and 37.5 to the side, and then once I hit those angles right, bro, it just slipped right in. It worked out. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I did it on the MDF. I couldn't believe it worked out for me in the end, because even if you do the mock-up first and you're like man, this is so probably gonna work, and it's like once you got the freaking money material and you're just like, God damn it!
How nervous do you get?
It's like boss is gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
You're gonna cost him another.
I've been doing it for like over 20 years.
The first time it worked out, man, I was just like tapping it in. Oh, shit, this is gonna work. All right, now I'm gonna pull it back out, and I'm putting the wood glow on it, and I'm going for it. And boom, it turned out like that. It was freaking. I was like,
it's still to this day. Every time I have to do a joint like that with skirting boards or architraves or something like that, I have to think about it every single time.
You know
think
what?
about the angle on our.
And I do this in the freaking cabinet shop. Guess what? Guess who never gets feedback?
You.
Me. That's right.
Yeah. They don't know.
They just put that shit on paper. Yeah. They say, do this, and I do it, and they never say, hey, man, your customer really fucking loved it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying who did it? You just drew it on paper.
Yeah. I'm the same with architects and engineers. I go, yeah, it's all. I'll just do it to the engineering. I go, yeah, okay.
Well, I used to build engineering stuff
on Monday morning.
Dude,
you're going to tell me how I'm going to do this on site. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And then they come and they go, I see what's wrong. We're going to have to change the engineering. Yeah, and the architect goes, but we can't change it. We can't change it. And they go, well, you're going to have to fucking change your drawings because it doesn't work, dickhead. Go back and tell your customer that.
Yeah, don't get me started, because that's been my job the entire. My job is just to make what the designer create.
It's hard
on
work.
Paper, right? Yeah, but it's hard work. But at the same time, and without them designing it, sure, But if they mess up a little bit in the design, they need us to help them fix it.
Yeah,
but that's okay. I mean, I don't mind that, but we never.
Yeah, I don't mind that. But, and then they go,
dude, I used to work. I used to work for an aircraft company, in similar designs, but is a lot more delicate. So
you're working with curved attachments, yeah?
Sure. So it's sometimes fractions of a millimeter. I wouldn't even
bother doing that, mate.
Sometimes fractions of a millimeter, and so
I wouldn't do it. I
did it for years. So
anyway, I admire you, man.
That's why this one, this is fun for me. It's been a while. So anyway, I used to work on custom aircraft. Freaking, anyway.
Yeah.
Interior design, working with engineers and manufacturing engineers, all interior design and all that kind of. I did all that shit with custom aircraft.
I was going to ask what happened to your other account?
Oh well, it went on the byway with several other accounts that were connected to another account with somebody else.
On another server?
Yeah, on another server. Yeah, it's just like
damn.
That server got attacked, and I was I was a moderator on there, I think, and I think that's why that account was
Same one as Amish?
Probably, maybe. I mean, if everyone like me lost their
Well, he's
account
come back as Barnyard Stud.
Yeah, we've been working on getting everyone back, getting their accounts back in order. Yeah, it was just, everything happened on the same day. You know, if your account was deleted on the same day, we're working on getting y'all back here. It's all good.
I think I was I'm on some other servers, but I don't really go on there. Like I've got
Yeah, well, I mean, that server, I wasn't on there very much, but
I've got
moderator.
I've got Modern Day Debate. I've got Let's Debate.
No, talk about all
I've
that.
got Tartaria. I got FED. I've got FED. I've got Gem Panda's one, Flat Earth Debate, Flat Earth.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, they're never going to get rid of that.
I never go on.
Never going to get rid of that one because they freaking love that server.
Yeah, because they're anti-flat earthers. They're not even globers. They just you go on.
Even if it's just like
goes on,
it's like all of us could go over there and just bitch all night, and then we could say anything probably about everything that's taboo. We can go on Gem server and just everything taboo. They will never freaking delete.
Even if it wasn't, even if you went on and said the Earth rotates at 1,000 miles per hour.
I'm talking about fucking taboo. What I've been talking about the freaking jabs and all that kind of. We could go on Gem server and just like bitch all night about that, and they would never delete him.
Yeah, because they wipe their YouTube channel every night. Yeah.
I'm really just being facetious or whatever. I don't know. I mean, man, they do what they do on Gem server and whatever.
Yeah, it's like
I was just like I came in the other day. I just got home from work and I was like, all right, I'm gonna check out Discord. And he's like, oh, sign in. I was like, what? And then I signed in. And they were like, oh, your account's disabled, and I'm like, the fuck? And then I finally, found out that I wasn't the only one whose account was disabled that day. And then they're like, oh, now, yeah. Right.
I'm just gonna mute. I just got to go in and get some beers.
All right. It's Friday night here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the worst Australian accent I've ever heard.
I know, I do it on purpose.
It's English.
I want a kangaroo to punch me in the mouth. I know. I'm trying to figure.
Do you really though?
You know what? I can do an Arkansas accent really well because I'm doing it right now. But I can also do southern, like South Alabama or Georgia. Let me think of another accent that I can do. It's mostly American. Hey, Timbo, can you do an American accent? Well, you said you were taking a break. Who here that is not from America can do an American accent?
Who, me?
I'm wondering. I'm just asking.
My Discord's just gone all fucked.
Oh, no, you're here still. Can you do an American accent, Will?
Oh, I'll try in a minute. I'm just
How about Southern?
Bottle shop.
Like I'm from Texas. Hey, y'all.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can say one word that maybe like it's like yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
No, it's just I was at the I don't know what you guys call it, but I was at the bottle shop.
It's like I can do it a little bit. No, I fucking
Right,
I
so
can't
what
do the accent.
a southern accent?
We call it a package store here.
See, Plaza. I mean, it's just like you got two Southerners right here. It's just like Timbo. All right, let's
we call it. Hold on, yeah, we call it a package store where I'm from.
What, where you buy drinks?
Yeah, where you buy alcohol.
Yeah, a package store.
I didn't.
So we call it a bottle shop, and then we've reduced it to bottle-o.
Yeah,
we just shortened it to bottle-o.
Going down to the package store to get a case.
We just say I'm going to the bottle-o to get a slab.
Or a handle. Or get a handle.
You talking about going and get some drink?
Yes, Helio. He said that he was going to get some beers.
Okay, the package store. I never heard that one.
You've never heard of a package store? They call it a package store in Florida, Georgia, here in Alabama. I've only ever seen it called a package store.
Hey, you know the Arkansans are slow. You already know that.
Oh yeah, I don't actually.
Now you do. I never heard the package store thing. We just say we're going to the fucking liquor store.
Yeah, but on the outside of that liquor store, does it say package store?
I'm wondering. Not that I know of. It was just like straight liquor. It was like, you want some liquor? We got some right here.
Yeah, but they have wine and beer and all the things, right?
Hey, Kimmy, did you hear about them tornadoes that hit Little Rock today?
I have not. Actually, I mean, I think I haven't really been on here all day. I've been hanging with the family.
The tornadoes didn't hit Discord. The tornadoes hit Little Rock.
Oh my god!
It was
okay,
really
Leo.
fucking
I
bad.
didn't
I'm
hear about
telling
it
you.
from anybody.
Just look it up right now. Just look up on Google tornado Little Rock. It hit everywhere that I used to hang in Little Rock. Man, I'm in Fayetteville now, so it's just like every place that they're like have reporters all across town going, oh shit, it hit here, Jacksonville, where I grew up. Freaking tornadoes hit everywhere, like from Jacksonville to Little Rock, all the way through. And it did. Freaking Little Rock got freaking devastated.
Oh my God! Are you from Fayetteville?
No, I'm not from Fayetteville. I grew up in Little Rock.
He was doing an American accent.
Are you from Little Rock?
All right. Okay. See, Timbo, you can't do fucking.
I'm going to the package store, Helio.
You going to the package store? I never heard. See, I've never heard of they don't call it a package store in Little Rock.
I'm gonna find out real quick for you that they do.
Oh my God, Flatsy! Did you hear about those tornadoes?
All right, yeah, all right. So I sound as ridiculous as you.
Did I get it?
No, because I mean, if I was trying to do Australian, I could probably do British better than I can do Australian. But I still sound ridiculous doing that too.
Yeah, you probably sound as ridiculous as I just sounded.
Yeah, you were both equally as bad at doing each other's accents.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree with you.
You just got to emulate like a movie character or a movie actor.
Who comes from that area?
I could probably do. We could probably do. Both of us probably can do
Crocodile Dundee?
An Italian gangster.
Hey, fuck you.
You fucking, are you talking to me? What the fuck are you talking about over here? You talking to me? Hey.
You talking to me?
Hey,
what are you?
Am I grounding you? What the fuck? What
I don't know. But, all right, Toby. How would I go about doing a southern accent from an actor? Who would be the actor?
The easiest southern accent.
Where's he from? Matthew McConaughey.
He was asking Toby. My bad.
Where's Matthew McConaughey?
Texas or something. Texas would be my guess.
I'm thinking Georgia. Yeah. Georgia for someone born Georgia or Alabama would probably.
If I was going to be Matthew McConaughey, then I would do 200 push-ups a day.
Yeah, that's
more believable.
Now you're getting there.
Well, if I had to go to the package store, Helio, we get fucked up. No, but what's all the other accents? You guys have got heaps of accents.
Sure, so that's what I was talking about, like northeastern. If you're like talking about the gangster Italian, he's like, hey, what are you talking to me? Come on over here, man. I got something going on over here.
Yeah, but
like the dude and Sonny have a California accent.
Hey,
what would a native? What would a normal? What would a person from New York that doesn't have an ethnic background sound like?
Oh, they still kind of sound like that, but I mean, there's
depends on I'm sure.
If you're talking about New York, I mean, there's so many different accents.
I'm sure there might be different ones in each borough or different areas.
Oh, really?
Quite a possibility.
Hey, check the live stream, voice text. Helio, there's my proof.
Yeah, see what do you got?
What do you got?
Package store. So package store is where you get the shit.
Is that where you buy liquor, Flatsy?
Yeah,
liquor, wine.
She's selling me package stores in Arkansas, and she ain't even
and craft beer. So craft beer, wine, and liquor. Yes.
Craft beer.
I mean, I grew up in Arkansas. How the fuck do I not know what a package store is? I ain't even heard of that shit.
Well, maybe they call it a liquor store where you're from, and they don't call it a package store.
I'll tell you what, there are remote parts of Arkansas where there's some people that probably call it a package store, but I'm a city boy. I grew up in the city in Arkansas, like in Little Rock area. So we weren't all necessarily about package store, because there was plenty of liquor stores where I grew up, so you didn't have to worry about package store.
But I like a good selection of wine and craft beer, because I don't.
Also, the package stores where you get better wine. I don't know. I don't think that. Look, Harrisburg, and you're going to get some good wine at Harrisburg. I don't think so.
No, I was kind of looking up just on the Google Maps.
Yeah, I mean, I know where Harrisburg is and Newport. You're not going to get good wine there. No, I know where these places are.
I have good package stores.
Marmaduke, Arkansas. Come on. I know where these places are, man. Come on, man. You want some good wine, you're going to have to get it from Little Rock.
Or Australia.
Or Australia.
We've got an overload of wine.
Dude,
I love a good red wine.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
There's some of the best wine in the world comes from Arkansas. So don't fucking fuck with Arkansas.
I like a good red wine.
Sorry, go ahead, Flatsy.
I love a good red wine, and I think my favorite that I've ever tried is a Petite Sirah.
Is that a sweet wine?
No, it's I don't under. It's smooth, but it's still got that sharpness to like the bitter. But it's not. It's not harsh. I don't know how to explain it.
Just jump on the
I don't want to act
Shiraz.
like I don't want to act like I'm a connoisseur or anything. That it's oaky or no, I don't know.
Yeah, no, you don't need to do that. It's a personal thing. You just taste it and go, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's like a petite Syrah, like PETIT. Syrah is, I think it's either with a Y or I think it's with a Y, so like a SYARAH or something like that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, maybe I'd say the most popular wine over here is maybe a Shiraz. We have a huge wine industry. We used to sell a lot of wine to China, and we've been having a lot of maybe trading wars with China. So they've stopped buying our meat. They've stopped buying our wine. They're trying to cripple the country. So they've stopped buying our lamb and everything as well. So we've sourced elsewhere. To all the Arab countries, they're buying all our lamb now as well. But all our wine, we've had to slow down on wine production. So we've been getting maybe, like $30 bottles of wine for like $5 for the last 2 years. It's been really good.
That's a hell of a deal. Did you say Shiraz?
Right. Yeah, Shiraz. Yeah.
I have never heard of Shiraz.
That's the grape. Yeah. So we have Cabernet Sauvignon and things like that, but Shiraz is probably the most popular. Just the name of a grape, but it's like a nice kind of smooth red wine. It's not too dry.
Okay, I had something. I was visualizing something totally different. But that is the first time I've ever heard of it. So,
Shiraz.
I don't drink wine.
No. You sound like you're a bit younger though, Toby, don't you?
40.
Oh, are you? Oh, getting into the wine, man.
I had one bad experience when I was younger, and I've not picked it up since. It was the first time trying it too.
It's a sipping drink.
I can drink it now. Like I'll have some if everyone else is having some, and that's what's going on. But if there's beers on the menu, that's what I'm getting.
Oh yeah. I always start with a couple of beers. But anyway, it's not 24/7. What's your choice of alcohol, Server?
No, it isn't.
Where are you from? Where are you? What area are you in, Toby?
I'm right here in the Pacific Northwest. I'm in the same town Orion lives in Portland.
Ah, it's Portland. Is it a town or a city?
City.
You guys had a lot of problems there, didn't you?
Yeah, it's rough here. It's like a Night of the Living Dead downtown.
Didn't they create a city in the middle of the city where they said they've got no rules? Was that the same place?
Oh, no,
they made
Seattle.
Oh, that was Seattle. Oh, okay.
They did have an Occupy Portland thing, though, where they did occupy like a couple blocks, but now they just occupy all over anyways because of the homeless problem skyrocketed in the last 10, 15 years.
Oh, that's bad there as well.
It's so bad, it's heartbreaking.
It's like everywhere on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's bad. So
everywhere I go is you can see they have their tents are lined up all across all like around highways, and just they could take up bike paths and stuff. And I'm not complaining about it. I'm just pointing out the reality of what is. And it just really sucks because it's almost like they're doing it.
It's supposed to be a beautiful city as well.
A lot of really cool old architecture in downtown Portland. Yes, you're correct. But it's weird with they decriminalized like hard drugs recently, which it's baffling.
So maybe that attracts people from other parts of the country as well.
Yeah, it added to it substantially.
Oh, that's bad, man. Because in the US, you guys have got a really bad homeless problem, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been anywhere else to really compare it, but from the pictures and stuff, yeah, they're not really showing it as much. It seems like at other places, but
seems like San Francisco's bad.
Yeah, San Francisco's super bad. We're like a smaller version of them.
Yeah, LA's always been bad. So
yeah, City of Angels.
San Diego, I don't know.
That's a pretty town, weather-wise. I had an uncle who lived there, step-uncle who lived there once.
Then you keep going up north. Well, then you start getting into Washington and stuff, don't you?
Yep, Washington. There's only 3 states on the West Coast.
Yeah.
There's like 75 on the East Coast.
So you got California, Oregon, and Washington?
That is correct. Yeah, I don't know what the end game is. But yeah, what's
make everyone homeless. Sounds like.
Do what now?
It seems like on that coast, it's make everyone homeless.
Yeah, that is strange.
But it only seems to be in the blue states, or is there problems in other states?
What we have around here, at least in my area, is blue. Like Portland, the city itself is very blue. But as soon as you go out and get out of Portland and start getting into out in the country, farmland and stuff, it's not the same case as much.
Yeah, that would be the same in any state, wouldn't it? The further away from the city, the more what's your other political party called? Republican.
Republicans.
Yeah, because they'd be more for I don't know, more for agriculture, or.
Yep. Less exposure to like constant ads and beration of propaganda from being in a city.
Yeah, less bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much difference from our political parties here.
They let you guys cast imaginary votes, and they just put it in whoever they want.
Compulsory, man. You get a fine if you don't vote.
Oh, no kidding, huh? How much is the fine?
I don't know. I remember it when I was a bit younger, being $50, but I think it's gone up to 100. I think it's gone to 150. But I don't think
you vote for like a potato.
So, yeah, you can just turn up, sign your name off, and throw in an empty ballot. It doesn't matter.
Doing your part.
Yeah, I vote. I do vote.
I never have, and I let my my uncle's wife drive me from Eugene to Portland. I was visiting them during the Biden election, whatnot, and because I've never voted, and she's like, "You should vote. You should vote." And I'm like, "Yeah, I really don't care." And she's like, "I'll take you. If I take you, will you do it?" And she was a political major in college, so she's super into it. And so I let her drive me back to Portland, and I let her fill out my vote form and everything, and turned it in.
Did she do it right?
I think she dropped another vote for Biden, probably.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was super hard. I had just one second. Okay, so I just woken up to like the system and stuff being not being like to flat earth basically, which is way different than waking up to like politics or liars and stuff. And so I've been like a year into knowing stuff is not the way it is. And then I go visit them, and it turns out she's like a major Joe Biden like supporter and stuff. And I've like seen all the videos of all weird stuff, whatever. And
him being creepy. Yeah.
Yes. And so I had to like pretend like I'd be like, hey, haven't you seen the videos of him? Like, and just like, but at the same time, I was like their guest, and they're super nice, and I love them. They're super nice people, and I didn't want to like just be there, be the auntie when I really don't have any skin in the game and don't care. But it was just strange seeing someone who I thought or I know is so smart just be so distracted by something that something like
my sister's.
Teach their
my
own.
sister's the same, man. My older sister.
Government.
She loves American politics, and the blue side too. We've had a couple of kind of discussions, but we don't let it, affect our relationship because we had a disagreement with the thing as well. Yeah, and we normally have Christmas up at her place, her holiday house up at the lake. And that year where everyone was supposed to have it, me and none of us had it. None of my family had it. So we weren't in. Oh well, it wasn't. We weren't invited. It was they didn't hold Christmas at their place that year. So mum and dad had to have it, and then they weren't sure whether they were going to come or not, but they never said it was because of that. And it worked out later it was because of that, but I never held a grudge. I just said, okay, well, that's their choice, because we actually get along really well, other than that stuff.
Yeah.
So now that it's all over, everything's back to normal, and Christmas was at their place last year. And I go, fuck, this is bullshit. So we said we're not going. Yeah, we said, we're busy, so we booked a holiday and went elsewhere.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Is that normal to be into American politics
in Australia? I don't know. It's a bit weird, man.
Yeah. So it is just a weird thing all around for your sister to be doing.
I think there's a lot of people here that it's a very kind of left place, Australia. Your left. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, man. It's a weird country.
There's a lot of people here that are into
religion or anything like that. It's not based the right side, or you say the conservative side of politics is more religious than the liberal side. It's weird, man. So the Liberals are the right, and Labor are the left.
In Australia?
Yeah. So our
crazy
right side is blue, and our left side is red.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's opposite, but it's the same. They're the same party. It doesn't matter. But we have all these other we have these little parties as well that run for Senate and things like that. So there's not just two parties. We have
I think there's more than two here. They only talk about two ever.
Yeah. We have independents, and then we have Liberal National. So the Liberals and the Nationals join forces to go against Labor because Labor are always so prominent. They normally win. So Liberal and National Party join together and become the coalition, and that's the right side of politics here.
Okay,
but they're not. They're not really right. They're not.
No, they're not, and I'm finally understanding now because like a lot of people here in the U.S. are really big on like what's going on in like Buckingham Palace and stuff. So I get it now, what he's doing
with King Charles,
like a soap opera. Yeah. Sir Vagabond.
What happened there?
I saw that Sir Vagabond here is in here. He's from New York City. He can tell us about the different
You can
accents
tell us
and
about
boroughs.
the accents. Yeah, I've heard him speak before, but I've never spoken to her before.
Find out if it's real or not.
The same globe did ours work. No.
You came in really low there.
Any better?
There you go.
We got any new people in here? What do you all do?
Let me look.
I'll try to rejoin him until my voice not working.
Hey, Mike's what? I always get him, Dave. I always get him at the wrong time, like when I can't open my mic.
Hey, Dave, we could hear you. We're sorry.
Yeah. You just came in low right at the beginning.
Okay.
You really are dead air, Dave.
Yeah, the only new person here is Watch Europa is not new, but still hasn't spoken on the mic. We've got the Thinker, who we spoke to before. Then they changed their name and their profile pic. So he's a Bible literalist.
Okay.
Who else have we got? Rion doesn't speak that much, but he's been here about a month. And everyone else regulars.
Fair enough. I just posted Witset's last stream. I just got done watching it. It's pretty good. He's going over in details about the personal Dharma perspective, and he's explaining how they hijack the way we see the sky, in reality.
I like the personal dome. I do like that.
Well, it explains the Southern Stars. It kind of clicked for me just watching it tonight because, when you're down there in Australia, you're looking at, on a globe, you'd be looking at a totally different direction. I'm not even going to try to explain it. Just watch what he says. Okay.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. I'll have a look at it because there are some tricky things that happen here in the South, but most people in the South aren't far enough south to actually see the southern rotation anyway. So I'm at the bottom of the mainland Australia, and I'm only 40 degrees south. So there's another 50 degrees to get to the South Pole. So there's a lot of water and a lot of curvature.
I mean, the gist I get from it, I hope I'm correct saying this part, but we only see so far. So they hijack perspective, not just on the ground, but in the sky. We're not seeing trillions of miles away, obviously. We're literally seeing a few thousand miles up in the sky, whatever. A few hundred, something like that. But you see the circle around you. And they took that circle that we see around us and made us believe we're on a globe. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Have you seen Shane St. Pierre's Southern Star Rotation demonstration?
No, can you drop it?
Yeah, I'll do it now. He's got a flat map and he rotates around and he's got this bubble over where you are, and it shows the stars rotating in the south because of the personal dome. I'll find it now. But to me, it makes a lot of sense because
and the globe. Go ahead.
I'm not in the south. I'm not seeing the same stars as South America and South Africa are seeing, or the actual central star that they say it rotates around actually moves across the sky. It doesn't stay in one point.
Yep.
I'll find it for you. I'm just going to mute for a sec.
Cool. The Glober's only rebuttal to this, what Witsit just said, is that the light would have to bend for him to be correct. But so it's kind of ironic that they're trying to use Bendy like opposite way, kinda. I'm probably fucking all this up. Just watch Witsit's video. You'll get it.
I'll definitely watch that, Dave. But have you noticed that most of the people that talk about Sigma Octantis have never seen it?
That's a true fact spoken by Helios.
And that's Timbo just said the same thing. He lives in Australia and he doesn't see it either. Or am I
did not know that.
Yeah, I see the Southern Cross, but you can't see Sigma Octantis. Apparently.
Right, well, that's the Southern Cross. So you can't see it.
It's to the left.
It's a claim. I mean, it's just like you can sort of experience it if you believed it was true that way, the way they describe it.
But what they're doing is, when they photograph these southern star trails, they photograph them with a lens that curves anyway. So, you have to, I don't know where they're taking these southern star trail photos from, but the only place you can get south enough is South America.
All right, so
bottom of South America.
Right, but of course. But that's not even far enough to actually experience. Now, when it comes to observing, star trails in the north, boom, it's
you got a center point. Yeah, we don't have a center point.
I mean, but they claim that Sigma Octantis,
bullshit,
which is a series of stars, around a center point. I mean, they don't claim a southern star. They call it Sigma Octantis.
But you can't see those stars rotate around this point. You see the mark around it. But then they show you a little bit of movement of all the stars. And
but they can't do that. They can't even do that.
But it's only over, 8 hours? You can't even do 8 hours.
Yeah, so it's not. All right, so Kiwi Buzz says, I have southern trails from New Zealand. Go ahead.
Okay.
You see that in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right, so Kiwi Buzz, I guess you're from New Zealand. All right, so do you have image perms?
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He, she, I don't know. I've never spoken. I've typed with Kiwi Buzz. I haven't spoken to Kiwi Buzz. Hey, Kiwi Buzz, jump in, open your mic. It's easier.
Yeah, man, there's nothing going on here, Kiwi Buzz. Since you're active right now, you have the Lincoln bedroll. Go ahead and show us the evidence here of Sigma Octantis, similar. I mean, because if the Earth was a globe, you would experience the same thing, or at least very similar to the southern star trails.
See,
why experience the same?
Can you see that? So why is this point in the sky so high in the sky? If even the bottom of New Zealand would be south, maybe 45 degrees.
All right.
Couldn't be much more than that.
All right, so he posted an image. This is from a globe.
Okay. No, he can't go live, but
no, that's cool. Oh, well, we can't go live.
Wellington. Okay, so Wellington's the bottom of the North Island. So let me just look this up. So this should be the same as Melbourne, which is 40 degrees south. So Wellington.
I just want to put a caveat. I didn't mean to put us in the sky. I was just saying that Witsit just did a
No,
good
this
video.
is good. Oh, you know what? I typed in.
Hey, we're definitely gonna address what Witsit was talking about earlier. Definitely, we'll address that later. Dave.
And I'm not talking about beer anymore, so this is great.
I'm having one, so.
But as far as this guy in New Zealand saying this picture that he posted is evidence that there's Southern Star Trails, which is, I mean, no shit. You know, we know that. You know,
hang on, south 41.29 degrees. So I'm at 38 degrees. So I should have the same vision of the Southern Stars as that. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get a circle in the sky. And why at 40 degrees are you looking up in the sky and seeing it rotate at that height? That should be on the horizon.
You know what's a big trigger for me sometimes, Timbo, is like, oh, they're moving the opposite direction than they do in the north.
Yeah, no, that's stupid. No. They're facing a different direction. What's half the ball spins in a different direction?
Right. Don't you realize you're looking south as opposed to north? If you're looking north, they travel from right to left. If you're looking south,
oh, here it is. So,
left to right.
Thanks, One Big Pond. I'm going to post. Hey, Dave, can you go into live stream locker room? One Big Pond just posted the Southern Star Trails from Shane St. Pierre.
Cool, I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, pretty good. I don't know if it's from Shane St. Pierre, but.
All right, well, so Kiwi Buzz is saying, well, this is from a Glober. I can go live. Yeah. Wait, my boy. Anyway, I can give the exact location of the photo if that helps. Yeah,
no, that's right.
It doesn't help. I mean, it sort of helps. Sure, I don't even.
Yeah, but
it really wouldn't make a difference on the argument.
Saying, this. So, how do you? So, from this position at 41 degrees south, how do you get the rotating point above you in the sky when it should be on the horizon? That's the question. Yeah? Don't you think, Helio? So you think of 41 degrees north. So what's 41 degrees north? I would say it would be LA. Let's go with LA. Can you see the rotation around the Northern Star from LA up in the sky, or would it be on the horizon?
LA's on the 33rd.
Look for it from there. Go ahead.
LA's on what?
The 33rd, the 33rd degree parallel LA.
Okay, so maybe go up to South San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see the rotation around the Northern Star from San Francisco in, like, above you in the sky, or would it be on the horizon?
I'm sure Witsy would be able to answer you, but he's done a lot of research on Stellarium. He's looked at the actual observations people see from where they're at. He's put it all together, so you just need to watch that.
It seems crazy that from this latitude south that you'd be able to see that rotation, because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what's really crazy is, like, you're not the only one in Australia, Timbo, that has seen this anomaly. It's like
what I get from it, really the answer to your question, it's like an optical effect that you're seeing.
Yeah,
you're seeing things in positions that they're not really in reality. They're just going above your head in reality, east to west, but you're seeing optical effects because of the dome of perspective. Not the actual dome, but your actual personal dome. That's all you can see while you're seeing.
And the camera lens on this too.
Yeah.
So camera lenses are curved, and then you've got your dome. Your personal dome. I hate to say it, but it sounds weird. But
I know it does sound weird, but when you experience the sunrise in Australia, does it rise in the east and set in the west?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Do this.
So it kind of arcs.
Don't the stars do the same thing?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and then what's the
But the sun does a funny thing where it kind of rises northeast and then comes like arcs. So if I'm in the south of Australia, it'll rise northeast and then arc towards me. I'm facing north, by the way.
In the summertime in south?
Yeah, so right now, yeah. So it arcs towards me and comes directly above me, and then arcs out to the northwest. So it doesn't arc.
It doesn't arc. Does an arc, not doesn't arc. Right.
No, it does an arc.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it does the same for me. I'm not sure if I'm at the same latitude north. I'm in central Arkansas, central part of America. It does the same for me.
But the opposite
seasons.
way.
I mean, in the wintertime, it's far south, and every time it does an arc, doesn't arc.
It doesn't arc.
It doesn't arc at all, but it does an arc. It's just like it goes south, and then at the height of summer, which is at the equinox in the summer, like in the middle of June, then it's like that's the heat, that's the top of summer, and then it starts moving back south.
It's funny you always saying arc so much because the Helio's in Arkansas.
That's what I'm saying. I'm fucking in the heart of America, and I see this shit every year. So,
but in the winter, if I face north, it rises northeast, stays north in front of me at midday, and then sets northwest.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
It looks like
bro. What does the sun look like in Australia when it's wintertime or wintertime here? I imagine it's crazy.
So it's on that, like, for me, if I'm looking at it, it's on a 45-degree angle at midday to the sun in the winter. But it does a straight line across the sky. But in the summer, it doesn't. It goes directly over the top of me, but it's not supposed to go over the top of me because the Tropic of Capricorn is up in Queensland, which is 2,000 kilometers away. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Part, it's just like, it's just like it's almost once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just like the sun does this and does that. It just moves back and forth. The cycles of the sun and moon, they work the same way, and it's just like, about this. It's like, well, the Earth is the Earth. It's always been that way. This is the way the creation works. We don't know what it is necessarily. We're not in fucking outer space. I mean, who told you that?
From a simple man, it's like the sky does what it does. I mean, the Creator's light show is whatever it is, and we see it different ways, and that's just the way it is. I know that's pretty simple, but
to a lot of people, it's too simple for them. They want it to be complicated so they can figure it out.
Yes, well, it's got a gravitational refraction around the orbital mechanics of Saturn and the Sun, and we come to the conclusion that off a 45-degree axis, maybe 66, then it works the way it works.
It's 100 pixels from our satellite images. Like, hey, told you the satellites are out there.
Model works perfectly.
Oh, we have radar telescopes.
They literally hijack the way we see, no matter where we're looking, whether it's in the sky or across the ground. They hijacked our perspective, the whole shebang.
Which is the best way to figure it out? Radar telescopes over miles of Earth, or is it satellites, images that aren't images, that are just pixelations, or RBG cameras or whatever?
Wake up most people is the radio transmissions over 10,000 kilometers or whatever it is. Marconi.
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Yeah, didn't they do one from the UK to Australia?
Yeah, straight across. Where's the ball?
It's a long fucking way.
It's almost halfway across the ball.
10,000 miles. 10,000 miles.
To be on the other side of the ball, and they just shot that radio transmission
around the ball.
They told Mark when he couldn't do it, he's like, "Fuck y'all, I'm gonna do it anyway."
It bounced it off the
bouncing off the atmosphere. You're about to say this. Come on, y'all.
Come on, man. Oh, man.
Well, it's just like the only reason they think it's a ball because they want to believe it's a ball. There ain't no fucking goddamn such thing as a ball.
Look, I was exactly the same. You get told it's a ball. So everything you imagine when you go out to sea, you think it's a ball because the horizon it makes things disappear. You get up in a plane, you go, oh, it's a ball. So everything you think about is a ball. And it's in your brain.
Like a placebo effect.
It's transplanted in your brain.
And as far as human history goes, this ball idea is a brand new concept.
Yeah,
brand new. It's brand new. It's only a century old. It's the newest concept. As far as anthropology, human history goes, this ball idea is a brand new concept.
What were you saying, Toby?
As far as his story goes.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, you're not going to find the ball Earth looking at anthropology. Most of most of ancient history of humans and their history and religion and how Earth, whatever you're going to find out about Earth, they weren't thinking about ball Earth, third rock from the sun, all that shit. The only thing is, why do you think that our calendars and everything are named from ancient gods? Come on, man. I mean,
come on, man.
If you have any freaking knowledge in your mind, you have to realize that this is a brand new concept, and they're trying to warp your mind into this stupid third rock from the sun bullshit. Come on.
What's the same? They changed
Stop
the English language. They changed the English language as well with the days. So,
And the calendars, the days, they're all named after gods.
We're living in a riddle.
Gods.
Yeah. You look at the Latin-based languages, and all of the weekdays are named after the planets, the moon, the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, they call them weekdays. What? They're weekdays. Weekends.
Weekend.
I was just going to agree with you, as far as it being a relatively new concept. At least, I think it's fair to say, in my opinion, that it hasn't really been pushed in the education system. It
won't be. They'll never talk about
1800s, 1900s. That was the first time it's introduced in the education system. 1800s, sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll never talk about it because where do you think? I mean, it's especially the names of the calendars, days, and the names of the weekdays, right?
Well, how do you even get
Monday is Moon Day, right? The day after Sunday, right?
Lunes,
Sunday, then Moon Day.
Sunday is or someone help me in Spanish. Well, Saturday, we know Saturday's Saturn, but
we need Gemsy here for that one.
well, my wife's not here.
Pablo Espanol. Sorry, Timbo.
All right.
Domingo. Domingo is Sunday. Domingo. Santo Domingo.
Another god.
Oh, Santo Domingo. Yeah. It's Sunday.
Domingo's the Sunday. So you got Monday, Lunes.
Oh, we definitely need.
Tuesday is Mars.
Yep.
Wednesday is Mercury.
The messenger.
Yeah,
the hump day, right?
We got Thursday is Venus, yeah, or is that Friday?
I'm not sure.
Venus.
I guess we're just.
Yeah,
we need Santos Bonacci here to help.
Yeah, Venus, then Jupiter is Friday, and Saturn is Saturday.
Okay, it's Friday. Jupiter is what's Jupiter in Spanish? Or what's Thursday?
Sure Jupiter.
You know what? If my wife was here, she'd kill me. She'd go, "Oh my god, all this stuff I've taught you, and you can't ever remember."
Dude, I talk a lot of shit, but then I don't remember. God damn, you're the same as me, Timbo.
No, it's alright. But she's Colombian, so they speak Spanish. She speaks Spanish all the time.
But to be honest, I mean the names of the months.
Sábado and Viernes.
The names of the months. Hold on, the modern names of months and days. Those are Roman terms. They're not Spanish.
Yeah.
All right.
No, but it's Latin. Yeah, it's Latin.
Yeah, but it is Latin. But I'm talking about this is prescribed Roman terms.
Yeah. But the Latin-based languages are Spanish, French, Italian, and
I know, but these are just like what month is it now? It's March, right? Well, March. It's the last day. Well, it's for you. It's April now, right? All right, so May, June, July. So we go 6, 7, 8, right? Oh, in October, will it be the 10th?
Well, it's supposed to be the 8th month, but it's not.
But it's the 10th month, right?
Yeah, so there was supposed to be 13.
Yeah, so sorry,
that month.
We're not on the days anymore, but I was going to tell you all the days in Spanish if you wanted me to.
All right, let's do it.
All right, definitely do it. Do it,
okay.
Kim.
Domingo, lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes.
That's Jupiter. That was Jupiter. Yeah, jueves is Jupiter.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's Wednesday or Thursday? Viernes is Friday. Yeah.
See, everything that they tell us about the calendars with the Roman calendar, they dismiss all of the heavenly periodical things that happen. Well, the zodiac, basically. They dismiss all of that now.
Yeah, they got rid of it.
All right, so it doesn't exist to them anymore, and they want us to dismiss that.
Well, now it's sun calendar.
Am I right, Kim? What you were just talking about, like
I wasn't talking about anything.
I know you weren't talking about the zodiac, but they do want us to dismiss that wholeheartedly. They want to introduce this Roman calendar thing that doesn't really have anything to do with anything but their satanic fucking weirdo-ness.
Oh, the sun. That's it. It's got to do with the sun.
It's so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not pushing it on what you're saying. What were you talking? So you were...
I was just telling you guys what the days of the week are in Spanish.
Sure, but you're right to actually help us out with this, because we don't understand it completely either. Because it's Latin languages that actually that incorporate with the zodiac, which they're totally dismissing while utilizing it to manipulate everything. And I think it's poisonous for humanity.
Well, I really think it's just meant to confuse us.
Yeah, to distract people. It's like, oh, it's February or it's October and it's the 10th month. It's like, well, oct means 8, doesn't it? It's like, well, yeah, but are you stupid? You don't believe the government?
You're just a dumb flat earther.
Do you think the government established the calendar? Where the fuck are you from?
Australia?
December is the 12th month. No, it's the 10th month. Jacoby's God bless us all.
Oh, and then we'll chuck a couple of emperors in there as well, just as months.
I'm just wondering.
Well,
we got Timbo from Australia. How the fuck did you get December in Australia?
Oh, mate. I don't know.
You're all the way across the fucking plane. How the fuck did you get December?
But how do you get July? Like, yeah, we'll just throw Julius in there and give him a month as well, and you know.
I'm wondering how the Aborigines look at you guys, man. Holy shit! They're probably like, "What the fuck is going on with these white fucks?"
No, they probably look at us like freaks. Yeah, look at these weirdos.
I imagine they do, but a lot of them just kind of go with the Roman ideology. You know,
we kind of ruined their.
Get together. It's like, yeah, we kind of, just kind of like balance it out. And,
I think
we'll never be able to figure it out until we all fucking figure it out all together. You know,
we ruined their culture. We destroyed it.
Well, they destroyed the culture in America too. So
yeah, it's not good.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, well, I didn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't either. So it's just kind of like, fucking we're standing on it, and there's no reason to hate each other about it. But let's try to glean information about our past and figure out what really happened and say fuck you to the stupid system, right? They're trying to hone us into an understanding. It's like, oh, we're the best. Well, who's the best? It's like, bitch, where did you come from? You're the alien. I'm not the fucking alien. I grew up in America. You're trying to force me into a system that I don't necessarily conform to. I have my own free will and my free mind. This is not your land. This land is my land. This land is your land. From the New York Island, the Redwood. That's not America. This land was not made for America. This land was made for human beings. Just as Australia was made for justifiable people that enjoy. Hey, the people that inhabit Australia, the Aborigines, I mean, just like, it was inhabited whatever way, and that goes for every other land that were, wherever, what happened in the past couple hundred years, dude,
it's not everyone else's.
These wars that happened in the past few hundred years, or maybe 1,000 years, it's a fucking virus.
Yeah. It's
in my opinion, it was a fucking virus on Earth. They didn't let. It was fucking a war on humanity. There was a virus on Earth, and
how far can we take these people to kill each other? Huh? That's crazy, man. For the land, like these people are going to fight for a country. They've got nothing. Like
people just living. I'm not saying they were perfect or whatever. I mean, because humans are humans, right? People are people, so why should it be? But I mean, these fucking evil motherfuckers from the Northeast, from England, right? Decided that they had to influence everyone to take over everything.
Well, you had it before. You had the English. You guys had the French there as well, and the Spanish before that.
Where did it start?
Spain.
England. My opinion is the English that started this bullshit. It wasn't. I'm going to blame them, but I'm not going to shame them because they weren't the only ones.
I think they're all the same. All those places are all the same. All those.
Yeah, the northern
England, France,
northern people.
We're talking about old countries, not. I'm
not gonna fucking pull Russia out of the fucking mix either. Because they. But yeah, it was like people
England
in the South.
Them up as
people
well.
in the South are affected by it, right? Or people in America as well. It's just like. You guys are a fucking virus.
You guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Irish. I'm Irish. I mean, the Irish would say the same fucking things about the English, bro. So
I'm
what the
more,
fuck?
So my dad's Scottish and my mum's English.
Yeah, and the Scots will say the same thing about these fucking Englanders, right?
They say the same as well.
I mean, it's just like, bro. I mean, it's like, is that racist to say this about the fucking Grits, the Brits?
No,
I mean, fucking. It's just like, bro. Yes, if it's racist, the Brits did it. They did it. They did it. Didn't
but
they?
All those other countries did as well. So you got the Spanish,
because the Brits made deals with them, and they all wanted to. I mean, of course, the Asians had their wars too.
Yeah,
but
everyone did it.
Yeah, sure. It's not just the Brits, and it's not just the Spaniards, it's not just the French. It's all deals, and all that shit. It's just like, bro, everybody. Fucking get the fuck over it. Make some real shit here. Listen, I mean, racism? What the fuck is that? All right, this is the point you say, shut the fuck up, Helio.
No. Well, I actually agree because I don't have a racist bone in my body, so I don't understand what it is. And I don't know what's going on.
And like I'm saying, I'm a mutt. I have fucking Cherokee blood, fucking Irish blood, English, German blood. I'm a fucking mutt.
I think it's a made up, like a fake word.
It seems to be.
I mean, there's like, I don't know what to call it, tribalism or loyalty. To people. Like they want people attracted to their own kind.
Yeah. You have this skin color, so you're with us or you're not.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
So it doesn't make people, I don't think it makes people racist. So I think that word was just kind of maybe just made up to get us all people at each other's throats. You see how they push it all the time. So
All right, Toby Dog. Let me.
You want to turn the live stream off?
After my spiel, check this out, though. I do support some American.
No, if it's a hot topic, I'm over it.
No, it's not an idea. I do support some American ideals. You know, after everything that's gone on, American ideals is as far as like the Constitution.
Okay, I want to ask a question. How many people in America who are black were affected by slavery with what they're talking about reparations? What's happening there with that?
I would say zero. Yeah.
Zero?
You mean directly?
What?
Oh, well, I have a reason why, but I'm not going to.
Because there are a lot of...
Well, I haven't talked to every black person in America.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Because what are they talking about? Are they talking about giving it to everyone with a certain income?
Oh, we're talking about the law in California they're trying to pass or going to pass, or
that everyone gets a certain amount of money or something like that.
I don't know much about it.
That's the left coast, you know. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's not the Constitution. That's political shit, you know. That's not what.
Well, yeah. We got Danny57 in the house. Would you like to open your mic, Danny?
He's not going to, but.
Well, Miggy's in here too, so.
Mayhem has arrived.
Sorry, it's Mayhem.
Work, baby. You know me. I just got off of work. What's up, Tim?
Good, man. How are you?
All right.
Your buddy Danny57 is right above your head.
Yeah, and Miggy, you came in right at the time we're talking about reparations.
For what?
I'm just playing with you, bro.
Yeah, reparations.
I knew that would turn you.
You suckers owe me here in America, man. My people were here before everybody, so I don't know about
That's what I was saying.
What you talking about?
Well, I was telling you, I'm a fucking mutt. I have all kinds of different, reparations. I'm Irish, fucking Cherokee. I got all kinds of reparations.
You got a freaking Rolodex of like things inside of you, man. So if there was reparations, you'd qualify for something, a percentage of something.
He's getting multiple checks.
Maybe the reparations go as far as, I'm a flat earther, man. I'm a minority.
Exactly.
Yeah, Danny. Nobody's gonna. We're definitely gonna pick on you, but you're welcome to open your mic, But
I don't know
we pick on each other all the time too, so don't worry about it.
It's very quiet in here, man.
I think I get picked on more than most people.
Like I said, I don't know if that's a great idea, fellas. I've already scolded Matthew. I've scolded Matthew Lawrence for being a Christian educator at his church school. So
yeah, he did get a big hit. That's true.
I didn't know you didn't know that, Mayhem. I didn't know you didn't know he was teaching that. Yeah,
it's a bit different to me. It hits different to me than just like somebody who does it like Zanuck and the Kosho and all them guys. They're secular, Globers. I don't look at them the same way as I do. I
think I remember. I was the one that banned him, right?
Yeah, you were.
I think you did.
Yeah.
But still, like I think the people that are speaking about flat Earth on like God's behalf, that's a bit different. You're in my territory. This is my family, the family of truthers, the people who are biblically sound people. You're speaking to the people that I care about. These are the people that follow after the Word of God, and then the people that are misaligning the Word of God with what they think man is saying about the earth. They're speaking about God's creation and not in His way and their way. So they're malaligned with God's truth. And Faulkner just wrote a book not too recently And he went ahead and published it. I think he published it. I'm not sure if he did or not. So I was telling him, don't do it.
He's already published one book. He's already published one book about flat Earth.
Well, but can you imagine all the eyes and ears that are going to be listening to the book that he had partook in, and it has to deal with the heliocentric globe Earth satanic paradigm, because that's what you guys already know. All the numbers that Earth's going around the sun 666,000 miles per. Like all the speeds with the number, the satanic number that's involved, like all of it. It's wicked. And having somebody
doesn't this also come into thou shalt not bear false witness?
False witness, of course. But at the same time, like they do it with all veracity and like they're unashamed of it, And it's really hard. It's hard for me to see that somebody that's intelligent and biblically minded, to be malaligned that way. I just can't. I can't fathom it. I don't understand
what's
it.
Interesting to me, Miggy, is that I remember the first time you talked to Danny, you didn't realize it was him.
I didn't. I didn't realize until after,
I did. I was listening. I was like, "Oh, you don't know this is."
Well, people actually look.
It took you a few minutes because you're so fired up. You're talking to him.
And now it's like anybody.
That's the way it's supposed to be, because that was you being honest and him being honest, right?
Right, but here's we were just talking about it, but like people that actually, like I said before, if you are aligned with the truth of God's word and with the truth of the creation of God's creation, that is like a double whammy for you to say that the earth is a globe still after that. That's like too much. I think that's too much for me. I can handle so much from someone that's saying that the earth is a globe from a secular point, but not from a biblical point. No way, no how. You are, on top of you're gonna have to stand in front of the Creator and answer for all the deception that you put out over the people of His people. Why did you speak of my creation in the way you did, believing man over me? Because nowhere in the Word does it describe a heliocentric globe Earth. These things were all modern terms and inventions of man. And it's pasted over, superimposed over God's creation. And they will have to answer for that in the last days when they go meet him.
How could it be superimposed? How can one be superimposed over the other? How does globe actually equal flat? It wouldn't work that way.
Well, it doesn't work.
Creation, it can't.
It doesn't work. But every time, there's a couple more. I mean, Hovine's in the mix. There's a couple more. There's Anderson. He's another heretic. He wags his finger at the screen and says that flat earthers are stupid and they're idiots. I have a bone to pick with him too. If I ever have a conversation with him, it's going to be some fighting words. We're probably going to have it out. Both of us. He's probably going to do what he does.
I don't think Anderson will ever come talk to us, but
No, it just might be the case that we do at some point meet. But if there ever is that time, then all of them will stand before the words of God. Like all of them, they're going to have to answer in this life and in the next.
Well, it's just every word we say here is our words. So God hears us. We don't have to testify in front of. We have been testifying in front of men, so we don't have to worry about.
This is the thing. You stand by the truth of God's creation, correct? Like you do. Like there's nothing that you're gonna say where you're making something up just to go along with the crowd. Like you're just like, well, the earth represents itself to you just the way it is. You're not gonna say, well, it's doing something other than what you see it. Like you don't see a globe, you don't see curvature. There's nothing there that man can actually do to make you believe that it's.
You know what else? We're not contradicting the word of God when we say
absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you could look at it like it's even from the beginning, man. From Genesis, it starts off right on the first 3 days. He had things moving in creation, and the fourth day he created the sun, moon, and stars. Also,
yeah. But when they say that the solar system existed before the fourth day, they contradict the word of God.
Yeah, because the Earth was going around the sun in a heliocentric model. You know, like you create the planets and all that.
That means they're a liar.
Yeah, essentially.
Yep.
And the worst part about it is that even when you look at like other scriptures, when it talks about in Enoch, how the wandering stars rebelled against God's ordinance of like the ordinance of how they were supposed to go, because all of them have retrograde motion, so they go against like all the other stars, right? Because they go in retrograde, the planets, you know, the wandering stars.
I don't know.
So they go in retrograde.
You're gonna have to describe what part of scripture describes that. Then we're gonna have to get into other.
Well, listen, like these things are noticed in the heavens going against all the other stars. So they don't do like the other stars do. They're not following the accordance of the other stars because they have retrograde motion. So they are a part of the same group of fallen angels. So that's
described on the fourth day. That's described on the fourth day as well.
So the astrologers use them. They use them to actually like foretell, you know, the future and stuff. The astrologers do.
Oh, yeah.
And so because of that, it even says it in I think it's Jeremiah 10. Don't do as the heathens do, you know, and it says the heathens look upon the heavens and they're dismayed. So they see the things like, you know, of course the astrologers and the doom and gloom that comes along with like predicting the future and such. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing.
You can also be encouraged though by the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. You can be encouraged by utilizing it for encouragement. It's like,
specifically, I'm talking about how they've always been in contrast to like man. They're deceiving people because now people start to believe in like star gods and so on. Like they even named the planets like Jupiter, Mars, and like their mythological gods and so forth. So they have been worshipped, right? The planets. So these things were going along with like Satan's plans to thwart God's efforts, you know, for mankind. So there's a huge rebellion happening. It's an ancient war that we're caught in the middle of, like the people are. And some people are falling to the deception. And Faulkner and the rest of the crew, like Matthew Learns and Anderson and Hovine and the rest of the people who say that they're Christians, but they're really falling in for this deception. You know what I mean? Like on the one hand, you want to say I follow after Christ. On the other hand, you want to be at the table of man with the demons and such. It's like you can't share two tables. You can't have two masters. You're either going to go straight to the truth and whatever God reveals to you, that's it. Or you're going to be, you know, falling for man. You can't be lukewarm. Because in the end, right, in the book of Revelation, it says, he even said to the seven churches, I'll spit you out of my mouth. The church of Laodicea. So this is interesting, right? Because you hear people saying that how God says that, you know, the universe and vast and, you know, cosmos, and they try to make it sound like, the ever expanding universes, that's God's hand right there, handiwork. And that's not. It doesn't say that anywhere. The ever expanding universe is man's creation.
Yeah,
and it's
say that. What if I'm not? What if what if I lean toward paganism? Would that?
You listen. Only God can convict your heart. I can't do that. Like basically, it's just like with flat Earth, right? People can tell you about flat Earth, but you can't like believe anything about it until
I'm not saying not flat Earth. I'm just saying if I, as far as religion goes, if I leaned a little toward paganism, would that?
Yeah, I wouldn't wish that for you, Helio, but like you are your own person. Like I like.
Yeah, but what you're talking about doesn't totally make sense to me. Even though I've probably been into this longer than you have.
Well, yeah, but it's not about the seniority or the length of the walk.
Sure. Yeah, I totally understand that.
Because people can be on fire, you know, and you know, they've only been there like a year or two, but I think the passion also and the zeal has to be backed up by knowledge and wisdom. So sure. there's something that has to be understood about that. But like, I don't ever, like, for me, right, the thing about
the only reason I'm saying it now because there's not a lot of people listening. But I was totally where you are.
I don't impose on anyone. What I do is I would just tell you everything I know about the truth, and I'll let you decide. And if God moves upon your heart on a way that you want to say, like, I think this is going to work for me.
Like boom. Yes, exactly.
That's it. I'm not just
your spirit.
But I will never. I'm never going to chase you down and be like, dude, you're crazy. Like, that's not what I'm about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that. So as far as I'm concerned, like, I'm going to labor over like speaking the truth and being as loving and as kind as I can to everybody that's in your position, Helio. Because like, to me, I think.
And as far as the Bible goes, I will support every position in Christianity because it's as far as an English translation, I will support everyone in the spiritual energy.
Here's what I gotta say. Like, if I have one shot and one chance to reach across and try to make a difference in your life and try to show you goodness about what I'm talking about, I would rather do that than to kind of like beat you over the head with things that I know and just say you're going to hell. Like, that's not gonna. You're not gonna see anything that way. You're just gonna turn more against what I'm saying.
Have you seen it make a difference in a lot of people's lives just by what we do here, just a little bit?
Absolutely. Like I have.
So that's why I do it. Even though I utilize Christianity because it's real.
But everybody has.
So because it works. I mean, it's just like once you hit it, and you hit it with somebody that's just like, I didn't know that. Boom! It's just like, and it just hit.
One thing I will say though is like I've been in this server for a while. So I can sit with people who don't share what I do on my belief system, like what I know to be true. Like, as far as what I understand in my beliefs, I don't care if they're whatever religion they're from. I feel like if I have a chance,
I don't have the same belief system. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you understand the Christian philosophy, you can make it work. If you just be patient. If you're patient and you understand how it works, it doesn't matter about beliefs or anything. It's just like people come in here and ask us difficult questions, but the standard in Christian philosophy really works. It really fucking does.
So I'm at a point where. So I come from an atheistic family. No shade to them at all because my parents are really nice. My brother and sister are really nice as well. No, just let me finish, Helio.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, hang on, Helio. Let them move.
Yeah. So I never ever thought I would believe in a creator until I came to Flat Earth in 2015. I came to Flat Earth before I came to a creator. Now, whether I believe in the same creator is not the story. It's there must be a creator to believe in a creation. So I'm at the point where I believe in a creation, so I must believe in a creator. What that creator is, I don't know. I'm on a journey where I'm trying to work that out, and it's hard for me. Yeah.
if I have a chance, if you ever want to, we can have like a private call. I'll go through everything that I can tell.
I was gonna ask you to speak to you about that sooner or later.
Yeah.
Because I'm having some issues with a couple of things. Not in life, but within those kind of realms. You know, what I mean?
Spirituality.
I can.
Yeah.
So if I
contact me or Maggie anytime.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Well,
both of you guys have been a big help as well. So.
What I'm saying is, it's a daunting process from the I would say from your standpoint, because it's like you don't have like an influence like around you that kind of brought you to it. So it would it's a pretty confusing road at the moment for you to see, because I would say it this way, man. There's many denominations of let's say the Christianity umbrella, and many different denominations underneath that. And they all have different takes on what the truth is, and so there could be a lot of ways that it could be misaligned with just the denomination part of it. So I've studied a lot of what people talk about, the hard topics, and but I'd say that it's a thing to be. It's a labor of love for me, but I think it would take some time for you to kind of what I would do is this way. I would present you some information, and I'll just let you think about it, because me personally, I don't ever want to come off as look, this is the right way and just do it this way. So I don't think
you're not going to push something that you don't have to.
No,
I don't. That's not my stick, man. I don't.
All of this is a path that you have to find yourself.
Of course.
Really, the thing is I come from God has to be something that I can understand with my mind, intellectually. I have to see it in nature. Everything has to mesh together. Nothing can be separate from the creator, because when we speak about it, we have to speak about the creator intelligently. We have to reason with it. Things have to make sense. Biblically, you have to be sound. It can't just sound so off the wall that it's just not going to make any sense in reality, for this to happen. But
it's as if we even know anything about this. Now we sound crazy, right?
Well, it even says in the word that the power of the cross is foolishness to men.
Yeah,
and so that's what man is being saved by. Men are being saved by the power of the.
Hey, but that's the
saving
point,
grace.
That's the exact point. It's you find it, and that's what you're telling me. Hey, talk to me or talk to someone that is. If you're curious, talk to me. If you're making fun of us, go ahead and fucking make fun of us. We don't care. We already.
So the next step. All right. So the next step that you from. It's like a baby learning to walk. So you go from the milk to the meat, right? So the milk is understanding the physical and natural world and how it represents to you and using your common sense, using your logic. Everything can make some sense on that side of things, and then you go from there and tie it into the creator spiritually, how you connect to the earth, and then it becomes apparent to you that, of course, now that you have a greater understanding, something you're ready for the next step, which is the meat. And that's going to be a spiritual understanding or a closeness to a God who wants to get to know you, you know what I mean? And wants to have a deeper connection with you versus probably just the on the surface kind of knowledge and saying, I know there's a creator, but I want to know the creator's attributes.
That's the personal relationship, yeah.
Personal relationship, right?
Yeah,
that's correct. And there's some people that once you get, you can have a strong connection, but still be filled with just the joyful energy without having the knowledge and the wisdom. Let's say, some people can become fanatics and just get lost in the emotional side because it feels great. like to be a part of
it's
something
too far one side. It's just like an addiction. It's not. Yeah.
Right, and then it becomes like you're trying to speak to these people, but they're just they're so high off the feeling of just like it's euphoric. You know, they're just too, and you can't speak to them logically, and it's not consistent. It's just like they're just like you just got to feel the love, and you just got to feel, and you can get there, right? But at the same time, we have to be people of reason, right? When we speak to people, we have to be a sound mind, so 100%. We can't just sound too far off in the clouds, like when you're having a conversation with somebody, you have to really bring it back to like how this makes sense in reality. And so how
I came to this conclusion as well is if Toby's, is he still in here? Yeah, I had a conversation with Toby this morning about I was speaking with a guy who was believing in the toroid field, and then the only thing that was physical was in the middle. And I was like, and I said, have you got any proof of this? And I started realizing to myself that I was only looking for physical proof in everything. Yeah. So if the physical proof and the citation didn't exist, then I wasn't going to look into it. And I started feeling myself closing off to everything else that could be possible. Yeah, this is just in the last couple of days, and I went
there are
man and I spoke with Jamesy was there as well, and I went, I think I need to open up a little bit more.
Yeah, because, what happens is there's
I've gone through this stage where I went through this stage where okay, this is what it is, and now everything physical is what it is, and now I had to go to a point where and go, oh shit, man! Now I'm just everything is physical. I'm going back to a point where everything is material again. Where you know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's back to secular atheism, like where. I know what you mean. But
I'm glad
there's. Okay, so I say there's a duality to our reality, right? The duality is it's physical and spiritual intertwined. And I'd say this because there's a lot of things that are involved in this reality that don't have like a physicality to them. Like for instance, love. When you talk about loving somebody, that doesn't have a physical. You can't put a cup of love and give it to somebody. Love is an emotion. Right. It's an emotional state, and you can't say why you love your kids more than you love your cat. Let's say it's just something that is. It's designed. It's a connection that's spiritual. It has to deal with something that the Creator endowed us with. That gift to have that emotional connection, right? So we can't understand how that actually operates on what level it does. If it's just a chemical reaction and you're trying to look for the physical thing, it's not that. It's something else. Because if you try to say, well, it's chemical reactions, well, you can do that by eating some chocolate. You can feel the euphoric feeling.
Yeah,
of like
that's right. Yeah.
But it's not
increase
that.
your endorphins in some way, but it's not that. It's not.
You wouldn't walk through hell and high water for a piece of chocolate. You would do that for your children, though.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You would risk your life. You would risk your life so that they would get out of harm's way in an instant. You wouldn't even think about it. And so this connection, right? It's not physical, and to explain it to somebody, you wouldn't be able to put it into words. You're like, I can't tell you why I would do it. I just would do it. Like it was. I'm not even going to question like why I would like get them out of harm's way, and I would replace myself in that position, but I would do it.
Yeah.
So the spiritual, like, and getting into that, it starts to make more sense that He gave us a connection. God did, right? The Creator. He gave us a connection with Him, because the emptiness that we feel inside in this, and we're always searching for the deeper meaning. Why are we here? Who is the Creator? Like all these things, He wants us to say those things, to confess it with our mouth, so that we can start to realize, yes, there is that hole in our heart, but it cannot be filled with material goods and like what people would say with the atheism and stuff. It's like we're just live your best life now and do the best you can, because after this is nothing, and so on. And I think that what it is here with a sense of knowing you have a creator is you're putting stock in the next life, which is eternity. This temporary existence is what everybody's laser focused on. Why are bad things happening? How come this stuff is that? And they're always like the disease and like, well, how come God would do this? And how come God, and they're focused on the temporary existence, this life only. They don't realize that in the sense with the creator and the sense that the essence which animates your avatar, your spirit, right? That right there is what's going to continue on when you perish. Your physical body perishes. Your spirit disconnects from your body. So you're a living soul right now. A living soul is the spirit and the body combined. That's what you are right now. So when God breathed life into Adam, he created a living soul, because that's the spirit and the body together with animated. That's a living soul. So your soul, your living soul, is a combination of your spirit, your body animated by your spirit. But once your body perishes, then your spirit leaves the body, and then it goes to wherever. Either it goes to Sheol and awaits judgment, or it goes to be with Christ, depending on whether what you were, your mindset was on that. That's much more right now than I think you probably need to.
All right. So is that what it says in the Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says in the Bible.
We can talk about it, but like I said, like I'm trying to give
Timbo a lot to take in at the moment.
an overview.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but
I do understand all the things like why is this God? So why is there all this disease and thing like that?
Right.
Like I remember a story from my youth about even though my parents weren't religious or anything like that, it was my dad's into philosophy and stuff like that, and he told me a story about a person traveling to work, and all these things happen on the way to work. And then it was like, why is this red light stopped? Why is this stopping me and making me late? And then and they make it to work after all these things. And the person says to God, why did you do this and this and this and this? And God says, oh, okay, so I stopped you at that red light because if you went through that red light, you would have been taken out by this truck. I stopped you from getting that coffee because there was or I sped up you getting that coffee because 5 minutes after you were in that shop, someone came in and shot you. It was things like that, which made me realize that things can happen for a reason that seem like bad luck, but can actually help you moving forward instead of looking at them as a negative.
I'll take a look at it this way, Timbo. In your life right now, are there things that you're grateful for and you're thankful for? Like anything?
I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Now, I would say this. Have you had some hardships in your life? Any time in your life prior to that?
I've had many hardships, not from my immediate family, but from a past relationship and failure of businesses. But now I've overcome them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point is that those struggles and the path that you led from that were leading you to where you're at today. Like everything was the things that you're grateful for. You wouldn't have.
I know where you're going with this. You're going with this. The path is already
right. So this is me though. This is like people disagree with me, but that's fine. I have a more view of the view that I have is biblically sound, and I could talk about it all day because it's more stuff that I can get from the scripture. But I'm just telling you this way without having that involved at the moment, so you can see that. Well, the stuff that you went through didn't seem like it had rhyme or reason. Like when the hardships were coming. Like, dude, I'm trying so hard.
Anything about the hardships? If you're going to say it's biblically sound, I mean, you already said something that was not biblically sound earlier. I'm not going to argue with you about that. But it's just like
I can back everything up.
Like, are you gonna be like this?
I can back everything up, Helio.
Are we doing psychology here, or like spiritual?
Let's talk about it.
Whatever?
There's three people.
Yeah, we can
talking
go
about
to we can go to another room if you want, Timbo, because I think this might be rubbing him the wrong way.
If we should do it, if you're gonna do it, don't do it here, because I really think that's inappropriate.
Well, it's rubbing Helio the wrong way. That's all we can see from now. So we
no. All right. Well, you continue. If I just saw it going the wrong way, I just really because I disagree with what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I don't mind. I really don't. Actually, I welcome the disagreement, but I would say make sure that you have something to stand on if you're going to say it, and then I would back up what I'm saying. I definitely have it. I definitely have
the citation.
I don't even know why. Well, I disagree with why you would bring it up here.
Why can't? Why can't we?
Okay, well, then fucking do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I am doing it, but I'm saying I won't do it.
All right, I'm the asshole, and I'll accept that. Go ahead.
I don't think this topic's not banned. Yeah.
I don't think I said any scriptures yet, but I can. I don't want to, though.
Go ahead. I interrupted inappropriately.
Really.
I interrupted inappropriately. Continue. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Oh, good.
So yeah, just saying that the viewpoint here is so you've already arrived in your life with the things that you're grateful for, and I think that you've had all the hardships to actually say like not that you're thankful for them. But you went through them.
But I do realize that they were there for a purpose. They served a long time ago.
They served a purpose. Yeah, they served a purpose. And like I said, while you're going through them, they didn't make any sense at all. You probably were like, the hell is this? Like, why did I just lose this business or whatever? I'm just using it. I don't know if that happened or not, but like you could have probably been like, it's scratching your head, but like this isn't not even. I don't know why. What
a loser! What a all that stuff.
And the one spectacular moment when you met the love of your life, and like you could have even said at that moment like it was all worth it. Like even when your first child was born, you could have been like, I mean,
100%, yeah.
Everything just melts like
And then everything started getting better as well. From that point.
I mean, and I don't know. It's really hard to describe because and everybody has a different path in their life, and somebody might say that what I'm saying is totally stupid, but that's fine. I don't, people can feel the way they want, but I'm just saying in your life, the way it happens, you could see it's a reflection of what I'm saying as it's the truth. I don't have to say how it's true. You've experienced it, and you can say I went from this really crazy hardship to now having a really nice life, so far with my wife and my kids, and I'm grateful for that. And so you can see that those many little different paths led you to that, and it's it's kind of that's why I'm saying
it's you have to experience these things. I'm sure not everybody has to experience these things, but maybe if you're on a path without an end, without an ending, then maybe this path has to take you to somewhere where you can look differently about it. I don't know how to explain it at the moment, but
yes, there's been a lot of movies that are based upon the scenarios that we've been talking about, faith-based movies anyway, and they usually end up where in the beginning the people happen to have a severe hardship, let's say that there's parents that have a child that plays on the street and the child gets struck by a vehicle and perishes, and the person who did that doesn't realize the implications of it, and later on the person that did that asked for forgiveness, and the parents were pretty there's the story, the plot line of this story has happened like in faith-based movies, and you can see like how they're trying to exemplify the fact that, you know, sometimes we don't understand like in the moment or why things are that way, and we're angry, and the emotions and like the trauma that we deal with, you know, and it's like we can be bitter.
Are you now going into forgiveness without, you know, forgiveness of people in your past?
There's a lot of stuff, man. It's tied.
Letting go of emotions from the past.
I would say atheism is not so much just like a standalone intellectual decision not to believe in a creator. It's tied into like a moralistic view of why they don't believe. Like the gentleman who came in there was a couple days ago and was speaking to Mimas, like when I was on my lunch break. He was like, well, I reject the fact that I believe in Jesus because I prayed to him and nothing happened. So I
remember him. Yeah,
remember? So he stated that. So and after Mimas and I when I was saying like the reason why.
See, you said because you've been hurt doesn't mean that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And he, I'm sure he has, because he said, I prayed to Jesus and nothing happened. So whatever he was praying for, it must have been serious, like to him. It was like, you know, a thing maybe he wanted to like not happen, and then the thing still did happen. And so he's like, well, this doesn't work. So I'm just,
but just because you want something doesn't mean that it's something that you need for your, not need, but it's something that has to happen for your life anyway. But there's another path for people as well. So if he's talking, I assume he's talking about something that happened to another person. Maybe someone got sick, and he was praying, and it didn't work out the way he wanted. So he blames someone else for it.
He blamed Jesus, and then he's like, "That's why I don't believe it." And so when he stated that, it was just apparent that. It was a bit bitter for him to like even think about Jesus, and I don't know. Did he say he was agnostic, or he was atheist? I'm not really sure.
I think he just turned against it.
He was just against the fact that he didn't believe in Jesus. I think that's the whole thing of his conversation. But you know, it's difficult to deal with people that are in that specific moment. You know, like they turn away, and then for some reason or another. They have this hatred, like this just builds up, you know, and they don't know how to deal with it. So the reaction that they have is to be bitter and reject. It's not that they don't know, you know, like when we speak of a creator, they don't say that they don't like just know that the creator is there. They reject a creator.
So what is that? Is that just because some people have difficulties in life and they want to blame someone else for what's happened, and they can't look at the bigger picture? What is it?
It's a veritable mixture of like that, and it could be something from a more moralistic view of just like, why would I believe in a creator when I want to live my life the way I want to live it? I don't want to be held accountable. I don't want to have a person in the sky watching over me, like whatever I do. I want to live.
You're looking at the moralistic side of it.
Yeah, I want to live and say and do what I want.
Do whatever I want with no one looking over me, with no repercussions.
Right, and so they do, and that's that's their path.
Well, that's where we are at the moment.
Right, and But I feel like it's weird, right? With those people, when you have them in the vicinity and you're speaking of these conversations, they get more bitter every time we speak. Like they don't understand like how to no, shut up. Like they don't want it to happen. They don't want the conversation to happen because they feel the anger rising in them, like their own anger towards the creator. It's just that's you can sense it too. Like when you like that character that we were speaking with. You know, if we were to continue with the idea that the reason why, it's a moralistic view that why he's rejecting the creator, he got more upset the more it started to get on his nerves because, it's like, it just feels like because something happens in the life and, it's difficult for them to process. So, but many other reasons too. It doesn't have to be that one specific thing. It could be something that happened to somebody they care about, or themselves, or Anyway, it's the and like. Yeah, there's a lot. That's actually I won't say in this VC, but
no,
maybe
that's
on
right. I've been meaning to speak to you for a few weeks about a couple of things as well. So
I'll definitely have a private chat, Timbo.
Yeah, personally, because there was a couple of things I wanted to go into.
I often do. I talk to people about it, and I absolutely want to take some time and tell you as much as I can tell you from what my experience has been, like reading and studying and just like talking to people. I'm always I'm the guy who actually goes contrary to everybody when we talk about like the freedom of libertarian free will. And everybody here, mostly I would say the majority of people. Now that's just. I might be wrong, but the majority of people would believe in libertarian free will, meaning that people have the freedom of choice, and then I'm always like, well, choice is an illusion and it's not really, because if, let's just say our destiny is already written, because of course we have the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. We have Genesis all the way to the book of Revelation and everything in between. We're somewhere in the middle. And then I would say that if that's true, that the words are written for the past, present, and the future, then how is anything that the Creator made escaping from that? Like, as in, well, those words were written about these certain events, but everything else is mundane. And we don't worry about the blade of grass over here, or don't worry about the bee that's flying over there. That stuff is not. God doesn't have his eyeballs on that. Like, he's just really concerned about what's in this book only. It's like, I don't think so.
Well, I think it came up today as well, and I mentioned what you said. It was with Mimas, and I mentioned what you were talking about the other day about everything, absolutely everything being laid out in front of us, and he said that's one thing with Miggy. I agree with that. Yeah, you make your decisions here and there, like, it's you choose to do this and choose to do that, but the end path always leads you to the same point.
That's always
had a good think about it and went, maybe these little choices that you make do make you lead to this. Like, it doesn't matter. Of course it matters what choice you make, because it's either morally correct or it's not.
But have you ever felt like, and you could say this because everybody has had this happen to them. You wake up in the morning and you don't know why, but you just have a hankering, and that's a word I mean, like when you have like like you want something, like you want to have like this, I don't know, egg on toast or something at a restaurant, and you just like, I just got to get it, and you go there, and all of a sudden you meet like a friend that was there. You're like, oh, what a coincidence. Have you ever?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, syncretism. Yeah, yeah.
So what that is always, and I look at that, it's
synchronicity. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Synchronicity. Yeah, it's crazy because when you think about it, it's like, what made me want to do that? Like, I could have just woke up and had a bowl of cereal. Like, what?
I never feel like fucking strawberries in the morning. Like, I know
exactly.
What you mean. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying, like, when you think about it that way, it's like something from somewhere gave you that umption to like, oh, man, I gotta get me some of this, and so you go, whatever it is, like, and you just have this thing like, today, I don't know why, I want to write a letter, like, or something, just like really out of place, like something not out of the norm, and then you find yourself when you're doing something like that, it just, you activate this other thing that it's like a domino effect, and then all of a sudden it leads you to like something else, and then all of a sudden you're speaking to a long lost buddy and you're like, whoa, man, I haven't seen you in years. And like, it's weird because we try to like say, well, that's a coincidence, and I always say that's divine intervention.
Coincidences.
So when you see it more and more the way I'm saying it, it's like you can see that everything already has a pathway, and we don't like Did you if I was to ask you, did you know why you had the unction to want strawberries in the morning versus your bowl of cereal? No. You wouldn't tell me, hell no. I just wanted to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like for me,
so in that case, you're also going, okay, if you feel like you made the wrong decision, that wrong decision is pointing you in the direction of ending up being in the right place.
Yes. Oh, well, you could even say you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, but it's still the right place at the right time because it's the thing that was. I know what you mean. Isn't it weird how I'm saying it? But it's the thing that was supposed to happen all along.
Yeah.
So it's like it's weird because somebody says, well, if I was to think about chocolate and vanilla, and I was to think chocolate, vanilla, and all of a sudden I choose vanilla, did God know I was going to do that? And I'll be like, yes, because the end result was you ate the vanilla ice cream. So that's what was supposed to happen. You could have you could have been doing that like for a week, chocolate, vanilla, and all of a sudden at the end of the week you get the vanilla. Of course, you were always going to get that. That's destiny. That's what was supposed to happen.
Yeah, you could maybe even do it with 100 colors and still end up with the same flavor.
The same one.
Mm.
Or you know what? You could have deliberated on what you wanted to have, chocolate, vanilla, and all of a sudden you had like a pizza. Like it could have been something completely off the charts that you didn't even expect. You were like, wait a minute, I thought I was having ice cream. No, I guess not. I'm having pizza. So it's like the things that we're still. And the Bible even kind of talks about like how God laughs at the plans of man. Like so, man has their own plans. Like man, I'm gonna plan. Like when Max 86 was in here, Max Smart was talking about.
Yeah, I heard the conversation. Yeah,
I mean, whatever. If he wants to feel that way, that's fine. But it's like when you think about it,
it was a really interesting conversation. It was a really interesting conversation. I could see his point as well.
Yeah,
I could see your point too, and I went, of course. What a difficult conversation.
It's a difficult one because I think at some level we want to feel like we're choosing to do things. And I don't disregard that because I say choice seems very real to us. When we say I choose to do this and that, it's very real. It means like, okay, right now I choose to get off my truck and go inside my house. That choice, it seems very real to me. Right? Like I'm making that conscious decision to do that. But I don't know that everything that led me to this point is actually a reaction to the things. It's a reaction that because I'm sitting in my truck, obviously I'm going to have to get off. I'm reacting to the fact that I have to go inside. I'm not acting. It's a reaction. So I'm saying everything that we do is always a reaction. Think of something that you actually initiate that started with your own self. And then once you do,
what was the 6 steps before that actually
exactly
to that point?
See, that's and you could regress. You could regress all the way back, and it's just you're gonna keep going back and back and back, and then you're gonna find yourself going back in your mother's womb, and then you're gonna be like, okay. And then you start going, okay, so what did my mom do to lead her up to this place, and then what did her mom do, and then you just keep going back. And what I say, you always go to the primary mover, the primary source. Of the initial movement of all things, and then that's the point of everything started. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I'm always saying. It's like then for me, it's like we're going through this life reacting to everything. Why are people saying things? Well, they're reacting to the other person who said something else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy, man. Where like it really gets to the point where you might bake your noodle because you're like, this is too much for me. Like, I can't believe that I'm not in control. And it's like people don't realize that we're created beings. So you need water, you need air, you need to do this, you need to do that. All these needs that you have are something that a creature needs, right? Because you're living. But the creator doesn't need. So being that he doesn't need he's outside of the construct of living like we are. We need things. So you're bound to creation. That's what I was trying to tell Max Smart 86. We're bound to it. Everything in life is like you can't say tomorrow I'm going to be alive tomorrow because you might not. You don't know what's going to happen from here till then for you to make that like arrogant decision that you're going to be alive tomorrow.
Yeah, and then every choice you've made doesn't matter. before that.
Right.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it doesn't affect what's happening later on.
Yeah, it won't affect.
Yeah.
So life will go on, without you and such. But that's what I'm saying. It's like there's no.
But
you think that you're the one
decisions to get to that point actually matter. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to go on to further to eternal life or whatever we end up doing, then your last kind of thing in life has to be, morally correct and good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. But yeah, there's it's a lengthy conversation, Timbo, for me to. I have so much to say on what you. I have so much to say on what you just said. For the sake of the audience, I know that we might be getting a little.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling the energy right now. I'm like,
it's good, man.
All right, guys.
I could talk about this for hours, mate.
Yeah. I've heard of and this is going to be weird when I say this, but there's one atheist. Well, he's not an atheist. I would say he's agnostic. He's very intelligent. What's his name? He really kind of talks about what we've been discussing right now.
In here?
No. He spoke to Jordan Peterson. They had a debate.
Is he got a Jewish name?
Yes. You know what I'm talking about, right? He's really intelligent.
The podcast with the dark hair. He's got
Oh, what's his name? Golly, man. I can't think of his name. Well, him. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So he actually talks about free will being an illusion, and he goes into it. If you ever listen to him, look him up, and basically everything I would say so far as much as he talks about on the issues of freedom of choice, I would say I agree with him on certain aspects, not all and everything. I use him as a hostile witness because I don't agree with that. He doesn't he goes off on the rails on some other topics, but on the specific one. I would agree with him on certain things that people he calls people conscious creatures. his way of saying
you've done my head in.
No, it's at the tip of my tongue too, saying his name.
Because I've watched that Jordan Peterson interview with him. He's got a podcast and he has all these kind of new age people on and. Everyone.
Yeah.
Biblical scholars and priests, and I think that black reverend who talks about African Americans, being victims and stuff like that. And do you know who I'm talking about? But he's had him on as well. Lex Friedman, is it?
Oh, the other guy? Possibly.
I'm thinking of Lex Friedman. Maybe I'm on the wrong path.
But this guy, as far as what he says,
maybe we're talking about different people then.
He does challenge Jordan. He did challenge Jordan Peterson, when he was talking to him, in the sense of how he's articulating what he believes. But then Peterson came back also. It was a good back and forth, I would say, but it was
the way Jordan Peterson answers questions is really interesting because he actually he'll think about what he's saying and then he'll say it, and if he thinks he's wrong, he'll correct what he's saying. And because he's a religious guy as well, but he's more of a
not in the classical sense.
Hard to explain. Yeah,
it's not in the classical sense, and I think that's what one of the questions that was asked to him was does would he believe just like the way everybody else does, and then examples were given to him, and he was like, no, it's not, and he's like, well, then how Can you
That's
go
it.
along with
He tries to explain God in a psychological sense, like
yes,
with deities and things like that.
It wasn't a classical, traditional kind of like view on it. It was more of like not his own take, let's say, but it was the way he ascribed the message of like the cross, and like it didn't sound like what your typical Sunday sermon would be. It was a bit different.
Because he's a huge fan of who's that old psychologist? Now my memory's starting to go. Carl Jung.
Carl Jung. Okay.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of Carl Jung. So.
There's some great thinkers and some theologians that I really admire, but I wouldn't there's little variances of like what I look into their lives, but I mean just everybody's like that, Yeah. We all have our.
That's what I was like. I've read I read Jordan Peterson's book, and someone said to me, "Oh, yeah, I don't know, I don't really like him because he was against flat Earth." And I said, "Oh, but you got to listen to these people in a certain way, where you can take little snippets of their life, and things that they've learnt, and they can give you advice on. But you don't need to take everything. You can just take. Okay. Well, that relates to me, so I'll use that and see if it works for me. But that doesn't relate to me, so maybe I'll ignore that for now." And
Mimas always says, "Eat the meat and spit out the bones." So, and it's a great analogy of like how
it is.
You know what I mean?
Take what you need and then spit out what you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say I always go too far when I say things, but I'm like, sometimes you hear NASA saying some things that are pretty truthful, and then you're just like, but not everything. They're pretty weaselly about a lot of stuff, but you want me to give an example, it's like the astronaut who would say the certain scripture about the firmament shows God's handiwork on his tombstone. So like, that's what I would say. Some of them that they say these things, I'll be like, well, I agree with that because that's scripture. So I mean, I'm not going to disagree because it came out of his mouth. I'll be like, well, he's from NASA, so I'm going to discredit everything. It's like the all or nothing fallacy kind of thing.
It was his secretary who put that on his headstone, and she was the one that came out with the. He obviously told her to do it. But she was also the other one who came out with the they're gonna do this, which is people fearing terrorism, and then the next thing is this, and then the third and final thing is the the alien invasion. Like
yeah.
And you go, fuck, man, these people are weird.
Freaking alien invasion, man! I tell you what.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're gonna fake it. Yeah, but how far do you go into this? Like, what is real?
Man,
how far do you believe these people? They've lied their whole lives, and now we're supposed to believe them that there's going to be a fake alien invasion? I just don't know how. I don't know how I can believe it.
Miggy, were you talking about Ben Shapiro? Is that the guy you're talking
about? No. Golly, man. He's an atheist. Well, I say atheist, but it sounds like when I hear him, he's agnostic. It sounds like he's agnostic to me, but they say he's an atheist. Whatever.
Oh, not the English guy, though. Is he English?
No.
God dang. It's like you accuse me of being drunk and
hang on. Let me look for it now. Let me just do a quick Google search. I bet y'all say his name and you'll be like, oh yeah.
It's like Ben Shapiro comes out and says all this shit wearing a small hat and shit. But anyway. But I like what Ben Shapiro says, and a lot of stuff he says, not everything, but yeah.
Yeah. He makes a lot of sense. He's a very logical person, but
he freaking shuts down the SJWs all the freaking
time. Oh yeah.
I love that shit. Yeah, who are you talking about, Mickey?
Oh, let me look it up real quick. I've got it. It's
D'Souza's good as well.
Hang on. Let me look at this video real quick. Sam Harris.
Oh yeah, I know you.
Sam Harris. Yeah, he's English guy. Yeah.
Sam Harris is the guy. Look it up. Yeah, but that guy, Sam Harris. So he is atheist, didn't he? Isn't he claim he's atheist? But whatever. I heard him talking about him.
Oh, I'd love to hear that. Him claiming atheist. I would love to hear him claiming.
Oh, Sam Harris?
Be fun. Yeah.
It's weird because he does claim that, but I still think that he's coming, like he's a very smart guy. Like I listen to it, the way he articulates himself.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be awesome? You know, when you support him and he's like claiming atheism, wouldn't that be like, hey?
Well, it's just like what I'm saying with what me and Timbo are talking about. You know, you eat the meat and you spit out the bones. Like I don't care too much for his him saying that he doesn't believe in a creator, but the way he articulates
as far as everything goes, we could claim a lot of speakers where we could eat the meat and spit out the bones, right?
Yeah, exactly. He does. Let me see if I can. Well, I'll look for it later. But he does have like a videos on like free will, like, and how it's an illusion. But like he talks about it a lot better. I can go into it.
Sam Harris seems to. He's always debating Muslims. Yeah, that's the same Sam Harris.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Yeah,
does that a lot.
Yeah, but is he debating Muslims? Is it Muslim versus Christianity?
No, it seems to be. It seems to be Muslim versus like a non-god.
Yeah, like atheism.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see, atheism.
But he takes up with he'll challenge the scholars, not just any Joe off the street.
Yeah, he's a really smart guy, and it's smart or well spoken because there's a difference. He can convey a point. Yeah,
he's well spoken.
He can convey a point and convince you that he's right.
The first thing that came up when I looked this up on YouTube is Sam Harris. Journey to Atheism Sparked by 9/11. And this is from 11 years ago.
That's probably what got him there. Who knows, man? Like
11 years ago. And then I see some videos, Jordan Peterson talking to Sam Harris in Debate God. Right. Yeah. And I've heard Jordan Peterson too, who I like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, type in Timbo, Sam Harris, free will is an illusion. You'll have a lot of clips that come up there. Like a lot. Even shorts. There's a bunch of shorts of him talking about it.
I have one. Sam Harris demolishes Christianity.
People always use these trigger they always use these trigger words. You know, people are like, oh, let me go see what he's gonna talk about. I mean, he doesn't
demolish. Yeah,
he does. He doesn't do that. He's well spoken about his points.
There's another guy that does that. I think his name's Christopher Hitchens.
Hitchens.
Mm.
But he's passed. He's already passed, isn't he? Like he's dead. Hitchens is dead.
I'm not sure. It's a long time since I watched any of that.
Hitchens is dead.
Well, it's just like even though my talks sometimes aren't promoting Christianity or demolishing or whatever, I promote Christianity. If it's for you, it's for you, right? If it works for you spiritually, it works, and I can tell when it works for people.
That's what Christianity is only mentioned 3 times in the Bible. Most people have lost the plot.
Is that Elijah?
Yes, it is.
Hey, brother.
Elijah.
Good morning, yo.
Only 3 times.
Morning. 3 a.m. Oh, it must be 4 a.m. for you. Well,
yeah, 3:50.
10 minutes. What are you doing up this late, man?
No, it's early.
Playing cold.
Or up this early.
He's on relax mode.
Yeah, chilling. Drinking.
Oh, dude, you got your little dad mode going. Elijah, you got to hear this clip, bro.
Can you play it, Biggie?
Yeah, there's a clip that I'm about to play for you.
All right, go for it.
Give me one moment. Let me type in the M command. All right, here it goes.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Wait.
So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
You know, you think it's gonna get old every time you hear it, man. It just keeps getting better.
Oh shit!
I got
busted a gut.
Surely he wasn't. Was he? Surely he was trolling you.
No. We had a conversation with this dude, and it was after that. I mean,
yeah, I caught the tail end of it, but I didn't hear any of that.
Oh, it was good. It was so good. It was so good. Oh, if you didn't hear at the end of that clip, he said, and it's science. That's what he said at the end of the clip. And I was busting out laughing. I didn't hear it the first time because, you know, when I replayed it, I'm like, oh my God. He said it was science. That's what he was saying, like at the end of that.
I've been to the equator and balanced an egg on a nail.
Earth is a globe, dude. Like, come on. Come on, you guys. It's like, you know, you can imagine him going to like the little globy discords. Come on, I got this great evidence. I'm going to hit him with the egg on a nail. What do you guys think?
You got to debate what if and more. They would laugh as hard. Holy shit.
Man. Oh, you should have been there also with the guy after him.
I remember him.
Mr. Nice Guy?
Yeah. As soon as he came on, I heard his voice, and I put in the text. I said, "Oh, we got a passive aggressive."
You know me, man. You know my style. You know what I do, man. Like I do what I do because I'm like these guys that come in here, and everybody's probably looking at me sideways. You know, my team. They're like, "Dude, what's going on, man? Ease up." You know, like I feel the energy. Like I know that's what everyone's thinking, but I know what I have to do. My mission is clear. It's like this guy is a pretender clown. He wants to come in here and be like, you know, like no, you know, I'm just I'm cool, man. I just want to, you know,
I don't know. I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, you know, and he's like, I don't want to say anything because I know there's a checklist of like things, and I'm like, oh, I got your ass, man. I know what you're all about.
You know, when they say that means they're a huge fan of what we do. That's what they mean.
Yes, dude.
You've been listening on YouTube.
You've been watching Dave Farina, haven't you? And he sure enough later on
him up later. Yeah, he goes, oh well, what's that guy's name? Oh, Professor Dave.
Professor Doofus.
And I knew it, dude. I knew. And guess what, man? And he even pegged me. He's like, "Oh, you like to push buttons," because he knows what I was doing. He knows it, man. He know because I'm picking.
Man, you're a button pusher.
Who, me?
Pecker. We need to make a meme, hen pecker. We need to make a hen pecker meme. Pecker.
Yeah, I irritated him so badly. His mask slid off his face. He was like, "Rah!" And then I was like, "Yes, baby, let's go." It's because, dude, it's like, and people might think that's kind of crazy, but it's like, be real when you're in chat. If you want to come in here and say, "You guys are freaking idiots for thinking this. You're stupid," and yeah, say it with your chest. Speak it. And then we can talk. Yeah. I don't mind listening to that and be like, "Okay, you done with your little rant, your feelings? Okay, let's talk about your evidence." Like, that doesn't bother me. I think to other people, they get triggered. They're like, "No, you're stupid." And like, I don't care. But if you're going to present some evidence, you better damn well, bring it if you're standing on all your 10 toes. Because like, you ain't just going to be saying that and then just getting away with it. Because we're going to hear what you got to say, But of course, he was coming in the other way, with this facade. I should get some for the guys to make the clips.
No, yeah, I'm sure he's got it. He gets everything.
Yeah. It was juicy, though. I bet you everybody felt like, man, he's not going to pop. He's not going to say anything. And then when is this what you want? Is this what you want to hear? And I said, hell yeah, that's what I want.
Exactly, bro. Every time. Yes. Yeah. Say it. Just come in and say it.
Yeah. Why are they going to be pretending like they? Oh, this is a nice server. I don't want to be, respectful. Whatever. And I know what that means, man. That they don't want. They're saying.
Yeah, don't jump around it. Just fucking say it.
Yeah. If you think we're crazy, say it. I
mean, don't waste our time. We're here all day, but fucking just don't sit around and waste everybody's time. If you think, well, I'm a nice guy, and you don't sit here and fucking glory yourself, or what do they call it? Like,
by the way, yeah, it's been crazy today, but I don't know. Since I left, there wasn't too much going on, like that I know of. Not unless you guys ran into anyone. No, you guys were just hanging out when I came in at lunch.
We were hanging out, talking about a whole heap of shit. I think Memus was in here for about 6 hours. So
I appreciate Memus, man. I've gleaned a lot of good information off that guy. Me and him, like, I found out we're so close in how we view like everything, almost. A few things in like religion, but like everything else, like we're very alike. Indio too. Like, I've just recently found that out too. Like, we've been doing streams in the morning together, and just the live stream with Helio, his live stream. But he comes in the morning, and I don't know. I just feel like there's a culture here, and I feel that we're kind of like, the longer we're in here with each other, we start to realize like how much alike we are, like kindred spirits.
What I glean from all of them is attitude, right? It's just like the attitude should be that. That's what I glean from Meme and Indio and all of the members that are here all the time, holding shit down. It's just attitude. Yeah. It's like, you don't.
So
go ahead.
The clip that you just heard a while ago, the gentleman just popped into chat right now, Ziggy Spaz.
Oh.
So that's him, but not the recent one I just played. That was him. So Ziggy, if you're there, you can unmute your mic. But I'm
just listening right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually told Ziggy to kind of like take 5, a little bit of breather, because it was a lot coming at him with everybody. The energy in the room was pretty intense. So
yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
So I didn't want it to get too far, out there, and then we weren't going to get him back after that. 100%.
Jedi did a good job.
Yeah, he Jedi did. With the was it the sextant?
Otherwise, it was all over. Yeah.
No, he talked the sextant with the other chaps that were in here, with Ari and Minnie.
Yeah, that was earlier before I jumped on. I didn't get any of that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to stay away from this chat, isn't it, Timbo?
It is, man. Like when you
isn't it, Danny?
It was.
It's hard to stay away from this
like
chat,
6
isn't
o'clock
it,
in the
Danny?
morning, and it was like 6 o'clock in the morning when I turned it on, and that was maybe an hour before Ziggy Spaz finished. So I was like up at 6. It was Saturday morning. I was like, I'm gonna have a coffee, see what these guys are doing. who they talking to?
I mean, we might even. We might even have to slap a green tag on your name, man. Like, what's up? I don't know. No, I'm just saying, bro. Like,
I have to create a new tag called 24/7, meaning you spend 24 hours on the channel.
I think I need one of them.
I'm saying if you have a green tag, then you know that you're going to be hated on. So Helio's been hated on. They actually remember the guy that called you an asshole, Helio? And then he called you all kinds of names. You called him all kinds of names, and then he's
yesterday, the day before.
I know, but then they hate me. It's like. No, but I really hate Miggy. My name was Miggy at the time, and you straight up told him, man, I want to freaking ban you out of here. And he didn't hate you. He's like, no, I respect you, Helio, I love you, and but you're still an asshole. And it's like, and he's like, but I hate Miggy. It's like, dude, and I didn't tell you, I didn't say I was gonna ban you or anything. Remember that character? He was just like,
no, I don't know.
Freaking hell, man!
I freaking feed off that shit. I can't. It gives me energy.
I get a lot of hate from the Aussies that come in. They're like, personal messages saying, "I can't believe you're an Aussie and you're a flat earther." And I go, "Oh, fuck off, man! You're a fucking clown, mate."
That's what I'm saying too. I feed off that shit. I don't even know. I don't even remember when people would hate on me.
No, just for that. Dude,
unless you guys do. I mean, if you guys give me shit, my peers, I do take that into heart. But the other people, I don't give a fuck what they say about me.
No, I was thinking about that, Timbo. I was like, how do your countrymen view you? Because I know most of these guys, they're pretty much like, okay, we can understand Americans and people from the UK, but come on, man, you're from Australia. You have to know the Earth's a globe. What's up with you, man? I'm pretty, your DMs must be filled with some kind of
What about
we were talking about Sigma Octandus for a while earlier, Timbo.
What about star rotations? Oh, fuck off. Yeah.
What about timing kangaroo down, sport?
No measurement of curvature, mate. If you want to go about southern star rotations, you've got to give me curvature of the Earth, buddy. I don't have that.
Taking it to the Aussies, bro. I like it. Well, you and Systems, I know Systems. He really hasn't caught that much flack over it, but you have. You've caught some. So yeah, you've been hated on.
Yeah. I think it's once you get that. Since I've had that gold tag, I get a lot of a lot more hate than when I had the silver.
No, you need the green one so they can really hate you, man. Oh, so you're a moderator?
I don't mind, mate. I don't mind the hate. It's funny.
It's weird. That one guy didn't hate you, man. He wanted to get your number or something. It was weird. That was a strange. I was like, dude,
where do you live, Timbo? Where do you live,
Timbo?
Where do you
live, man?
Yeah. No, it was being passive aggressive. I looked at his photo. I said, mate, if you wanted to meet up with me and try and find me, you'd be in trouble, mate.
You see this buff kangaroo? I killed that buff kangaroo with my bare hands.
But it was like a little kid asking a man where he lives. You know,
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah,
It's a knife.
It's a bloody knife.
Oh shit! Freaking damn, dude. Yeah, no, but like they've been coming in, dude. The Aussie's been coming in here.
I put out a notice as well on Dave Weiss's app. So I joined a few of they have like groups.
Yeah.
And there's one Melbourne, Flat Earthers Melbourne, Flat Earthers Australia. And I put a link in the chat. So that was only 2 days ago, so we might be getting a few more in.
Oh God, poor Aussies! Oh shit!
Oi, oi, oi! To tell your countryman, man, they need to simmer down, man.
But
I'd love to hear some more from some Russian
like real flat earthers or what. But
no,
Dave Weiss's app. It's like people believe the Earth's flat for some kind of weird reasons.
Dave is talking to people all over the world, man. So there ain't no telling who's gonna jump in, man.
He was on one of our radio stations.
Yeah, he's all over.
White.
I said.
He's well known, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing interviews almost every day, all across the world, man.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I support what Dave was.
Horrible arguments, but he's still a flat earther.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, it's repetitive or whatever, but he's doing.
He's the one that got into the debate with freaking Professor Dave, right? Is that the same guy?
Yeah, but really but that was. I mean, there was an argument. Professor Dave was being a total shithead. That was that. But
nobody tells him that, Helio. Nobody's telling him he's a shithead. Everybody just lets him like. No, you're not.
No, there are a lot of people that told him, are you not paying attention, Miggy? A lot of people told him that he was being a dickhead on that video.
He was, dude. Like, he more than probably he should have.
Have you seen Mindshock's review of that?
Yeah,
video?
yeah, that was great. I think it was a world record in fallacies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
He wants that. But it's not just him, man. Other people are just like, man, why didn't you fucking let him talk, instead of being an asshole?
Because they hide behind their freaking moderators on their stupid moderated debates, man. Like, that's why that's stupid.
Yeah, because you see those two dickheads in the background? they're like, like laughing.
Yeah. I can't believe we don't have more people come to our server from Brazil. Do you think there's like a block?
No.
I got to check out, guys.
They just don't speak English in Brazil. I doubt that. I mean,
all right, Timbo.
Yeah, thanks for the chat too. I'll speak to you guys very soon.
Later, bro.
God bless.
Peace, Timbo, man. Yeah. Love you, brother. Yeah, why don't we get more people from Brazil or Argentina? I mean,
China? Get some people from China?
China, I know why, but I'm just wondering why we don't get more people from South America, in here.
Well, language barrier mostly, I would say.
I don't know.
But
maybe
Africa, probably South Africa, probably.
Well, we've had some South Africans in here, but only a few.
Well, is it Solar South African? Or one of our admins is, isn't it?
Oh, I just wonder about that. I was just like, why? I know a lot of people in South Africa speak English, even Kenya or whatever. I mean Kenya especially, right? I mean, they call us with spam fucking phone calls all the time, and they can speak English.
Yeah, I better go inside already, man. Like, now that Timbo left. Shit, it's 3:00 in the morning.
Hey, do you want me to go ahead and play a bot video?
You got one? Helio, did you restart the stream? Because I need to get that clip of today's stream. earlier stream.
Sure, I can go ahead and restart it.
No, is it still going from earlier?
Yeah, I started at about 7 p.m. Central.
Okay, so I'll look for the other one. The yesterday's at 7. The other one that you just completed.
Might not have cut. I think I started it a little. I don't know which clip you're looking for.
The interaction with the guy. Oh man, it's the one right after the Ziggy. So I had the interaction with Ziggy, and then it was the other guy after him. Came right after him.
I probably
must have been like 30 minutes to an hour.
Hey,
well, it was right after the conversation with Ziggy.
Just send me a timestamp, and I can capture it.
I might just go through it myself. But yeah, if you find it before I do.
Yeah. Hey, are you under the impression that I listened to this shit the whole time?
No, but
okay. That's
I'm just sorry. You know what? I'm putting it out in the ether because it's out there now, so I don't have to be responsible for it per se. It could just be out there. So, and everybody else in here knows. And if something gets done, it gets done. If not, I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I try to restart it every 12 hours.
No, I appreciate Helio. I appreciate everything. Listen, bro, I appreciate everything you're doing. All right, because that does, even though it's just something you feel like it might be mundane, it's something big to everyone in here.
No,
you don't hear it.
No, I know.
I know. Letting you know. All right,
I know. And I love all you guys for shit. If it wasn't for y'all, there wouldn't be no content. So fuck it, It's like,
yeah. Oh, and I've been at my streams too. Before I leave, I just want to let you know on this channel. So, yeah. Oh shit.
Hey, Miggy, get some rest, and
dude, I'm tired.
Hey, it's gonna be a hot weekend, man.
I heard. Dude. I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna do something. We got tornado warnings and whatnot over here because of the weather.
Dude, Little Rock, man, got hit.
Dude, you have a storm cellar? Take cover, man.
No, it's already over, man. Little Rock, where I used to live, shit got leveled today.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, by tornadoes. It's that's why I got late on the last live stream. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to restart the live stream because I was watching the live footage from.
Were you close by where the damage was?
No, I live in Fayetteville, which is northwestern Arkansas, but where I grew up in central Arkansas, they got freaking hit hard.
Total.
Yeah, it was really bad. And it hardly ever hits. The tornadoes hardly ever hit, downtown Little Rock, but they hit hard today, man. They got really low. Just look at you'll see it tomorrow. I mean, it wasn't big news at the time because it's always big news the next day. Little Rock got fucking hit hard, bro.
Yeah,
it was. I used to live in those areas, man, where they got hit. I know where. I mean, it's like I was watching the live news footage. It was like, oh, this is got. It's like I used to freaking deliver pizzas over there, And it was just like, God dang it.
All right, Helio, I'm going to talk to you later, bro. Gotta get going.
Peace, brother. See you.
Later, man. Have a good one.
But yeah, hey, you guys pray for people in Arkansas, man. We got freaking hit with tornadoes today. Not where I'm at. I'm in northwestern Arkansas now, but where I grew up in central Arkansas, they got hit really hard today with tornadoes. So you guys pray for them, and let's find something to play on the bot. Let's see. Something cool.
When you there. My mommy always told me to do what's right, to wash behind my ears and try to be polite. You see, she loves me so. It's beautiful. It's like she tells me what
I don't know why I was looking up some VeggieTales shit.
but something's right in my somebody or two to do things you're not supposed to do. Do you go along, even though the things.
Stand up for what you believe in. Believe in God. He's the one to back you up. That's a good song, man. I ain't gonna lie. But I can't play that because I'll probably get a copyright strike. Even from some Christian music. Let's see. Oh, here's something we can play. This is what Dave was talking about earlier. This one I can share, and I don't think Witsit would give a shit. He'll let us play it. Let's see what we got here. And it's shit. It's a long episode. So, anyone that has bot control, feel free to pause or mute anytime. We always know that Witsit puts out good content. Cross your fingers. Hopefully this works. Please, please, please. Here it comes. It's from Witsit Gets It. I'm going to post it on the live stream voice text. This is what we're listening to. This is my recommendation from our very own Dave Hinkle. He told us earlier tonight that Witsit wrote the Globe. And by the way, go ahead and support and subscribe to Witsit Gets It channel. Click the link. Get your ass in there. Subscribe to Witsit.
What up, ladies and gentlemen? How's it going? How's it going? So, all right, we got Scoring the Globers, episode 7. Oh, I had some stuff pop up, didn't work out as originally planned for Wednesday, but we got it done today. I let, hopefully sound and everything is good, I let Telegram vote on this episode, and they chose to learn about the sky. So should be good times. Let's just say that the Globers are not going to be particularly happy with this stream. And be there for your Glober friends after this. Maybe organize a Glober intervention, look into baller rehabilitation. Just be there for them, support them. It's hard, it's tough out here in these streets, in these Glober streets, Heliosexuality is no joke. It leads to mass confusion. And you just got to try to show empathy and be there for them. And they may go into a state of depression. So try to cheer them up, show them a couple clips of Joe Biden, and then just show them cartoons of their model and let them grieve in a healthy way. That's really all you can do. So in preparation for the presentation, if you are new to this conversation, or if you are not, then I'm sure you've begun to find out that anyone that claims that the Earth is in fact a globe and flat earthers are stupid, they have a handful of quote unquote evidence for this. And pretty much all of it, maybe 95% of it, is pointing at the sky. Why are all the other planets balls? And why are all the other planets round? And how do sunsets work? The fact the sun sets proves the Earth can't be flat. The fact I can see the sun and then I can't see the sun proves that the Earth can't be flat. I can't see Mount Everest from across the Earth. The Earth can't be flat. Why can't I see Polaris from Australia? Earth can't be flat. What about eclipses? What about what direction the sun comes from? What about the solstice? What about the equinox? What about the southern star trails? What about when we see the stars looking in the south from 3 different directions? Oh no, 3 different positions. All they have is made up stories of the sky. Now, Globers, please pull out your pencils. You are going to want to take notes, but basically, in case you didn't know this, the globe model was quite literally engineered looking at the sky. So if you stumble around in your stupor of heliosexuality in 2023 and you try to stumble through incoherent mumbling sentences and tell us how you know the Earth's a ball because something in the sky matches the model, that's pretty ignorant. The model was, again, quite literally made, crafted from, engineered from the sky. They looked at the sky and then they made a model of the Earth based on the sky. It couldn't have even been the current globe model if it wasn't based on the sky and it didn't match it, because that's how they made it. So the fact that the sky matches the globe model doesn't prove the globe model. It's how the globe model was made. Soak it in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to explain reality today. And ironically, Southern Star Trails in no way debunk the flat Earth. They actually debunk the globe. And the sun doesn't debunk the flat Earth. It debunks the globe. That's right. And all kinds of celestial phenomena debunks the globe. I know that's brutal. I know it's hard for you to accept that. Fairy tales about the sky is like your little baby, but it's going to be okay. Like I said, be there for your baller friend. Look into a friendly baller intervention. And only as a last resort, tie them down, open up their eyelids, and MK Ultra them with flat Earth videos. Okay, let's get into it. We're going to do the presentation. There's quite a bit to cover. I'm going to try to make this click for everyone, and hopefully it does by the end of it. Again, it is explaining how we see what we see in the sky on a plain Earth. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Samuel. Ron Digby, thank you for the $1. Hey, thank you for becoming a new member. MKE Matt A, welcome to the Miswits. And John Sopko, thank you for becoming a Miswit. Welcome to the club. Hey. All right. Love the new logo. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get started. In a world. So, hopefully this fills up the screen here. Let's do it. Tonight's stream is called Eyes to See. All celestial phenomena explained on a plane Earth. Let's get it. So, one of the most famous things that is commonly said as to how the Earth cannot be flat is that when you look in the south, the stars move clockwise, and in the north, they move counterclockwise. And they claim this is because you're antipodal upside down on a ball. And that's the only way that it could happen. So we have the star trails here, and they say that this is impossible and debunks flat Earth. Let's see if that's true. So here is a nifty little model made by someone by the name of Walter Bislin, and it explains all celestial phenomena on a plane Earth. This includes eclipses, equinox positions of the sun and the moon positions throughout the year, visibility of the sun and the moon, directions of the sun and set and the moon set, the fact the sun doesn't change angular size, southern star trails, all positions of the stars, everything. It explains everything. Very interesting. This was done by an anti-flat earther. Here's the truth about this story, by the way. He worked on this for a long time trying to debunk flat Earth. He found out he really couldn't once he took the azimuthal grid and put it on the flat Earth. So he kind of just gave up and said it would be impossible because light would have to bend. Okay, so let's look at some of this so you guys can start to get an idea of it. So this is, of course, a local sun and moon moving over top of a plane Earth. Of course, the sun would not light up the entire Earth. That's ignorant. Yep, has a radius of light. And there's something called attenuation of light. Light does not travel forever. That's an insane, absurd claim. So, seems pretty simple concept here. Let's move on. So you have what's called an azimuthal grid of vision. You can only see so far. You have a limited view in all directions, 360-degree field of view. And this is what we see the world through the lens of our personal, people have coined it, dome. More specifically and more accurately, it is an azimuthal grid of vision or observability. Azimuthal grid of vision. We will cover what that means. So here's another depiction. As you can see, we view the sky through this azimuthal grid. There's Polaris at the correct angle relative to that latitude as the stars move over top. Now, of course, the stars can in fact be a plane over top of us. In this beautiful masterpiece that is the Walter Bislin Flat Earth Dome model. Shout out to Walter. Thanks, Walter. You can actually make the stars be a parallel level plane over top of you. So here's an idea of what's going on with the positions of the sun relative to latitude. As you can see, the sun changes position throughout the year, and of course changes position relative to your latitude. This right here, if you were to view the sun at a certain time of the year, you would see that in certain areas on the Earth, you see the sun for 24 hours. Makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. Now, you always see it close to the horizon, which it seems like it should actually go all the way up in the sky and stay there on a globe. But no, just coincidentally, the globe always favors what would have to happen on a flat Earth, just like the ISS doesn't go over either of the poles, but whatever. I don't know which one we skipped, but it'll be okay. So here's just a basic part of the model. Now, later I can pull the model up and go through it and kind of show you more hands-on, but I threw all this into PowerPoint. So you get a basic idea. We have a dome potentially over top of the Earth that actually seems like a layered magnetic field. A toroid, we live in a sphere, not on one, on the plane through the middle. But we have a personal dome, and that is the important aspect to really wrap your mind around. You cannot see forever. Any psychopath that tells you that has been indoctrinated to believe one of the most absurd notions ever put forward by mankind, other than rocks turning into fish. So you cannot see forever, and we have curved eyes, curved retinas. We, of course, see in curved visual space. We have a limit to our perspective. We can only see so far, and we have a 360-degree field of view. Okay. Just covering some of the basics here. This is my boy Shane, Anti-Disinformation. He's on BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey. You guys should definitely check him out. A lot of his stuff will be in this stream, and let's hear what he's got to say. Oh, you guys can't hear it? You guys can't hear it? That's going to be such a bummer if you can't hear it. No sound. I see it. Let's see if we can get that fixed here, because if we can't, which we may not be able to, I may have to do an entire screen. That's okay. We'll just do it. It wouldn't let me upload it, unfortunately, because hopefully this will work. If something sounds bad, you guys are going to have to tell me, because I'm sharing the entire system's audio, but it's all I can do to get the sound. Okay, let's see if it works. You guys keep me up to date. Oh my gosh. So someone's saying they can hear it, and some people are saying that they can't hear it. So someone's saying they can. Okay, this is super annoying. You guys got to get the sound, so we're going to have to figure it out. All right, I think what I can do, though, is I can make it a link. I'll share it to myself, and we'll share the tab. Sorry, I don't know. That is one thing that sucks about StreamYard, is if you share a window, an individual window, it doesn't let you share audio. Okay. Let's get this worked out here. In a world. It's okay. We needed to give the Globers a moment. No sound on the window you're sharing. Yeah. I get it. It's not an option. Slideshow. All right. I think we're good. We're loading up. Hopefully everyone gets it so far. Pretty simple, but I'm going to really make sure that it clicks with everyone. This is basically a death blow to the globe. It's pretty unfortunate for them, but such is life. Such is life. I already checked it, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, at the bottom on StreamYard, if you just share a specific window, it doesn't share the audio. And it's saying that the PowerPoint is too big to just upload into StreamYard. So what can you do? You guys couldn't even hear it when I shared the whole... That's so weird. It's loading right now. Can't hear it. See if it worked. What in the world? Can't believe that. Can't hear it. See if it worked. Okay, I think we're good. Let's try to share it. Okay. Hopefully this works. Bro. In a world where they are hating. No video sound. I know, I may just have to like not have sound, but that's just really gonna suck. What is going on, bro? They had to stop it. They had to stop it. They couldn't handle the gravy. Look at this. What is going on? It's not even showing anything for you guys. That's crazy. I'm about to just play it without sound, and it's really unfortunate. I'm salty. Maybe I should just freestyle. Clip it out. Forget it, we'll do it live. What in the world, bro? All right, we're about to just do it the way we were doing it with no sound. Fight me. All right, it's all good. I'll just narrate most of it. Doesn't matter. It had some music and stuff, and I think the music was cool while you're just watching the visuals. But whatever. Oh, we need the sound. We have to have the sound. What's up, Austin? Always good to see you online. Spitting knowledge. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Killed him in the last 2 debates, by the way. Keep up the great fight. Thank you, T Baggins, for the $10 super chat and the kind words and support. Your internet's been acting up. I don't know. Bruh. And you couldn't even hear it when I shared the that's what's so crazy is like you couldn't even hear it when I shared my entire screen share system audio. I'm guessing you still can't hear this. I'm guessing you still can't hear this. Oh. See if you guys can hear this next one. Oh man, I'm so salty, bro. That's why I was saying you guys have got to be able to hear it because it's so funny. All right, we're just gonna present it without the sound, and I'll play the video for you anyway. But I'm sorry for the delay. That's super lame. Who would have thunk it? There it is. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back into this presentation. All right, so Shane was just basically explaining how you can see here that it shows you all the positions from the south. And if you know, of course, you got South America, Africa, and Australia. This is like their favorite little argument that you wouldn't be able to see the stars, blah, 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 blah. Is it in the headphones? Yes. It's supposed to share everything I hear. All right, anyway, so these are all the positions. Now, what this next scene-wise, we'll play right
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bending light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
So there is the Glober's argument back, and that is not a straw man. So just so you know, okay, if you go back here, this is what the Glober's argument against the azimuthal grid is. It's because they need to say something, and he couldn't come up with anything, because if they don't come up with something, dude, this is a death blow. Explains every observation. So he puts these goofy little rays on here with arbitrary positions of stars. And he's like, oh, light would have to bend so impossibly. And then they all repeat.
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bendy light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
All right. So we had a Glober be nice enough to submit a video so we could hear their position. All right. So here's basically how you can look through your azimuthal grid. So here is how the azimuthal grid works. I put this little video together for you to understand it. So as you see, you look out forward, you have a curved visual space limit ahead of you. Of course, this would be you looking up on the right. If you looked up, this is what you would see. You have a curved visual space, an azimuthal grid of vision. Here is the depiction of how that is established. So you have your zenith directly above you. The line that connects through that is called the meridian. You then have your celestial object or your star, and you take an altitude angle to that star. Of course, in order to do that, you establish your azimuth on the horizon. Your azimuth is the direction established on the horizon. You take your altitude angle to the star. And what you get when you do this is you'll end up mapping out positions all around you, right? And you'll get a dome. This is called an azimuthal grid. It's based on real life angle measurements to the sky. And that is how we map out the sky. That's even how Time and Date and Stellarium does it. The Globers take this fact that that's how we map out the sky with a flat horizon mapped out to the azimuth angle. We take altitudes from that and we make an azimuthal grid. And then they try to force it down a globe's throat. And in fact, this is how they engineer the globe. I take hijacking our perspective. Okay, so now you guys know what an azimuthal grid is. Hopefully that makes sense. Pretty simple. So maybe you're like, what's the azimuth? The azimuth is just the direction on the horizon. You're establishing your direction. You guys, obviously north, south, east, west. Establish your direction, and of course, you have your zenith above you. You take your altitude from that horizon in front of you with your direction established with your azimuth. So your azimuth and your zenith. You have 360-degree field of view all around you. That gives you a dome. Here is another depiction so that you fully understand. Anyone denying this is denying objective reality and how we make measurements of the sky. So again, you have your zenith, you have your horizon. That would be you establishing your direction with your azimuth, and then you're taking altitude measurements up from that, and then you're going to map that in all directions, 360. You get an azimuthal grid. Here is the observer and what he can see so that you understand it. You have, of course, 360 degrees all around you. This is how we see the world. Any single, and all the people that are like the dome is too close to the surface to work. Pump the brakes, man. Pump the brakes, man. Trust me on that one. So anyone that denies this aspect is denying reality. This is how we see it, just objective. We have a 360-degree field of view. And when we map out angles within this 360-degree field of view, we get a dome. We've seen a dome. Okay. Let's move forward. Again, here's another depiction. Again, you have your zenith. I want to really drive this home, make sure everyone understands. Pretty simple. The observer standing in the middle, like right here. Okay. You're standing in the middle. You could turn around and you can see a certain distance in all directions, 360 degrees. This is how you're seeing inside of this curved hemisphere, if you will. And of course, we're going to take our position to the star based on our azimuth. So an angle up from the position on the horizon, establishing your direction, called the azimuth. And of course, you have the zenith right above you. Okay, now, simple proofs of the fact that this is obviously how we see. I did see a generous membership gift in Un Mundo. Indeed, Vin Live. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I don't know where's the gifted. I saw that you gifted. Thank you, Lisa Severe. Don't want to missay your name, but gifted 5 Miswits memberships. Very generous. Hey, thank you for the membership gifts. So if whoever captured them. You guys, welcome to the Miswits. Shout out to Lisa. What a legend for doing that. Greatly appreciated. Okay, let's move on. All right, so this is how we see. Here's some proofs, pretty simple proofs. So these clouds are obviously not actually going down to the earth. The clouds don't come meet the earth. They just look like they're going down to the earth. Those clouds aren't actually going down to the earth, though. It's just inside your azimuthal grid of vision. It looks, once it reaches the edge of your vision, the limit here, it's going to look like it's going down because it's on a curved limit of your visual space. So that's why it looks like it's going down. That's how perspective actually works. Not this, let's draw straight lines from our eyes standing outside from a third-person view, and oh man, I know how to do 7th grade math. Doesn't mean anything. Here's another example, which is hilarious. Shout out to Clay, show me this. I guess the clouds are going behind the curve of the earth. Or maybe it's simply perspective and things drop down in the distance due to perspective and how we view in our azimuthal grid of vision. Isn't that probably what's going on? Or the clouds are on the earth. I don't know which one. Here's another depiction so that we understand this is just a product of perspective. They have hijacked perspective and how you see the world, claim that it's a ball with straight lines coming from your eyes. Pretty simple trick, but also very effective. It was engineered on observed phenomena, so you can always point to the observed phenomena, and ignorant people think that proves the model. Okay, let's move on. So here's where it gets very interesting for the ballers. It's going to be okay. I promise. The fact that the Earth's not a ball isn't the end of the world. A lot of us kind of had this visceral reaction at first. That's crazy. That's stupid. Wow, I can't even imagine something like that being true, something that big and crucial and fundamental or foundational to everything I think I know about where I live and stuff. Like, that's insane. It's going to be okay. I promise. We're all here with you. We all went through it. It actually becomes a realization that it's a beautiful truth. It's really not that huge of a deal. Sure, people are going to ostracize you, but just look around. People were scared of the air for 3 years. Do you really want to fit in with everyone else at this point? All right. So here is a phenomena called anti-crepuscular rays. Now, according to the globe, these rays are parallel. And when we look over here, we see that 180 degrees away, we see it look like it's converging down to a point. These are called crepuscular rays. And anti-crepuscular rays 180 degrees away. Okay. So even the globe has now been forced to acknowledge this. Has been forced to acknowledge the 360-degree field of view azimuthal grid of vision. And based on perspective, it looks like it's doing something that it's not behind you, basically wrapping around you, giving you an optical illusion of convergence where it's actually not, where it looks like there's a point here that isn't actually there. Moving on. Here is another example. You have the crepuscular rays. We're going to pan the camera over our head, then back down to the horizon, and we're going to see the anti-crepuscular rays. Okay. Now, this is also very interesting. So you look at the crepuscular, you have the anti-crepuscular. Now, this is a depiction here. You see what the light is doing. Optically, it looks like it's curving over top of your head, right? It looks like it's a dome, like it's curving over your head. Now, the globe Earth claims that these are parallel. And they just look like they're converging to your left, look like they're converging to your right. They shouldn't be curving over the whole sky. They should look completely flat over top of you. Fundamental difference in understanding here. Once understood, this is a irrefutable death blow to the globe Earth model. And that is the irony of everything. Fed Up Gear, thank you for the $20 super chat. Brother, much love. Wow, very generous. Mike does. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Much love. Thank you so much. And I see, where's it at? There we go. Very generous super chat. Charlie, thank you for the $50 super chat. All generous super chats. Thank you guys. Much love. Greatly appreciated. It would be awesome to be the stupid. Congrats, guys. But you won't offer any type of actual rebuttal. We basically use you as an example of what not to be. Okay, so we have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. Again, on the globe Earth, we must claim that these light rays, this is an optical illusion. They're actually parallel from 93 million miles away. And it just looks like it's converging on the other side, but the sun is 180 degrees behind us. So even the globe Earth has to claim a 360-degree field of view optical illusion with anti-crepuscular rays. Very simple stuff. Okay, and again, it should be straight over our head on a globe. Here is another example. Now let's let the meteorologist that thinks we live on a ball tell you himself. Oh, you can't even hear it? Oh my gosh. I'm so salty about that. I'm just going to repeat it. So he just proceeds to talk about, he said, the weather's been very warm, but what happened Sunday appears to defy logic. And he's like, it appears like the sun is right here, but we know, of course, the sun sets in the west directly behind us. This is called anti-crepuscular rays. So yeah, it seems to be emanating behind the mountains, converging into a point, but actually it's just an optical illusion and it's 180 degrees behind us. This is the meteorologist saying it. I'll release the, there it is again. I'll release the PowerPoint. It's very unfortunate that you guys can't hear it. So again, just to understand what it is that they say that the light rays from the sun are basically like these railroad tracks, right? And this is just the optical illusion of convergence, right? If they keep going the distance, they're going to appear to converge. So they claim that these rays are actually like railroad tracks. So if I look this way, I'll see optical convergence. If I look behind me, I'll see optical convergence. But in reality, they claim that they're parallel, right? Now, if I step back from this phenomena, I should never see them curving. According to them, they should be parallel. Like if you stand in the middle of a railroad track. You stand in the middle of this railroad track and you look this way, then you turn around and look the other way. Well, you see the railroad tracks close to you are 180. Now, another problem is this has to go over your head because we see the light over our head then come back down optically to the horizon. We will get into that, though. It's going to get bad for the Globers, honestly. Unfortunately, you guys can't hear it again, but this is another weather channel talking about the anti-crepuscular rays. And here they explain the sun calc, and look how they calculate our optical perspective of the sun on a globe. Suncalc.org. This is the weather channel explaining anti-crepuscular rays and how it's just an optical illusion. And look at how we perceive the sun according to the official explanation from the globe. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's almost like we have an azimuthal grid of vision that forms a 360-degree field of view dome in all directions. If you deny this as a globe earther, you deny your entire belief system, and you must now do away with the globe anyway. If you don't understand that, rewatch the stream, I guess. So he explains that pretty simple. So again, to remind you, the observer has 360 degrees all around him. That's how we view things, even according to the globe. That's the only way the globe could explain these anti-crepuscular rays, right? Which is why they show it to you. Again, suncalc.org, timeanddate.com, azimuthal grid of vision, including on Stellarium. Okay, now how interesting is this? And this is where we are going to really lay this out. As you see in the top left, you got a dome, and you see these two lines appear to move in towards each other. If you look on the right, you also see this light appear to bend towards the top of the dome, towards each other, curving. Now, if you look very closely here, this is a real picture of the Earth. You will see light rays coming up from down below, coming up, curving over, and coming back down. Wow. How's that work on the globe? I thought that this was an optical illusion. These were all parallel rays. Okay, then they must just converge. They can't curve, though. So why are they curving? Now, of course, in a personal dome of vision, more specifically an azimuthal grid of vision. That is exactly what you would see. Oh, what a coincidence that exactly what we would see is literally what we see on the Earth. Now, this is a personalized grid of vision. Okay? It's nothing to do with the dome over the whole Earth. The dome wouldn't be that small, would it? Okay, this is our personalized dome. I need all the flat earthers to listen, please. You guys have got to get this. This is the end of the debate, definitively. All right, let's check it out again. Look, this is just a dome. Now, we'll be doing further demonstration, observations, and experiments, breaking this all down in the future with different angles and different effects and phenomena replicated. This is a real picture of the Earth. It shows the curve. They should be parallel, only optically convergent. They should in no way be curving in a singular line down to an optical illusion of convergence down on the horizon on a globe. Here is what it would look like exactly in a personalized dome of vision. Let's move on. Now, here is a bunch of different phenomena on the Earth that we see that correlates with this, oftentimes invoked by flat earthers as evidence of a dome over top of us. But in reality, it seems to actually be a product of our personalized azimuthal grid of vision. Okay? It is our personal azimuthal grid all around us. We perceive everything through that curved limit. Okay? And we've demonstrated that, and we're going to continue to do it. There is no other way that we see things. We have curved eyes. All lenses replicate the eyes, and they are curved. Everything we use for optics is curved. We live in a world that views life through curved visual space. Okay, now let's watch this video, and we'll move on from there. I'm sorry that you have no music, but of course, you have the perihelion here. You have, of course, crepuscular rays, and as we covered them, we also have anti-crepuscular rays. Here, we have a very interesting effect, and I really want you guys to pay attention here. You see this before, right? Everyone knows about sundogs and halos. I want you to pay attention to this, though. So first of all, the globe Earth claims that this is because there are ice crystals in the sky. Now, they don't explain how that gives you this shape, though. Again, these light rays are parallel. The only optical effect is perspective, Euclidean perspective, that makes it converge like a railroad track. So why is it curving? Why is it curving? And more importantly, and I hope you guys are putting this together, why is this starting to go the other way? Why would that happen? Very interesting. So we have the curve around it. Now this is a moon dog. So we also see them with the moon. Okay, which is very interesting. But we perceive everything through our personal vision. Now these are in Minnesota and in Poland and in South America. They're all over the world. Okay. Now, this is, of course, at night. This is a moon dog. This is from an observatory. And if you look, I wonder if it got cut out. It might have got cut out. Anyway, sorry. But this actually shows the moon in the part that I accidentally cut out, I guess. At the right edge over here, it shows a moon dog. Okay. These are going super fast. Here's another one. Here's another one. Now, what's up with that? That's pretty interesting. It's almost like, now I might need to come over here and talk to you guys. Look at the circle, okay? Why do we see a circle above us? Why are rainbows actually circles? Why are rainbows circles? Okay, follow me here. Actually, I have a depiction I should just show you. I'm going to upload it real fast. It's better for me to just show you. Okay, here we go. Now we have a personalized dome of vision, curved visual space, right? This is how it would look looking up. You see here on the left, you of course would have circles on the interior of the azimuthal grid that are getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes up. So this is what you would see. You would literally see circles based on the edge of the dome that you see. So the right is what you would see looking up. The left is what you would see from the outside. You would have circles that get smaller and smaller going up. What a coincidence, huh? So here we go. We have circles. That's what rainbows are. This is for sure how we see the world. And it is the only thing that even offers explanations to these phenomena. All right. Here we go. Another beautiful shot. Now, again, what you notice is it goes up and creates a second layer. So why is it starting to go in the opposite direction? What's up with that? Why is it beginning to curve at a different layer in an opposite direction? And the dome is not this. If there's a dome on the Earth, it wouldn't be this small. Now, it's technically, it could be possible an optical effect based on the reflection relative to the angle and the distance and the size based on the different things that would make it look like this. But we know we see life through a personalized visual space that's curved. Okay, so I'm not saying that was a rainbow. I'm saying rainbows are circles. Surely you guys know that. Okay, so anyway, I want you to pay attention. This is just based on how we're perceiving the light. And whenever there's enough stuff in the, whether it be dust or fog or whatever, we're able to see our imposed limit of curved visual space. We're actually able to see the curved limit of our visual space, our azimuthal grid. This is a byproduct of personal perspective. And we can actually test this by going to different angles and seeing what it looks like. This is actually a time lapse over a long duration of time that the halo stays there. Well, of course it does, because the camera stays there. Here we go. Look at this. Layered, go in the other direction, and it's extending to above you, and it would, in theory, go all the way around you. And rainbows look like they are in a dome, but of course you can see them from above, and they'll be circles. I think this is actually the wrong video. I'll play the other video in a little bit, but I guess the point here is you see that's the important point. It's curving backwards. Now, the globe cannot explain this. The globe claims that it's ice crystals. Ice crystals, bro. But they never explain how that maintains this shape or how it even establishes the shape. How do ice crystals give you this shape, though? These light rays should be all parallel. And when they look like they're converging, it's just perspective. So why are the ice crystals creating a dome? And then why are they going the opposite direction? There is no even official explanation. There is no way to explain that with ice crystals on a globe. You can explain it with our curved visual space, azimuthal grid of vision. And again, we can time lapse these. And I have another video that shows the time lapse. We have time lapses of these where they don't move. So, ice crystals stay static and stationary and then maintain a shape of a dome and then layered outside of it with the same geometry and then go in the opposite direction at the top of it. No, that's not possible. That is an impossible explanation. This makes perfect sense if we understand that we view everything through an azimuthal grid of vision personal to the observer. I wonder if this is the right one. Same one. Okay. Now, here we go. This is, of course, why we see that. What a coincidence, huh? This is why we see that. This is not the dome over the Earth, though. This is how you see. This is an azimuthal grid of vision relative to you. That's why we see this. Okay. This is over each person. That's why this will change relative to the position of the observer. All right, moving on. Again, you see this curved and then optical convergence down. Now, this is supposed to, again, be parallel rays all over top of you, looking like they converge down. But of course, if I take this point here of optical convergence, draw it over my head, and then back down, I get a dome. Well, we literally see the dome here, which makes perfect sense, understanding the azimuthal grid of vision. And of course, here he says light bend via atmosphere. This is my boy Iru. But it's actually just an optical effect. It appears to bend via our limited perspective. And then when we combine that with, when we combine understanding that with this, okay, we have circular eyes. We have visual curved space. There's no other way that we could possibly see the world. And physically speaking, we have curved retinas. We have curved optics with everything that we use, even pinhole cameras. Everything is curved. That's how we see the world. We have diffraction interpreted through a curved, concentrated point. Okay, so we have curved retinas, curved eyes, see the earth and everything in the world, and curved visual space. We have an azimuthal grid of observability, vision, 360-degree view. And I know I'm saying these terms a lot, but I want them to click with you and for you to understand them. Now, when you add the Atmos, what you're doing is effectively throwing this in front of your eye or putting glasses on. You're exaggerating the effect of your curved visual space, how you visually see in curved space. You're exaggerating that with the Atmos, acting like a lens. Exaggerates it. That's why when it's clear outside, you can see further. That's right. Contrary to the baller saying, that's when everything is refracted and lifted up over a ball. Okay, let's keep going. Now, if you see here in the top right, you will see, look at that. The arrow goes the opposite way because of the water. And of course, you see the light in the fish tank. Now, what it's actually doing is it's actually exaggerating and exemplifying how we perceive the world through curved visual space. It's an optical effect. There is no physical bending of anything. Okay. Now, again, here we have the crepuscular rays, comes back around to anti-crepuscular rays. And here is a depiction, right? If you have, again, you would have curved light over top of you. And now it just looks this way because that's how you view the world. And here you have counterclockwise movement and then clockwise movement based on which way you're looking at a rotation through your curved visual space, personal to you. Well, that's exactly what we see with the southern stars. It's exactly what we see. If you look in the top left here, you will see, I cannot believe that there's no sound. I'm still so salty about that. Sorry, I was seeing if the trying to see if the other PowerPoint's working. Let me see if it is. Maybe you guys can get some sound.
Walter says light would have to bend for that model to work. Bendy light rays. My daddy MC Tune said light can't bend that way. Stupid flurf. Ben. D. Light. Rays. Ah.
Oh, sorry, I was accidentally muted. All right. Now we're going to cover the next scene. Hopefully you guys can hear it. So check out what he says.
Okay, so watch this. There it is. Sun's above your head and then it sets. One more time. That's exactly what is happening, okay? Let's change latitudes now and let's go to the North Pole. If you go to the North Pole, the North Star would be directly above your head at your zenith. So if this is the latitude of 45 degrees, because if the equator is, okay, so watch this. See now it arches. It's going this way because the sun is at the degrees. The North Star would be here, okay? So if you're at 90 degree north, the North Star is 90 degrees above your head. 40 degree, then it's 45 degrees above your head. Now, if you're at the equator, the North Star would be directly 90 degrees. You wouldn't even be able to see the North Star if you go past the equator. See? Watch, I'm going to show you. But first, you're going to see how it looks. See, now it arches. It's going this way because the sun is at the equator, but you're not at the equator. So the sun doesn't go directly above your head. It does this arc. It does a curve instead of a straight line. So the sun would never do a straight line at the North Pole. It would always go around you, and the sun would never do a straight line going above your head. The sun would always be turning at the horizon at the North Pole. So the sun never sets in Sweden and Scandinavia during the summer. It keeps going around the horizon, and it's never above the head or below the horizon. It's at the horizon. Sometimes it's twilight where the sun is below the horizon, but even though it's below the horizon, you still get light because it's not a ball. Well, peep this out, guys. This is very interesting here. Look what happens when we go past the equator and we go to the South Pole. Boom. The South Pole is near the horizon. It's never above your zenith unless you go to the South Wall, which we're not allowed to go there. So no one ever takes pictures of the South Pole directly above your head except for the Army. And that South Pole going the opposite direction is just a reflection. This dome is reflective, and as that turns this way, like that, this goes the other direction.
I told you that this was quite literally game over for the globe, and it explains every single celestial observation. I'm not joking. Okay, I wish that it would. It won't let me. It doesn't matter. We'll just do it like this. And I had to find clips of other people explaining certain things because I can't show you the model through PowerPoint, but I'll pull the model up and explain everything to you guys in just a second. It explains everything. So thanks, Walter. Okay, let's check this out. All right, you gotta pay attention. Of course, PAD here stands for Personal Atmospheric Dome.
Fresco, do you want to let us know about where you live? I'll pause it.
And in reality, the light is not even physically bending. It's an optical effect. This is a very key component. This is the missing piece to Flat Earth. Okay, now I'm sure you guys have seen this nonsense. This is not a Professor Clown show here. Saying, how could all these three observers see the Southern Cross at the same time if they're all looking in different directions? And so many people think this is a slam dunk against Flat Earth. Well, not so fast, buddy. First of all, these are improperly drawn angles. They are not looking this way at all. So keep in mind what this looks like. See where this guy's looking way out here, this guy's looking way out here, and this guy's looking way out here. They can't see what you're showing in reality at these positions, looking at these angles. That's not what happens in reality. So let's look at what happens in reality. Okay, so they're seeing them not directly south, but two of the observers are actually seeing them southwest. Okay, which is what we would expect. Let's go on to the next one. Now, here are the actual positions of what you see from those locations.
One
now,
sec.
as you can see,
Let me pause it.
Close. And I hate that it's not bigger. I'm sorry. It won't let me play it. The positions are different. Look right here, and right here. We have a bigger visualization.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. What's that accent?
The country next to you. That one.
Oh, you're in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Aotearoa.
Yeah. How did you know I was here? What about everyone else that is muted?
I know all of them.
Are they just always in here?
Well,
I was
pretty
just
much.
lurking in the background. Doing some other stuff.
Quetzalcoatl heard you before I did. He got to pause you before I did. So I was looking for new
Yeah,
people.
but I didn't speak
in.
before.
Yeah, but I clicked on your I clicked on your avatar and it just said VC verified, and I hadn't seen you in here before. That's why I said if you want to talk, we can pause it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So most of us are here quite a bit.
Is it
so
okay if I talk?
No.
I'm extremely sensitive. I mean, I'm right here at the middle of everything. You know.
What's the middle of everything?
Everything, everywhere, all at once. I mean, it's
Is that the North Pole?
I'm super highly sensitive. You know, I'm in a position that people sometimes wouldn't understand. I mean, it's
So Fresco, you're a flat earther? You're curious, or you're on the?
Are you flat curious at all?
I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, okay. So you believe in a globe?
Yes.
Okay, this is interesting. All right. So, do you have any reason to believe in a globe?
Because it is a globe.
How did you find your way here? I mean, that's really curious. It's like I don't think the Earth is flat, but I found my way here.
Yeah, because I just wanted to know why everyone, the server there's quite a lot of people in the server.
It'll take some guts to come into a room full of flat earthers and say, I don't think the Earth is
There's
flat.
not many of us. There's not many of us here at the moment. So.
Yeah, well, but it's a large server, so she found her way here. So it's all.
It is.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to see.
You ever thought about why you believe that you live on a spinning globe?
Well, I mean, there's pictures. What do you mean? Like, are you asking for the fact?
Yeah. Well, can pictures be faked?
Yeah, they can, but there's lots of them, and there's satellites that are put up there.
Satellites?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a satellite?
You can see them in the sky. They flash differently to stars.
You see a light.
Like, you can see them flash.
You see a flashing light going across the sky.
Not moving. They don't move. They just sit there. They're still.
They sit there.
So do they have like LED lights on them reflecting back or telling you where they are?
I'm pretty sure the ones that just flash the satellite. Yeah.
They flash. Where did the flashes come from? What is that?
I don't know.
Well, you don't have to know. You just have to believe it.
It's better to say I don't know rather than say
that's what you do.
give an answer.
Now, they claim these satellites that you're supposedly seeing from Earth are 25,000 miles away, but you can't even see an airplane that's 5,000 feet above the Earth. So how are you going to see a satellite?
30,000?
Okay.
It's like 25,000 miles away. Not even. I mean, no, that's 5,000 feet. Yeah. I'm getting it's miles, feet, and my bad.
Yeah, no, I think I was wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like they get their numbers mixed up and back and forth. But anyway,
you've got the fact ready, don't you?
Huh? I don't know.
Helier.
What'd you say?
Have a look.
Huh?
You were
Have a
asking
look
me
at
a
what?
question. What was it?
Helier.
No, I didn't ask. I just said he's got the facts ready.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's some of the not all of the. I get my numbers mixed up sometimes. Don't we all? Right. Yes, the de facto geocentric orbit. The what they call geocentric satellites. They're about 25,000 miles, right? So, and then, but
so they say.
That's what they say. After they dump satellites with the rockets into space,
geostationary.
Yes, geostationary satellites into space, and then where we have airplanes that we can barely see that are at
30,000.
Even when you're in an airplane, though, you can see a slight curvature.
Please don't say it.
You can. She has
You
to. I mean, she's gonna have to.
You can see it. It's slightly.
You can see the Earth's curvature from where?
Airplane.
You can see it in the plane.
You can see it from an airplane, 35,000 feet, 50,000 feet.
You can see the Earth curves a bit. Yeah.
Do you know that there's a scientist? Have you ever heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No.
So he's an astrophysicist.
That's not a bad thing that she hasn't heard of him.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing. But he's an astrophysicist, and he says that you can't see the curve of the Earth even from the ISS, which is 250 miles above the
I
Earth.
feel like a lot of people have said that they can see a curve, though. Even if he says it's not.
So who are we to believe?
See it, though. I don't know. My eyes. Your eyes are telling you that it's flat. My eyes are telling me it's curved.
Okay, there we go. All right. So, can you tell me where you've seen a curve before?
I said when you're on a plane, you can see it curves a tiny bit. If you're on like a long haul flight.
Are you sure about that? Because I've been on many planes.
Hold on, I mean, no, we're talking about altitude, just level altitude, 35,000 to 40,000 feet. If you're on a long
Which is
flight,
what? 6? Is that 6 miles?
Yeah, it's 5 to 6 miles above Earth, and then you look out the window, and you're claiming that's the curvature of the Earth when you see out the window. That's when you see the horizon. That's the curvature of the Earth. Now, when you're on the ground, is that the curvature of the Earth as well? Do you have to go higher to see the curvature of the Earth?
The Earth still curves. It's just when you're further away from the Earth, you can see it better.
You can see it better. You can see it better. So
obviously, when you're on the Earth, it looks flat because you're right. You're right on it.
Well,
and it's huge.
I mean, it's huge, right? So when you're at 35,000 feet, it still looks flat, but you can see the flatness better.
You can see the curve better.
Really? But it still looks flat.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
You can see the curve.
Do you know how big the Earth is?
I don't know the exact number.
Roundabouts. Well, let's go with circumference. How many miles around? Or kilometres? I know you work in kilometres, so I do as well. So we can.
I don't know. Is it like?
Hey, let's not make it up. I think you're pretty smart. So check this out. I mean,
You don't know. Just,
what they claim. We're going to go ahead and give you the information.
Yeah.
The circumference of the globe is 20. I mean, the radius. Oh, shit! Now I'm.
Oh, you got it.
Go ahead, Timbo. Tell her friggin' the radius 3959. You know,
circumference is about 24,000. Yeah, almost close to 25,000.
Yeah,
miles.
25,000 miles and radius 3,959 miles. Now you can deduce what you might not be able to see if you're on this, since it's so big. So we can do these calculations from our little point, whether we're standing on the ground or 5 miles above the ground. How much difference would that make? Whether it appears to be flat or not. Have you ever thought about that before?
I don't know what you're saying. You're saying that. Well,
you're saying you can see a curve from higher up, then you should be able to detect it, and then you should be able to detect a curve from lower down as well. So
yeah, it's just like what I heard you say. What I heard you say is that it's curved on the ground and it's curved above, but you can see more of the curve when you're higher above, but it still looks flat.
Of course.
But it still looks flat, right?
Well, yeah, it looks flat, but it's not.
Okay,
exactly.
Well, do you hear how insane that sounds?
Well, no, it's not insane at all. If you put a ball up to the camera, like a big ball, if you put it up to the camera,
let's imagine
it's going to look flatter when it's closer, isn't it? And then the further away it gets, it's going to be more round because you're going to be able to see the whole thing.
Okay. All right, so let's go with that. So the dimensions that they give us for the ball, the globe, the Earth that you think it is 25,000 circumference. Let's just go with that, right? So the drop rate over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So for every mile, it's 8 inches, and then every mile after that, you got to square the mile because it's going in a curve. It's not going in a slope. So it's not 8 inches per mile. It's 8 inches per mile.
That's from your observer point, and if you're looking straight ahead, that's the drop value.
Yeah,
from your observer point.
At 10 miles, we're looking at 66 feet.
Okay.
At 100 miles, we're looking at 6,066 feet. Those numbers are weird, aren't they? 666. It's really strange that comes up in their measurements. Or measurements, in their calculations. So, if we can see... So, the distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles times the observer's height in feet. So if you're at 1 foot off, let's say we're just at the beach, just chilling out.
She already explained she doesn't understand the numbers. It's not going to necessarily mean anything to her.
Oh, I'm just giving you that. So if you're sitting at the beach near the water and you're 1 foot above the water, then you should only see 1.22 miles, and then it should start curving over.
Okay.
Do you get that? Yeah. So if you can
1.22 miles is what you're saying is to the horizon.
Right,
Yeah,
to
it's
the horizon.
above the surface, yeah.
And the horizon, what is that to you? What is the horizon?
The horizon is where the point, well, we can't see any further.
Because
from the horizon because it curves around.
Can't we? Because it curves down because the physical body of the earth, whether it's the ocean or the land, you can't see through it anymore.
Blocks it, yeah?
Yeah, because it curves around, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So what if you can see 10 miles?
Yeah. What if you can see further than what you're supposed to be able to see when you're 1 foot off of the ground? What if you can see further than the 24,901 mile circumference of Earth? What if you can see 10 miles from one foot off the ground? What if you can see further than that? Which is 1.2, what he was saying. What if you can see further than that?
Are you sure it is 1.2? I just googled it, and that's not what Google said.
100%.
No, it's
so what
those are the numbers. Look.
Where did you get that from? I just googled it. It says it's 4.8.
4.8 from 6 foot, yeah? Or 2 meters.
1 foot observer height.
You got to look at the observer height.
Miles.
24,901 miles.
So that's kilometers, and you're looking at 6 foot, so it's about 2 meters. 1.8 meters, around about there. But
yeah, you can do the kilometer. Yeah, you're better at the kilometer stuff.
So that's 3. So if you're 6 foot, you can see about 3 miles. It works out the same. Yep. We're just going 1 foot because 1 foot's easy. 1 foot, you can see 1.22 miles. Easy to work out.
Yeah, it's just almost 1 times 1, you know. So,
all right. So if you can see 10 miles from this height, and the horizon is still beyond that point.
If you can see the horizon beyond freaking 1 mile,
then what would
2 miles. If you can see the horizon freaking 10 miles, then what they say about the globe is impossible.
Right. Does that make the globe bigger, or what's happening there?
So you're saying you can see things that are further than the distance that is said to be.
We can actually give you proof of it.
I know, that's what you're saying.
Ready? Are you ready for it?
No.
No, really, you don't want to see it?
Know. He doesn't want to know, mate.
Come on, we can show you all day. This is what we live for.
What about something else? What about?
Are you in? So look in.
Come on,
the voice text.
Don't deny us this, man. This is what we do here all day long. We show people how their stupid globe is impossible. Come on.
No, I'm sure you've got things ready to go.
Fresco, let us show you how dumb the globe is.
No.
Come on.
I'm gonna say something else. What about okay, explain to me.
I don't want to explain shit. I can show you proof that the globe is impossible.
No, that's whatever.
Right,
I'm gonna
sorry.
ask.
I'm being an asshole. My bad.
Yeah, you're all right, mate.
I'm gonna ask, why does the moon stay the same size?
What?
If it was flat,
it doesn't.
Smaller when
Have you ever seen the moon on the horizon? It looks huge.
Do you know about atmospheric lensing?
So
there is no possible way. I take photos of the moon, and it's bigger when it's on the horizon, and it's smaller when it's straight in the sky. So
surely, if the Earth was flat, it would be smaller when it's further away and bigger when it's above us.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But what is further away?
Well, you're saying the Earth is flat, so on one side of the Earth.
Yeah, well, that's where we're going. So you've got atmospheric distortion as well. So if you've got a moon that's on the horizon, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. So you end up with distortion. So you're going through moisture in the air, and then you end up with magnification as well. So
everything further away is magnified because of distortion.
No, that's not what I said. I said different types of distortion. So whether you've got a dry day, it'll look smaller. A moist day, it'll look bigger on the horizon. It'll be a different color. You've got all sorts of stuff happening. You got dust in the air. You got all sorts of things.
But
So
surely it would just generally, like you'd take the average of all the sizes and it would be on average smaller when it's
first
further
thing you
away.
said was, why doesn't the moon change size? So we're telling you that the moon does change size.
Okay,
So
but
what we
if
have
it was
to do is
flat,
we say, okay, well the moon does change size, so therefore this proof of the globe has to be thrown out.
no, it's not.
Why not?
Because the moon circles the Earth, but it might not be an exact distance for the circle.
So why are you saying
circle?
it?
I'm
so you're
saying that if it was flat, then it would go from small to big when it's on top of us to small again.
Why?
And even
How
if
far
that
away
is
is
that,
it?
what do you mean?
How far away is the moon?
I don't know the exact distance.
Me neither.
But why does that matter?
Well, if it's close, then that might make a difference, but you've also got
Not really.
atmospheric
Either
distortion.
way,
But
it
if
would
it's far
still-
away, then it's not going to make a difference, then, is it?
Yeah, it would, because it would still get
Why?
bigger when it's above us.
Okay, so what percentage would it increase and decrease?
I don't know. How would I know?
See?
I wouldn't know that. I don't know.
Well,
But it
that's why you
would
need to
still,
know
even
the
if with your distortion thing that you're saying is happening, it would still, on average, be smaller when it's on
Average
one
of
side
what?
of the flat Earth to when it's above us.
Average of what?
Average of the moon sizes for each day,
What
for each
size?
month.
What size is the moon?
I don't know. You take pictures of it,
Yeah, I know, but I
and
don't
then
know
you
how
can
big
judge
it
from
is.
your pictures. Okay,
Yeah, I know.
but
So
anyway,
it gets smaller when it's straight up in the sky, and it gets bigger when it's on the horizon.
when it's
Which
above
is-
us.
When it's above us, it's there, and when it's closer to the horizon, it starts to look bigger most of the time. But see, we don't know how far away the moon is, or where it is, or
But if
you
it
know,
was
these-
flat, it would get smaller when it's
we can't say
going
if it was
traveling
flat,
away.
it would do this because
Yeah, it would.
no, but
'Cause the
now
moon
you're
would
making up a
The
story
moon
about
would
flat
go
Earth.
side to side.
Well, what is the flat Earth?
What do you mean? What is the flat Earth?
Well, you're saying if the Earth was flat, it would do this. So then you have to tell me what the flat Earth is.
Well, you guys think that the moon moves back and forth on a flat Earth.
But what is the flat Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, but you're
is
the one
the flat
explaining to me what the moon does, but I want to know what you think the flat Earth is.
An Earth that's flat? I don't know. I don't believe in the flat Earth. I don't know
so
what it
now
is.
we're a disc in space.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Well,
You
I just
came in
haven't
here.
got it.
Hold on. You came in here. You're brand new here. You ask us the questions. We can answer them. If you're
Well, I don't
curious
know
about
what
the
your flat
topic,
Earth is.
you
can't
flat
make-
earthers,
you can't
do
make
you
a
have
claim
presumptions about us? I mean, come on, man. This ain't
you say,
ain't
I
very
don't know
hard.
what-
What do you guys think about the flat? What about satellites?
Yeah, because you can't give me a good answer for that
Come on,
one.
man. This ain't
No.
fucking hard.
There was no good answer for that one.
No good answer. Okay, so I'll tell you what just happened then. So you came in and you said if it was on a flat Earth, the moon
Yeah.
would shrink and increase in size.
Yeah.
So I said to you, "What is
You
the
gave
flat
her a
Earth
direct
and where is the moon?"
You said
What
what?
is a flat Earth? What is a flat Earth?
Actually, you actually gave her a good answer. It's like near the horizon, the moon appears to be very
Yeah.
large sometimes. Yeah.
No, but on average, it would be smaller, even with the atmospheric distortion that you're saying.
Well, according to what?
According to what? Like
Well,
you're giving us,
it
you're
would.
telling
It
us
just-
the moon would do this, but You
don't ask us what. You came in here making claims that the moon appears smaller sometimes near the fucking horizon. Come on, man.
You sound like that guy from B movie that's in the court scene.
No, well, I'm just me. I mean, have you met me?
All right, so let's get back.
I've been talking about this for years on end, and have you met me? So,
no.
According to what? Where does the moon appear small on the horizon? Unless you're. I mean, I've seen some.
Do you know what I mean, though? The guy that gets stung by the bee.
I don't give a fuck about characters on the internet. I'm one of the characters on the internet.
Okay.
All right. So this is where we're stuck. So you're claiming the moon would do this on a flat Earth, but you can't explain what flat Earth is. This is where we have a problem.
Well, I don't know. It's just a flat Earth. What do you think the flat Earth is?
Well, so this is why I was asking, because now I think you think that
I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
In space, yeah?
Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's the only place that can be. It's the only place that exists. It's Earth.
Do you believe in global warming?
I don't have to believe in goddamn anything.
First of all, you'd need a globe for that.
So you don't believe in global warming?
I believe in.
Why should I? All right. If I should believe in global warming, why should I believe in global warming? Why should I?
Well, there's a lot of research that backs up how emissions and stuff are affecting global warming.
So humans are doing bad shit, and that makes
like farming and stuff. Yeah,
farming. Holy shit! People have been farming since the beginning of humanity.
But the cows that affect global warming.
Cows.
Yeah, the emissions.
What the fuck?
From the cows.
Cows make global warming happen because of the methane.
We're talking about methane, aren't you?
Yeah.
We're not
can we go
making
back
fun.
to the
Hey, I
You
don't
don't
want to
believe
make
in global warming?
No, we're not. We're not a global warming.
Let's talk about. Let's go back to flat Earth. Let's go back to
global warming server.
Okay, a flat warming.
Flat warming. That was a good one. I like that.
That's a good
That was
one.
a good joke. Flat warming. Let's go to flat warming. Let's get back.
So the flat Earth is not a disk in space.
Yeah, I mean, how can it be?
Okay, what is it then?
Are you under the impression that flat earthers think that we're like the third disk from the sun and in the solar system? Are you under that impression?
I don't know what you think.
Okay, well then why don't you ask us?
Okay, what if I go to the edge of the Earth, what am I gonna find?
Don't know. You ever been there?
There's no edge. It's a globe.
Have you ever been to the top and the bottom?
No, but what about the? Oh, that's how you think it is, right? But still, there's edges.
Globe,
There's top and the bottom, but then what about the other sides?
Sides. We're talking about Earth, the place you live, the only place you've ever experienced.
Well, what about
me and you?
Top and the bottom, but what about the other two sides?
Top and the bottom. Have you been to the top or bottom of Earth?
No.
Okay.
I'm listening. I've got to mute. I've got to mute for a minute. I'm listening now.
Oh shit!
I'll be back in a second.
Timbo, don't leave me hang. No, I was about to go smoke. You're gonna go smoke. See, Timbo's gonna leave me hanging. All right.
I'll be back in a second.
No, you're cool. Hey, Fresco. So is this the first time you've ever talked to flat earthers at all?
No.
Really? So is there another platform you've talked to someone about this topic before?
Yeah, I've talked to a flat earther before.
Okay. like on Discord or YouTube or in real life?
On Discord. I've never met one in person.
Okay, well, you've met several tonight already.
No, but not in person.
Elaine, what do you think of people what do you think of Fresco? How you doing, PJ here? What do you think of people just accept blindly that they're on a surface that is moving and that is contoured? I mean, it's not as if there's no controversy or there's no encouragement to ask, you know what I mean? So what do you think of people who just automatically say, you're crazy for thinking you're living on a surface that isn't moving, and by our knowledge of water and other things, we can declare it to be extended and flat? What do you think of people who say that?
Well, I mean, it's just like I always say. I mean, it's like, okay, you accept that you're on this globe Earth, and accept that it's rotating, even though you experience it as a level stationary plane.
Of course, that's how you feel in a car. When you're moving in a car, you don't feel like you're moving, even though you're moving. That's like physics.
No. That's a different experience. I'm talking about when you're standing on the street corner and you're standing there, you're looking straight ahead, and in your mind, I'm on Earth, I'm spinning, and I'm on a globe.
Good morning, fatties.
Hey, wait. Going back, I want Pete to go ahead and repeat what you were saying. I mean, because I want to complete your statement. Is that what you were saying, or is it something else, Pete?
Yeah, well, I'll just reiterate and say that the girl said she never met any flat earthers in real life, and I was just asking a general impression then, because we know there's controversy, but anyone who comes along and says, well, they accept openly that they live on a spinning ball Earth, which I've never experienced, versus someone like us here who say that we've only ever experienced a stationary surface, and by our extension knowledge of water, we can declare it to be flat to some degree, or to a greater or lesser degree. So I'm just asking, what do you think of that mindset? Is it crazy to you? Is it worth discarding? You know what I mean? That was to the lady.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the same thing. Yeah, it's a good point, Pete.
Are we crazy, Helio?
No. Yeah, are we crazy? Yeah, Fresco, I mean, are you crazy for thinking, I mean, are we crazy for you saying, hey, even though I'm standing on the street corner experiencing the Earth as a level stationary plane, and I'm not moving, watching the sun, moon, and stars move above my head, and I believe it's a globe because somebody told me so, who's crazy? Because I can't figure that out, because I used to think that, but now I think I'm sane because I don't think what they told us about the globe is true anymore. That's what I meant when I said, have you ever talked to a real flat earther before?
What do you mean a real?
Yeah, a real. Like, I can tell you haven't talked to a real flat earther before. Now you are talking to real flat earthers. Now she's like, oh shit. Well,
you think you know, man? Now you're talking to a real man.
No, it's okay, Fresco. Yeah, man, it's like you can stand on the street corner, you watch the street light, you can stand in the middle of the night, you can see the street lights go. They appear to go toward the horizon, which they do, because they're not going over the curve. Nothing goes over the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. There's no such thing.
Helio.
Yeah,
my love, my dear. Are you drunk every single night?
Yeah, pretty much.
You're gonna die in like 2 years or something, bro. That ain't healthy.
Really? Okay, well,
yeah, bro.
Thanks for your input. We'll see what happens.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
You're welcome for the input. We care about you, Helio.
Yeah, I love you guys too.
And the point
hey,
is that there's controversy, Helio. You know what I mean? It's not as if there's no controversy. Yeah.
I accept constructive criticism. Look, you can tell me shut the fuck up, Helio. I'll gladly step aside.
Grand bud, you're just unwinding after work or something like that. But look, take it easy. You have a good sense of humor about you, and do what you do. I think well about everything you do. But anyway, I was just going to say to Fresco, it's not as if there's no controversy. In a way, we're encouraging you. The encouragement should be made for you now to look at the earth, look at your place within the earth in a new light. We're telling you not to believe all the stuff that you believe blindly, that we all believe blindly, and now go back and trust your own experiences at least a lot more. I know it's a big leap to make if you're genuine, but that there is controversy is the most important aspect here.
Yeah, it's more of it's not about believing us. It's about questioning, your initial, it's like just don't believe them. But you glean from different aspects.
Like you learn more about yourself than anything else, right, Helio?
Yeah, you'll find more about yourself when you glean from different aspects of religion, politics, whatever you see in TV shows, news, and everything. Pull it all together and then find out what you can know and move forward.
Would you ever be convinced that the Earth is a globe, or are you set?
Yeah, there's no way that the Earth is a globe. No.
Well, how can you say that when you're trying to convince me that the Earth is flat? You're trying to tell me to be
I'm not trying to
open-minded, but you wouldn't be open-minded to thinking that the Earth is a globe.
I was convinced the Earth was a globe a long time ago, and then I figured out it wasn't, and so there's no way that I can go back.
But what if you're wrong?
I'm positive I'm not.
But you can never be 100% certain.
100% certain the Earth is a globe and the solar system is impossible.
Why?
I'm 100% convinced. Why? Because it's physically impossible, for one thing. According to basics like physical science, it's impossible for what they say. You know what they say? Well,
things can only be what they are.
There's almost no reason to argue with you, Fresco.
Hang on, Helio. Let me just reiterate your point in a sense. Well, things can only be what they are, Fresco. So remember that the spinning ball Earth is a story that is presented to us. If it had any relation to reality, we'd be able to discern that. I think the important point as well, just to make, when you say the Earth is flat, the best we can say is, well, the Earth now becomes something different as does the sky and the skylines and everything, actually. But the best thing we can say is the surface of the Earth, whatever the Earth may be, the surface that we're on is stationary and flat. So the spinning ball Earth has no life. People in Australia are not antipodal to people in Ireland here. We're all on the same surface. But what the Earth actually is, what the greater picture that you need or that yearning is to fill in our mind, that's a different matter. It's a different matter. So I think you can't say anything 100%.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of us have came across a lot of us. I mean, besides the physiology and the physics of it, a lot of us came through this through philosophy and religion, and everything. But it's not necessarily about all of that. It's like you came to us tonight asking us questions. We're giving you our answers, and a lot of people are giving you different answers. It's up to you to figure this out. And every time you asked us to convince you that the Earth is flat, nobody here's trying to convince you. You came to us.
I know, but I feel like you guys like to convince Like, obviously, that's what you would want.
No, you came here to be convinced, right? So if
Not to be convinced. Just,
right, okay, well then you can leave unconvinced, but you heard our answers, right?
Yeah.
We gave you plenty of answers, and if you want to hear more, there's more there. I mean, it's not like, dude, I promise you, nobody here is trying to convince anyone of flat Earth. You find it for yourself. You're gonna find it. It's not spiritual, it's not physical, but it's all together, everything. But it's not a religion or anything. It's just like what we all experience. I mean, it's what you experience. You see it. Nobody here is trying to convince you. You have to find it. You came here looking for the answers. And if you don't like what the answers you got, just move on. It's like those flat earthers, they didn't give me anything. Boom, just move on. Nobody here's trying to convince you.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like some flat earthers definitely want to convince people.
No, well, some are, but we don't here. Not here in this room. We're not trying to convince people. You guys come here to ask us questions, and we answer them. And if you don't accept our answers, then you just leave. It's not a big deal to us. We have thousands of people that come here, on a monthly basis, so it's not a big deal. I mean, we actually, the only reason we do this is to answer questions. I mean, we do this as a public service to everyone across the world that want to come here. They hear about us. They say, go these flat earthers. And they think they're going to be like, give us some like, I'm going to convince you it's a globe. It's like, well, that's impossible, but you can try. And then we just give the answers. Some people come in here, ask us questions, we answer them. Some people think they're going to convince us, of the globe that I used to believe in. And it's like, bro, I used to believe in that too, and I don't anymore. And then we just move on, and then we just roll on.
Yeah, but you're at least asking people to be open-minded.
Sure.
To like see if their point of view can be changed. But then how can you say that when you wouldn't be open to changing your view?
Well, the reason I can say that is because I've been in this argument for quite a while, and well, like I was saying, if you get into the mathematics and physics, like the deeper shit about it, you're not gonna. We don't do it like with. I'm pretty sure you're not ready to get into the physics and stuff, right? I mean, if you want to go, you've heard some of the flat Earth debates and stuff like that, like the deeper arguments about the physics and dynamics. Have you looked into any of that? Like the deeper discussions?
I haven't really looked into anything about the flat Earth.
About the impossibilities of space-time and all that kind of stuff. Have you ever looked into any of that?
I haven't researched the flat Earth. I don't know.
No, it's cool. Well, that's why I didn't bring that up, because I wasn't. But I mean, it doesn't matter, because it's what you experience. Because the globe Earth only exists in a spiritual realm of space-time that is flat but warped. And it's warped by mathematics. It's a flat space-time warped by math. And they have these different warps. And this is, there's like Earth exists in this space-time continuum. And this is their math. But what you can experience, what you are experiencing right now is the earth that you can only know by what you're experiencing here right now on earth. Their math magic is not going to put you in a realm that doesn't exist. Once you know that their math magic can't put you somewhere, and that their realm leads you into a path of atheism, they'll tell you that the universe is 4.5 billion years old. No, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. The universe is 14.5 billion years old, and but they don't have any evidence or physical proof that that's true. They'll give you all kinds of stories. I mean, you've heard the stories, right? And that's why you're confused why we just say, hey, flat Earth. We don't even go with their stupid Big Bang Theory stuff. So we're not even involved with that. So, yeah.
Are you Christian as well?
Yeah, it's just Earth. It's just where we live. It's Earth. Boom.
No, but like, are you religious as well?
Oh, I'm not religious, but yes, there's definitely a creator.
Why do you think there's a creator?
Because there has to be.
Do you think everything was created by something?
Of course. Don't you?
But then who created your creator?
Well, that's a redundant question, I guess. I mean, I've always, that's everyone thinks of that. Well, if the creator is the creator, then who created the creator? And you can just go redundant. That's a redundant question. But I mean, but even with the Big Bang Theory, their creation, the idea of Big Bang, I mean, it's like, well, when did the Big Bang start? Well, it's coalescing back into itself, and it's going to bang again, and it's like bang, bang, bang. After 300 billion years. So you're going to have to figure this out for yourself. This is the philosophical question, and ultimately it does come down to philosophy, but at the same time, it's spiritual, because it really digs deep into your heart, into your soul. So you don't have to believe anything we say. And I'm glad you found us tonight. But you don't have to believe everything they say either, and that's where kind of we are. We're just like, God, oh man, they're talking about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth, was formed out of like coalescing gases as part of the Milky Way galaxy, and then eventually we're going to be like, it was like part of the Big Bang and all. That's their story. They have no physical evidence for that happening. You know what we do have physical evidence for? Our mind, our soul and spirit, our bodies here, and we have physical evidence that Earth exists right now.
Well, how can you prove something that was that long ago? It's difficult to have physical evidence.
You can't.
So long
That's
ago.
what I'm saying. You can prove.
So then,
what
how will
you
you ever believe that something happened?
Yeah, you have to believe it. But what you can know is what you have right now. Your mind, your spirit, your body, this earth that you're standing on. You have evidence for that. That's your mind, body, soul, spirit, everything.
Okay, but there's always going to be a history, things that happened in the past.
Well, I mean, you can have certain aspects of history that you, as far as anthropology goes, and some of that it will help you establish mind and spirit and give, for country, for God and country, all that kind of shit. But yes, recent anthropology, I think, for the most part, I mean, you can't trust government, I don't think, but I mean, that's something for you to discover on your own as well. If you're curious about human history, you can look into that. I'm not going to go through all of that with you, but yeah, as long as you can put your hands on it. You're a human. You're alive. You have a mind. You have a spirit. You have you have a zest for life. And there's nothing stopping you. Awesome. So that's what I'm about, and hopefully other people that you meet will be about that. But you probably won't meet many people that will be like, oh no. Well, I mean, it's like if you say flat Earth to someone, they just totally discount. Oh, you're a flat earther. Boom, you're obviously dumb, and you don't know shit about anything. Because we already know that the universe is 14.5 billion years ago, Big Bang, and 4.5 billion years ago, Earth coalesced in the. Anyway, I mean, oftentimes people say, "Shut up, Elio." That's me. And is it time for me to shut up? Did I make my point? I appreciate you, Fresco, putting up with my diatribe there. That's the way I see the world. I could say a lot more, but I probably shouldn't. Why did Pete leave? I thought he was going to back me up. He's like, son of a bitch. Thought you were going to let me do a diatribe, Elio.
Yeah, everyone's muted.
I'm playing a video game, but I'll be speaking with you all soon.
Really? Well, kill them all. Did you bring some friends, Fresco? You know this guy?
No, I didn't bring any Globers.
That's cool. It's really fun when people just like, I'm bored. I'm going to find. Did you look for flat Earth, or did you just happen upon like a flat Earth server?
No, I've got a friend that's in the server.
Oh, okay, cool. Who's this guy? Corpuscule. Oh.
Is he a flat earther too?
He's VC verified, but the name Corpuscule, that kind of makes me think that he's talked to flat earthers before, because that's a play on crepuscular, which are the rays of the sun. When you see these rays coming from the sun through the clouds, when you see them angular.
See, that's what you would think. That's kind of your inquisitive.
Oh, is that what I might think because I'm a flat earther?
No, it's actually a misspelling of the word corpuscle, which means a small, white, usually pure, or sometimes in medicine it would mean an impure object. For example, a corpuscle could be a really, really posh way of saying somebody has a whitehead spot. Could be that. Corpuscle.
What's a pimple?
A corpuscle could also be a white blood cell. It could also be, let's say, a zygote. It could be many things.
A zygote. What the fuck? You're a funny dude.
You know what a zygote is?
You better. Yeah, I know what a zygote is. You better be funny.
I better be funny. You think I'm like a troll or something?
No. Well, I mean, we'll see.
I'm not a troll. I'm not funny enough to be one of those.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not either.
No point being a troll because y'all would ban me immediately anyway, so.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to troll, you better make it funny. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, or be genuine, and we can have an honest, open dialogue. That'd be even better.
Yeah. You were mentioning how we had proof for the soul, the spirit, and the flat Earth. Now, those first two, how we got proof for that?
Proof of what?
You were like, we don't have proof of a flat Earth. We don't have proof of a globe Earth, but we have proof of we can't prove the globe Earth for this 4.7 billion years ago, whatever the Earth formed. But we have proof for what was it, the soul, the spirit,
sure.
and the flat Earth.
show me the physical proof that the universe is 4.5 billion years old.
It's way older than that. It's like 13-point-something billion years old.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Earth. Well, I'm talking about the Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy came from the Big Bang, which is 14.5 billion years old. Show me the physical proof for that. There is no physical proof. I mean, let's not bother with. I mean, I know how they came up with it, but it's.
Mm-hmm.
They had to. All right. Do you have?
Wait. So you said you know. So.
No, I do know. I want to know if you know why they came up with that idea.
They came up with that number based on like the distance of things, didn't they? How far things are away, and the fact that the universe has been expanding at a certain rate. And they were like, oh, well, if it's been this far away and it's been expanding at this rate, then it must have had this much time to do it, right?
Yeah, basically.
Something like that. Yeah.
Where did it start?
Where did it start?
Yeah.
I don't know. The place that it started at.
Okay. Well, it didn't start in the Milky Way galaxy, right? We're just a wing. We're just a wing.
Do you not like that idea? Does it?
Why
I feel like
should I like it?
Well, I don't know. Like I've been in like this server quite a few times, and whenever anybody brings up the idea that like humans aren't special, or the Earth isn't special, or that like we aren't geocentric or whatever, like that really rubs y'all the wrong way. You're like, excuse me, we are special, we are God's children, we are in the center of the universe. Like, but why? Why does it have to be like that? Isn't it fine to just be another part of something bigger?
What? Well, I mean, it might make sense if it made sense, but it doesn't. So, I mean, we are humans we are humans on Earth. Why shouldn't we be special? I mean, what are you talking about?
We're just another species amongst like literally millions
of specks in the universe of everywhere. Yeah. All right, well, there's no evidence that there's anything like us anywhere else.
Well, we know from the fossil record there have been plenty of species almost exactly like us.
Really?
Yeah, Homo floresiensis, Homo neanderthals, Homo denisovans, Homo erectus. Stuff like that. Very, very similar to us indeed. We actually aren't that, like, uniquely special. We just, we outsurvive. We outsurvive.
In the universe.
In the universe? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, okay? So, our bodies function on chemistry, right? Like, that's why biochemistry is a thing, right? Yeah? And what that means is...
it works with electricity.
Yeah, external energy.
So the point is we know that because we exist, the universe can facilitate bodies and minds like ours using processes like the biochemistry. Okay, so if it can happen here, if it can happen here in these conditions, then why couldn't we believe that? Considering the vast expanse of the universe.
Hey, science isn't about belief. You're not going to make some shit up and pretend that something.
No, this is
science fiction. We're not talking about science fiction.
This isn't science fiction. This is just understanding that if something can happen in this place.
Oh shit! Now you said if. when you said, I mean,
you let me
it's like,
finish?
we're not talking about probably,
Can you let me
maybe, but
finish? I'm making a completely valid point about why I don't think we're special, and you didn't let me finish.
All right, make your point, and Pete, I want you to take this over because I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Let the guy continue. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. We know that planets like ours can form. I said like, not the same as, like ours can form. And because of that, we know that, there is always the possibility that a like planet actually ends up being so similar to ours that it could end up forming life so like ours, and it could end up with body plans so like ours. Not exactly the same, just as we know, for example, Neanderthals formed, wasn't exactly like us, but it was very, very close. There actually isn't any reason to believe that with enough time, enough, perturbations. Is that the right word? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, you're correct.
Of species during the evolutionary process.
Yeah.
There isn't a good reason to think that just because we've happened and we're special, because I mean we are special, we are a unique species, obviously, that nothing like us could ever exist ever again at any point in time, or even in the past, anywhere else in the universe. Like, as far as we know, it's like, for example, if you accelerate your car at 60 miles per hour, right, in, let's say, Australia, right, you're going at the same speed as somebody, okay, who accelerates their car at 60 miles per hour, like on the road at least, somebody who does it in Russia. Like, two different places in the world, but when you accelerate your car to 60 miles, that everyone universally agrees you're going 60 miles an hour, right? Like, it doesn't matter about where on the world you are, this rule is just a rule, you accelerate, you go faster. Right? So why
there's no problem with your point, and I think you're making an equivalence between sort of earthbound evolution and maybe universal evolution. I think the issue comes back to the basic premise, which is about the universe being so expansive that is there not room for these possibilities? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? How have you established that the universe is as expansive as how have you established that planets exist, as you say? We're in the world of possibilities here, and there's no one denying possibilities, but when it comes to realities, then you have to reconsider. Have you considered that you might be on a stationary and flat expanse surface?
Yes, I have considered that. I think every single child has at one point been like, before we learn about the globe, we just kind of assume that we're on something, flat and stationary, and then, obviously, as we grow older, we learn things.
Yeah, I'm talking about in the new light, because there's revived controversy now, and very, very serious I'm sure you won't doubt the serious controversy and the great obstacle that flat Earth in general and its argumentation provides against the spinning ball Earth. So I'm talking about in a renewed sense. Have you taken stationary and flat Earth's surface seriously?
Have I taken it seriously? Yes. Well, okay. I have taken it seriously in pondering. Pardon? In pondering what a flat Earth would be like. I mean, it's a very interesting thought experiment.
It's not what a flat Earth would be like. It's not like that. It's like, hey, what you experience, is it this or is it that? It's not like, what I experience is one thing, and if it was this, it would be something else. We're not saying that you're experiencing something completely different than what you do. We're saying that it definitely explains it better. If you can't find curvature, then you can't explain anything on a ball because there's no curvature.
There's no ball to be found, correct?
There is curvature. Like, the Earth is just...
Okay, well then I would love for you to present that evidence. That's what I want.
And remember, it has to be solid because we're in the midst of this controversy. So obviously, there is a suspicion that there is a massive fraud. So we have to be ultra skeptical in terms of any information that's given to us. But ultimately, if you take it, go ahead.
PJ, you play it on strong and thick. I like to just stick to empirical.
So I feel like when people,
no worries, I'll take a step back. I'll take it easier. But go ahead.
When flat earthers ask for curvature, it's like somebody coming up to you and asking, "Show me the entirety of Spain's borders."
No,
right?
That's not true because they already did that on the globe. No. It isn't like that. I'm not.
It is
able to give you a God's eye view of the earth, and you have the claim that there is a God's eye view of the earth. So please explain to me how that is represented in reality.
I'm making a good point about curvature, so I'm going to finish it. Asking to see, we're not talking about like the effects of curvature, but to actually see the curvature, right? Is like, show me the entire border of Spain, and only seeing a part of the border won't be good enough. So I can't walk you to a border of Spain, the border with, I don't know, Portugal, right? Because you'll go, well, I can't see the whole border of Spain.
Hold on.
What?
Please give me 1 second just to address what you said. You're saying that you do see curvature.
No, I didn't say that. I said there is curvature.
Okay, but where is it like demonstrably like measurable?
Where is it demonstrably measurable? By you can measure the curvature by using the products of the curvature. Like if you're on the because here's the thing, if you're on the surface of Earth, you just aren't gonna see curvature. You just aren't.
So you just have to believe it's there.
Well, when I say surface, by the way, I mean like sea level. Okay. Well, no, you don't have to believe it because you can.
Do you have to be? Hold on. How high do you have to be to see curvature?
Very, very high.
So like where we can't go?
You can go. Just most of us will never get the chance. Huh?
Oh, so we just have to believe it. We have to believe it's there.
No, we don't have to believe it because we can.
We don't.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me respond to the question you just asked?
But
please?
You're not making any sense, buddy.
You're not even letting me respond to the question you just asked me. You really like hearing yourself.
Okay.
Jeez. So you asked me, okay, so it's about belief then? And I said, no.
Yeah, buddy, or I'll mute you. Alright? You've had a warning before. I'll mute you again. Alright? Just relax.
I don't think he did anything wrong, though.
Yeah. She asked me a question, I tried answering, and then she was like, no.
Hey, you're the one that sounds like a little bitch at the moment, so shut the fuck up and listen.
Oh, okay, grandfather.
Just chill out, man.
I guess I'll take my punishment and my warning. Anyway,
Just be cordial, mate. Just be cordial.
You told me to be cordial after telling me I sound like a little bitch. Like,
Well, I don't have to be cordial. I don't have to be cordial.
Oh, you don't have to be. Oh, okay. I get it. You want
Hey, we're not going to kick you for that this time, but do it again and you're gone.
Do you understand the problem that Flatsy was posing?
Oh, yes. I completely understand what she was saying. Yes.
No. I said the problem she was posing for me, not what she was saying. She wanted an answer from me, and then when I tried to give the answer, they were drowning me out by continuing to speak. You see the problem there, right?
Because
now you're white knighting for yourself.
Hold on, no. Hold on. You're giving a scenario that none of us can verify. You're giving us evidence that is unverifiable.
I'm telling you.
Why would I take it?
No, sorry. Continue. My bad. You were still going.
No, I'm saying that if it's unverifiable, why would I take the evidence that you're presenting? Because nobody's been high enough to see curvature because nobody has ever experienced it. Nobody's ever seen curvature. I want to at least go ahead and put this out there. At least on both sides, the experts, like in quotations, will agree that you experience the world as flat and stationary, but they claim that you are actually on a spinning ball in outer space. So where is the evidence for this that I can go and I can verify? And not just believe it, but know it.
Again, okay, like I was saying, if you want to go and see curvature, you're going to have to go very far away. And as I already mentioned, most people will never get that chance, you included. They are absolutely right about that, obviously. We all agree on that. You know, not all of us can take a trip to the moon and look back at the Earth, right?
So you're saying that most of the Earth will never know. We'll just have to believe it.
No, again, I'm saying they can still know that the Earth has curvature.
Okay.
They just.
So you're saying that most of the Earth has to believe a small amount of people and believe it.
We believe a small amount of people about everything. Every Christian literally believes in a small amount of apostles. Like, what's wrong with the experts being a small number?
No.
How many apostles did they? This is so stupid. Why?
You're sounding like the religious zealot.
Man. Yeah, he's the one that's religious, not us.
Wait, what's wrong with being religious?
Okay, so you want to be religious about the globe? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm just saying what's wrong with being religious. It sounds like it's an
I'm not saying that there's nothing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm saying that the globe Earth is religion if you only believe your priest. Yes.
When
you
believe there's curvature, but you never experience it.
They tell you that you'll never experience it. They tell you that you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. When have you ever seen a sphere with any kind of flat surface ever?
Wait, sorry, what?
When have you experienced a sphere, a spheroid, or an oblate spheroid, or whatever, without or with a flat surface ever? Never.
Oh no, I have. I do math. You ever heard of?
All right, so math. All right, have we heard of what?
Math is not observing curvature in real life.
Okay. Have you heard of an epiragon?
Go on.
No, go ahead and explain it.
So, okay. This concept has been understood for longer than the English language has been around. That if you try to make a shape, right, any shape that has increasing number of sides, and all those sides are of the same length, and all their vertices are of the same distance from some point, right? We would say the epiragon is how you construct a circle, right? The more points you get, the entire shape as a whole becomes indistinguishable from a circle. But actually, this is the interesting
part. What's the name of this?
A pyragon. But actually, it turns out that if you zoom in on the surface, it becomes indistinguishable from a straight line.
All right. So
and the only way that you
tell me how that has anything to do with what we experience here on Earth.
I was just asked if you could witness a flat surface on a sphere, and like technically you can.
So how many flat surfaces on Earth that you experience make it a globe?
Sorry, what?
You're going to have to say all of them.
Yeah, everybody experiences a flat and stationary Earth. So the claim is that we aren't flat and stationary.
Okay.
So where is the evidence? Direct measurement of curvature would be sufficient.
So, okay. It's interesting that you guys say that we experience a flat Earth. Do you guys know what it means when you say flat Earth? Because as you know, like the area around you clearly isn't like literally a flat plane.
We understand the globe model.
Hold on. How about you tell us what you think we mean by flat stationary Earth?
Oh, easy. Okay. So it's the idea that the Earth is a special reference frame, right? So it's the idea that it is like the reference frame that like everything is a part of, right? It has
Everything
to be
is moving around us. Everything.
You hear him waffling, guys? You hear that? You hear what he's doing right now?
Are you kidding me?
Bro, I mean, that's just stupid.
What is it with you
That's
people
not what we think.
Hold on,
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm just telling you what you're telling us. I asked you a specific question. You came out with that. And that's just dumb.
So you're saying that we have to believe a very small few of people that we aren't flat and stationary, even though we experience a flat and stationary Earth.
We don't have to even believe those people. We can just use intuition.
So it's not belief. It's not belief. It's it's demonstrable. I can go and find out for myself. So tell me how I can do that.
Yeah. Well, actually, even better.
Hold on, Leo. Let him answer.
So I'm going to answer the thing about flatness, and then I'm going to answer that question because I don't want to be given 50
evidence?
questions and have to keep up with all of them.
No, I just asked you
I'm getting
for
to
one
it.
thing.
It's a simple question. How can we prove curvature? By not doing math on a piece of paper, but going out and observing it in reality. How can we do that? That's all we want to know. Not a difficult question, not a barrage of questions. One question. How can we prove Earth has curvature in reality, not on a piece of paper?
Yeah, okay, and I'll get to that one if I aren't. Am I loud? Okay, so of course, So yes, okay, we don't literally live on a sphere. So obviously, when I mentioned the Apeirogon, yes, we don't have perfectly flat surfaces on this perfect sphere we live on because we don't live on one of those. We aren't going to see perfectly flat surfaces.
Well, the water is, man. Hang on, the water is perfectly flat around the sphere. It's perfectly level. Yeah. 70%.
Water's not water's not perfectly flat around the sphere because there are tides.
Yeah, but that's all we're
water
talking about in
bulges.
relation to the size of the sphere, and the maximum height of a tide is about 30 feet. Okay.
Well, that only distinguishes what.
So we knew he was going to do that, Peter.
Okay, because here's the thing, right? Perfectly flat would mean that like it's all equidistant from the center or whatever. When it's all the surface.
No, why would we think that? Why would we think that about it?
Because that's what you mean when you say water finds its level, don't you?
Yeah, but we don't think about
water
a
going
globe.
to the lowest point.
There's no such thing as a globe, so why would we even consider a globe?
Well, that's just circular reasoning. I won't listen to your globe stuff because the globe doesn't exist, and the globe doesn't exist because the globe doesn't exist. Okay.
It certainly doesn't.
That's not circular reasoning.
That literally is
demonstrable. Then there is no globe. If you cannot demonstrate the curvature in real life, then why would anybody?
Demonstrate. I'm glad you used the word demonstrate because you actually don't have to see something for its existence to be demonstrated. No, you don't.
No,
you don't.
Demonstrate it. Okay, you don't have to see it, but you have to be able to measure the curvature.
Yeah, but you don't have to measure the curvature by like actually measuring like the curved surface itself.
Why not? If the Earth is a ball, why would you not have to do that to prove that it's a ball? Why would you not have to measure an apparent curvature if you claim that there's curvature? Why would you not have to do that? I don't understand.
We're not in high school, bro. Like, I don't understand.
What are you talking about? We're not in high school.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, for example, do you have to be there and witness the murder to know that the murder occurred? What?
You're the one
that's a false equivalence fallacy, and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yes, it is.
You're telling us to believe a calculation instead of a direct measurement. Which anything that has to do with science, the real science, would
science you like?
Yes, real science would need a direct measurement.
Real science as in demonstratable, testable, and repeatable, not math on a piece of paper.
So where is the curvature, buddy? That's what we're asking. Because
funny you say that because science fundamentally relies on math anyway. But
yeah, that means that it's pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay, define science, please.
Please define pseudoscience.
Lord.
No, define pseudoscience.
Define pseudoscience.
Yes, please.
Okay, right. Got to give you two definitions now. Give me just a moment.
Just define pseudoscience. That's all I need.
Sure. Pseudoscience. Okay. Science, the systematic study of the structure and behavior and of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. A particular
Cause and effect is science.
Where's the math part?
Pseudoscience.
Where's the math part?
Please,
bro, calm down. You're so horny right now.
Please define pseudoscience for me, please.
Oh, okay. Define pseudoscience. Okay.
I mean, pseudoscience can apply to many different aspects.
No,
Pseudoscience.
absolutely.
A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah, it's
what is the scientific
misapplied.
method? Okay, what is the scientific method? Define that.
Oh my god, yo, get Google, bro. Like,
I know.
Sure. We've already looked this stuff up. It's
I
not even-
know what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
you get
I know
lost
what
in
you're
that
already
Google.
going to say.
The reason we're asking you to define these words is because the way you speak makes us think that you have no clue what they actually mean. You said science is dependent on math. Where in that definition did you read that? That's not true. And then you're acting like we're crazy. You're asking you these questions. The things you're saying do not make sense. Just letting you know that. That's why we're going over definitions, because what you're saying makes us think you don't know the real definitions of the word that you're actually using.
Science
We don't
does
need
require
Google.
math.
Yeah,
like,
and you're defending a position that you can't actually prove, and so that becomes a religion.
Anyone who's ever done an actual experiment knows that you actually have to parameterize an experiment.
What is
How do
an
you do
experiment? Define experiment, please. Define experiment. If you're going to say that, then define experiment.
that? Okay.
Yeah, especially when it comes to outer space or spherical globe.
An experiment.
That's not. There's no experiments involved. With
You better find a very, very well cited definition of experiment.
Wait, but how? How can we believe citations?
Don't just
Isn't that from a
Google it,
small group
buddy.
of people
Don't
that
be
we
a
have to
Google-
believe?
No, it's okay if you Google it. I Google shit all the time. Google it.
Okay,
friggin'
well,
try
okay,
to defend it.
Helio, please. Thank you. The exact definition of an experiment is in the scientific method. So you need to know the scientific method. And the scientific method is rigid. It's rigid so that pseudoscience doesn't take place. So remember the beliefs? Remember the definition of pseudoscience?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Don't forget that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for experiment, an experiment, a scientific procedure undertaken to make a discovery, test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact. Okay, cool. Right, and then
Observe a natural phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you come up with a hypothesis with cause and effect.
Mm-hmm. The scientific method.
What is the cause and what is the effect? You manipulate the cause and you define the effect. You realize either that the cause is the effect or that it's null. So there is a positive and null to a hypothesis.
The scientific method is an empirical method.
That is rigid. That is what it is. Independent variable, dependent variable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just about to go over this. So.
Okay, well, I would love for you to go over it, but you better understand it before you go over it.
Okay. The scientific method is an empirical method for acquiring knowledge that has characterized the development of science since at least the 17th century, with notable practitioners in previous centuries. See the article of okay, whatever. It involves careful observation, applying rigorous skepticism about what is observed, given that cognitive assumptions can distort how one interprets the observation. Oh yeah, by the way, that requires parameterization of the experiment, which literally requires understanding. Did you giggle?
Yes, I did, because here you go with your justification of calculations without observation. And
he stopped when he was about to read naturally observed phenomena.
Exactly.
No, I stopped because people keep trying to add more to this.
No, we were letting you talk, and you stopped. And when you were reading the article, you stopped when you were about to say naturally observed.
Well,
phenomena.
okay. Well, this is an assumption you were making. Okay, would you leave it at that? Leave it in your head.
I already know what it says, motherfucker. I've been reading that shit for years.
Okay. I mean, that wasn't what it was about to say, but you know.
I'm not a science denier.
Am I wrong?
Yes, you are, Helio, and you need to just keep that assumption to yourself, please.
Naturally observed phenomena is not the first basis of the scientific method.
It is.
Anyway, I'm going to continue. So, when you define parameters, okay, for your experiment, right? You set limit, like you set expectations of the. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna.
No.
You set expectations for the level of accuracy and the level of variance.
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
We're just making up our own definition.
Now you're making shit up. You were
just making up our own definitions to fit our narrative.
You guys talk about experiments and you don't know about the parameterization of experiments. I literally used to be like a chemistry student. This is what we did. Are you kidding me?
You used to be a chemistry student. Oh my god, that's amazing, bro.
Please, everybody, hold on. Hold on, everybody. Please tell me right now, how would you definitely understand something with that kind of mindset?
Are you kidding me?
You're the one that should be kidding us. You set parameters.
Like this is one of like the basic rules of an experiment. You set parameters. Are you kidding me?
No. You have an independent variable. You have a dependent variable and a constant.
Yeah. I know how variable manipulation works, and everyone does. Everyone knows that. Okay, but you set parameters. You.
Okay. Oh my God. Then tell me what the scientific method is for gravity, please. What is the independent
Flatsy, I was already in the process of defining the scientific method for you.
Yeah, well,
like you asked.
You also are falling very short of what the actual thing is.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you stopped midway giving us that definition because someone laughed. I don't know. I mean, you don't. It seems like you don't want to give us a definition of anything, to be honest.
There are so many assumptions being made here, man. Just keep them to yourselves.
No, you said. Did you just chuckle? Did someone chuckle, and that's why you stopped? So it's not an assumption. That's a replay of the events that just happened.
No, don't be like sophist like that. You know that's not why I said there was an assumption.
All right.
No. Okay, let me finish. No, because you assumed that I stopped because I didn't want to continue with my definition, which isn't true.
That's not at all what I just said. I said that you stopped because someone chuckled.
We can literally rewind the stream. That's literally what you said.
Okay.
That is what you said. Go rewind the stream. That's what you said.
Can you provide an experiment that proves and measures curvature in reality and not on a piece of paper? No, you cannot. So how about we go from there?
Okay. Yeah, and you wouldn't even have to use science to do that.
Anyway, back to the scientific method. It involves careful observation, applying rigorous skepticism about what is observed, given that cognitive assumptions can distort how one interprets the observation. It involves formulating hypotheses via induction based on such observations, the testability of hypothesis, experimental, and the measurement-based statistical testing. Oh no, science doesn't rely on math. What are you on about? of deductions drawn from the hypothesis, and refinement or elimination of the hypotheses based on the experimental findings. These are principles of the scientific method, as distinguished from a definitive series of steps applicable to all scientific enterprises. Although procedures vary from one field of inquiry to another, the underlying process is frequently the same from one field to another. The process in the scientific method involves making conjectures, hypothetical explanations, deriving predictions from the hypotheses as logical consequences, and then carrying out experiments or empirical observations based on those predictions.
Thank
A
you.
hypothesis.
Thank you. Will you please redefine pseudoscience?
Redefine pseudoscience. We already heard what it was.
Yeah,
well, you're also going into the weeds of what pseudoscience is explaining that it is.
Pseudoscience, well, that's like a set of what the fuck was that definition again? Get it up again. Pseudoscience. Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method. Pseudoscience is often characterized by contradictory, exaggerated, or unfalsifiable claims, reliance on confirmation bias rather than rigorous attempts at refutation, lack of openness to evaluation by other experts. We're assuming there are experts here. Absence of systematic practices when developing hypotheses, and continued adherence long after the pseudoscientific hypotheses have been experimentally discredited.
All right.
Thank you.
So now, which definition do you feel you're more aligned with? Are you making claims with no evidence, or are you actually providing explanations to observable events that happen in reality? Are you just saying things because you've heard them being said before? Or are you providing us evidence and experimentation that we can go see and prove for ourselves if we doubt curvature? Which of those definitions do you think you more align with in this conversation?
Oh,
be honest.
One, definitely.
All right, you are completely lost.
Okay.
For some reason, I'm picturing this lake. I went to one of these kid adventure lands or whatever, where they had like, you can go in, you go through like a little tunnel, then you go into a ball pit, and there's like a maze you go through, and it's like the kids have to figure out how to get to the end, and they're just like going through the ball pit, and they're just like, oh, and they go through the tunnel. It's like, ooh wee. That's what I picture his definition there as. This stupid little kid freaking pseudoscience ball pit.
Yeah, we heard what a real scientific, what real science is. Science is being able to explain a cause and effect in an observable natural phenomena. You have not been able to provide us any way for us to observe, test, or repeat curvature of the Earth. If the Earth is a ball, we should be able to test, observe, and repeatedly test and observe curvature. You have not provided us any way to do that. So to say that you are being scientific right now is completely illogical. Completely illogical.
Okay.
And we've given him every opportunity.
I was going to give him effort to do that.
Our point of view. You're just trying to. It seems like every time we give you a clue, you're just like throwing some bullshit out there that doesn't really make any sense. As if it's
called a hand wave dismissal.
Yeah, or a hand. Well, I'm not going to give him anything, because I actually want him to guess what we're talking about. It's like it's like I'm going to show my hand, you motherfucker. I'm going to show you my hand.
Okay, yeah.
We falsify the globe because the curvature isn't there. Then anything that is established off of that curvature is pseudoscience.
So, speaking about curvature and flatness, okay. I already mentioned the paragon and stuff. Okay. And how
You need to give us evidence of curvature that
observable, repeatable, testable evidence,
yes,
or else
I've already
Dude,
heard
if you say
that.
paragon,
You guys keep asking
that's so
to see
stupid.
curvature, but do you even have an explanation of what curvature is or isn't? I'm going to give
So is a
one.
paragon
But now
evidence
you're
of curvature, dumbass? Is paragon an
acting like we don't know what curvature is? That obviously, if we're asking you to prove curvature, we know what the fuck it is.
Do you?
He kept saying
Give me a definition.
paragon.
You guys have asked me for definitions. Give me a definition of curvature.
There is no curvature. You realize you're in a room full of flat earthers. There's no
Definition
curvature.
for curvature.
I don't care whether there is or not. I want a definition right now.
Okay, it's necessary It's necessary antecedent for the sphere.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but like, what is curvature? If you're going to use the word curvature, what does it mean?
It's necessary antecedent for the sphere.
1.225 times the square root.
For example,
No, I didn't ask how much curvature. I asked what is curvature.
Curvature is like. Do you know what is
from a straight
Oh my God.
line?
Oh my god. Right, a definition of curvature, not a measurement of it. Just if you guys are asking for curvature, what is curvature? What is
Deviation.
Nope, we're not doing this. We're not moving backwards. Obviously, if we're asking you for an example of curvature, we fucking know what it is. We're not going backwards, and you just said that you could provide us with a way to observe it, and now you're asking us what curvature is. You just said that you could provide an example of curvature, so do that, and don't ask us what curvature is.
Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure that when I give you a way to test curvature, you know what you're looking
The
for.
Great Lakes profile there. We have the Great Lakes there. Great Lakes.
Okay.
They go to Niagara Falls right there. Over 1,000 miles long. Level water going to Niagara Falls. There's no curvature, man.
Please enlighten us. Please tell us what to look for.
Tell you what to look for. Okay. Okay. Ooh. What kind of curvature should I get up? Should I give you a mathematical definition or a really colloquial one?
Curvature? Are you kidding me right now, dude? The curvature, not.
Wait, no. There's more than one way to define curvature. Actually, you would know that, right?
Not to define, to measure curvature, man. You don't need to define curvature. You need to show curvature or measure curvature.
You understand what you just said requires a definition of curvature anyway. Like,
do you know what is sphere?
Yes.
Do you know what is?
That sphere has curvature.
I love when
Does
you
it?
say that.
How would I know? What am I looking for on a sphere that shows me that it has curvature?
Does basketball has curvature?
So a sphere has curvature because a sphere has curvature. What is curvature?
Does basketball has curvature?
We gotta get CB to capture when Sasha says, "Do you know what is sphere?"
Drop over distance. Does basketball has drop over distance?
Well, no. Well, actually, no. That's
does basketball has drop over distance.
Well, you know what else has drop over distance? A vertical line. A vertical line has that as well. That's not a good definition of curvature.
A vertical line has drop over distance.
Yes,
So instead of actually proving observable curvature, you're just gonna deny any definition that we give you. Instead of actually you proving how and where and when we can observe curvature, you're just gonna sit here and say, "No, that's not curvature. No, that's not curvature. No, that's not curvature."
I need to put you on like 0.5 playback speed, dude.
We don't know what is curvature, but we know what is drop over distance. Where we can find drop over distance?
Drop over distance.
What is drop over distance? What define drop over distance? Define.
Yeah, drop over distance is not a good definition of curvature. That's a definition.
Okay, doesn't matter. Where is drop over distance?
Straight lines have that as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
you know why? You know why?
Okay.
Because there is no freaking curvature, man.
It doesn't matter curvature. Where is drop?
You
over
guys
distance?
asked me for curvature, and clearly all the definitions all of you have given have not been sufficient.
Yeah, because you haven't actually given us any real curve.
No, you're not making sense. Like, I'm asking for your definition. You want me to provide you with curvature when I'm not sure you guys even know curvature if you see it.
When I first started talking to you,
gaslighting.
When I first started talking to you, I gave you my answer.
Look, you guys are all asking for definitions. I can expect the same from you.
Why would you, living on Earth as a human being, assume that the Earth has any curvature?
Not right now, man.
I asked you that right at the beginning. Why would you say that?
We got to stop
curvature?
when other people.
You came in here with the claim unicorns are real. We ask you, where can we find unicorns? And then you go, define unicorns. What's a unicorn? That's not what a unicorn is. What the fuck are you talking about? Can you prove observable, measurable curvature? Yes or no? We're not defining curvature. We already know what it is. You can't prove it.
You can prove curvature.
Then do it.
We've been waiting all morning.
Bro, what RTM? You need to calm down, bro. You need a bubble bath. You need to
curvature. Prove curvature. You're not gonna get in my head. Just prove curvature. That's all I want you to do.
Shit, I could be in a bubble bath and yell at your ass all day.
Okay, Corpuscle, you need to prove curvature. That's the point. If
Wait,
you're gonna make a claim, prove it.
Okay. Well, first of all, before I can prove curvature to you, I need to make sure that you guys know what curvature is. Otherwise, what's the point?
Okay,
well, help us out.
Gaslighting. This is textbook gaslighting. Pretending we're too dumb to understand something he can't prove.
That was. Oh, God damn it.
Are you going to give him a bubble bath? Fucking maybe. That was funny.
What is bath?
What is bath? Dude, we got. Hey, CB, if you're listening, man, we got to capture some of Sasha's friggin'. Define bath.
Please.
Show us what is
talk. Please let the Glober talk so we can destroy him, please.
What?
So we can destroy him with facts and logic.
2 hours now.
Define logic. What is fake logic?
There you go.
What is logic?
What
the
is
opposite.
logic? Yeah, what is
logic? There you go.
What is logic? What is logic?
The problem
Wait,
is.
Kim, I want to understand. What is logic?
I'm going to go smoke anyway.
Please. The person that is talking will talk himself into a corner and make no sense to the people that are listening live stream. So go ahead.
Damn, all 12 of the audience.
Hey, this is for the audience. We're on live stream 24 hours. Go ahead.
Kim. It doesn't seem like it when everybody's talking at once.
I know, but we're all cutting up. But anyway, go ahead, Kim.
It's like a playground, and you have to get all the kids to do an activity together, but they all want to run off and do their own thing.
Kim, talk to this guy, please, guys. She's asking for the room. Go ahead, guys.
Go ahead and tell us what curvature is, buddy.
Okay. All right. Now, which definition would you like? A colloquial one or a rigid mathematical one?
Are you kidding me right now?
A real one, a one that exists in reality.
A real one. A real definition of curvature. Are you sure? Are you sure anything exists in the real world? No,
Can you repeat, Corporal? Can you repeat one more time like this? Repeat like this.
Okay, but so Sasha. Okay. Anyway, guys.
We want real one.
Fucking God! Listen to this.
Start the definition.
Can you give me a piece of bread and some soup, please? Dude, shut up.
Man, shut up. I'm sorry because I'm Croatian. I'm so sorry because I'm not born. I'm so sorry because my
you ask so much random shit, dude. You'd be like, please make my bed for me, please, and then give me zippers. I need to go to the home.
I'm so sorry because my accent is irritating you. I'm so sorry because I'm not born in England or USA. I'm so sorry because English is my third language. I'm so sorry because I know what is curvature. Because with my accent also, I'm so sorry because that's irritating you so much. I'm so sorry.
It's a simple pattern. When you can't define or prove something, all you have to do is go, why? 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 Or what's curvature? That's not what curvature is. Why? The same thing happened yesterday. Irish asking why. Why? You just revert back to a 4-year-old set of logic. You can't actually prove anything that you're talking about, so you try to irritate and aggravate the people you're talking to.
I'm not irritating anybody.
Okay,
you know what is
please let me
irritating?
define
Your countenance. That shit is
Please let him define
unscrumptious.
curvature. Just
Hey,
define
hey,
curvature. Go
check this
ahead.
out.
Please
Check this out.
stop.
No. Either
Y'all are so
one
funny.
hold on. Either he's gone, or one person's going to talk to him. That's
Please, Haley, please.
All right, let's go. He's gone, or one person is going to talk to him.
Flatsy talk away. Let Flatsy take up the reins, bud.
First, one example of humanity. You know, can you imagine yourself?
Hold the phone, Sasha.
Can you imagine?
Wait, either he's gone or one person is going to talk to him. That's the rule right now.
I don't want another question. I want him to define the curvature.
Well,
please.
but I don't want five other people to jump on him again. I was guilty earlier, and I apologize, but it's just unlistenable because I was listening back, and it just turned into a shit show. So, can everyone agree if you still want this pustule here? Do you want him here?
Pustule.
Just, it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, that's what your name is, right?
Bro, you can't even read. It's corpuscule. I even explained it.
My bad. Do you want pustule here? One person's going to talk to pustule, or no one's going to talk to him.
Y'all are so silly.
Bust my pustule.
So who the fuck's going to talk to this guy? One person.
Me, Helio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
Sasha, you have a lovely accent, by the way. I wasn't making fun of that.
It's either Kim. It's either Kim or Sasha. It's either Kim or Sasha. Kim, I'm going to give number one.
I will not.
Unless
Helio, let him speak, bro.
Helio,
Jesus.
It's either Sasha or Kim, and I give Kim, if she was the first one to ask, and then everybody jumped on over, So who's going to talk to?
Now you are choosing and you are asking. Do you want to choose who will speak, Helio, or you will ask?
I'm asking you to defer to one person.
I don't want flat earthers.
So that the people that are listening
to define
it's palatable. I mean, goddamn. Can't you recognize that I'm just trying to ask, can one person talk to this guy instead of freaking 8 people jumping on his ass?
But if you speak Helio, that person cannot start to speak.
Oh, goodness.
Jesus Christ. You can't even...
Order in the house.
Y'all are the best. Y'all are such a happy family, bro. It's great.
Yeah, man.
I would prefer to get rid of that. I'd prefer to pop the pimple.
Stop talking. Define curvature.
Okay.
Flatsy.
Everyone, silence. Silence in the courtroom, please. Okay. In mathematics.
Hey, I'm in charge here. By the way.
Kim is speaking with
you literally cannot stop yourself from speaking, can you?
Hey, bro,
Helio, you just told somebody to talk to this guy.
All right. Now,
but Helio, you need to learn that you also have a mute button.
The feed. You're feeding him. Please, Helio. Please let him define curvature, please.
Helio should mute himself.
You got bent out of shape. Go ahead.
On you go, bro.
Okay. In mathematics, curvature is any of several, by the way, guys. You know how y'all told me that there's only one definition of curvature? That's not true. Is any of several strongly related concepts in geometry. Intuitively, the curvature is the amount by which a curve deviates from being a straight line. We all can agree on that one. Or a surface deviates from being a
Tell me where there's a straight line on a sphere.
Wow, this is interesting.
Oh my god. I said there isn't a straight line on the sphere because I think that I live on an oblate spheroid. The surface isn't a straight line, it's curved. This is why we're talking about curvature. Can you learn how to stop asking stupid questions all the time?
Bro, stop being just calm yourself down a little bit. Stop being obnoxious. So you're claiming geometry. So who measured this geometry? For you to actually have geometry, you would need measurements. So who measured the radius? Who measured the radius of the Earth?
You don't measure geometry.
Bro, answer the question. Who measured the radius of the Earth?
Huh? Plenty
You don't measure geometry? Did you just say
you don't measure geometry. What? Geometry is a study of measurement. Geometry literally means...
That's what I'm saying, bro. Calm yourself. Who measured the Earth so you can have this imaginary geometry?
Who measured it? Well, several. Which one do you want to learn about?
Name the first and only in anyone in history.
Try to say name, method, and year.
And citation of the measurement.
Want a citation? Give me a second. I'll have to go look for one.
You're going to have to Google it because you've not got a fucking clue what you're talking about and you think you're more intelligent than everyone in the room.
Corp, it's very easy. I will help you. Like this. John Smith, 1971, he used this method and that's it. And this is the measurements and and that's it.
It was actually 1972. What the fuck are you on about?
Where's the
No, I'm bullshitting like a year and everything.
Yeah, I know. I'm being silly.
Right, so stop being silly and give us the measurements of the Earth, please, before you start jumping into mathematic formulas and geometry that you've definitely not got, because we've been through this argument for a decade.
Okay.
So,
getting to it. So
when you say that Greek name, I will tell you why he is not did that.
Sasha, I love you, and you're right, but please let him answer first, and let him dig his own self into the hole.
Google not giving you much, bro.
Patience, young one.
What do you mean? You're in here arguing. How can you argue anything but you're on Google because you've not got a fucking clue? This is complete news to you.
I do have a clue. What are you
obviously
on about?
Don't, man. If I was in here arguing...
You guys are asking for a citation, so I'm looking for a good citation.
I'm asking you for anything off the top of your head. Tell us, you must know who measured the globe.
Corp, one stupid question. How is possible that we know who are two people who will be like a example, and you don't know?
You know, two people.
Yeah, and they didn't do that, but people believe they did that. But we know who are that people, but you don't know. That's interesting.
So you have to look it up, and we already know is the point.
Try DuckDuckGo, bro. DuckDuckGo may help you.
Oh, try Brave. Try the Brave search engine.
Imagine
Brave search engine.
Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni. Let's just give them the answers.
Yeah. Pete told you now. Aristotles didn't do anything.
I have to. I'm getting a PDF for you. Give me a second.
I don't need a PDF. Bro. Just explain to us. Explain to us, like logically, articulate what was done to measure the Earth's radius, so you can have the geometry you keep claiming.
I love how you don't know. You don't know, but you want to go ahead and look it up while you're here. I love how you don't know. And you
I already know about these guys. I just don't have like PDFs and shit. I'm not a liar. You think I've never looked into the shape of the Earth before?
Okay,
I recognize your voice. You've been lying in a while, yeah.
But believe what you want.
Tell us, if you know, tell us what Aristophanes did and what Al-Biruni did.
What Aristophanes did
and what Ptolemy did.
Yeah.
Getting to it. Okay,
but
so
you
what
don't know.
So if
Aristophanes is the first person in your...
Why is it I literally cannot speak without somebody having to just enlighten me with their interjections of wisdom as well?
We've been asking
I'll be like, the mitochondria is a powerhouse, and they'll be like, bro, shut up.
So can you stop obfuscating and get back to the fucking question?
I'm not obfuscating. When I want to explain something, but that you've asked me to explain, I'd appreciate if I didn't have 17 people also clamoring for the mic.
All right.
Yeah, they are waiting for your answer. They ask you a question, and you're not answering the question.
Sit down, put your finger on your mouth, and wait your turn.
Listen, hold it, bro, right? Everybody shut the fuck up. Provide measurements for the radius, bro. Like was asked of you. Nobody will speak. Give us the radius and who measured it, how they derived it.
Okay. All right. So, Aristophanes, right? He was a Greek dude. All right. Okay, good. So, he went to a well somewhere. Was it like Alexandria or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
something like that. And then another one in like Cyrene. And he was like on the, what was it, summer solstice or some crap, right?
What did you assume?
Well, I'm getting to it. I was literally about to say it. And then you interjected again.
That was 2,000 years.
You guys just cannot fucking help yourselves, can you?
What did the Eratosthenes assume?
Gonna get to it.
So it's not a direct measurement, is it? If he was making random assumptions, he's got several assumptions within his method, so that's not exactly direct measurement of theirs.
That is actually. He was measuring something.
Where did he think the sun was?
I know the argument that technically his argument could also be for a flat Earth if the sun was very close. I know.
Right, so there we go then. So where's the direct evidence? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson himself, world's foremost astrophysicist, he says the exact same. Or is he under the bus?
No.
Did you throw him under the bus, bro?
So?
Did you throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus? Is he incorrect?
I don't care about this dude. I already said I know the argument. I know.
Right.
Yes,
so
it technically works on.
Corp,
do you know?
Do you believe in that? Do you believe in that story, Aristophanes' story? Do you believe in that?
There are plenty of stories from history that sound pretty believable.
Do you believe in that story? I'm asking only.
Yeah.
Listen, this 2,000 years ago, one guy put the stick in the ground. Put the stick in the ground in Alexandria. Then he taking the camels, and he's going 500 miles straight. Don't forget this, straight to put other stick in the ground. 2,000 years ago, he need at least 1 mile to pass the deserts, cross the rivers and everything to reach that point. Again, 500 miles straight.
You understand that this is still scientific because approximations anyway.
And he goes there, and he goes there, and he takes the iPhone and it's saying, "Is it shadow there 2 meters?" And a guy saying, "Yeah, it is." Okay, great. Here is 3 meters. Now, great. The Earth is sphere. That's the story.
Okay.
Cool story, bro.
It's still scientific, though.
Can you go 1 mile straight? Can you go 1 mile straight? Or can you go 1 mile straight?
Can I go 1 mile straight?
Yeah. Can you go walking 1 mile straight without deviation?
I can go my whole life being straight.
If I put you on some how to say land, not on the highway where is the light. On some
I never even got to finish that the description of Aristophanes. By the way, you guys really can't help yourself.
Can you imagine guy going 500 miles?
No, it's just proving my point. You guys literally cannot shut up.
I've asked you a question that you've avoided since the very start of me coming into VC, bro. You've literally not directly answered a fucking single thing. You've jumped to when everybody else has said something, you've just diverted to them and obfuscated, and you're still not actually giving us a direct.
No, because I was actually in the middle of like explaining Aristophanes, how the fuck you say his name, and then you were like,
I asked you a question. What did he assume?
Exactly. You wouldn't let me finish. You had to butt in and ask something.
I just asked you, what did they assume?
No, it's because you cannot let yourself not be heard.
Mate, I've not had spoke, man. I've asked you the same thing a few times, man. I don't see what the fucking problem is.
Because if you let me finish explaining, I would have said all these things anyway. I would have said these things. Because the page I was actually reading from had the things that were mentioned.
Bro, we don't need to read from pages. We've been in this argument
because you kept asking me questions when I was trying to give an explanation, even though everyone agreed that actually we would let the guy speak. But obviously we cannot let the guy speak.
What did Eratosthenes assume?
And the answer is Aristotle assumed the spherical shaped Earth. That's the answer.
And a distant sun.
He didn't even have to do that. All he has to assume is that the sun's really far away.
But then it works. It's already been. You've already agreed that it doesn't. It can work on both. It could be a vast, massive sun, or it might be closer, just like what we see. Just like the localized illumination around the clouds, and the moon, these bodies appear to be closer than the claim within the globe model.
There's more to it. You can't. 1 second. There's more to it. You can't have both. You see, on a globe Earth, which is already in existence before Eratosthenes, he was just proving the dimensions of it. You have to have a distant sun, but on a flat Earth, you have to have a near sun. There's no mixing and matching. It's just a dichotomous position. Because a GP for a star, gives us a direct.
And people before Aristophanes' time fucking knew the sun was not like a jump, hop, and a skip away.
How do you know? How do you know? Give us a cite or a quotation. Go ahead. Give us a reason.
You want to
without googling for a second. Go off your top of your head.
How we got to distance to the sun?
I don't know. Like off the top of my head, a citation of how people like 2,000 years ago knew that the sun was far away.
They assume the size of the Venus.
Okay.
Well, that came later.
Do you hear something? Some verb? It's always coming. How you say? Assume. They assume.
Yeah, that's the basis of science, assuming things. That's what a hypothesis is.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's the basis of pseudoscience.
I'm assuming when I put ice under my water, that water will boil. And I put ice under the water and water is boiling. That means my assumption was very good.
Bro, literally, all an assumption is believing something to be true without yet having proof for it.
I assume
that's pseudoscience.
I assume that radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Because the distance to the sun and everything that need to work in reality. If that I assume, then geometrical horizon must be on 1.22 miles of 1 foot observer height.
You guys realize that that's what axioms are. They're literally assumptions.
I am assuming, and all science assuming that is the radius and that is the height, and that we can see geometrical horizon on that distance. Okay. That were all assumption. Then we go to the reality, and we check out and look. This assumption doesn't work.
Yeah, but you say you make other assumption is a bad thing. It's not. It's literally the basis of scientific inquiry. You assume something, you make an hypothesis out of it, then you test it to see whether or not your assumption was correct.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did
literally.
that.
So why do you think it's bad to assume things? That's literally the basis for scientific inquiry.
We did that.
If that's the case, what science is getting done when you're looking at things in the sky? How can you isolate anything in the sky? That's literally no science. It's just an observation. There's literally nothing to do with science, man. Science is establishing a cause and effect relationship. Listen, bro, stop talking over me. When you see something in reality happening, a naturally occurring phenomena, then you build your hypothesis, then you construct your experiment, the apparatus, to recreate that phenomenon that you've seen. Then you isolate your independent variable or your cause, that changes the DV, your dependent variable, and then you can falsify or back whatever was in your hypothesis. So looking at something in the sky,
form of falsification.
How can you establish a cause and effect relationship by viewing something?
Corp, why these people who has this server? Why these people think that Earth is not a goal? What is the main reason?
The main reason.
That's kind of allowing them to divert again, eh? So again, you're going to.
I'm not even going to answer that because there is no one reason for why you're all flat earthers.
I have a reason. I have a reason why I'm here. I have a reason why I'm here.
Anyway, the reason people are ball earthers is because they were taught it in school without actually being proven it. So there's that.
Corp, do you know what is my main reason why I'm here?
No.
To divert everything that gets said to the guy, so it allows him to wriggle out what is getting said. Every fucking time he just dances away to some other fucking comment.
I I will be back if he say I don't know, or I know, Sasha, why you are here and what is the main reason why you are here.
So you actually you can do an experiment.
What's the main reason, Corp, why we are here?
You're going to say because the Earth is flat.
No,
well, see if you're going to start mocking people in their accents, I'm going to put you in jail.
I've been mocked the entire time I've been here. Stop.
No, not since I've been here. No. Not since I've been here. So stop that.
Stop.
Okay, so for example, right, you can say based on this model, there should be an eclipse at this time, and it should be seen at these places. This is a way to falsify a hypothesis because you can go and observe. Does it happen at this time? Does it happen in this way, in this place?
Experiment. It's not science, bro. You're not manipulating anything. You're just viewing something in the sky and saying, "Oh, derp. This is what my model says." I'm affirming the consequence.
You can literally test the hypothesis doing that. You make a claim, and the truth, the validity of the claim is based on the outcome that you observe. That's a valid form of falsification.
What are you actually manipulating?
You don't have to manipulate everything for it to be an experiment. Like, are you silly?
It's not a scientific experiment if you're not isolating your cause.
The independent variable.
Pointless fucking talking to you, bro. You're just going to dance away from everything.
An experiment is a procedure carried out to support or refute a hypothesis, or determine the efficacy or likelihood of something previously untried.
Is that from your Google search?
Insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular
You don't have to read Google to us, man. You don't have to read what you're Googling.
You know what an experiment is.
If you don't know, you can just say you don't know instead of using Google.
No, I know what an experiment is. I've done plenty in my time.
So why would you have to read it off of Google?
Because I'm not sure you guys know.
Tell us an experiment you did.
An experiment I did?
Last time, yeah.
Ages ago. Well, one of the most recent experiments I can remember is I was making a racemic mixture of like some organic compounds, and I was working out the theoretical yield versus the actual yield at a certain enthalpy, something like that.
That's chemistry, though.
But that's a valid experiment, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So back to reality instead of like petri dishes, like.
So what did you manipulate in your experiment?
I don't remember. This was years ago, bro. Why do you care?
Because you claim to know science, but you don't have.
You claim to know what an experiment is.
Shit, fuck, sorry. I didn't remember the date and the time and the place and the fucking shit I used and what meal I had that day. My bad.
Generally, you would kind of know what you manipulated.
What did you manipulate?
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, like generally, what did you do?
Yeah, it was like some organic compound. I remember it was really long and hard to pronounce. It has like a bunch of numbers and shit in it.
But what they're asking is generally they want to know what you did in that experiment, something you manipulated.
I already said. I literally said it in. If you guys listened, you would know.
Compounds, right? Like different chemicals you mix together.
If you guys actually listen,
I agree.
Everyone slow down, rewind the stream. Rewind the stream, and you hear it. I say it.
I know experiments on theoretical yield. You mix different types of molar masses to see what kind of yield you can get. Sure, you change the different molarity. You change the different molarities.
That's not the only thing. That's not the thing I said.
What did you do?
If you listened, okay, I'll tell you again. I said at a certain enthalpy.
At a certain what?
Enthalpy.
What's enthalpy?
You don't know what enthalpy is?
No, I've never heard that word.
Yeah.
Spell it. Is it EN?
Don't worry, I'm not going to Google it though.
LPY. I'll Google it.
Okay, I'll Google it for you. Enthalpy. Enthalpy is a property of a thermodynamic system.
Oh, so basically the different amount of heat and pressure you use equals to the amount of product you get.
Well,
okay, yeah, that's true too.
If you utilize, I mean, yes, of course you can utilize.
That's good for meth cooking.
Oh yeah, we did make some anhydrous methamphetamine hydrochloric crystals in our time.
Sure, that happens. Where does that happen on Earth? Right. We're talking about that you can't science space.
Yes, you can. What?
Really?
You can pseudoscience space. You can't practical science it.
Yeah.
That's our point. You're kidding. You realize Earth is part of space, right?
Well, in your experiment, you had that so-called protein in your pseudo lab, imaginary lab.
No, it wasn't a pseudo lab. It was actual lab. I used to work at Pfizer. What are you talking about?
It's irrelevant what you have.
You used to work at Pfizer already, bro.
Chemistry. Yes, we understand that.
Not your garage.
Corpuscle. I used to short your shitty Pfizer stock, bro.
Cool. Right, well, guess what? I never owned Pfizer, actually. So.
It's okay. They're a shitty company.
Well, anyway, how about...
Okay, well, I don't work there anymore because I also thought they were shitty.
Did you grab a piece of Polaris and bring it down to Earth and science it?
So...
It's incredible to me that you think that has to be done.
Really?
Yes, it's
incredible to me. It's incredible to me. You know what the word incredible means?
You realize experimentation is fundamentally based on observation.
It's not
you realize
credible.
Observation doesn't require you to literally have the thing in your presence. Like,
do you know what's the difference between a mercury tube, light emitting tube, yeah, and between an LED?
Wait, can you repeat that? What?
Do you know what's the difference between a mercury light emitting tube and an LED?
The way they emit light? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, we have many kinds of light sources.
Okay.
We produce many kinds of them. We don't make only one kind of light bulbs.
Okay.
Do you know what's the difference between them?
Enlighten me.
Is there a difference between them?
Well, the way they're composed, clearly.
Listen, when I'm outside at night and you are 1 kilometer far away, can you tell with your own eyes? Yeah, I'm flashing you a light source towards you. I'm signaling you with light emitting device. So, can you tell with your naked eyes what kind of light source I'm using?
No, but I can always use something other than my naked eyes. Isn't that crazy? Isn't science great?
How can you tell then to us that you know what Polaris is?
Well, this is like asking me, like, if you were on a desert island, what would you do to first? Would you go and eat the crab, or would you go and eat the pig?
The only thing you can do about Polaris is observing it, see it. It's a tiny star in the night sky.
It's not tiny.
It's a tiny light source. And the light of an LED, I'm holding in my hand to my keychain, to see where.
What's the point you're making? I don't understand.
Well, that light, when I hold it in my hand, it's brighter than Polaris. Yeah, Polaris doesn't cast 1 lumen on the ground surface.
Okay.
It's light. It's a light source. It's in the sky.
This is why we have gigantic telescopes.
Listen, it doesn't shine not 1 lumen on the ground. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
and
this means that my LED keychain light source is much more stronger than Polaris is.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he said that's why we have gigantic telescopes, right?
Yep, and not just gigantic telescopes, gigantic telescope arrays. Several.
We have, yes, there are radar array telescopes. Are you referring to those?
Oh yeah, no, exactly. We don't just look for a visible light wave photons. We actually look for like the entire spectrum. Right, it's crazy.
So there are optical telescopes on certain areas. Slow down.
Yeah.
Some are optical. No, I mean if you zoom in on Polaris, there's not much to see with an optical telescope. But if you use these large radar array telescopes that are miles long sometimes, right? Then they feed back information into computers. That's where you get the digital information, and then you can then they have like teams of people on computers that can enhance that, right? Is this what you're talking about?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So that gives you more of a what Polaris actually is, but not visually, but what it probably is digitally.
What do you mean probably? You realize that like when you receive like radio transmissions, that's just as valid information as if you receive visible light transmissions. Just because you can see one and can't see the other doesn't make one less real than the other.
Listen, if you have a spectrometer in USA where you are at.
No, not in the USA.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about
wherever you are. And let's suppose I have 10 light sources at a faraway distance from you.
Can you ask Fresco this question, please?
So when I'm shining any of these light sources to you, you will not be able to tell which light source I'm using. Telescopes are not spectrometers.
But they can be equipped with them.
No, they cannot be equipped. A spectrometer listen, a spectrometer is a big machine and it has a contained chamber, a special chamber where you have to put stuff inside to see what stuff did you put in there.
You're probably thinking of a mass. I think you're thinking of mass.
You cannot take a piece of Polaris and put it in your spectrometer.
You're thinking of mass spectroscopy, but that's not the only kind of spectroscopy. There is also light spectroscopy. Crazy, I know.
Spectrometers use light spectrometry, yeah.
Yeah, you understand. There are different ways to do.
That's how they function, based on light. They shine a light beam, through a
I know how they work. You don't need to tell me.
And the changes in the wavelength of that light tells you what material you have inside.
No.
Yeah.
That's how they work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I use them. I know how they work. Yes.
Yeah. So, where did you get a piece of the sun or Polaris?
Did you listen to what I said? You don't need to have the mass to do mass spectroscopy. You can receive the light to do light spectroscopy. It's like talking to somebody who's never opened a textbook on science. It's insane.
Don't confuse rangefinders with spectrometers.
No.
Let me ask you this. I mean, regardless of all that, how did they determine the distance to Polaris? It wasn't with radar telescopes or anything like that. Yeah. Do you know how they determined the distance to Polaris?
I don't know specifically how they determine the distance of Polaris.
Well, look it up. Look it up. Google it.
Okay. All right. Give me a sec. How they I know one way in which they determine distance of things, but for this specific star, I'll have to go see. Oh.
It's an important celestial object, so yeah.
How did they find the distance of Polaris? Oh my god, there's actually a place called Polaris right next to where I live. That's crazy.
No, we're talking about the star.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Determine it was 4.5 billion, or what is it? It's like 4.5 billion light years or some shit.
Okay, so many recent papers calculate the distance to Polaris at about 433 light years, based on parallax measurements from the Hipparcos astrometry satellite. Older distances were often slightly less, and research based on high-resolution spectral analysis. Oh, we can't talk about spectral analysis. We don't have a piece of Polaris. Suggests it may be up to 110 light years closer. Wow, that's... Polaris is the closest Cepheid variable to Earth, so its physical parameters are of critical importance to the whole astronomical distance scale. It is also the only one with a dynamically measured mass. Okay. The Hipparcos spacecraft. Oof, we can't talk about how we can use things outside of Earth's atmosphere to measure the distances and spectral wavelengths of things. Can't talk about that. To take measurements from 1989 and 1993 with the accuracy of 0.97 milliarc seconds. Again, yeah, math isn't important for experiments or observations, but we base parameters on math and measurements.
So they know how far away Polaris is from Earth.
I just said they use spacecrafts and spectral analysis and crap.
In other words, they don't know.
You're kidding, right?
What? You just read it out to us. They don't know.
Yeah.
No, like...
So, and the sun... Listen, the sun and the stars, they are perfect black bodies. This means that whatever light source you are shining towards them, you're not going to have light bounced back from them, reflected.
Who said we need to shine light on them? Like, you come up with the most random
you
shit.
You cannot have a photon.
No, this is important. I asked you how they determine the distance from Earth to Polaris, and you read the article, and they said we don't know.
No, they do know. What are you on about?
Really?
Yeah, okay, Helio. Right. I'll give you a meter long stick. A meter stick. Just no gradations, just a meter stick to measure yourself. Guess what? You say you're like, and I ask you what's your length, and you say a bit, no, maybe like 1.5 meters. I seem like I'm a bit bigger than this meter stick. Not very accurate. Then I give you a 2 meter long stick, and it now measures in say decimeters. All right, and you can say, I'm about 19 decimeters tall, roughly, Okay, then I give you another stick, and it measures in centimeters, and you say, actually, I'm 189 centimeters. Then I give you one in millimeters, and you say, actually, turns out I'm 189 centimeters, and 7 millimeters, okay? Just because those other measurements were less accurate does not mean that they are wrong.
Of measurements. They are units of measurement.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. I happen to work with linear encoders.
So I've heard about the thing you use with the aeroplanes, and there's a laser, and it's like microns in precision. I know.
Not microns. We can work in CNC machining. We can achieve nanometers. Yeah. So you're outdated.
The point being, okay, what I actually read out in the article was as the equipment we use gets more precise, more accurate, the measurements get better. It doesn't mean the old ones were completely wrong. It just means that as estimations, they aren't as good as the one we have now. In the same way that when I gave you a ruler for centimeters, that practically was good enough for you. You could say I'm 189 centimeters. It's not perfectly accurate, but it's good enough. That measurement was wrong.
You either make a measurement precise. I
don't think Timbo likes it very much.
Of your unit of measurements of the instrument you are using to measure with. Yeah, the precision grade. That's what you're talking about.
I love you, Timbo.
And it has nothing to do with establishing what something is made of. But yes, when we measure curvature, we need to use these measuring instruments. And we use linear encoders, of nanometer precision, which actually show that there is no stupid curvature in this world.
Stupid curvature? That's mean.
Yeah, we do have
curvature can't be stupid. It's just curvature.
Buildings. We do have flat surfaces inside buildings, and when you have
sensitive curvature is better. Yeah. It hides away, keeps away to itself. It doesn't like anyone finding it.
Exactly. The curvature is pretty sensitive. It's been getting big lately.
It's been hiding away, becoming more and more reclusive.
Curvature,
exactly. It just keeps
so
talking
hot
more of a
right
distance,
now. This
man.
curvature thing, it's so hot right now. I mean, just where's this goddamn curvature? Everybody's looking for it. We can't find it. But
yo, you guys seen that new Balenciaga curvature?
You see the curvature? Oh my god! Oh, everybody's looking for the curvature. It must be there somewhere out there. Somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight.
Somewhere over the curvature, ballers fly.
And loving me tonight.
Anyway, so yeah, you can use parallax measurement to figure out the distance of stars, which is what people in ancient Greece did, and they figured out, hey, the sun's really fucking far away. And you can actually measure what something's made out of without actually taking a chunk of the thing. Yes, you can.
How much parallax is between the pyramids of Egypt and the stars from the Orion's belt? Yeah.
Enough. There's enough of it
between them. Tell me, how much parallax is there?
Oh, there's a lot. That's so much.
There's none of it.
What do you mean, bro?
The pyramids were built.
There's tons of it, bro. You sell shit.
Listen, the pyramids were built in symmetry with those stars when they show in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, so the tip of the pyramid is pointing exactly when you are in a certain point, place, position. Yeah, you will see the tip of the pyramid touching those 3 dots in the sky. And
you talk utter short.
Even today, they are being observed. They are very precise, and there is no parallax.
Helio is a lovely singer. We love him.
You like my singing voice? It's so mad. I'm just like. I wanted to sing the second part of that chorus. I love that song. I remember that when I was a kid. But anyway.
Well, that meat looks good.
Corpuscule.
Anyway,
so the weirdest freaking name, man. Corpuscule.
I like it. It's a fun name.
I mean,
I don't know if you guys know. Has anybody here read Ulysses?
Like when I made fun of you and then called you pustule, you know.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. You are a funny guy, Helio.
Do you want me to sing some more?
Oh yeah, but
Are you building up to a bubble bath together or something? I don't know.
Oh yeah, bro. Yo, anybody here read Ulysses? Because you might get one. My name's Corpuscule.
Corpuscule.
I read it years ago.
Helio, can I ask you something, Helio?
Yeah, what's up, Sasha?
Did you watch that video, 1.5 minutes? That guy behind his blue screen, he explaining how Horizon is working. You know, Elijah.
Is it recent? Did you post it?
Oh no! Nobody has like disproven to me that spectral analysis can work.
Wait, Corp. I'm speaking with Helio now. I will post it. You only just
Yeah, if you can post it, I'll take a look at it.
This is very important. Don't interrupt the conservation.
Hey, Sasha, I was listening to you talk, and I love your voice. I want to encourage CB to capture some of your just like your little quips sometimes. Just some of the stuff you say, just like
my English sometimes go.
I know, but it's so perfect though. It's just like we can kid you.
You are lost.
It's so freaking Sasha. I love your
accent. Okay, I will post it now. Wait, just give me 2 seconds.
Why don't they use spectroscopy to see through the human body? Because it's not how spectroscopy works, dumbass.
Oh, can you breathe a little bit?
Hold on. Did you watch? Listen, wait. There's spectroscopy and there's stellar.
No spectroscopy. Look at that video. What I posted. Did you watch that video?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, and he is explaining how Horizon works. You know, that's the Glober. You know, and 1 mile you can see if your eyes are 8 inch above the water. You know. Look at the devil. Last summer, I was on Croatian Adriatic Sea. I was swimming there, you know, and my eyes was like 8 inch above the sea level, no. But I saw 5 miles island, and this guy saying I cannot see more than 1 mile.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yo, is Fresco there?
And now
I'm on a different globe.
My question here is why I'm seeing that island on 5 miles, and this guy is telling me that I cannot see more than 1 mile.
And then you say, "No, I saw it," and they're like, "No, you didn't." It's like, bitch, I saw it.
Corp, what do you think about my experience?
I think it was very lovely. Tasted pretty nice.
Very lovely.
No, I'm saying,
did you have a nice
why did I see that island on 5 miles?
From 8 inches above the water. Why can he see that far if the Earth is a globe 24,901 miles in circumference? Why can he see that far?
And if I watch that video, guy is explaining, like a scientifically explaining, look, you cannot see more than 1 mile. And I'm asking myself, why he's saying that? I saw that fucking stupid island.
Well, it's just like a lot of those mirror flash tests that people have done. It's just like this one simple thing. It's like, have your friend go 13 miles away to this other shore and then see if you can see the mirror.
No, you're still just really silly.
And then, do you know what happened? Then I go to internet, to YouTube, and then I saw some other guys. They are making videos. My God, even more distance, 10 miles, 20 miles. Then I see the guy wants the Guinness record, you know, because 275 miles he reached the mountain, you know. And I go to the map, to geometry, and geometry is saying that mountain should be 3 miles behind.
That's not true.
Oh, really?
Oh no, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to cut off his knees. He's very he's the unfortunate case of a severe lobotomite who still has enough cognitive function to have opinions.
Now you're back to
and that guy, listen, that guy won the Guinness records for the photo, for the long distance photo. They gave him a award. He's there written his name, everything. 275 miles. He reached the mountain. My question is, how he made that photo? If
that's an ad hominem fallacy, okay?
It's Mount Canigou, yeah.
You realize ad hominem is a form of argument from argumentation, but whatever.
That would be if I started to attack your personality, but I'm asking you about the guy who made the photo.
Bro, Coop.
All right, so if I say pustule, yeah, that's an ad hominem, but I'm just making fun of you just because you've been making stupid arguments all night.
Let's go back to the surface of the earth again, because this is 24/7 flat earth server. Let's not speak about people feelings and everything. Let's see why this guy got that. Can we a little bit? You're on the edge now.
I don't think Nees likes me very much.
If you do that two, three times more, maybe you are need to be BAN.
I still want to know why cut off the knees, whatever his name. Wait, no, is it cut off? Yeah, cut off the knees.